afternoon, good morning and good evening everyone, and welcome to day 2 of the Brawl Stars Championship Last Chance Qualifier. Yesterday, 8 teams proved themselves worthy of making it to this stage in the competition, but today they'll have to prove themselves worthy of being potential champions. And only a singular best of 5, best of 3 is all that stands between them to a golden ticket to the Brawl Stars World Finals. 8 teams will enter the arena, but only 4 can be left standing tall, and this is what their entire year's work has been leading up to. It'll be one last brawl to decide it all. Who is it going to be? We're about to find out.
Welcome to the show. Finals away.
Hello everyone and welcome to day 2 of the Brawl Stars Championship Last Chance Qualifier. Yesterday we chopped the teams in half, and today we're doing the exact same thing again to see what 4 teams will take the golden ticket and head to the World Finals. I am Trav and I'm joined here with Teddy, and I could not be more excited to get underway today.
Day 1 was simply incredible. I saw everyone on social media having the exact same opinion we did over here in Poland, that it went completely unexpected. Some of the groups looked quite predictable. The result was nothing but predictable. I'm sure that day 2 is going to have some same stuff in a store, so I really cannot wait to see how it goes down.
Yeah, I mean, unpredictable matches, and every turn there was something going wrong for at least one of these teams, so it was a little bit weird to see, to be honest with you, because we came into yesterday having heavy favourites, and some of those heavy favourites were massively upset, and that is what we absolutely love to see at the Brawl Stars Championship. Let's take a little bit of a look at the format, see what we've got going on yesterday, and see what we've got going on today. Day 1 was 4 GSL groups with 16 teams and 20 matches played. We cut the teams from 16 into 8, and now we're in day 2, where 8 teams will fight for the 4 golden tickets through 4 matches. Each match will give 1 golden ticket to the winning team. So a big, big day for all these teams, Teddy.
Yeah, exactly that. And the teams that got first seed in their groups are going to be facing teams from seed 2 of their own groups. So it is a bit of an advantage if you manage to do really well yesterday. I mean, qualifying already for day 2 is a huge feat. But if you got the seeding going your way, it can be absolutely massive. Unless, of course, you know, you have a seed to reject that you're going to be facing today.
Yeah, let's take a little bit of a browse at the brackets as well, see what we've got in store for our teams, who they're going to be playing, where the seeds allowed them to line up. First game of the day will be SK Gaming versus Humble, a European face-off once more, like we've been seeing throughout the year. After that, STMN versus Reject, which in my eyes, best game of the day, going to be an absolute banger, whether or not Reject can come to their former form and be able to put up a fight against STMN. It really is looking incredible. Rest of the matches, Revenant Esports versus Raconic up after that, and then Navi versus VN Esporting, and then right at the end, we've got that hypercharged show match, Teddy.
Yeah, that hypercharge show match is going to be a bit of a chance here to see how hypercharge is going to be affecting competitive, as if you guys didn't know, here for the last chance qualifier, all the hypercharge brawlers are banned. So they're completely unplayable. However, they aren't banned, and they even can't be banned for the show match. So we'll definitely see some hypercharge action over there.
Yeah, I mean, that's really interesting, to be honest. And it's funny how it's shaped the meta as well, because it's definitely only a temporary meta in reality, because, you know, as soon as these hypercharge brawlers get allowed back in for World Finals, that's when the meta's going to change. You know, we've seen brawlers, Rosa, tanks coming in so heavily now that Shelly can't be played, Spike can't be played, because there's some of those hypercharge brawlers. So it really has shaken things up for a few of our teams here as well. And even teams who we felt kind of heavily relied on tanks, such as Navi, really showed their worth yesterday.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a surprise, definitely for sure. But at the same time, you know, I think the fact that teams can adapt to the sort of bubble metas that we're having right now is a challenge of its own. But let's give a look at our predictions, Trav, for today. What do we have here? Pretty much all the same except for Revenant versus Reconic. And Trav, you're the one that's going in a different direction.
Yeah, I must say, you know, I think we're pretty similar across the board, but I've just had faith in Reconic all year long. You know, I had that absolute breakthrough prediction when I randomly just went, you know what, Reconic, they're going to win a monthly final this month, and they did exactly that. So possibly we're going to see some of the same again, but I do think that is one of the closer games of the day as well. I think Revenant and Reconic are very, very evenly matched. And honestly, I hate to say it, but I think it depends on whether Sergeant shows up or not.
I was about to say, I think it's going to be the Surgeon show again, and I'm hoping it is. I want to see some crazy plays from him. And across the board, I mean, we are pretty much on the same page, but that really doesn't mean all that much, because yesterday we agreed for tons of matches too, and we got so many of them wrong.
Well, looking at this first matchup, SK Gaming versus Humble, and as I said, European showdown. Yoshi, OP, and iChaos on the side of SK Gaming. Really, really strong roster. Everybody in this competition came into it thinking they were probably the favourites alongside Reject. They proved a point, and Reject have still got their point to prove. But SK Gaming have been playing absolutely amazing throughout the later portions of this year, and I think it hasn't stopped there.
iChaos, Yoshi, and Ope, two Spanish players. Ope, the only French player remaining in the Brawl Stars Championship. Together, they do have a top 8 in the World Finals 2022, a top 8 in 2021 as well. Their opposition, though, is definitely fierce as well. Coming in as the ever underdog, it's going to be Team Humble, Luki, Cyclone, Tomzy, and Kanan. A 4-player team with some big achievements this year. They managed to make 2 top 4s in the monthly finals, 3 top 8s. Consistency was their path to success. Let's see if it can still be here against SK Gaming in their final match of LCQ.
I mean, that's the thing, you know, Humble, they're always there, they're always present, they're always consistent, but they haven't had the higher peaks like SK Gaming have. You know, SK have had 2 seconds in those monthly finals in comparison to Humble's top position, which was, as you said, 3/4 getting to those semi-finals. So I do feel a little bit worried for them. But at the same time, if they can bring some better gameplay, because I still think they left a lot to be desired yesterday, Humble. Whereas SK, they came out and they left it all on the floor.
Yeah, I think experience here, as much as like we'd love to just compare their achievements and all that, I think experience is what makes a big difference between those two teams. As I mentioned, we have some multiple-time world finalists on the side of SK Gaming. For Humble, this was their first BSC LAN. They have some LAN experience, but within the Brawl Stars Championship, it is their first year at LCQ, and that is definitely a big challenge for them. And I think that was probably the root of some of their problems yesterday, just struggling to find their feet a little bit. And I mean, there's so much going on, you know, in a LAN event, so many factors that you're not necessarily prepared for if you just don't have that experience behind your back. So they've had day one to iron those things out a little bit, and I talked to their manager just minutes ago, and he said they were confident. He thought it was going to be a great day, and that's a one-on-one quote. So I believe in Humble. I think they can definitely deliver a show here, but I mean, it goes without saying that SK Gaming are going to be favorites in this one.
Undoubtable favorites of that as well, and I think Humble are the heavy underdogs. There's a chance of them winning, don't get me wrong. They've got to get everything right. The gameplay, the draft, the mechanics, everything has to be perfect for Humble. And even at that, I feel like SK have still going to be on a bad day for Humble to win here. But we'll be starting things off in Pinhole Punt, followed by Last Stop, Kaboom Canyon, Ring of Fire, and then Bell's Rock to end things off if it goes that far.
Yeah, Last Stop, not necessarily a fan favorite amongst pros just yet, but it is going to be a very fresh map here. I think it's the first time I see it in competitive. I may be mistaken, but regarding the predictions from you guys at home, you are just as one-sided as we were on the talent desk. 89% of you guys are going the side of SK Gaming, and I really can't blame you. It's definitely closer than that. But at the same time, SK are favorites, and that's just the way it is. Humble, they better have come incredibly prepared for this matchup because it might just be their last in the Brawl Stars Championship 2023.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, prediction-wise, you know, obviously people are going to predict SK Gaming right, 89% to 11. I don't think it's that far apart, but obviously people are going to pick their favorite, and majority of the time SK are going to be that favorite. In my eyes, I'm giving it like a 70-30 in favor of SK Gaming. I think that's a pretty accurate description of how each team's chances are, because SK Gaming just coming into one a massive favourite. Genuinely, the start to the year for both these teams was pretty comparable. Neither of them had a very good start, but then they definitely picked things up. But SK just picked things up a bit more.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think that for SK, it was a worse start and a bigger, like, pickup, as you said. A bit more consistent on the side of Humble, but still, like, yeah, it wasn't the incredible year, but it can still be.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the thing, right? Humble always, you know, they were just always getting that quarterfinal and losing. They obviously made it out a couple of times to that 3/4 spot, but at the end of the day, you know, if you're not getting further on than that, then I don't know what your chances are like to play against SK Gaming. That's the thing, because they are a top-tier team. Well, you know, they're going to be one of the best teams in Europe at the moment. We haven't really seen it since Gamescom, where they played against, you know, Foot and Zeta and did end up falling short behind them. And obviously, they're the teams who are going to World Finals. But they've hugely upped their game since then.
Yeah, they definitely have. I think one of the big challenges here for Humble as well is that if they were facing each other online in a monthly final, I wouldn't go 70-30. I would go like 55-45 or 60-40 at most. Problem is, we're at LAN right now. And LAN, that is the domain of SK Gaming. When you have an iChaos on stage, you better be scared, because he is going to be yelling, he's going to be confident, he's going to be celebrating after every victory, and that can take a little bit of a toll on the mental of your opponents when they don't have that sort of experience, when they're not necessarily like emotionally as immune to the BM and trash talk. So I think that might be a little bit of an intimidation factor that I would definitely not count out as something that will be affecting Team Humble, because they just don't have that sort of experience just yet. They're a young team with very young players, just like literally in age. Those guys, some of them have only been eligible for competitive like for like a year, you know? And that is always something to keep in mind. But that does bring some freshness as well, and maybe a side that SK Gaming hasn't seen from Humble just yet.
And, you know, I think this intimidation factor is definitely heightened just because of, you know, the personalities of Humble. They're not the biggest personalities. They're definitely very introverted. And I think that's something that SK probably will take into account. They'll probably try and intimidate them. You know, as you said, iChaos very loud across the stage and gets even louder when his opponents are loud as well. Obviously, Humble probably aren't going to be that team to do it. You know, there are no semantics shouting across the stage. But, you know, it is intimidating. When you're behind as it is, to have someone shouting across the stage, whether that be trash talk, whether it just be, you know, himself getting excited, I think it will intimidate.
Yeah, I think this comes back a little bit as well today to the fact that Humble, they kind of choked their group just a little bit. A lot of people had them as favorites of their group, and yet they only go out second seed. If they went out first seed, they would be facing Revenant today, which is arguably quite a bit of a better matchup than SK Gaming, and that is something that might bite them back now, because they just didn't really perform yesterday, and now they are facing one of the favorites to take it all. But at the same time, I think it can also be an opportunity, because a lot of people have said, yeah, Humble, free brackets in monthly finals, free bracket at LCQ, and it's true, they've had some luck on their side. But right now, facing SK, I mean, there's no free bracket. If they make it through, it will be hard-earned, well-deserved, and they'll prove everyone wrong.
Yeah, well, we have a little bit of a video to throw to now. Know Your Bro with Humble.
Definitely Cyclone, I think.
Cyclone,
yeah.
myself, I think.
Because, like, I mean, he was late to breakfast this morning as well. He wasn't showing up. And you sleep like 10 hours a day for some reason.
I also sleep a lot.
Yeah.
So, yeah, me or Cyclone.
Yeah. I don't really know.
A sense of humor.
Probably
Sinks and Luki.
Sinks,
They're all
yeah.
funny, but they're not like...
Cyclone is the worst, that's all I know.
He has no sense of humor.
From that, yeah.
Probably Sinks.
Yeah. Vid, definitely
This guy
Vid. He's like
tried
very
out
good at
for
football.
Atletico Madrid, knows how to do everything.
Yeah, and then a huge fall off after that.
Yeah. Probably you.
No, I'd say Cyclone.
It depends on
he
the
plays Tally
time.
the most.
It depends, like, sometimes you play the most, sometimes the others play more.
Yeah, because
it really depends on
some
the
months I'll
period.
like play 24/7, and then other months I won't really go on.
Ooh,
Vid, definitely Vid. I think, yeah, he looks quite nice.
He looks good.
You, definitely you, yeah.
I cook the most, probably. Cyclone can't even make coffee.
Yes,
like a
with
button on the machine. Oh, him. He has he has everything in the game.
Well, no, like I don't have like the most recent ones, but yeah, besides that, I have them all.
Well, I have it. Bit of a look into the lifestyle of some of the Humble players there with some great questions, to be honest, and you know, it's very insightful.
Yeah, the title.
우엉이는 워낙 똑똑하기 때문에 잘해요. 홀리님, 저 지금 TV로 보다가 채팅 치려고 왔어요. 어서오세요. 반갑습니다.
Or Team Humble, this is literally the biggest match of their career, at least so far.
Yeah, I mean, definitely so. Game, right? If they win this and then they do well at World Finals, they've done well at World Finals because they've won this game. You know, that's the thing. Obviously, the World Finals games will take priority over this at that point. Just a little bit if they do make it. But I still think that it's a massive game for SK Gaming as well. If you think about it, you know, we're talking about Humble not really having BSC LAN experience. What BSC LAN experience does OP have, you know? And I think Yoshi maybe only played in the LCQ, hasn't actually played at a World Finals. He's been benched twice, and I think that's, you know, a big thing for them as well. If they manage to qualify now, he's going to be the player who has to show up at that World Finals and play for the first time after being benched twice. It might take a bit of a toll.
Yeah, he might get benched this year.
Yeah, they might bring in another player.
Yeah, I think that what I think is really important here for SK in this match is just the fact that this is one of the biggest orgs in Brawl Stars. They've been incredibly successful every single year, at least when it comes to, like, you know, their own region, where they've always performed, always been on the top or amongst the top teams. And this year was really the year where they didn't really find much success. They struggled, and it was so difficult for them to pick the pieces back up. And yet, the org is still there. They're still supporting their team, but at some point they need those results. And they haven't really had any, like, big results this year. This could be what they need. Make it to Worlds, get that ticket locked in, and I think that would be quite big for them.
Yeah, that's the thing. And I mean, as you say, it's been a pretty underwhelming year for them. And at a certain point, you know, I'm not going to say the org's going to stop backing them, because that's something SK Gaming do really well. They've been in Brawl Stars for years now, and it's great to see the support that the organization brings to the team. But for the organization, the team has to bring results, or it just becomes pointless to be in Brawl Stars. And I think SK Gaming, they're a team who are incredibly mechanically skilled. And I think after that OPE joined the roster, one of the most mechanically skilled teams in Europe. And they just didn't show it for such a long period of time, and now they've finally started to settle in, and the team plays got better. I think the mechanics were heightened through that as well.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, if you look at raw talent on their roster, Yoshi is incredibly gifted mechanically. Chaos is really known for his mechanics as well. But when you look at OPE, he is like one of the biggest rising stars in EMEA. And yes, he didn't manage to make it work with Foot earlier this year, but he wasn't like necessarily playing bad either. I think there was just a certain level of inconsistency that wasn't quite fitting for tier 1 play. But SK Gaming, if there's one thing we know they have as an org, is good structure, a good setting, good conditions to develop talent. That's an org that's been incredibly good at that, because for many years as well, they were doing so well with honestly not necessarily the best players mechanically or the biggest talent in the region, but yet they were on top of the leaderboards. So I think this is really big for Ope to have the conditions around him, for him to really develop as a player, develop his skills, and become like the next Lenar, the next Drage, or the next big name in the region that he isn't just yet, but he really has the potential to be.
Yeah, I think so as well. And I mean, you know, as you said, it didn't make, you know, Foot worse by him leaving. It didn't make, you know, it made SK better, and Foot got just didn't fit anymore. That's how things work in Brawl Stars. Metas change, people start to develop skills on different brawlers, and sometimes you just need to make a change to make it work.
Yeah, no, I could not agree more. I really could not agree more, because we've seen the craziest things. We've seen the craziest things when it comes to rosters, but I feel like this SK roster is solid. They are in a good place. They know it as well, and I think it was a big boost that they performed so well yesterday too, because as much as they knew they were coming in as favorites, that's not really gonna raise your confidence all that much. If anything, that adds pressure. But once you perform, once you start delivering and just have that sort of proof of concept, it really helps just solidify in your mind that you got what it takes to take that victory home, to lock in your spot in the World Finals, and that is the reason they are here today and nothing less. I think there are teams that come to LCQ not necessarily expecting to go all the way, that want to go all the way, that might even be their biggest dream, right? But they know that the path is going to be really rough ahead of them. Path wasn't easy for SK Gaming, and yet they managed to make it look easy.
Yeah, that's the thing. They had one of the tougher groups, let's put it that way, and still managed to dominate all the way through it. And, you know, that's just how SK roll. I don't think if they came in as, I don't think, you know, being under the pressure that they were of being the favourites, I think that's something that some teams thrive off and some teams will just, you know, hit a wall, you know, reject. They hit a wall with it. Coming in as one of the favourites, they didn't perform, and then it puts even more pressure on them. But I think a team like Humble, they want to come in as the underdogs. You know, a lot of teams want to come in as the underdogs, and I think it is one of those things where a lot of teams and players thrive just having no pressure, because if you lose, you've lost against one of the best teams in the world and you still performed well. And if you win, then that's an absolute hero story.
I agree, but where we'll have to disagree is the like no pressure part. I think that right now Humble might be feeling still more pressure just by the fact that like they're so close to their dream, and those guys have been competing for a long time. It's not like they're newcomers to the Brawl Stars scene either. It's not like it's just a year of work behind them. They've been competing in the BSC for like 3 years at this point. Not all of them, of course, but like if you look at Tomzy, Cyclone, Kanan, they've been competing for years and years and years, just didn't manage to find their groove at the highest level yet, didn't manage to find that big mainstream success. This is their chance. They've never been closer to qualifying for a World Finals. They were always like trying to, they were always doing some damage in monthly qualifiers, sometimes even in monthly finals, but they got a real shot at Worlds right now, and I think that puts a ton of pressure onto them.
Yeah, I mean, this is a sad thing, right? I think last year they were like one spot off qualifying in EU. This year, if they're one game away from qualifying, it's gonna tear them up. I mean, it's so difficult for them. It's rough that they've been provided with this matchup against SK Gaming, but at the same time, it's like SK are known to them. It might be better than walking into the unknown. As good as SK are, and obviously Humble won't have wanted to face SK, but it might be good to face a European team for them. We're getting into the draft. The tech issues have been sorted. Pinhole punt is where we start. Humble have the first pick, and their draft and the bans are going to be the Nita, the Ems, and the Rosa. Can't blame them for that. Rosa band's so strong at the moment. First pick of Squeak. The SK Gaming bans are the Crow, the Buster, and the Bee.
I like the band. And it's hard to like, yeah, sure, you can tank his shots, get up close and kill him as a tank, but you can do that to mostly any brawler at that point if you play it well enough. For the most part though, Squeak is not going to have any major weaknesses, and he provides you a ton of control for your team, able to just lock down some areas, slow down areas of the map. And I was talking about tanks is like I wouldn't even say like a weakness for Squeak, but as like, you know, the tougher matchups for Squeak. We already have a Fang first pick for SK Gaming, and that's a daring one, because yes, Fang has been really, really strong, and honestly I feel like we haven't seen enough Fang at LCQ like just considering how good he is right now in the meta, Stu as well is going to be a great pick here for SK. They are looking to go in aggressive, and I like what they're going for here. I like that they want to just kind of, you know, get in there and be aggressive and not play the slower play we kind of know SK for, but just intimidate Humble, because they know that if they're winning in this set, they're going to be like, you know, winning in an aggressive fashion, winning in a dominant way, and that's what they're looking to achieve.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is as well, I like the Squeak pick. It's a very good pick, but Fang and Stu into it is going to be dangerous for that Squeak, and they've got to compensate for that. That's why they're going to pick up that Otis. Bit of a tank counter. When Fang's going to come in, that mute's going to be placed onto him. Still going to do damage when he bounces, but at the same time, at least you won't be able to follow up with, you know, a roundhouse kick to stun them out, or you know, those follow-up shots that do a decent amount of damage. Humble, now for their last pick, then SK Gaming will have their final one afterwards to be able to try and counter out the whole Humble comp. But at the moment, I'm liking that SK Gaming composition just that little bit more. But Sandy's going to come in. Sweet Dream's available to shut that Fang down as well, and I kind of like it. The Sandstorms here are so strong.
Yeah, they really are. I think that, like, it is a little bit scary still as a Sandy. Like, you're not going to have a massive amount of burst DPS to deal with the Fang. No one really has on the side of Humble. It's going to come down mostly to team play. Like, of course, they do have mutes on the Otis, so they have ways to shut down the Fang, but mostly when it comes to just taking him down, they need to play together. They need to not be too spaced out from each other, which is sometimes a little bit counterintuitive, because you also don't want to be like bunched up together against the Fang, or he's going to be cycling supers against you. But Carl is going to be the final pick here for SK Gaming. Not a bad one. Carl just a little bit more off meta now, considering Carl has kind of always been meta. I feel like right now he's in the weakest place he's been in a long time, but he's still very much decent, and in the right matchups, they can make it work.
Which he does have as well, because all three of them are going to be dominating Squeak, putting it that way. I think Squeak's going to have a very hard matchup with how aggressive SK Gaming they're going to be coming here, but it's a matter of whether he can deal with it or not. You know, he's going to have 4 sticky residues, sorry, and I think that's massive for him. And there's one placed down already, brings Yoshi quite low and pinches OP, and it's just a matter of how it's played. Already some charge for Tomsy as well. Fat splash from Cyclone onto Chaos, and he's so low. The dash, but the roundhouse kick doesn't work in time. Wasted gadget on the side of Tomsy, but it wasn't necessary anyway.
SK Gaming came into this set trying to bring speed and aggression on their side, but so far it is Humble that has been shining with a very, very early game goal. And another kill there from Lukey. Super Roll connect onto OP, and that should be a walk in the park here for Humble. What a way to start. Humble taking game 1.
38 seconds as well, bear in mind. That is absolutely rapid, and that's got to give them some confidence as well here. SK Gaming just seemed, you know, like they weren't ready to start playing today. It was really disappointing start for them. But then again, you know, that could just be down to the comp. The sticky residues early on was so strong, and he's going to place another one there as well. Not going to get as much value this time, but Yoshi does eventually walk onto it, and Humble start to establish control again.
Yeah, another rough start here for SK Gaming. A player goes down. Akil's still up, though, this time around. Trying to push forward and create a little bit of space for SK to just start taking some map control. So far in this set, they've only been fighting on their side of the map, but a chance here to push forwards. Yoshi goes in, doesn't manage to get out, but it's going to be a double kill. Make it a triple here for SK Gaming as they lock in the goal.
Yeah, there you go. That's SK answering back, and that was absolutely beautiful as well. Down comes the sticky residue once more, and now the Sandy going back onto that Stu. Slowed down and not really moving too much, but 3 supers on the side of SK Gaming. That is just an aggressive push waiting to happen. Tom's getting hit as well by both the Fang and the car, which brings him low. Keeps that reset going as well, but still got a stun in hand if he wants to stop Yoshi from going for that lunge. And now Lukey moving over with some decent HP and a super available too. Chaos going to get hit by that as well. Now starting to push out and finding some room.
Oh, the Carl Super. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade there, but there was another kill actually, and Chaos closes it out. That is going to be the game for SK Gaming, and we are all even in this Brawl set.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. You're always going to have a bit of a comeback in that second game once you start to iron things out, realize the mistakes you made in the first, and how fast it was for Humble. There was obviously a lot of mistakes to iron out for SK Gaming, but they managed to do it anyway. Into this third game should be going shortly, and this is going to be the decider of who takes this first set.
Yeah, it is one of the aspects in which SK shines the most, just adaptation mid-set. making sure to make the right changes just about in time. Aggression there from OP. It did take quite a bit of damage, but still able to get some nice tags from afar. A bit on everyone there. Has Super now as well. He's going to be looking to heal up and potentially going aggressively on one of the lanes. Flying hook and then Super is typically how you play that one out. So far, things are slowing down a little bit. By this time, the games are pretty much won at this point. But look at that, OP going in, will get muted. But the Fang is still up. Cyclone is low HP, and there's no stopping SK Gaming. Goal coming through. And a minute and a half here for Humble to try to turn around.
Yeah, well, let's see if Humble will have the answer. Going to go in for the stun there, but the reverse stun from Tomsy as well. Sweet Dreams sends him to sleep, but now in goes OP, and Tomsy's not in a position to get that stun down either. Cyclone's going to fall too, and now it's Tomsy versus Chaos for this mid, trying to retrieve this ball. Good shots from Tomsy coming through, but Yoshi searching for another super. Another Sweet Dreams used by Tomsy. Through comes Yoshi yet again, but the Sandstorm is there, but Humble just can't creep far enough forward into it.
Yeah, they don't have the most range here either. OP gonna get the kill onto Cyclone. Luki, low HP. The sticky residue was nice, but it's gonna be gone now. Tomsy still very low HP, and he's getting shot at from all directions. Eventually falls to OP. What can Humble do here? 50 seconds left. They started off the set so well, but right now they're on the verge of losing it.
Yeah, well, the mute was there onto Yoshi. I don't think that was the desired target either, but SK just keeping control, and why not? 35 seconds on the clock, and they've got a goal in the bag. Luki trying to push this around the left-hand side now. Tomsy's very, very low. Carl going to move over to Luki as well. Dash coming through from Chaos. Gets one, gets two. Surely Yoshi going to come in. The mute's there from Cyclone, but the kills are from SK Gaming. Surely a goal. There's the trade. The super in, and SK takes set one.
A reverse sweep here in our opening set, as it was Humble was the better start, but it's SK Gaming that will have a change to their scoreboard. 1-0 SK, and Humble, I mean, they started things off really well. It was just the adaptation from SK was spot on. They were able to make the right adjustments, and that is sometimes a big challenge, especially in a LAN setting when the nerves are so high and the pressure is up. You can count on SK to make the right decisions.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good look in SK as well, especially after that first game. If you kind of disregard that, where Humble dominated it in, what, 38 seconds, I think it was, then SK Gaming looked phenomenal. As you say, the adaptations that they made were really, really nice and managed to claw it back bit by bit. And then, you know, after that first game, they just started going aggressive, and that's what their comp was built for. Flying hooks to other sides to catch people off guard. Good lunges from Yoshi as well, as Chaos just going aggressive with that Stu. And I think overall, they just played the comp exactly how it was meant to be played in games 2 and 3.
Yeah, they really were. Looking at the stats here, it is fairly even across the board. It is going to be OP and Cyclone top fragging for their teams. Very similar DPS on their ends as well. Luki on 5 as well. Tomsy on 2, a little bit on the lower end there. Yoshi and Akios 4 and 6 kills respectively. So across the board, very much a team effort here for SK Gaming. Right now, I mean, I feel like we can see a little bit more individually still on the side of Humble as well. But they're going to have to just focus, get that mental reset, getting into the second set here, because you don't want to start off the series being 2 sets behind. Last stop, one of the most recent additions to the BSC map pool, an all-new map, so not just new in the rotation, it is literally new. It's been a bit of an interesting one so far. Lots of bushes on the left lane, quite open on the right. Some launch pads as well, so it can be a little bit chaotic. I'm not gonna lie, Trev, I'm not entirely sure what to expect here picks-wise, but maybe you can enlighten me on that.
I mean, to be honest, I think tanks are going to be very solid thanks to their grass on pretty much both of the sides. But then again, they could be banned, and tank counters could be the way forwards as well. Rosa going to be banned, as you see Fang Rosa banned on the side of SK as well. So Fang Rosa Nanny for SK, and the Rosa 8-bit and Otis for the side of Humble. Maybe that's, you know, Humble wanting to go aggressive still, banning out the Otis might be the answer to that. SK Gaming going to take this first pick. I do think this kind of gives Humble a bit of a lifeline. Buster's going to come in, which is obviously very, very strong at the moment. A lot of people would argue the best brawler in the game, but I think a bit more of an unknown map might help Humble be a bit more unpredictable.
I think this is the sort of elements that can really benefit them if they did manage to prepare it really, really well and have some nice strategies in store. This is your time to go all out. In a group stage, I can understand if you might not even want to necessarily use like your craziest tactics and comms. Here, you want to use whatever you got in store. It's going to be a Crow first pick here for Humble. Let's see what's going to join its ranks. Is they will need something good here. Meg, okay. We'll have some good damage from afar, some decent bursts from up close as well with the super. Not necessarily the biggest fan of Meg's place in the meta right now, but it's definitely not bad. Definitely not bad. SK Gaming now is 2 picks in a row.
Yeah, I'm not really the biggest fan of Meg in the meta at the moment, or really on this map either, to be honest. It's going to have good scouting ability down those lanes because of that widespread attack and the grass pretty much being as wide as the attack actually is. So it does scan a really nice amount of it, but at the same time, it's not going to do that much damage, to be honest. And Lola's definitely going to do a bit more damage and still cover that area. So I do like that pick from OP. I still think they're lacking a mid, maybe, so that's something that they might reach for now. And obviously Humble will be back for their last pick, so have the chance to counter.
Yeah, we do have the Nani ban, so we could potentially see some sharpshooter action here. Piper is available, as other ways to go could be to just go for a little bit of a more poking game with something like a Gene. So there are options for sure. I'm really curious what the direction they're going to go in, and Eve is going to be the picker. Not what I was expecting. There is some water to like levitate over, so I don't hate it, but you were kind of asking for a mid, and I don't really see one that I love.
I mean, I guess Lola's going to be playing in the mid, right? I think that's...
I would assume so.
Probably the answer, and then Lukey's going to go for this Amber. Burn down some of those bushes, which I think is probably a good shout, considering Buster's on the other side, and you really don't want him sneaking down this bush and getting into your gem carrier's face. So I don't mind that pick from Lukey, and it's been a while since we've seen some Amber, to be honest with you. It was quite the pick on open zone, on hot zone, and that's where we mainly saw it. So it's nice to see it slotting back in.
Let's get ready here for set number 2. Players are focused, players are ready. This is going to be an important set because we might go all even, or SK might go the distance and start really separating themselves in this matchup. Jump out to the left for OP, and he has control. The Amber didn't quite have the chance to burn down the bushes just yet. OP is pushing up. He's going to be feeding a decent amount at this point, and they're really trying to get him down so Tomsy can go burn those bushes down, have info at all times, and not get surprised. He's patient, though. I like that he's not just burning the bushes, and he's waiting for a push instead. And he's going to go for the burn on the bushes of the mid instead, and actually doesn't even get the connection onto OP. The gem carrier Cyclone goes down. Tomsy gets pulled. He will fall as well. Ikios does not have ego to work with, and he will end up falling to the poison of Lukey. And so far, it has been one chaotic game as we kind of expected on last stop.
Yeah, it really has. Now the breaks there as well. OP popped his gadget a bit premature there and didn't get the value he wanted out of it. I mean, Tomsy's really got to step out of line if he wants to get used to this gadget now, and he actually does as well. The slowdown's there, the shots coming through on return. Does get burnt down. I think Chaos is going to be able to heal him with that star power that he's running.
That is an interesting way to go. A bit of an off-meta decision there. But Ego is going to be out of the picture now for Ikeos. They control is all on the side of SK Gaming. Now Lukey and Cyclone trying to have a little bit of a breakthrough around the mid area. Tomsy wants to get some action going on the right-hand side with a kill from OP onto Lukey. Cyclone getting a little bit low HP here, so is Tomsy. The gem count is going to be sufficient here for SK Gaming to not be interrupted unless there is a kill onto Ikeos or Yashi. But I don't think there is going to be a kill trap because everyone keeps going down on the side of Humble. They have struggled to hold on to the mid and they have failed to take it back. SK Gaming now with 3 games in a row.
I mean, that was really nice from SK there. The buster positioning that they managed to have was very, very solid. And I think that was a wonderful position that OP managed to slide into, you know, right at the top behind that wall. And then he can just pinch across unless Tomsy comes in from the right-hand side, which he couldn't do because Lola and Eve were going to be spamming him down if he did choose to do that. Then he couldn't really make any moves. We're going to see the same approach again from SK Gaming. Maybe Humble will change something up. But they did have a decent start. They got down OP really early by that pinch. The pull-in, though, from OP is going to be a bit of an issue. Cyclone might be able to cycle quite nicely, though.
OP gonna go down. Cyclone probably not all that far from his next super, so really wants to get back into his mech. That is why you bring Meg to the table in the first play. Ikeos is gonna have Ego available now. Obviously gets countered quite a bit by that Amber pick, but for now it is fairly even. OP gets caught off guard a little bit by Luki's positioning. Very aggressive. Luki is going to get a kill onto Ikeos. That's the gem carrier down. OP low HP as well. Cyclone with the swipe. And that's going to be a massive gem lead for Humble as they steal every single gem away from SK.
I mean, that was genuinely gorgeous from Luki, knowing that to walk through that shield. Otherwise, he's just getting pushed back and jump to the back lines of SK Gaming was beautiful. Tomsy's going to be able to clean up that left-hand side as well. But Cyclone doesn't want to overextend in this mid, drop all these gems that he's got. And on the other side, Luki's going to drop a couple back in spawn and Yoshi's pushing forwards. This is not the position that Humble want to be in after the successful run that they did just have. Tomsy quite low now and has to back off as OP pushes forward, allows him that bit of room, but the toolbox is there. Double slow from Luki. He might choose to make the move, goes towards Chaos, gets the kill, and that's 4 gems dropped.
Luki is playing out of his mind on the Crow. Play after play. That's a countdown for Team Humble. SK Gaming, 5 seconds left now to interrupt it. Yoshi coming in for the ride. Ikeos pushing up as well. 1 second left. Cyclone, and he's gonna live as he is in mech and will just drop out of mech instead. Beautifully done by Humble. A little bit close there towards the end. Definitely was some room for, you know, improvement still, but drastic improvement from game 1 of Gem Grab. We're all even again, and this is such an important game for Humble. First set, they lost 2-1. You don't want to lose 2-1 twice in a row because you know that there's just a little bit separating you from being up 2-0 rather than down.
Yeah, it's definitely make or break for Humble. And now Cyclone getting some good shots. And I believe there was a bit of a swap there. I think Chaos went to the right off the start and Yoshi was playing through that mid, but now it kind of looks like they're both quite heavily in spawn, and a 4-0 lead is what we have so far. Nice break there coming in from Tomsy to not really have OP under the grass's visibility when he does jump in, but good shots coming through from Luki to pinch as well. Still a bit of a lead, but SK in control.
Ikeos sitting behind that shielded Ego down in the mid, trying to catch up to that little bit of an early lead that Humble managed to have gem-wise. Tomsy, low HP, goes down. Cyclone out of mech as well. Not ideal here for Humble. They've lost control, and we saw in the first game that it really wasn't easy for them to take control back. The burn is there, does connect onto OP, but Tomsy gets a bit overzealous. He goes down. OP, low HP, still gets a lot of damage down before falling himself. Yashi gets a snipe onto Cyclone, and things are not looking bright here for Team Humble as SK Gaming is getting so close to a countdown. 9 gems in the pocket already. Cyclone trying his best to create any sort of space, any sort of relievement for his team, but it's not gonna be enough. SK Gaming with a countdown.
I mean, as soon as Buster gets in that pocket, it's over for Humble. I mean, it's just domination from OP on that left-hand side. Now SK Gaming going to be 2 sets up. Surely there's no chance of a comeback here as they're just too little, too late coming in from Humble. And SK Gaming now really getting past that point of no return for Humble. They've got to win 3 in a row.
Humble are not even playing bad. That's the problem for me here, is that if they were underperforming, if they were struggling, I'd be there like, okay, they can still like wake up and turn this around. But right now, what worries me is that I feel like they're playing very decent Brawl Stars. This is the sort of level I expect from Humble, and yet SK are still able to turn those games around and lock in another set here. It's 2-0 now for SK Gaming, and Humble are in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, Humble aren't playing bad by any means. I think they're actually playing some of the best Brawl Stars we've really seen for them, especially in this competition.
Yeah.
But against a team like SK Gaming, as I said off the start, everything has to be going right for you, and SK have to be playing bad for Humble to be able to win this matchup. And I think that's exactly what's going on here. Everything's going right for Humble, but everything's still going right for SK, and they are just a better team.
SK Gaming in a terrific spot right now. Looking at their stats real quick, 2 players above 300 damage. That's Tomzy for Team Humble, of course. iChaos for SK Gaming. And yet quite a bit behind when it comes to kills. It was Yoshi that shined the most, 11 to his name. SK Gaming are 1 win away from making it to the World Finals.
I mean, this is the position they wanted to be in. 2-0 up against a fierce opponent like Humble is definitely quite comfortable for them. We're on to Kaboom Canyon in Heist next. And as you say, 1 set stands between SK Gaming and retrieving their golden tickets to the World Finals in late November. And that is where they want to be. That's where they've been for the past few years, and that's where they do deserve to be. It's just quite sad that a team as strong as Humble is going to be going out in the process if they do win this set.
Kaboom Canyon is going to be an interesting map here. Not one of SK's favorites. So maybe that leaves a little bit of room here for Humble to try to squeeze in a set, start something, get some sort of momentum going their way. But they'll need to perform even better than they did in the previous set. Last up was a previous map, by the way. Yeah, there we go. Kaboom Canyon is correct. Our bands are going to be Squeak, Eve, and Brock for SK. Humble betting out Nani, Colette, and Lola, and a Cordelia's first pick. That is quite interesting because Cordelia's is definitely in a good place. I think they were probably expecting a Daryl or something along those lines, or a Buzz. I feel like Cordelia's is going to be the main counter to those brawlers. Struggles a little bit more against regular meta, which might potentially leave some openings here for Humble to play around that, but they need to be tank aware. That is one of the most important things on this map. You need to make sure that you are tank proof, because if there's a Daryl, if there's a Buzz coming through here from SK, I don't know if Humble can stop it with a Bonnie and a Crow.
I mean, the Crow can definitely slow it down for sure and allow the Bonnie to get some hits in. Still have that last pick as well, bear in mind, so that's not going to be the end of the world. And how well that Lukey was playing on that Crow in the previous game, I definitely think they've got a bit of a chance here because he played that very, very well. And obviously, even in the Buster matchup last game, the Crow was doing quite a lot of work when they did choose to swap lanes, when it was kind of beyond repair that Tomzy could get that. But 8-Bit comes in, and that is a gorgeous pick from SK Gaming. How strong 8-Bit is at the moment, that might have just tipped it over the edge for me, and I think that SK edging the comp so far.
Yeah, I love that 8-Bit pick. Really, really solid brawler. Just reliable, old reliable 8-Bit gets big damage onto that save. Has lots of utility to his kit as well. And Ember is going to be their final pick here. Potentially burn down some bushes. Not as convinced personally by the Ember. It's not really something that I particularly love on Kaboom Canyon.
Ooh.
Viper, I prefer. So to me, as much as I agreed with you that I thought the 8-Bit was like huge here for SK Gaming, I feel like the Amber is a little bit of a letdown on their side, and I feel like Piper is a really good pickup from Humble, so I think that evens things out, at least in my books.
I think Piper's a good pick. I really do. I don't really mind Amber too much, but against that Piper and 8-Bit against the Piper as well, it's going to be very difficult for them. But at the same time, how many players can the Piper juggle before getting overwhelmed? You know, that's the thing. If they're all pushing up, the Piper can't really do that much. Got to hit a few shots on 8-Bit before bringing him down. Few shots, obviously, as well onto the other brawlers. So it gets very, very difficult to manage so many things with Piper. So it's just a question of whether or not the rest of Humble's comp can keep their
early. Yeah, I think this is gonna come down a lot to just Humble's performance, because they have brawlers with Bunny and Piper. If they hit their shots, I think they win this. But that's the difference. They need to hit those shots, which are harder to hit. Whereas, you know, with Amber and 8-bit, like, you just kind of spray in the general direction, you will land some damage. It's a bit more consistent. So far, they are finding those sort of connections. Luki gonna be opening up those walls, and I like that play. Right now, it is Humble with a little bit more control, and honestly, a matchup that I really can see them shining.
Yeah, Luki's got to be cautious about OP jumping over this wall here, but a good shot from Cyclone. It's going to give him the capability of slowing him down if he does choose to. Chaos going to get hit there as well, and bringing him quite low. Whoa, what a wonderful tap there coming in from Luki on the Piper. Even things out. OP's going to get the jump into the mid, but punished for it instantly. And now Tomsy needs to use this time to take down Yoshi. Not the best of jumps, didn't find the connection on landing, so took a bit of damage along the way, but got the kill along with Luki regardless.
Yeah, Tomsy baiting out the super from Ikeos there. That's going to be great for him. OP low HP, ends up going down to the poison of Cyclone. Ikeos going to be dealing the first damage on save of this set, but it's only 2% so far. Yoshi does have the damage booster, which won't boost his damage here, but it will boost his movement speed. Damage booster is going to be out of the picture now, as Cyclone was on that right side, and there's going to be damage on save now for Humble. Getting a couple connections now, and a 6% lead. Really not all that much. Ope gonna get sniped again. Luki has been performing on that Piper, and that is what Humble need in this set. 45 seconds left, and it is still Humble in the lead, but such a small lead.
I mean, I question if Luki was going to be able to juggle that many players with Piper, and he's doing it very well. Nice jump coming in from Tomsy. Got to make sure he doesn't auto in that turret, and he does get it down very low, but Yoshi's going to survive there. 20 HP, and that's damage on safe. But now that Humble re-established control, if they can avoid feeding OP, they should be fine in this position. Crow jump available as well. Should be able to deal with this Amber quite nicely. The burn down comes through, but Ope's pushing him back regardless. Luki's hitting some shots, so gets the taps along with Tomsy. Cyclone cleans up the right, and now the damage has to come through for Humble.
Surely it will. 3 players on safe. It's even right now, actually. They need one more hit, but I think the poison there is what settles it for Team Humble. Finally, something seems to be going their way. They did pick up some games in the previous sets, don't get me wrong, but this one was their strongest performance yet. And looking at the draft, I think they got this. I think it would be truly a shame, truly a blunder if they don't pick up this set.
I mean, the thing that worries me is they looked like this in the first game of the first set, and SK bounced back really well. And I think if Humble managed to secure this one, it definitely gives them a bit of a say. They can definitely win another 2 sets in a row if they manage to win this one. Throw SK off a bit. Great slow there by Cyclone. Going to follow up with a few more shots along with Tomsy as well. And Luki hitting some nice taps on the left-hand side on Yoshi, pushing him back. They need to claim this mid-bush, but at the moment, it's just not possible.
Ope jumped back into the mid now. Cyclone has a lot of space to navigate through, but Ope's gonna get in range and take him down. Ikeo's a bit of a problem there as well. Tomsy will manage to take him down at last. Luki opening up the walls now as well. Tag from Cyclone, spots Yoshi in the bush. Ope low HP, Luki snipes off Yoshi. Luki needs to be a little bit careful. Ope still might potentially come out of the shadow realm eventually there, but he will fall as soon as he does. And it is SK Gaming with a 7% lead, but we saw earlier how little of an impact that tiny lead can have.
Yeah, Humble are on point here, breaking up that wall as well, and to get rid of that damage booster. And now Yoshi not in the best of spots. Great tap coming in. Jumps there as well from both Tomsy and Cyclone on the opposite sides. And they take the lead once more. This time in an earlier position, though. Need to hold this out for another minute and 10 seconds instead of going for that last-ditch push.
Yeah, that's a good bit of early damage here. 30%, they're going to be very happy about that. A minute left on the clock now as well. Ope, bit aggressive on the left-hand side, gets punished for it. Tomsy connecting some nice snipes on the left too. Ikeos will fall. Yoshi behind his damage booster, but damage booster is going to be out of the way now. 45 seconds left. SK Gaming are going to have to start making some plays here, or they will concede this set to Humble.
I mean, Chaos is having such a tough time against Cyclone, and now he's kind of put Yoshi in this 1v2 that he can't handle too much for Ope there as he takes Tomsy into the Shadow Realm, moves up the map and actually might find some damage. Cyclone pinching back and he has to. Good jump coming in as well, gets the kill and gets him out of position. Tomsy goes forward as well, finds Chaos, but now it's Yoshi getting some damage. Still couldn't get short though. Base race is on, but a good cleanup on defense from Ope gets nobody in the Shadow Realm at the moment and 12% lead for Humble.
Final countdown here, 12% is still doable here for SK. They have this final push, but time is of the essence here. Can they get the damage done? And they do! SK Gaming get to match point with a final clutch.
I mean, that shouldn't be happening in reality. Humble hold it for the entire game, and then they've got that done to them. What they did to SK in the last game, that last second push is what wins games. If you go too early, it's an issue, and if you can't hold control, that's a bigger issue as well. Because SK Gaming now on match point, but Humble, I think they're in this.
Ope, quick access to the mid was a gadget. So far, dodging very well. Catches Cyclone off guard as well. The slow is there, but not really gonna bring too much to the table here for Humble. Cyclone overextends, gets punished by a kills, but it is a 1-for-1 trade. Not the worst thing in the world here for Humble. They have that puddle on the left-hand side as well, which is gonna be a bit of a problem as you get slowed down once you walk in it with gear. Let's see though, as we get some early damage on safe this time around. Cyclone with a jump in will get the kill. Might want to get rid of this damage booster as well. Ope still there, still a problem. And look at that save for Humble, down 42% already.
I mean, that's absolutely huge for them. It's now up to Humble to just hold this control in mid, and I don't think he got the burn off there. Slightly missed it, but the amount of oil on this map right now is crazy. Tomsy finding a dodge there, and actually might get Chaos as well. Gets the kill. Cyclone cleans up mid too, and Luki is not stopping tapping here. Yoshi taking some fire. Tomsy finds some damage on safe. Only 9%, but it's something. Now Cyclone's being chased down by OP. He gets that, and now it's a forced defense for Luki. He gets it beautifully though.
The taps from Luki are ridiculous. Gets the follow-up onto Chaos too, but not quite enough to take him down. In the meantime, though, Tomsy has been dealing so much damage on that blue safe. He does end up going down now, but the lead is really not that much. It's only 11% in favor of SK Gaming, and with the positioning of Humble right now, that could very quickly change, but they need to hit those taps, need to find those connections. Ope on the left-hand side is still getting some good value, has super now as well. Could potentially go to the Shadow Realm and try to make a push for the safe, but he goes down as Luki shuts him down. 30 seconds left on the clock very soon here, and 11% is separating SK Gaming from making it to the World Finals.
Yeah, at this point, I don't think Luki could miss even if he wanted to, but OP's got this Shadow Realm, and even if he wants to just go up and get some damage, he can. Cyclone's still here and still alive. The damage starts to rain through. This might be a base race, but it's actually Piper trying to defend. We're going to see him go down, but Humble do actually have the lead. Good shots coming in from Luki to get the kill. Needs to get him down, but Tomsy's coming as well. They're tanking well. Really nice stuff, but Chaos is coming forwards. There's no damage on the Humble side, and SK have got more. They do it, and they're going to Worlds.
It was just about enough. And again, for SK Gaming, adaptations is the name of the game. No matter how rough the sets start, they are able to turn them around. No matter how hard the year started for them, they were able to turn it around. And it's going to be GG's well played, Trav. We have a new world finalist, and it's going to be SK Gaming.
I mean, sad end to the year for Humble, but for SK Gaming, they're on top of the world at the moment as they claim their golden tickets, or if they don't, we'll see in just a moment if they do. Now they're claiming their golden tickets. Beautiful stuff from SK Gaming. We'll see them next month at the World Finals.
Again, what a journey this year. It really wasn't sure a couple months ago if they would make it to this point, but they did, and they fought so hard to make it happen. They never gave up, and they are rewarded now with those tickets to the World Finals. It's a beautiful thing to see. Obviously a little bit sad too, of course, for Team Humble that gave it their all, that got swept 3-0 despite having 3 close sets, 3 opportunities where honestly a little bit of adjustments here and there, it could have been a 3-0 the other way.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I feel really bad for Humble because they put on a beautiful performance. But I think that's SK qualifying to World Finals without even dropping a set across the entire LCQ. And I think that is something that has to be mentioned. Let's go over for a chat with Ark and Pedro.
Thank you, Trav. I'm joined by Pedro. Pedro, first and foremost, a huge congratulations to you and all the boys. What a stellar performance. I want to start first and foremost by just asking you, this is by far SK's toughest year in Brawl. Just describe for us how deep you had to dig to get this result here today.
Yeah, we had to work really, really hard. The win today means relief for us because we made the homework and now the real goal is up there. So we know that we belong there. So yeah, it was really tough. We worked hard to do it and we did it.
It was a grueling few matches, but Trav stole the words right out of my mouth. You did make it through the entire competition without dropping a single set, which is phenomenal. How did you make it look so easy?
I think yesterday was a combination between a good draft and good team play, but today I think we were not good at drafting, but the guy did it possible. First and third set we didn't have the draft for sure, and they did it possible, so congrats to them.
It was a slow start to the year, it's fair to say, for you guys, but bring us back to those most trying times. And how did you all ensure to keep team morale and focus high in those moments of potential crisis?
Yeah, keeping the mental high, as you say, when we are going through tough moments is hard. We were a bit down sometimes, but we managed. It's hard, competition, we all want to win. Losing is hard, especially when you know that you are good enough to win, but then things happen.
Well, you've made it to Worlds, which, again, a thorough congratulations to you all on. Which team's looking ahead, then, to the World Finals? Are you maybe feeling the strongest, or which teams would you also like to face, potentially?
I would like to face Crazy Raccoon on finals, hopefully. But, yeah, I mean, Europe is super strong. There is not that weak. We saw it this weekend on LCQ. There is not a single weak opponent imagining Worlds, so, yeah.
Once again, to the boys and yourself, a thorough congratulations. Make sure that you celebrate tonight and go hard. And it's back for now to the casting desk.
Thank you very much, Ark, and really great words from Pedro there. Yet again, a massive congratulations to SK Gaming on making it to the World Finals next month. It's a big achievement for them, and quite frankly, it's where they belong.
It really is. They have made it there so many years already. It would not have been the same without them, but they did manage to make it through. No matter how hard Humble fought through this match, having some opportunities here and there to do some real damage to SK. SK, they just stood their ground. They made the right changes every time the set just wasn't quite going their way. When the wind wasn't going in their direction, they were able to just change and set sail exactly where they wanted to be, and that's going to be in the World Finals 2023. It really means the world to them. This year felt like a very quiet year for SK Gaming, but they still have a final month left this year to make a stand and make the noise they want to make on stage.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. It's unfortunate for Humble at the end of the day, looking at these statistics. 3, 6, and 11 from SK Gaming, OP being the highest, and the lowest on Humble is 11. The highest is 18. That is huge from them, but, kills usually don't equal wins in the Brawl Stars Championship and in Brawl Stars in general. It's about getting that objective done.
Yeah, especially in Heist, like every shot you're shooting at a player is a shot that's not going on the safe. And it is a little bit more complicated than that, but sadly for Humble, again, I can't stress it enough, they played phenomenally, but it just didn't work out here. SK Gaming with the victory. Let's see who the MVP is from you guys at home. You voted on event.brawlstars.com, and it is going to be iChaos again. I believe 3 times MVP throughout the LCQ. He's going to go home being very, very proud of his performance here.
I mean, he's got to be one of the best players in the world at the moment. The performances that guy brings out on a regular basis are really unparalleled by many players in the Brawl Stars Championship at this point. So it's a big thing for him. And he's a huge, huge asset to the SK Gaming roster because in reality, he's a huge reason of why they qualify to these events.
Yeah, it's been years of success for him. And I think that you really stole the words out of my mouth because he's been so consistent across not just like a season, across years, that is truly impressive on his part. And as you said, I think that himself, but the rest of the squad can be just so incredibly happy that things went as they wanted here at LCQ. It could not have gone better, really.
Yeah, it really couldn't have gone any better. Let's take a little bit of a look at the bracket, see what we've got coming up next, and see that SK Gaming have obviously advanced into that qualified position over Humble, who they did just beat 3-0. Up next, we'll have that STMN versus Reject match, Revenant versus Rakonikop after that, and then finishing the day through these qualifying matches at least on the Navi versus VN esporting match. There's some bangers coming up, Teddy.
Absolutely so. The next match here could honestly be a World Finals Grand Final, and it's happening here at LCQ. The worst part is one of those two teams is not even going to make it to the World Finals. LCQ has been a true spectacle so far, and we're only one match into this day 2. I cannot wait to see what happens next.
Well, we're going to watch a quick video on one of the teams that we're going to be seeing next.
Okay. He's shy. It's a boy.
Shy Gus.
Yeah? That's pretty impressive.
This guy, you can identify it by one pin, like the most famous pin in the game. Do you know what it is? It's like related to this brawler.
Surge.
No.
No monkey pin?
One of the best showdown brawlers.
Showdown.
Like NPC. Like
NPC.
Almost
Shelly?
NPC. No.
Primo. Oh, Edgar. It's a guy, he's like kind of muscular, but not that muscular.
Sam?
No. He's your skin color.
Blue?
Close, kind of, skin color wise. He likes to be outside. Deep voice.
Deep voice.
Like deepest voice in the game.
The only brawler that likes spirits this time, like.
No.
No.
I don't want to give it away.
One more.
He shoots arrows.
Yeah. There. It's a pirate from the pirate gang.
Pirate Gene?
No, that's his skin.
Oh, pirate gang.
Like the pirate.
Penny.
Oh, that was too hard. That was too easy.
This is gonna be bad. He's like one of the coolest brawlers in the game.
Coolest, like.
Coolest.
I mean,
like he's got like.
There's a lot of cool brawlers.
He's got like swag, kinda. He's
swag.
One of the
drip.
I wouldn't say drip. He's got a lot of skins in the game.
Brock.
Yeah.
Alright. I'm gonna put it really easy. Mexicans one trick.
Sandy. Poco.
No.
Spike.
You took too much.
Welcome back to the Brawl Stars Last Chance Qualifier, where we are one match down. One golden ticket has left the trophy. We have still 3 more to distribute to our winners here today. I'm back with Trav, and we've got another banger matchup lined up very, very shortly.
It's going to be absolutely incredible in reality. STMN versus Reject, Sans, Bobby and Zar versus Levy, Achapi and Menmi. Let's focus down on STMN to start things off though. The day they had yesterday was pretty much unparalleled by anybody but SK Gaming. SK Gaming have claimed their ticket. Now, well, I think it's going to be STMN's turn.
I've got to say, STMN, I said it yesterday, I'll say it again, are looking like the team to beat at the moment. They've never looked better, and I said that to Bobby last night. They are looking so strong at the moment. Very, very scary stuff. Yesterday was a fantastic result for them, but today it's going to be a tough one. Yet again, Reject, if they can pull something out the pocket and bring us a little bit more than we saw yesterday, they do still stand a very good chance of making an upset here.
Well, let's focus on Reject now then. They really did have a bit of a difficult day yesterday. Not the performance I expected out these, East Asian beasts, to put it simply. Like, they've got world champion on their roster, a two-time world champion of that, I believe. So it's slightly worrying that they didn't do as well as we expected them to do. They were probably the favourite or one of the two favourites coming into this competition, and they were quite frankly underwhelming.
A little bit. It did feel that way. Maybe some nerves to set things off on day one, but nonetheless, something that they have to have left behind coming into today. I mean, on paper, these two teams, they are so identical. They are both the number 2 seed in their respective regions. There was actually just 2 more grand final appearances for Reject. Other than that, exactly the same numbers of, 0 quarterfinals exits and all that stuff. So I feel like this is the perfect matchup to put both of these two teams to the test.
Yeah, I mean, they're just consistently good, both of these teams. It's surprising to see a team the level of Reject and STMN here, but you've got to think, STMN lost out to Luminosity in their region, absolutely incredible team, and well, I think it goes to say Reject against Crazy Raccoons, not the easiest matchup, but they still did brilliantly throughout the year.
Yeah, but STMN only lost to Luminosity. That's the crazy thing. It's the only team that's been able to beat them this entire year long. And when you look back historically through the kind of history with STMN versus East Asia as a region, it hasn't always been fruitful for STMN. But going back to the SPS Masters, we saw in the group stages a sweep of Crazy Raccoon. But that did come back in kind in the later stages in that matchup for 3rd place where Crazy Raccoon swept STMN. So there is that kind of more recent kind of interaction with the region. But this is Reject, and it's a fresh day. STMN, like I said, off the back of yesterday, looked very, very good to me, and arguably more so than what we saw from Reject. I think that they have a very thorough understanding of both the draft and what it means to play against other regions, especially one as worrisome for them as East Asia.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit of an issue for STMN, I feel, here. They are, in my eyes, and it's weird to say this when I'm talking about an East Asian team nowadays, but they're the favourites coming into this one in my eyes. Their performance yesterday was so much, it was a much, much higher level than what Reject brought to the table, and obviously being the favourites, they're going to have a bit more pressure. And not that they're not feeling pressure anyway, because this is the game for World Finals against, some of the best players in the world. It's not the position that STMN thought they were going to be in when they guaranteed their first seed yesterday. They expected to be coming in today against Navi. So it might be something that they hadn't prepared as much as they'd like to for.
I think they were looking at how Navi performed yesterday. Yeah. They might well be thankful for the matchup, actually. Yeah, I mean, when you look back to yesterday, STMN, like I said, they just looked unstoppable and very confident, most importantly. That's something that we haven't seen in every single team that has taken to the stage. And, I feel like they're so close at this point in time, and, it would be a disaster for them to not make the World Finals. But again, for Reject, from a region that we've always considered at the very top of Brawl Esports, either way, whatever team does take the loss here, it's going to cause shockwaves throughout the entirety of Brawl Esports. As we go into our first set of this series, it's going to be Brawl Ball as the mode, Pinhole Punt as the map. 77% of people on events.brawlstars.com are siding with STMN to the 23% of Reject. And I've got to say, before our opening stream yesterday, I don't know whether that would have been necessarily as convincing a stat.
It definitely would have been, and it still shouldn't be now, bear in mind. Like, 77% of people, I can understand that they want to vote for STMN, but Reject are so good. If they can switch on, which they clearly weren't yesterday, if they can get in the moment, play the best Brawl Stars that they've played, then they're more than capable of beating STMN by all means. We're going to be on Pinhole Punt in Brawl Ball yet again. We got that Fang ban. I can't really blame them for it, but Buster coming in as Reject's first pick. It feels a little bit clunky for Reject style, I feel. Weird to see them playing tanks instead of those incredibly mechanically skilled brawls.
But it's a very strong first pick. I mean, Buster at the moment is just in such a great place. Squeak going to come in, and Gale for STMN. We've mentioned Gale a couple of times. It's not necessarily just kind of like a clear, hard counter idea that is just thrown around in every scenario, but here I think it will work quite nicely to help just deflate what Buster is trying to inflict upon the spawn side. Bans-wise as well, I do like where Reject are thinking with this, and I think that STMN's comp with the max ban as well does scream a great deal about what this region like to bring in, especially on a map and mode like Brawl Ball. It does cater a lot to that aggressive playstyle. Taking down the speed and eradicating it is smart. Cordelia's coming in for a reject, and Stu, so they're still going to bring in some additional speed, and that's always an exciting thing to see.
Yeah, I mean, you can kind of see that we're going to go for a tank to start things off with the bans, as you mentioned, but Sandy coming in as the last pick from STMN. We did see Squeak and Sandy alike on that Humble comp already on this map today, so they were very solid brawls. They kicked things off with an absolute bang, but it's just whether or not this Gale's going to be, you know, adding that thing that they were missing to keep the momentum going.
Well, here we go. There's so much tension. You can just feel it in the air on the stage as both teams are about to lock horns and kick things off. Set to be a fantastic matchup, and whoever comes out on top in the early stages might be able to bring that momentum forwards, but I think nonetheless a back and forth affair as we go into things. Maybe going very aggressive on the left-hand side, dash in from Levi. A great start from Sans, the sweet dreams there, just absolutely deflating everything, and now a counter push.
Yeah, 3v1 here as well, and lucky for Levy, these people are respawning a champion Memi back in the mix. But Sam's looking for the triple stun there in the goal. Very bold play to make, but I can't blame him for it. Nice super from Zar there to get the guaranteed kill. He's not using the stun. He's going to be playing that slower.
Oh, a nice pinch between Zara and Bobby, a takedown of a Chappie, and now the respawn in place. Rejects, rightly so, slowing down that pace to ensure that all three members of their team can go on the aggressive. Memi pushes then Zar into the realm. He's going to be out of it shortly and maybe in a compromised position. Sans is there and all three members, yet all hunkered down together. But this is looking like a good push coming in from Rejects. They're taking it slow and steady, but the positioning is power.
Yeah, that realm as well available, stopping Sandy from being able to stun this one out. This might be the push they need, but Gale doesn't have super either. Really difficult for them now. The pull comes in from Buster, but Bobby's on the line and Charpy gets the ball back. Oh, Sans is there for the defense. Levy can't grab it, and now Sans is the one going.
Unbelievable stuff. What an incredible defense from STMN. That was looking like a surefire goal. And now a chance to reset. STMN, though, may be shaken from it. Let's see how they do recover. Big taps from Memi onto Bobby, but Bobby finds the angle around the wall, back into the round, past the Levy on the right-hand side. It'll be a straightforward goal for Rejects with 1 minute remaining on the clock.
Yeah, as good as that defense was, it ended up being all for nothing, as now Rejects are the ones ahead, and obviously with no stun, that didn't mean as much for the super. Now a Chappie's going to get supered down by Sans, but he's still got a stun. This is the position of dreams for STMN. He gets the stun, but they're too late. They're still going to push it in, but the defenses are on point.
That was almost unreal scenes. But the goal stands. We are tied up 30 seconds until overtime. And Shabby just trying to create some space on this left-hand side. Pushing the ball forwards to the right, straight to the hands of Bobby. And a good connection there as well from himself. 80 HP. And Shabby just falls there, just by a slither of a pixel. Levy in the middle, just trying to just buy that valuable time that he needs. The ball, though, needs to be pushed forwards. And Bobby knows it, getting it towards Sans. The walls are about to go down.
What a position for them in going into overtime. Bobby's got the super as well. Chooses to use it early. Levy's actually going to get hit by that. And he's using the slow. Love that from him. I absolutely love that star power slow down. Has to force a dash. And now the timing's there. Beautiful stuff. Memi's got that realm, but he misses it as well. Shots onto Levy. He goes down. Knockback from STMN. And it's a 3v1. The goal's forced in. And Rejects fall behind.
A very methodical ending by STMN there. They knew they had to get that ball forwards and just ensure the takedowns. Didn't want to take any chances by going for shots and trying to squeeze the ball past players. That was strong, and against a great deal amount of pressure, as it was Rejects that opened things up at the beginning initial point. Now reset, but one game ahead are STMN.
Yeah, absolute W key from Reject here. The pullback's there. Can they get it off? But Bobby's out on the defense again. They know how to defend these. Twister being placed down as a defense, cutting a Sharpie off from the rest of his team. And now he can find that pathway through. But I don't think there's much of an attack coming here for Reject at the moment. But he's still got that pull. Sans going to get the ball out, and I can't blame him for it. Good defense once again from STMN.
All three members so low, and Chappie was looking so dangerous there. Bobby will take his own life there as a result there of the shielding. And a very much required Sandstorm is going to help out tremendously now, as Reject can't really push into this, not that much, not without knowing where everyone lies. Bobby full HP at the back of the spawn. He's the best person to be able to get some pressure on. And Levy is the first to get hit down to 200 HP. But it's Chappie going super aggressive on the right-hand side. Memi jumping in as well. He's there for the spawn. It's Sans all alone, and Levy's able to seal it. Another first early goal for Reject.
These defenses are so good, but that one just wasn't quite enough. Another sandstorm coming down from Sands, and that's going to help STMN. Going to place that sticky residue down and just hope someone doesn't see it coming. Sands looking for the cycle. I don't think he's actually connected a shot inside that sandstorm. Going to be a long way away from another one, and that wasn't really communicated. The knockback from Zard didn't help out any of his teammates, but eventually they're finding some kills. Levy should fall, and it's a 3v1 against a Charpy.
He's looking very tanky, but all three members have found him, just whittling him down now. And STMN have actually got more time than they did previously. They were able to find the goal. Stars pops the gadget, gets the stun. No save is there from Menmi. And STMN tie it up yet again.
No save this time, but I thought it might be there. Beautiful from STMN to bring this one back. Slow's going to connect onto Levy there, and that might help. Great knockback, and Sans' value comes through. Menmi gets hit hard. Residue onto him, and that's in the goal now, surely. The gadget actually wasn't popped. Beautiful stuff. It popped a bit early there, I think. But now, Bobby just going to throw down the super. Levy gets hit by that no-gas heal to keep him alive this time. And now, still 1-1. But this time, it's Reject pushing out.
That was feeling like some good momentum, potentially even a goal-scoring opportunity. But again, 20 seconds until overtime, and it worked out well for STMN last time. Why not try and get that positioning power yet again? Levy has super on the left-hand side, might just choose to go for the ball and try and get it clear, but now going back towards the defensive position. I'm not sure about that myself. Sandstorm is down. Sanzo in the realm. It's just going to be Zar and Bobby in a 2 versus 3 for now.
Yeah, that's a beautiful connection from him as well to bring Sands into that. Completely gets rid of the Sandstorm value. Bobby has this super though, and it's STMN starting to push up. The slows are going to be so valuable at getting Sands in range. He gets that beautiful. Super comes down from Bobby, but no connections this time. Shots from STMN. Down a chop he goes. Levy's the last one alive, but he can't do it alone. And STMN takes set number 1.
What a starting result. That really was for STMN on the back foot on both games, and were able to bring things back. What a sandstorm. What a timing of it. The positioning was perfect, and it's just so difficult to work with, and you don't know where your opposition lies. Relix were not able to defend, despite some valiant attempts. I mean, some of those, Cordelius jumps in to try to save the ball from memory were absolutely on point. They really, really were. But that is the first starting set that STMN really would have wanted. They can bring this forward, and that confidence, which they're never short of, though, is going to be in a good place.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time as well, STMN had some brilliant defenses. That one from Sands especially, it would have been a quick 2-0 game if he didn't manage to get that, and Reject would have had the game. But overall, this is such a close affair at the moment. Look at that save. It didn't mean a lot in the end, but just to go for that and manage to save it, he went for it towards the end as well. And it was so close. I mean, beautiful, beautiful image of Arkid slid in there as well.
I mean, when you look at the caliber of gameplay that Reject are bringing to the table, it is world class. That's the heartbreaking thing of this matchup. It really is worthy of the World Finals. But that's what STMN at the moment are just one step ahead with, and it's just unreal to see these two lock-ons. It really, really is, and statistically as well. Look at Sands. I mean, 14 takedowns. That is unbelievable. 376 DPS as well. An absolutely stellar game from him.
Yeah, I mean, what's that? Like a shot with Sandy every 4 seconds or something? That's not bad. That's not bad in my eyes. But I mean, at this point, it's just such a treat to see these two teams go at it. How evenly matched they seem to be there. But it was just STMN keeping composure, keeping calm, knowing they're going to have the advantage in overtime, especially when Sands is playing as well as he is on that Sandy. They've always got a sandstorm.
It was a fantastic draft. I mean, I wasn't too convinced on the Squeak first pick. I mean, it's never a bad thing, but it's hard to defend with it, and it was played fantastically also. But obviously, Sandy really did land the mark for Sands. Last stop will be our map for Gem Grab up next, and again, I don't think we're going to see any kind of outrageous ideas. I think this is going to be very traditional stuff from both sides. It is a new map, though, to the pool, competitively speaking, so there's definitely going to be room for it. Is it just like, is it the right time? We got the best of 5, best of 3s. It does open up the possibility of some adaptations that you may find working in your favor. For Rejects, they really do need to tie this one up here. Mortis ban, Crow ban, a first pick of Squeak for STMN alongside the Meg ban. Bans of Rosa, Crow, and Buster for Reject. I mean, again, for STMN to pick that brawler first in this particular map as well, I'm quite sold on that as a starting hand.
Yeah, I mean, that's STMN exuding confidence there, doing the same thing as they did in the previous set, and hoping that it'll work again. Maybe Reject will have an answer to it this time. But I really like that Mortis ban coming in from STMN. We saw some highlights. I believe it was Menmi playing it it was one of the Reject players playing it on some of the highlights we saw yesterday, shooting Star. It was popping off so hard. But that's what we like to see from East Asia, the Max coming in, and that's definitely a speciality of the region.
Yeah, they banned it out in the previous set, and now with it on the table, Reject don't hesitate to pick it up. And it is going to provide so much over in terms of aggression, in terms of ability to juke those shots. And for STMN, they'll be brainstorming now as to what they want to do to counteract that. But one final pick still to come here for Reject. It's going to be that insurance policy that we've seen a great deal over the last chance qualifying stages. Otis just in the eventuality that STMN want to try to overthrow with tankiness. And the question now is, do they want to stare down the barrel and do so anyway, or do they want to try and avoid it and work around it?
Yeah, STMN need to kind of avoid tanks pretty much at all costs now. But I mean, Rosa and Buster are banned out. They're the ones that usually reach towards. But I mean, they've got a mean Sam on their team. Let's be real with that. So that's definitely a possibility still. See what they do choose to go though. We did see. I was gonna say we did see Lola, but
yeah, we did. Yeah.
I mean, it was a pretty solid pick overall as well. I think that was a good answer from STMN. There was played through the mid in the previous game, and intrigued to see if they're gonna play that same idea. Or they're going with the Gale again. I mean, I don't hate it because, with Max, there's going to be a lot of speed, and he provides that slow.
I kind of wonder gadget-wise as well, because there's already a jump pad on the map. Let's be honest, Twister would work really nicely on the left-hand side in the eventuality that Reject don't bring in a wall break here, but let's see how they're feeling about things. And I think the Gale was kind of a necessary idea also just simply because, if Reject are thinking tanks, then they've got to have something in the back pocket. But like you say, the best tanks realistically on this map are banned. They're going to go with Fang.
Ooh,
I mean...
No, they're not.
But it's a Gale, that's going to really be something of an encouragement for STMN, providing that they're really on point and working together as a unit. You've got to be so aware with Fang and look to kind of like seek him out in every eventuality. But as we've seen so many times in the last chance qualifiers, Fang can come in and just get the gems at just the right time. And it's definitely a worrisome brawler to be looking at on the side of STMN.
Yeah, definitely worrying. But, I mean, as you say, the Gale's still going to be there. They're going to have some countermeasures to it. The Lola range as well through that mid should be all right against the Fang. Keep out of the way. It's a question of whether or not they just need that one play. And that's the issue. Fang can make one play and win the game. Fat Splatter versus Sticky Residue, and that's surely going to be a Sticky Residue win. Through this mid, Bobby's taking some hefty fire.
Nice positioning of that gadget as well by Sands, and he's continuing to aggress there, having one tap away there. Enemy from going down as now Bobby and Zar do respawn back in. And Chappy now though has super, and he'll be looking to try and get the most amount of value that he possibly can for it. Speed now from Levi, and now Chappy's in even more of a dangerous position, trying to connect the boost to just whittle down Zar to ensure that when he goes in, he's able to come out with the goods.
I mean, Sands is a prime target for the Fang super right, but look at this little duo coming down the right side. Spin's going to be missed as well with that roundhouse kick. No stun coming out of it. Now it's lovely from Zar to just be able to avoid that, but Mendy's coming through this mid and getting some beautiful shots onto Bobby.
I like Sands' positioning there as well, just knowing that he could continue to push forwards on that top left-hand side. Full HP, if maybe came around the side, he would still be able to deal with the situation now. STMN taking a firming role in the mid with 5 gems in the pocket, all tied up now. Speed though from Levy will be able to just deflate this somewhat, but a good connection. Phase shift away to cancel it out. Memy's going to fall here on the left-hand side now. That's going to put some pressure onto Bobby. Low HP. They can't falter at this moment in time. And Chappy's got super yet again. Zar handles things on the right-hand side.
Yeah, did miss his knockback, but still managed to get it done. Then he's going to come back in and not really get a lot of value there, but the Fang has this lunge and they have to be careful. No twisters from Zara as well, bear in mind, none left. He gets the dash onto him, and this is Reject's reclamation of the control, now starting to push forwards. The Muse available as well, and Sands the only one from STMN holding his ground.
Chappy going in, but Zar there to clear things up, does secure the takedown, and meanwhile Sands does fall as well, and there's more speed for Levy, coming in shortly with the whole squad pushing things down, but Memi Low being tripled down there by Bobby. He's in a great spot there. If he gets the mute off onto Sands, he's landing a lot of taps, but what a connection from Sands. He instantly goes down, 9 gems to 8, and STMN could be smelling a countdown here.
I mean, the Chappy's found the super, they're going to need to try and grab this gem as well, as it's going to be able to be reset from Reject in the mid. Chappy going towards Sands, gets the triple connection onto Levy, survives on a slither of HP. Mute on the right hand side as well as Menmi gets him low, but scouted out by Bobby, and he just survives.
Throw over the ego as well just to secure the kill, but Memi is shaking pretty nicely. He now will fall. It's just Levy in the mid, and all 3 members of STMN are hunkered down. The second gem that they need for the countdown to ensure it is there, and there's not going to be enough time, I don't feel, even with the max speed. But Rejects are going to push for it, but STMN are safe and sound.
Looked like they had faith that there was going to be another gem from the mid, and they held off a bit instead of the Max just going forward, but it just never came for them, and STMN move another game up one now off being 2 sets up, and that might just be the point of no return for Reject.
Reject have got to turn this around. It's very, very vital at this stage that they do so. Sans already popping in early, Gadget jumping straight in. Levy knows it. He's going to place it to the right-hand side, forcing then if Levy wants to aggress to the left. And a Chappie there with the damage gear is still very much a threat, but trying to earn his super. Landing 3 taps onto Bobby, he's already got it.
Yeah, that's beautiful, and they have the speed as well. This could be dangerous for STMN now as they start to go in. And Chappie's going to choose Sans' right option as he doesn't really need Bobby at the moment. Only 2 gems, it's not worth his while. Levy, though, is brought very low by Bobby and his ego, and Zara over the right-hand side seems to be struggling this game.
3 gems for Bobby. Sans might be able to find a Chappie there, but there, I think a Gadget is not the greatest. It will force Chappie forwards, and now the connecting shots actually will provide the value with the support there of Zara. But Levy there, 3 gems from STMN into his pocket, 7-0, and STMN haven't really had much of a look as the aggressiveness of Reject is starting to bite back.
Enemy has this mute as well, Bobby through the mid, but Chappie looking for the trade, doesn't manage it, and 8 gems still in the hands of Reject to 0 of STMN. Sans trying to make something happen down the left-hand side, but now it's Menmi pinching in. Zar has to claim those so they can't be left on the floor. But he's done the super too late early, I mean, and he's not got anything from it. The dash again, phase shift is on point from Reject, just need this 1 gem, and that can't be too hard to grab.
It was a great phase shift, it had to be there because Sans would have got the slow, and now Reject with a countdown off their own. And Chappie though will instantly go down, he's still going to have super, so for defense, he'll still be in a good spot. Memory finds the connection as well. It's Sans trying to make something happen, and there it is off the spawn. Reject now in a fantastic spot to start to try to even out this set.
I mean, it's the same as what SK were doing. They lose the first game, they start to, make a bit of a change, and it just works for them. I liked how aggressive we saw the Max go off the start, not letting Squeak get that early lane control, because Sans had been holding that for all of the previous games.
Yeah, I think for me, Chappie really started to shine a lot better. It was a bit of a tough matchup there for Bobby as well, unlike the previous game. Let's see. I see they're going to be swapping lanes now as well, going to the left-hand side, but Chappie's gone back to the right as well. So he's placed down the sticky residue for Sans there, forcing him back into the mid. As now it seems like both teams are starting just to slow the pace, but Levo very low here, has the phase shift away, so 1 less for later.
Yeah, force away, but Chappie's going to get his lunge as well. Nice stuff from him. Now Levy coming back through the mid and just surviving on 32 HP, and Menmi not going to last much longer, but almost gets the trade with Sans. But that's going to be some control. Here come Reject though, and they're getting some shots. So didn't even want to use his super there really, and still neglecting to use it.
Yeah, Sans playing a risky game, now very, very low HP, and then Chappie goes in. Bobby will pick up the scraps. Zal though low on the left-hand side. Levy can't really go into things into the mid yet. He's got to get some HP and goes on the aggressive, brings back some speed for his team. And now Chappie's dangerous. He goes in, but instantly taken care of. STML with good defense there. 6 gems to the 2. They've got a healthy lead.
Yeah, beautiful from STMN here. Mute's available, but he needs to make use of it, just going down over and over, and this is so tough for Reject to make something happen with. Now knockbacks there, straight into the hands of his teammates. We're going to have to see Otis claiming these gems, and Sharpie goes for the jump pad in, but meets a lot of squeeze shots as he lands. Levy needs a super, we need a Fang super, but he's got no phase shifters left, slows there, and Menmi with another super, but hasn't even used one this game.
Maybe though has the mute, not really a position for it. The slow from Zara is going to be keeping him back. The trade on the right-hand side is going to make it 2 versus 2, and Levy is too low. Surely it's all down to Memi, and there's just no time to be able to turn this one around. STMN have got a second set.
As I said, this might be the point of no return for Reject now. STMN just moving further and further ahead as we see these sets go on, and it's really worrying for Reject. But a position of dreams now from STMN. It requires our entire reverse sweep. 3 sets in a row from Reject if they want to make this happen.
Let's not forget, Chappie is a 2-time world champion. This would be history in the making, and it would mean that he would not be able to add even the potential of a third here. STMN are doing the unthinkable as we speak. But again, it's not that Reject are playing bad. There's certainly some things that they can start to iron out. The second game with Gem Grab was far more convincing, and it does display exactly just how dangerous they are. But STMN were the team that were able to turn things around. They made that lane swap, and they obviously had some discussion along the way to ensure that set went their way. Otherwise, it would have been all tied up. Instead, STMN have got such an affirming lead. I mean, potentially 2 games away from making the World Finals.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, for me, it's like Reject, when they went aggressive and when they just went for their usual game, their usual play style, just as all these agents so aggressive, they do well. But when they don't use those Fang Supers in risky situations, when they don't just throw a mute out there, max speed towards the opponents and get the job done, that's when I feel that their downfall starts.
Sans yet again, you know, riding high on the takedowns, bringing in such value for his team, probably there with a slightly higher DPS. But it really is so far STMN that just had the control and the cold exterior that's needed just to focus up on the world stage, make those plays count, ensure that the draft is always going to be more or less in your favor, or at least a balanced one. You can see what it would mean to them, focused up, ready to go into Kaboom Canyon. It's going to be Heist up next for our third set.
Not over yet for Reject. This is where they have to start their reverse sweep, and it is obviously in Heist. So a game mode that does occasionally need some aggression, which they will thrive off the back of. But I just feel like STMN are so strong on maps like this, like Safe Zone, like Kaboom Canyon. Their controlled aggression is just such a good thing to have.
We've heard a lot over the weekend about 8-Bit. We saw it there with STMN. It brought them their golden ticket. Kind of wonder whether that might be high up on the bans. I always kind of wonder about 8-Bit on Kaboom Canyon. I much prefer it in Safe Zone, but we are starting to see a couple of players sort of gravitate towards it. I think Crow here, a very worthy ban. Bell, always very versatile, and it's not always the worst of first picks to consider just because you've got some options there to be had. Cordelius as well, as we know, can really cause a problem, but does have its flaws as well. Very much a defensive idea. Bonnie, Crow, and Natty for Reject. 8-Bit, Crow, and Gale for STMN. I mean, Gale, as we've seen already, some decent play rates, and it has that ability to get very quickly onto the map, so I do like that idea from STMN. And Colette is, for me, one of the best brawlers on this map. It always has been, and it still is.
I mean, the thing is, the high play rates are from STMN. They're the ones banning it, you know, that's the weird thing. The same with 8-Bit. And they love to reach towards that brawler. I mean, yeah, the East Asia region do as well, but it's something that STMN and the NA regional like have been singing the praise of all weekend, that 8-Bit pick. So clearly didn't want to reach towards that as their first, so got rid of it in case Reject wanted it their second or third. But the Colette, I must say, I really do like. It covers a lot of grounds.
Cordelius is going to be the first pick, actually, for Reject. Like I said, it can be outranged, but nonetheless a very good safe pair of hands to have on the defense, especially in the eventuality of some of the tankier options to come in. And Squeak going to be combining with that. You know, that was a brawler that STMN have picked in both sets to date in this series, and it has brought them victory now in the hands of Reject. But when you think of it that way, STMN know very much how to play against that very brawler as well. I wouldn't mind seeing some other options in terms of range. A Brock as well, for me, is always that kind of ability to break open the map, but also land a lot of damage on the safe with the Incinerary, quite hard on the NA side of things in terms of the thought process. But let's see, as this next brawler will show its face very, very shortly. Buster going to come in. I mean, that's an interesting place for it. I know, yeah.
Does it have that DPS needed for safe? That's the thing. I don't know if they're just going to use it in this grass and try to use it for control. But it feels to me like that's just a bit of an oversight on the actual damage you're going to need to get. You know, Colette obviously is going to be able to do that, but they haven't got any tanks to feed all of these Colette supers. They haven't got anything that Colette's really, you know, getting the supers off, and I think that's a bit of an issue. So STMN need, I feel, something with a bit more DPS, a bit more range. They're going with the Jessie. I mean, that's not what I was expecting.
It can absolutely shred through a safe, but you know, Reject are not the team to leave such a thing unattended for too long. But for STMN, they're basically saying we're going to be able to get a team wipe and then just end the game immediately. Jessie is going to be a tough thing to make work, but it is very much a common staple diet in the North America region. Kaboom Canyon, though, is a different place for her. Normally I prefer to see her in kind of hot zone, but it is still one of those brawlers which many maybe sneer at first. There's the Brock that I kind of felt was a bit more of a safer option, but I like this though from STMN. They're taking risks. I'm not necessarily too sold on things at the moment, but if they make this work, this could be a very quick set.
It's bold. It's very bold. And as you say, you know, if they can get that control, if the Buster can, you know, have that explosive start, get Jessie into the position where he needs to be, same with Colette, then the safe can just disappear with a click of their fingers. But if Reject get control, if they hold it, if they play slow, composed, then I think they might have this one.
Well, in we go, and what could potentially be for Reject their final matches of the day. They'll be bringing everything out now to try to prevent that from happening and to give STMN a bigger back and forth. Levy already into the mid. He's going to find Bobby. Bobby already gadgets. And look at that. How quick was that? I mean, what a takedown. And until the Brock gets some kind of value, also he's got gadgets to use and break open the bush. But that's a very good, strong start from STMN.
That's the thing. Buster's got a great matchup against that Cordelius here, but Memphis going to go up. And I mean, ooh, cheeky from him. Going to go forwards and use that nicely. But you did bring him to the Shadow Realm. Stan's going to survive this round. And STMN aren't getting that much damage on the safe. But Reject, on the other hand, are doing quite a bit. Bobby now getting the kill, surviving it out. But they've got no turret. And Buster's got no damage. So they just can't, do what Reject are doing.
Yeah, Reject knew that it was the time to go forward and get that early damage, because if Sans doesn't have super, he's not nearly as much of a threat. And now STMN starting to pick up for lost time here. Levy on the right-hand side is going to require a pinch. Zal goes in and does actually get put into the realm. He stays alive, my word. He's going to be able to heal up now, and more pressure coming in as Memi is able to clear house with a Shappy. There's a lot of damage about to go down, and it could even be over right here if Reject continues to land these shots. 2%, one rocket finds the angle, threats the needle, and Reject get a game.
I mean, it snuck through somehow right in between, threaded the needle between those two players to find the rocket onto the safe. And this is what we want to see from Reject. The aggression. This is where they thrive. Just going forwards, getting damage on the safe, leaving a Buster, leaving a Jesse Minnow Super. Why not?
Very nice judge of awareness there from Reject. And I thought Stans might have actually been able to obtain a turret of the shots that he was able to land on the top right prior to it, but he was probably just one shot away. Look at this, Memi and Levy already pushing up. Gotchi gadget for Saar. The jump over the wall, the tap is there, but he's still 905 HP. He's got to go down. STMN taking no chances. I'm not sure though. I would like to preserve that Colette super, but clearly STMN a little bit flustered here. Probably able to shoot that squeak shot, but Stans couldn't say the same, and they're definitely not looking as comfortable at the moment as, again, Levy on the right-hand side finds Zar, and now Reject taking a firming role in that mid area.
Yeah, Bobby's trying to come from now, and actually Levy's going to get a kill there as well. Missed the thing onto Zar, though. Can't get him into the realm, but Memi's here again, and he's the damage dealer. But Levy survives too. They're going to let him heal just to get the Brock down. 3 of them focusing on him, and still 41% taken off the safe.
Just small, very small margins of error. That last shot from Zara, if it connected, would have helped. But now Levy is a problem. Sans clears up that problem. And Chappie in the mid, very exposed here. Memi as well on the right-hand side low. But the damage still continues to rain down. 37% left on the STMN safe. And they've only been able to scratch 10% themselves.
Beautiful from Reject, really. They're playing this so well, but now they're on the defense. We'll see how this comp still fares against the Buster. The Colette's actually going to go in and actually miss the super. Doesn't get any value off that. Oh, the shield is shielding the turret. That's beautiful from STMN. And now their damage starts to come through, but Memi's trying to run for it. He might get a break, but he's cleaned up by Zar. STMN take the lead.
Look at this. The damage is extreme. It's 80% left. STMN are doing wondrous work. What a great strategy. Bobby goes in. Stands with the shots. 1% left. And this game is done. STMN move on to match point with a moment of sheer genius.
I mean, shielding that turret is just absolutely genius, as you say. That was incredible. I hadn't even thought of that. Machine gun turret coming through with a Buster shield in front of it. What do you do?
Unbelievable stuff. But it is still a risky comp. Let's not beat around the bush. And Reject now be very much attuned to the mistakes that they made to allow that turnaround to happen. Levy low, Zar going in, secures things. It's a 3 versus 2. Bobby's just going to heal up now. STMN will take it a little bit slow. Just get that utility down. Once Sans has turret, then they're going to focus on securing those takedowns and getting that damage.
Yeah, I mean, this is match point for STMN. This is the World Finals game for them. Sans trying to get on the edge of that grass, try to fly under the radar past that squeak shot, but so many STMN shots are connecting onto the Reject players. Down goes Sharpie on the right, and now the turret comes in. No shield from Bobby, though, so it doesn't really get much done. But 28%, you can't complain that early on.
Bobby does find the connection there for Chappie, but did a good job to try to bait it out prior to it. Sticky rescue into the mid is going to force the hand on a little bit of STMN. Gotchi gadget there from Zal. The bullet from Bobby. Oh my word, the aggressiveness is really starting to pay off as he pushes now down the right-hand side. Healing up very, very quickly. There's little trickles of damage. It's not quite as flashy as we saw previously, but 41% already dealt by STMN and nothing from Reject so far.
That's the thing, if it works, but now they start to fall, trying to leave Bobby on safe. Gadget back, but he catches himself the wall and they clean up as well. Great stuff from Reject to bring the team play together, but still no percent on safe. And we're looking at about 42 from Reject, from STMN.
Yeah, great, fantastic rocket laces there from Memi, and that's the sort of thing that STMN have got to really be a bit more patient with their shots forward and make sure they land. It wasn't the cleanest of sides in that left, but now Reject all hunker down on the right. Bobby will win that as well, but then Zara goes down very, very quickly. The jump from Levy does again get those shots around the situation, because STMN should be landing those takedowns. Damage now coming down, and with 40 seconds left on the clock, a bit of a perilous position for them to find themselves in. This could be a reject set.
And Sans just going to leave Levy there and try and get his defense, but Sue comes in. Sans, he finds the gotcha, but the shot still hits. Almost even now with those Brock shots. Reject take the lead. Bobby can't push it with any help. He's in a tough position, 2v1 on that left-hand side, but Sans, he just wants to go. Levy needs to find the damage, but the defense of Sharpie super. It finds Sans and Bobby, both of them. But Turret can Vemmy find the kill on Jesse, because that's what they need.
Turret is down, Zara's going in, the damage is coming down as well. Oh my word, STMN are absolutely destroying the safe, and it is done. STMN take the set and will claim a golden ticket to the Brawl Stars World Finals.
Doesn't get much better than that for STMN, taking down a world champion on the opposing side to qualify to the World Finals. Massive, massive stuff for STMN in a matchup they never even expected to be in. They win it in convincing fashion.
Heartbreaking stuff for a Chappie, a 2 times Brawl Stars champion, and he will not be able to see a potential third. But STMN were the deserving winners, and rightly so, as the performance of yesterday was astounding. Today was no different, and they claim their golden tickets.
Rightly so as well, because that performance 3-0ing an East Asian team, and at that, as you say, a Chappie, 2-time world champion. And let's not cut anything short either. The 2 players that surround him are so good as well. Disappointment for Reject, but they just weren't on form over this weekend.
It just wasn't quite the same squad. You know, these mistakes start to stack, and when we looked at yesterday, we were hoping to see a bit more of a reformed Reject coming into today, and that was not what we tended to see. They got some good games in the sets, but they were not able to claim a set, and that is what counts. If they were able to get a game, it may have been a different story, but STMN were able to sweep it convincingly, and that is astounding stuff as we head over to the stage and get that player interview.
Bobby, what a journey to get to this point. How are you feeling?
On top of the world right now. I mean, we had the hardest group 1, we had the hardest matchup day 2, and we only dropped a set, so I think we made a statement.
Yeah, I was about to say, you guys went through the group of death, first seed, just to face Reject. And yet, you guys managed to do that in such an incredible way. How is that possible?
I don't know, to be honest. I mean, not everyone gets a free ride. They say the toughest soldiers get the hardest battles, and they gave it to us.
I absolutely love that. You did mention in the beginning of the year that you thought it was actually better to qualify through LCQ rather than directly to Worlds. Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Yeah, I mean, look what we just did. At the start of the match, you said, you know, this could be a grand finals match in Worlds, and, you know, we swept them. So it's going to be a good confidence boost. We're going to feel good, and we're going to be ready for Worlds.
Well, last but not least, are there any teams that you want to face at Worlds in particular?
SK. Give me SK, give me Luminosity, give me FUT, China, please. But yeah, those 4.
He's ready to take them all. Well, one thing is for sure is you guys have been cooking this year. You really turned up the heat, and what we know now is that Worlds is going to be on the menu for STMN. Casters, take it away.
Fantastic stuff there from Bobby. Great to hear the competitive spirit. It's a great thing to hear as well that they can now finally discuss the World Finals, you know, getting them on that world stage. And I think their performance today was absolutely stellar. It really was. They didn't miss a beat.
It really was, and I mean, they had some moments. It was the exact same as the SK Humble game. Reject, they're getting games, but they're not getting the sets, and the sets are what win the overall match. It just seems like they just started too late. That first game in
course, were surprised by STMN, because of how frequently they went up against Luminosity and just came short of the World Finals themselves. We go to our MVP. Who is it going to be? It is going to be Sans. I think rightly so. Those first two sets really did pave the way for STMN to gain that confidence boost that they needed to have. Not short on confidence, but certainly momentum is a valuable, valuable thing when it comes down to one best of 5, best of 3, and Reject, if they maybe been able to gain a set themselves, we may have seen something more of a back and forth, but again, Sans so instrumental to that early start.
Yeah, Reject just never got started, as you say, even a set, and it could have all spiraled out of control for STMN, but Reject, they just never got that set. They probably should have in a couple of those games. I feel like Gem Grab, they were alright if the Fang just went a bit more aggressive. In that heist, they started so well, but it's these adaptations that the teams are clearly making today that SK did the exact same against Humble. They lose the first, and then you win too.
Great composure being shown there as we start to gear up for our third matchup of the day. It's going to be Revenant Esports versus Raconic Esports. And again, what is going to be a very, very interesting one. Speaking with Sergeant yesterday, he was saying about how free he felt his group was. Well, now he's going to be put to the test because Raconic caused a huge upset yesterday.
None of us expected what Raconic did, and I feel like it's really nice to see one of those LATAM teams, especially from LATAM West, who are pretty undervalued when it comes to the global scene. Nobody's really seen too much of them, especially Raconic as well, bear in mind. But I think that they're a team that can cause even more upsets. And I don't know if it's even an upset against Revenant. I feel very, very 50-50. We predicted differently, we should at the start of the stream. I'm with Raconic, you two are with Revenant. And I do think it's a 50-50. But I just think Revenant relies so heavily on Sergeant Clash making those pop-off moves. And I feel like Raconic across the board, they're all good.
I do agree. I really do agree. I feel as well, like, regarding that side of things, that it is that 50-50. I think for me personally, maybe I'm predicting with my heart a little bit, because I feel like India deserve a place on the world stage. I think it's been a long time coming, and they've kind of been kept in the shadows by some of the community and regarding their skill set in question. But I think that for them to be able to prove those people wrong and come out strong here today, I think it would mean a great deal to the overall health of the Brawl Esports scene.
Yeah, let's take a little bit of a look at the matchup then, closer look at it at least, because we have Revenant Esports versus Raconic, Response, Sergeant Clash and Prashant versus, well, I guess it's RJ and Christian according to them, but it's Rees JCR for us. But Revenant Esports, we'll take a little bit of a closer look towards them because they are a very special team.
Coming in as the #1 seed in India for the APAC region, Revenant Esports, I've got to say, have some very healthy stats to their name. Ranked in at #2 for set win percentage in the entirety of the 16 teams that made it to LCQ. Always attending a monthly final. An 87% win rate for them is very, very strong stuff, but they've got to bring their A game today. As we saw yesterday, in fact, with the EMEA region specifically, they had some very, very abysmal stats. It did not translate to the stage, quite the opposite. Let's take a look now then at Raconic Esports, because we already discussed yesterday, caused a huge upset. Really brought the fire and proved to the entire world that they can stand the heat when it really does matter. Very similar stats as well, continuing the idea from Revenant of always attending those monthly finals. Their best performance to date being that in July against Datos FA, who they faced frequently over the course of the season, 4 times in total. Were unable to break them 3 times, but then they broke through towards the end of the season. And I think that says a great deal about themselves. They were able to grow alongside the competition and just continue to bring their best and just persevere through everything that Datos were able to throw at them.
Yeah, this is a team that was practically scouted by Trav at this point. We did not see them coming in so hard for the rest of the season, and yet they managed to come seemingly out of nowhere and perform. We didn't expect them to make it as far as they have so far in the LCQ either, and now they are just a singular match away from making it to the World Finals. This is a story that I feel like is applicable to almost both teams as well here. You may argue that, this final here, or this final match, is not necessarily like the 2 biggest teams out of the LCQ, and yet they managed to get in this position by causing those underdog stories, by beating teams that really no one expected them to beat. And now, this is it. This is the final stretch, and they are so close to achieving their dreams.
Yeah, honestly, you know, looking at Raconic in their group, I didn't really feel like it was necessarily going to blow me away. But blow me away, they absolutely did. You know, watching their journey throughout the year as well, you know, there were times where they would just drop the ball and get reverse swept. I remember the first time they were looking very likely to win the grand final. That's if they came back in, turned things into their favor and reverse swept them. But again, they have learned so much. Their ability to like absorb that knowledge and take it forwards, I think says so much about themselves, and they stand a very, very good shot here today. I think Revenant, though, as well, equally as strong. It is going to be that kind of 50-50 matchup. For me, this was the hardest one to predict on event.brawlstars.com. You know, I do feel like, you know, again, as Trev mentioned, if Sergeant brings his A game, if those bans are not quite predicted on the side of Raconic, because they're not afraid to bring in Piper in places where Piper realistically more often than not shouldn't be played, and he is very, very dangerous. I mean, I think he got like 18 kills earlier yesterday in Hot Zone, I think 15 in the following set. They are astounding statistics.
Absolutely, I could not agree more, Ark. I think one thing that is quite nice to point out as well is the fact that Revenant, they managed to clutch up that #1 seed in the Group C. If they didn't, if they got second, that still would be great to make it to day 2, but they would have faced SK earlier, and that probably would have been quite brutal. Right now against Raconic, by performing yesterday, they're giving themselves every chance for success, and that is absolutely huge for them. It really, really is, and I think that just shows how important seeding can be in the first day, because now the matchups, they are much crazier than we expected, and I love the fact that one of those two teams is going to be making it to Worlds. You talked about it earlier. Revenant, Indian team. India has been prepping for a big World Finals appearance. No one really believed it could happen. Right now, they are as close as ever to make their region so incredibly proud. And same goes for South America. They're a region that has been overlooked massively. Where a lot of people make fun of their drafts, and us the first. When we're casting, we see things sometimes we don't really know what is going on. And yet here in a LAN environment, some of those simplified ideas, bringing it back to the basics, it's been working phenomenally for them. So this is just a matchup that I am so excited to get into. Pinhole Punt, Brawl Boys, where we'll be heading first in our predictions from you guys at home. 57% for Raconic, 43% for Revenant. Ark, you and I went for Revenant in our predictions. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, again, I just feel like they are performing very, very well recently. I mean, yesterday I would like to have seen a bit more from Response. A couple of missed gene pools proved to be very costly, and Sergeant really came in very, very strong for his squad. But you know, speaking to them in SPS in Tokyo this year at Masters, you know, they didn't really have much of a chance to get to scrim, to get to really put themselves to the test. Well, that is what makes the last chance qualifiers so great, in my opinion. They are now fully prepped and raring to go, and it is all on them to be able to bring it home. Raconic, though, will not go down without a big fight. Pinhole Punt is the map, Brawl Ball is the mode. Raconic with a early first draft of B. The bans as well, we'll see revised shortly as the Cordelius, the Nita, as well as the Macy, the Crow, the Otis, and the Buster. So for me, looking pretty decent in terms of the bans. Not really sure on the Macy ban myself. I don't mind it necessarily being played. We had some back and forth last night actually after the show around that very brawler, and it got very heated. But I'm not sold on Macy. I don't think Macy is quite there yet for me. I'm still waiting for that sort of moment to be really, really convinced. So in terms of ban, I'm not too sure.
Revenant Esports bringing in Max and Ems to control speed, mostly. Either speed yourself up, slow down your opposition with Ems. Good tank awareness as well with the Ems, of course, just in case a pesky tank shows up. They'll have something to work with. They, of course, have the final pick as well, so they can always, you know, solidify that aspect of their team composition. Squeak, brought in by Raconic Esports. Never really anything wrong with Squeak. He's just in a really good place. I think the fourth gadget gear has been really, really good for Squeak, because he was already one, if not the best brawler before that update. And right now, I mean, the first thing I thought about when I saw that there was a fourth gadget gear, I was thinking, oh, Squeak is going to be so good. And he really is in such a good place. Was it a Gale again? We saw it brought in by Stamina earlier today. And honestly, I kind of liked it. It was doing quite well. Now, what I like a little bit less about it now is that there are no tanks whatsoever on the side of Revenant. They could still last pick a tank, but I don't know if they will into the guild. They're going to go Barley instead. And honestly, they don't really have much to deal with a Barley. If he manages to get into good positions, that's going to be GG's.
I do like that for control, absolutely so. Gale as well, though, bringing in the potential twister. You can shut the ball in the corner. I think it's also a good deterrent just in the eventuality that we did see an idea on the other side from a Fang or something aggressive to be able to prevent that. So I think a good timing in the drafts, but maybe, though, it might not pay off. Control is going to be quite key here. Healing qualities most likely as well on the gadget side. I was the same, by the way, when the fourth gadget gear came into play. I immediately went and purchased it for every brawler that I just knew was going to pop off with it. And it's a very expensive thing to actually go through the motions of adding up for every single brawler, so I was very selective. Sergeant there, a lovely little phase shift, able to stay alive as response. Can't say the same on the left-hand side. A thumbs up there from Reese, and another takedown here. Raconic clearing house. It's just Sergeant left alive, and he's trying his best to buy the time, but he now will fall as Raconic start to push their way forwards.
Good positioning for Raconic. That was the start they were hoping for. Prashant on the left-hand side, taking some hefty damage. Gadget pumped as well by Christian. Trike shot will connect onto Sergeant. Prashant also low HP, and Christian is tapping on the B so far. Let's see if they can capitalize on that positioning. They did lose control of the ball, so it's going to be a little bit harder to go for a crazy play. Slowly but surely, Revenant are regaining some control. Big kill from Christian. He doesn't get in range to go for the charge shot. But can Raconic salvage this? Jacer pushing forward. He goes down, loses the ball. And that is going to be the push deflating here for Raconic as Revenant are able to defend it off.
There's no doubt about it. Raconic had by far the better start, the more aggressive start, but Revenant have stood the heat, but for how long? They've got to start to fight back harder in this one. Shashank will go down on the right-hand side. And meanwhile, now Jaxiel will try to find Sergeant. He brings speed to himself. I didn't mind it at all under the circumstances. Christian now, 200 HP. Another perfect phase shift from Sergeant. Heals along the way. And now, it's time for Revenant to go on the attack.
Revenant in such a good position. The Barley is going to be incredibly deadly. With all those walls there as well, Christian slowed down. Prashant was a fantastic super. It's only the Gale, and he's got a full Revenant to get the first goal.
And a cheeky spin to score it. It's just the first game, but it is that side of the region where they do bring a lot of confidence to the table. But now the response coming in from Raconic. Christian won't find a connection there with the hive, and now Sergeant will heal up and just shoot those shots of response now, pushing that left-hand side. Christian, Jackson, everyone on the side of Raconic in dangerous trouble here of going down.
Prashant is also low HP though. Jacer trying to win that matchup, but it is going to be complicated. A big goal from Christian, but is it enough? He gets the follow-up. Christian is going to score that one in, and overtime it is. What a save and what an individual play as well from Christian.
Bringing it to overtime for his squad. He almost did the same previously to that, and it was a defense. Not that time around. Revenant can't turn their backs. Raconic are extremely dangerous. Jaxiel has got to enforce his back there. Response, the pass is there, but low HP, and a save off the line. It is still a 2 versus 1, but Raconic are too low to contest it. Response deflates things for now as we approach 30 seconds on the clock.
Overtime is a nightmare here for Revenant. A Barley into overtime. That is the last thing that you want. It'll be quite uneasy, and I don't think they have any win conditions here. I think their only chance is going to be to defend for the next 15 seconds, and that is what they're going for. But Surgeon shoots the ball away because he didn't really have any space, and that gives them the ball right now, which is definitely problematic. Pass to Jacer, and that is going to be the goal coming through Raconic somehow in a game that looks so dire. Last couple of seconds of time, they are able to bring it to overtime, and in the last couple of seconds of overtime, they're able to lock in the win. What a game from them.
Yeah, really not a fan of that pass towards the end. I mean, you're better off just always really leaving the ball there. Even if you go down, it's far better that keeping the ball away from your opposition's hands than to just give it to them on a platter. And some overconfidence for sure in that last game. The Revenant are going to have to shut down faster because they are not looking nearly as strong at the moment. Back on the back lines again. The heal's quite crucial to keep response alive here. He'll actually follow down as Christian really landing this B pick. Ball back in the corner. Trishant will need to get super to stand a better chance of being able to defend this situation as the respawn now coming in for Revenant.
Pass, loses a ball. Oh, no, he's not able to shoot it in time. And instead, it's going to be Revenant building up some control again, and their counter offense has been quite good. Let's see if they can lock in that goal. We saw that they were able to do so earlier. Once they get towards that higher positioning on the map, Response is going to start shining more and more on that barrier. There's no wall destruction whatsoever available for Reconic, so they can't easily get him out of position, but he's leaving himself exposed in the mid, and he will fall speed by Surgeon. Is that going to be enough to score, though? A nice kill, a double actually here, and that will be the goal from Prashant. Revenant find the first goal again, but can they defend this time?
Sergeant taking a lot of shots. It's going to fall very, very quickly. Reconic Esports are responding incredibly strongly as now Christian tries to find Trishant. He pulls super on the left-hand side, does find the trade, but now Sergeant in response is still going to have to deal with this situation, and that shield is so strong. The amplified shot will secure a very swift kill, and Response being the last man alive for Revenant just trying yet again to bring his teammates back to life.
35 seconds left on the clock here for Reconic to turn up the pace. Christian is low, Surgeon finds him. Jacer has super, gonna try to get some damage onto Prashant. He will take him down, but he will be low HP in the process, and actually he's not gonna commit. He's gonna wait for his teammates to come back, and honestly I don't blame him, but he does get caught by the super from Prashant, and now Jacer is exposed, goes down to Surgeon. Rez, nowhere to go for him either. And that is going to be Revenant Esports striking back a bit more cautious after scoring this time around. And that is going to be massive for them as we are all even, Arc.
What team spins there for Revenant? It's a game. It's not quite a set yet. It's still just a game. But definitely a better one for them. And clearly looking to try and get inside the minds there of Reconic. Trying to get a little bit of taunting flowing as they feel it could have that bit of a competitive edge. But I feel like Reconic are that team that could stay very firm against letting it get to their heads, and that I think is going to prevail at the end of the day. I mean, look at this as a start. Christian low though, Sergeant does manage to connect it nicely there, and that is a very important takedown as Reconic off the bat always looks so strong and so daunting as a prospect. Reese there popping the gadget there. It's just going to prevent really anywhere for Reconic to go back when it comes to their defense. For the most part, Revenant have been pretty decent on the defense, but Reconic are that persistent problem. Response for that connection is going to be low HP here. This connection's from Sergeant. Oh my word, both fall! And it's going to be an easy walk-in the first 40 seconds.
I love the jump out play as well, just in case, you know, to land right next to the ball there without taking any damage. Beautifully done by Reconic. First time they actually managed to get that opening goal. The positioning now is going to be perfect for Revenant. The response is going to get jumped by Jacer. Not quite able to take him down, however. Christian goes for super, does not get the connection onto Surgeon. Solo super there for Surgeon as Prashant falls on the left-hand side. That is going to be a push that quickly gets pushed away as Reconic now have full on map control again, and this is where things can get troublesome here for Revenant.
Yeah, Reese displays that squeak to absolute perfection as now continued pressure. Christian on the jump, and Jaxio absolutely steals the moment away. What a play! And Reconic Esports take the first set in spectacular fashion.
Out of all the trick shots you can do in Brawl Ball, a jump pad one has got to be one of my favorite ways to go. Gil is not even a meta brawler. He's playable here and there, but he's not a meta brawler, and they brought him in, made him shine. They tried a trick shot earlier, but this time around it actually works. I love it. I absolutely love it. Beautifully done there by Reconic, and a well-deserved opening set going their way.
Spins and pins don't always make the win, you know, it's as simple as that. But flashy plays, calculated ones at that. showing great skill along the way is what makes the memorable set, and Raconic know that that is the case. They are looking so strong in these opening moments, and realistically now, it's down to Revenant to respond. They're the ones that are on that back foot, and they did have some good moments, but they can't let that overconfidence shadow their flaws, and that's the thing that Raconic at the moment, they're looking so good, and on stage you can see as well the team morale is absolutely there, regardless.
Set 2 is going to be a fresh start, a trick shot again here. I mean, I'm calling it a trick shot, but the jump out trick, again, that was magnificent. And I'm assuming something that was prepared, something that was practiced, not just coming out of nowhere. Surgeon Clash to 15 kills, and this is what is a little bit scary, you know, because we discussed how it can be a little bit of a Surgeon Clash show at Revenant, where he's doing phenomenally well, and the team just doesn't quite manage to follow at the same level. And right here, this is what we're seeing in the opening set. That's a bit of a scary prospect because, I mean, he is performing, which is great, but the rest of the train needs to come with.
It does beg the question, doesn't it? Like, how big does his backpack have to be here today to be able to come out with the goods? Going in to gem grab then, last stop to make another return, and the newer map to enter the gem grab pool, bringing out a lot of really interesting brawlers, in my opinion, to the table for potential bans. Rosa has to be there, it really does. Buster as well, and others. Piper ban, they're worried about Sergeant, and that shows a great deal of awareness from Raconic actually already in this draft. Banning the Buster as well. Again with the Maisie, I'm not sold on it. I'm sure though it's kind of up there in terms of the ideas that Revenant might want to bring in. On Revenant's side, there the Otis, the first draft of Meg, which I do like on this map, the Fang ban, and the 8-bit as well.
Yeah, I love how you call it a great deal of awareness to ban the Piper. I think it's just like, you know, thinking about your matchup,
yeah, I know, right?
Wanting to win.
See it
I would call it wanting to win, because if the Piper is not banned, I would not rate their chances high, but it is going to be out of the way. As you mentioned, Surgeon Clash phenomenal on the Piper. They will have to Nani on Raconic Esports. One of the best brawlers at the moment, really, especially on those more open maps like this, and it is such a threat. Can deal so much damage from afar, from up close, somehow still quite bulky, able to withstand some close range fights, and the super is, well, we know exactly what that can do. But Amber is going to be brought into the equation by Raconic Esports. We did see it played earlier. I don't think it's an easy brawler to play on last stop. Now, sure, you can burn down those bushes, but Amber just doesn't have a ton of great matchups in the current meta.
I do agree. I think that's, though, visibility quite key. Can be outranged as well in the later stages. Let's see what Revenant do decide to add to this Meg. Wouldn't mind some healing qualities, actually, just to keep her very thoroughly in the mix. Squeak, as we know, worked out incredibly well for STMN on this map. It's a very, very solid idea called Dealies for that aggression. Going to be lacking in range, of course, but that jump can get quickly into the battles, and as we know, a great evasive maneuver at the same time. Raconic now with the third and final pick to round off this comp, and it's an aggressive idea. It's Carl. I really, really do like that, and I hope that Raconic play it as well as I can see them doing so in my head.
I like the comps on both sides here. I definitely see some potential and some win conditions for both teams. Let's see though how it's gonna go down. Raconic is a set that Revenant realistically could really have brought home, especially that first game that they kind of did give away with some overconfidence, some bad placement, some bad timings. They are gonna want to be spot on in this set if they want to bring it back, if they still want to be in a good position to qualify for the World Finals 2023. It's going to be response in the mid on the Meg, taking some hefty damage early on Surgeon. Also, solo HP and full Christian. Not much he can do in that matchup. Not in the early stages at least. Once he has a super, it's a little bit better. But in the meantime, it's really hard.
Yeah, that wasn't a dominant start there from Raconic Esports. That was a slaughter, and already Revenant on those back lines. Rashad is going to fall. Christian going in yet again, and confidently so, coming out with the gems. Sergeant's going to have to try to shut this down, but it's instantly burned down there by Reese. it's looking like it's getting easier and easier here for Reconic to hold form.
Reconic seem to be able to get the right matchups as well. And so far, things are working out wonderfully well for them, but they will get dislodged out of the mid. Revenant now with control, and some of those smaller choke points are going to be more in favor of something like a Cordelius. So you can definitely see some play here for Surgeon to try to shine more. He's going to be on the chase, looking for Christian. Will dodge the shot with a jump, but Christian staying alive for so long, causing a bit of a distraction, but still fine here for Revenant. Able to retake the mid again, and gem-wise, Archer all even.
Yeah, one gem though in the back spawn side for Revenant, which they chose wisely to leave and get immediately back into the center of the action. Response though, it's got to heal up here. He'll get a gem on the way back. They need one more now, potentially here for Reconic. Christian going in, Revenant now pushed back so far. They bought some good time, but as Reconic now sit themselves in, they could be inching closer towards the countdown themselves. There's the gem that Revenant need. It is picked up there by Response. One in the spawn side would be good, but Reconic can still reset this from the mid.
Yeah, all they need is the two next gems, and they will be able to reset. Well, this gem spawns on the side of Revenant. Response is going to be going for it. That's 11 now. Chaser gonna try his best to make some sort of a play, but he's missing his shots. Oh, no. Whoa, that was actually close, but there.
You would have stayed in mech.
Yeah, exactly. He was in mech, so he would have just dropped out of mech. So, a bit of a false alarm there, regardless. I mean, that was still dangerous. That was still scary. It looked like Reconic were going to take this one away. But Revenant playing really, really well and able to just make sure they lock in the games that matter here. Let's see if they can keep it up like that, or if Reconic are going to be able to just expand some of the greatness we saw in the early stages of the previous game.
Yeah, Reconic for me just gave up a bit too much positioning power. They looked relatively healthy in terms of HP, but Trishant did a great job in that left-hand side lane. He really did, and just created the space, landed the shots onto the amber. Christian, though, for me, he's playing so well for his team for the side of Reconic, and it's still dangerous. He could absolutely turn the tides of any game. It's foul now, though, protected pirouettes, keeps him in the mix. Sergeant, though, low, secures it regardless. 5 gems for Response. One now as well in the mid. Sergeant going the aggressive. I don't mind that at all. And it's looking like a different squad so far from Revenant, but they cannot drop the ball here.
Response out of mech. That is going to be a little bit troublesome. Slow onto Christian. Interesting star power shows there as well from Prashant. Definitely not the one that we see most picked at the moment. Carlos Revenant now was double the gem count. Beep is not going to be tanked just yet, but a gadget from Response will do the job. Christian going in. Christian gets the kill. Christian gets the gems. He will fall, though, to that squeak shot. But is that enough for Reconic to steal any of those gems? I don't think so. They do still have some control, and gems-wise, we are all even, but a bit of a scare there for Revenant.
It really was, and I was saying just prior to the Christian is fully able to come out with that kind of steal, and that was a very close shave there for Revenant. Now pushing back on the mid. Response needs to get back in mech himself. Great burn here from Reese on the left-hand side as the peep is available there for JXCR. Waiting on it, holding on it, but these shots from Response are landing the mark. Christian will like to get his super quickly, but now low HP. Protects pirouette, they're not going to be enough for him, and he's bringing gems over. Response will pick them up, and it's a countdown now for Revenant.
11 in the pocket. If Surgeon were to go down there, that could potentially have helped, but he's still up. And right now, Reconic need to push downwards. They need that kill onto Response. He's taking some damage, but not enough. Time runs out, and Revenant will take a set.
Well, Revenant, this time around, much more quietly kept, it's fair to say. Keeping those celebrations for later, no doubt. As that first set really did turn nasty quickly. We know Reconic are dangerous. We've seen it. We almost saw the steal there as well. But we've got it back and forth now. For the first time today, we are all even in sets.
It was a great set here for Revenant. I felt like they had the draft. It's just the first game. They didn't really apply themselves too well and struggled a little bit here and there. But then they were able to just really turn things around. and show why they went for this comp, why it was working so well, and Revenant Esports now all even against Reconic.
Yeah, that was that beautiful play there from Christian. And you've got to give a lot of credit to Trishart there to land those shots. Such a crucial moment in order to do so and make the save happen, and Reconic were just not quite able to muster something up enough to escape with the majority of them back into their pocket. Statistically as well, great to see from Prashant there, taking some of the mantle when it comes to those kills and the DPS to match. In fact, realistically there for me on the side of Revenant, the only one of the three to match the amount of DPS output on the side there of Reconic, so a great step for him. And this might be the very thing that Revenant need, because again, we were saying coming into that last set, how big does Sergeant Clash's backpack have to be? He cannot keep carrying his team in every single instance, and that's better. That's the start. If they combine those two kind of statistics in the next set, and then maybe Response can join the party eventually, because he has been, in my opinion, a bit on the weaker side of things, and looks a little bit less certain when it comes to the stage presence. However, Kaboom Canyon up next for Heist. A reset on both sides of the field. For Reconic, having that first set really gave them a lift, but it didn't continue in to gem grab. Maybe they have a better time in Heist.
Yeah, I think this could be a sneaky one, because you don't necessarily think about banning Piper on Kaboom Canyon. And yet, I mean, if Surgeon gets access to that Piper, 100%. Yeah, that could be huge. So I'm hoping for Reconic that they are mindful of that. Let's see. Straight up. Do ban it. They do ban it. Well, I mean, you get my point. This is not necessarily a map where you like instantly think like, oh, Piper is a threat. Because it isn't really a map specifically, but it is an open long-range map. So Piper obviously can do some work, and if you play like Surgeon, it's going to be deadly. We'll see the 91st pick though for Revenant, and that can do pretty much just as much damage as that Piper, as we will see a collab as a response for Reconic. Always been a staple of Kaboom Canyon. It's just really good because you don't have to commit to deal damage on that save. You can stay around the mid, go for a super, maybe even catch someone on the way and get that shield as well. So overall, really great pick. Really good synergy too with that Carl, because you don't really want to be facing a Colette as a Carl. So Reconic just locking it in with that Colette simultaneously, and I don't mind it. Carl here as well can get some great positioning in the back line and then be really annoying to deal with. Obviously, Flying Hook helps you get into those deeper positionings behind enemy lines.
You're completely correct, though, in what you say regarding the Piper ban. Yesterday, teams were just not prepared for it. It doesn't take an analyst to see, looking back at yesterday, that that is a necessary ban against this team that is Revenant Esports. But in the previous set, Revenant did show that even with that ban in play, they haven't just necessarily put all their eggs in one basket on that particular brawler, on that one man of Sergeant Clash. The Griff to break, the Lola to seek. On the other side of things, Reconic have got that third option, and 8-Bit is going to come in. I really feel like 8-Bit can be that brawler, that win condition that you need, but it is still that slow and sluggish one to earn the utility enough to get the mobility to then work your way forwards, gain the damage booster onto the safe. Extra credits will shred through. There is no doubt about the power of 8-Bit with that gadget, with that damage booster. It's just susceptible in the meanwhile. But if Revenant Esports don't keep a firm eye on things, and the range, of course, quite difficult to deal with at the best of times, it can really turn the balance just in an instant. It could be a game turning quickly into a set, and Revenant have got to be able to defend this successfully. They've got the peak for the nanny to go in and try to have an aggressive offense as part of their defense. But again, that Carl pick as well, if left untouched on their safe, it is going to tear through it equally as much.
Yeah, the Griff is a really interesting pick. It's just quite off meta. It's not terrible per se, but it's just not really something we see very much, if at all. Maybe a little bit of an Indian specialty here from Revenant. So far, even though they've been in defense a lot, they only took 13% damage, so that's not the end of the world. And now that they have mid control, they will easily be able to match that. A couple shots from Surgeon. And interestingly enough, Response opening up the enemy side of the mid, which is rarely what teams end up going for.
But I don't mind it. It's going to leave nowhere to hide for the damage booster. And now look at this with the team wipe there. 3 versus 1, trickling down in the damage as Revenant start to close themselves in now. Peep coming in yet again. It is going to find a connection onto JXCR there, but he will still survive nonetheless. Revenant are firmly in this mid now. The Sergeant can just creep a little bit further forwards with a singular takedown. Those 90 shots in the safe do count. A wasted super there from Christian. A spin for response. The return for the Colette is sealed in kind. And now Revenant can get even more damage to add.
You mentioned it, but the problem with the A-bit is when you don't have mid control, it is so hard to take it back. And a nice double there from Sergeant as well, absolutely playing out of his mind, as we expect from him, ready to greet JXCR on landing. And now, Reconic are getting more and more desperate to push out of their spawn, but every single time there's something heading their way, whether it's gonna be a Nani head or just a super from the Griff, there's always something ready on the side of Revenant Esports to great Reconic.
I'm enjoying this Griff pick. It's got great healing qualities, and you do need that in Heist to be able to go on the aggressive as quickly as you can. But now Reconic, for the first time, starting to show something of some worth. JXCR, though, 128, he can't join his team for this push. There's a tremendous amount of damage, which they are going to need to land. It can be done, but it's going to be done in perfect synergy. And there's the damage booster down. Christian is weak. Reese falls as well. It's just JXCR on the right-hand side who's realistically the only one who's able to do much. Christian, though, he does actually fall in the final seconds. It's going to be Revenant Esports taking that game.
It was a bit of a sluggish start here for Revenant in defense from the start on. But later on, we're able to build up that mid control, slowly creep up the map, and then just never really give it back until it was already too late. That's when Reconic were able to take back control. It was already too late. There was already a 70% lead nearly, and at that point, Reconic, they just couldn't get through the defense of Revenant. Jason was an early gadget, but he is very low HP now. Sergeant is going to be able to find him. Sergeant's getting so many connections in. It's so easy to hit an 8-bit as well because he is so slow right now. Oh, a nice super though from JXCR. Is able to chain that if he wants to, but he's a bit low HP to commit.
This Lola Griff combo is deadly. You know, there's so much splash area to have to work around, and look at that. Christian on the right-hand side will do his best, and he will fall equally quickly. It's just been the Revenant show so far. We haven't really seen Reconic able to really work their way forwards up the map to assert some pressure, but Reese now placing down the damage booster does land some connecting shots, some good landing shots onto Chant. JXCR there as well with pick up onto response, and now they're starting to push forwards. Extra credits there for Reese. Great stuff now from Reconic.
This is a positioning that they needed. Another extra credits as well from Raisin. That's going to be some good damage from 34% pretty much single-handedly on that save. But it is still just an hour lead in favor of Reconic, and positioning is not perfect here. The damage booster is available for us if he needs to. Christian goes for the super, actually gets away with a kill there. Revenant could probably have prevented that if they wanted to, but a bit of a misplay perhaps. Nevertheless, it is a trade at the end of the day. Let's see how this middle fight, how this middle battle is going to go down. As we do get a kill, we get a second going the way of Revenant. They're still behind damage-wise, but they do have some access to the safe now. 8% separating both teams.
Keep coming in, just going to go for the damage and stay in the mid as Christian there with the fly hook comes into play. Forced down to the left-hand side, protected pirouette as well. Keeps him alive a little bit longer. Sergeant with the TP in now. I'm surprised he didn't use it on the safe previously for damage, but they obviously wanted to try to stay in formation. JXCR finds Rashad finally there. No more gadgets, did access with them all earlier. A great connection from Sergeant, but will he be able to peep in time? He does get behind it, he gets the kill. Sergeant could be on the safe, and he could be getting damage. 1% is all that's in it. He finds it in the final seconds, and it should be enough. Revenant Esports, oh my goodness me, what did you just do?
One of the best non-ATPs I have ever seen since I started casting Brawl Stars. That was ridiculously clutch. Ice cold in the veins as well to go for that play. 600 HP, he goes for the super. The Colette goes for a super of her own, but a little too late. The TP is ready. My goodness, that was truly incredible here. And everyone doubting about the level of those two teams. If you guys don't remember, the trick of the jump ban in Brawl Ball. Now we have this. This is an incredible match here.
Just some insane mechanics. Such a daring thing to do, but this is where you do need to dare to dream on the world stage, right where it matters most. Unbelievable there from Sergeant, just to be able to ensure the win for his team and not take it to another game. Look at that. Amazing damage gear there, gets the shot, just spies the angle around Christian there, who was doing a great job of soaking up all those shots that could well have followed from that loader. What a matchup that really was, but Revenant East will take the lead. 17 kills for Sergeant, and Response has joined the party, yes! 10 for him. Again, Prashant with a great last set now on the shorter side of things for the kills, but the DPS to match almost 400 for Sergeant Clash. He really is a killing machine.
Yeah, Prashant might be last in his team when it comes to kills and damage, but he still has more kills than everyone on the Reconic side, still has more damage than everyone on the Reconic side. So definitely not an underperformance there. But I agree, that Respawn's playing really well. We wanted to see that. He's been too quiet this weekend. Surgeon, I mean, just bringing out those monstrous performances, and he truly is that X factor, that extra that they have on the side of Revenant.
And the irony is that the maps where the Revenant Esports would absolutely have picked the Piper, they've just proven that they don't need the Piper now, and that was our question coming into today was, with that taken out of the equation, if it's just still the Sergeant Clash show, how is that going to fare in terms of Revenant Esports' prospects? But they're working around the problem, and it's got to be said, the strategy of aggression that Reconic have been implying ever since the first set has not been working out as well. Like Carl pick, Christian, for me, has been playing really well, but in those later sets, it's starting to dwindle a bit. The bans are in for Ring of Fire. Buster, Great, and Carl for Revenant. For Reconic, it's going to be Colette, Piper, and Cordelius.
Piper ban again, and as much as it is an incredibly strong ban against Revenant, it is also just a brawler that, gets banned every single time now. And it's kind of like an extra, not an extra ban, but it's like they have one less ban, you know what I mean? For other very meta-relevant options, like that 9, that probably is one of the biggest or most banned brawlers on Kaboom Canyon. And then you have some of those brawlers that just escape the banning session because there is that spot that is just dedicated to a Piper, because Piper is not necessarily the biggest threat typically on Ring of Fire either. Nevertheless, Bell first pick for Reconic. I like it alright. We've seen plenty of Bell action, quite shiny Bell action throughout the weekend with some great trick shots as well, but I do like to Pam a little bit more personally, because I feel like having that extra HP and being able to get those heals down as well is going to be very valuable on a map open like this. The Otis going to be brought in by a Revenant. I really don't mind it either. I think it's always going to be good, especially at land, to have some safety when it comes to tanks. Make sure that you have that coverage and that you are ready for some of those problems. We'll see the Lou brought in by Reconic, and that is a little bit of a risky pick. Definitely not the easiest to play, but if there is a map where it can be really, really strong, it is going to be Ring of Fire, and I can see it shine really nicely with the Squeak as well. So I like where Reconic is going, but it better work, because otherwise their journey in the BSC is going to be over.
Tara's still available here. I do like the Pam, but it is being picked into the Bell. That does display some confidence, but is it misplaced? Stu going to bring that same level of aggression. I really would like to see a Tara here myself, just to be able to have those shadows go in and clear up house, get the super down. But I mean, this is a very APAC region brawler. They do love to bring this one in. The Speed Zone, of course, will bring the entire team in very quickly to the map to get back into the swing of things in these eventualities of death. But this is a set that Reconic Esports cannot afford to lose. I like the Lou. It's going to have some denial of position on that mid, and of course, most importantly, with that, the objective. If this Bell could really start to pop off and cause the Pam a problem, I don't mind the draft here for Reconic. It's just hard for me to side against the Pam.
Let's see how the early game goes. Speed boost always going to be nice, but quite as effective when there is going to be that squeak, sticky residue down in the mid. This spot now, Christian aggressive, great connection, gets the kill, and this is looking fantastic for Reconic early on, getting lots of value. Rez was a big kill on that right-hand side. Surgeon is in the back line, and he is causing some trouble, but dashes straight into Christian's shot. That's going to be an easy takedown for him. Prashant also going down, and so far Reconic clearly showing some superiority, but can they take it home in the long run? That's what matters.
Now for me, Reconic Esports have the better draft here, and they are starting to play much more like their former selves, which gives me a great deal of hope as they approach 50% mark. The PAM healing station now just keeping response on the zone, frozen out now though. Revenant not even got to 20% just yet. A great connection there from JXCR onto Sergeant. He'll survive though with enough time to heal up into that right hand side pocket. The PAM is being bullied. Christian is starting to really make the moments count. Will burn down now to the poison, and this is the time the Revenant Esports have really got to embrace. They've got to get back in this game and give a bit more of a matchup here. Reconic have been again pulling them all this game long. Nestek pop there from response, and the follow-up shots are strong. Sergeant doing his best to dance to the right hand side, but they have caught up. We're now even in terms of the objective.
Yeah, what a crazy comeback here from Revenant. And what we have to keep in mind as well is gadgets are going to be more important for Reconic, because the nest eggs are huge here in Hot Zone, as well as the sticky residue. And there's just none left available. And that might be very much what makes the difference and brings Revenant Esports to match point. But first, they need to dislodge Reconic out of the mid, because they are building up a little bit of a lead here towards that final stretch, and Surgeon gets absolutely melted in the zone. Prashando was a big kill. Christian is also low HP. Another healing station placed down. Revenant Esports just behind percentage-wise. They are going to take over the lead, and this is the final stretch arc. A couple of seconds left, and I think that Revenant are going to be taking this. It's match point for Revenant.
What a play from Trishant, just going in. You can just see how much he wants it. He bought so much time for his team to bring it back around. I wasn't convinced, not at all, from the opening hand there from Revenant Esports. It was looking like it was going to be a bad day, turning even worse. And yet again, they stare down the barrel of the gun and they come out on top. I'm still not sold on this drop by comparison, but if they keep this up, they'll be claiming the third golden ticket.
I think they just did such a brilliant job at getting rid of the utility that Reconic has. Yes, they have 4 gadgets per player now, but eventually those sticky residues run out, those nest eggs run out, and that was really big, and then being able to retake control much easier than when those gadgets are still in play. Regardless, again, an amazing start for Reconic. The ice here is going to be limiting the movement options for Revenant quite drastically. It's an even better start than the previous game. Christian is so low HP though, whereas not in the best HP situation either, but Response gets frozen up with a gadget, and that is going to be an easy kill to low HP players, and that's been the name of the game here for Reconic. I think those players just stay low HP but never go down and never lose positioning. At last now they lose some mid control, but might this be too late?
I've got to give a big shout to Reese. He's been cycling so well in the early outset of this match, and again, we know how valuable that loop pick can be, but look at this pinch coming in. Sergeant coming in, just starting to duke his way round. He's got full HP. Reese now with a freeze onto the zone, and it's forced away. Revenant, they're going to be able to heal everyone. Look at this matchup on the side of Reconic. Low HP in the spawn side of Revenant, and the shots are landing. Revenant again are catching up for lost time, and it's looking like a deja vu all over again.
It's going to be nearly even here, 1% difference, but a double kill from Reconic. Very well timed as well. It's going to relieve so much pressure. Prashant is also going to go down and waste his healing station, but probably not even worth the ammo here for Jacer. He goes for the shot onto Response instead, trying to heal up a little bit, push forwards, but he's taking so much damage. Reconic so close to the finish line. Christian low HP as well, but Surgeon not able to find him just yet. percentage-wise, it's about 20 separating both teams, but Reconic is getting so close to locking in this game. They might just run away with this one, but they need to get rid of Surgeon. They will do just that, and Reconic not out of the running just yet. They will equalize here in this hot zone set, but they're not out of trouble just yet. It's still very much a match point for Revenant Esports.
Christian really getting some great value from that Bell pick right at the end of that match where they needed to have those swift takedowns as Revenant were getting hunkered down with the Pam healing station. Some valuable words, I'm sure, from Dance there as Reconic discussing their strategy and what went right in that game and how to replicate it once more and survive on, take it all the way to the fifth and final set. Revenant have had notoriously bad starts so far in this set. Jashad going in super aggressive, but not really going to connect too much there with the scrap sucker. Again, those bell shots ricocheting between Response and himself. But look at this from Sergeant. Aggressive plays. He's able to juke his way around and stay in the mix here. Fast pattern from Response as well, just keeping that pressure on. It's a much better start for Revenant.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of confused how Revenant were able to make this happen after they had two miserable starts in the first and in the second game. It was more about comebacks later on. Right now, they actually took the early lead, and even though Reconic is going to take it straight back, at least Revenant is not starting 50% behind, which is pretty much how the previous game went, and still it was close. This could be huge for this Indian team because the lead is going to be back in their favor now as they are in control of the mid. A couple percentage. And the advantage, but Surgeon is playing magnificent Stu gameplay today. And he's been doing so much for his team. Revenant so close to the finish line already. And Rez is going to be desperate here to try to find Surgeon, but they just can't take him down. Christian pushing forward, but Prashant is just so tanky.
It was a beautiful mark there from Response. But Sergeant is so slimy, he's so sneaky. It's just wondrous to watch how he plays the mind games with Reconic. Once he's on the left, then he's on the right. He's all over the matchup and continuing to do so, finally taken care of. But it is then again, still Trishant on the mid. Revenant only need 9%. Reconic have got to fight, and they have to fight now, or they will be going home.
There's no more gadgets really available besides for that Lou. So Reconic, it's all going to come down to aim. Hitting those shots is going to be massive, but a triple push onto that zone. A couple of percentages left. Surgeon is still alive. He's going to be so low HP, and it's secured. And it's going to be Surgeon, the man himself, that locks it in for Revenant. They are going to the World Finals.
What a back and forth. The first set really wasn't to be for Revenant, but the ones that followed up showed the learnings. A valiant attempt from Reconic. This one really could have gone either way. Pretty much that 50% poll that we were expecting. It could have gone very much easily to a fifth and final set as well. But for the Indian squad, what a result.
I think I want to dedicate this one to Response though, because in all honesty, he's been so big for his team. He's been playing so incredibly well, whether it was on the sharpshooters or the close range aggressive brawlers. He has been shining. The rest of the squad though did not let him down today. What a performance from them, and what a day for India as well, that has struggled in the last couple of years to find their stride, to find their place to shine here in the BSC. I could not be happier for them.
And it means that we're going to have a former world champ at Worlds, which seems like such a strange thing to say at this point, considering that we started yesterday with 4 of them. My word. I mean, again, coming to this one, admittedly, again, I'll be honest, I was predicting with my heart. I wanted to see India come out and prevail, but they had to bring the plays on the day, and that they did. We've got an interview on the stage now. Let's head it over to Trav.
Thank you very much, guys. I mean, first of all, I have to say a massive congratulations on making World Finals. I do just have a quick dig as well. Is your back all right? And how do I go about buying a backpack big enough to carry an entire team?
Okay, first of all, I didn't carry. The team played very amazing. Like, I think we performed the best we did today. We did a lot of chokes. The pressure was immense, especially after I called them a free win, which they were. The first one was just a donation, I think. Yeah, nothing more.
I mean, that was going to be my next question. You know, you're calling him a free win. You said your group was pretty free yesterday. Do you still feel the same way, or do you have something to take back? Because I know there was a lot of trash talk across the stage, a lot of spinning as well. You know, is there actually bad blood, or is it just a tactic?
Okay, it's just a tactic to make them play bad. I mean, they're already bad, but like, it's just a tactic to make them play bad. Okay.
I mean, you heard it here first, guys. Absolute trash talk being thrown across the stage, but at least they don't have the chance of returning at World Finals, right? But obviously, you know, I think as a final question, how are you feeling to be going World Finals, and how who are you fearing the most there? Because obviously, you guys have performed so well, and you know, is there any teams that you still fear?
Okay, yeah, we fear a lot of teams, especially Stamina. Like, they play very well on lands, so like, they're our biggest threat. Other than that, I think we're pretty confident going into it because we've been improving. Especially with the roster additional response, I think we've been doing very well.
Yeah, you definitely have. And again, a massive congratulations, guys. Is there any final shout-outs that you want to give, you know, on your road to making World Finals?
Shout out to Revenant. Shout out to the whole Indian sub-region. This year, everybody grinded very hard. That's the only reason we could make it this far, because the results were not so good the previous years. So, a huge shout out to India, the players in India, and Revenant specifically.
Massive congratulations, and back over to the casters now.
The shade being thrown. Oh, they've got a member of the squad called Trashad, but the trash talk is all coming from Sergeant at the moment. And I mean, you've got to bring a bit of that to the BSC, a bit of confidence. You know, it really does add to the narrative.
It really does, and I feel like it's something that a lot of teams are embracing at the moment as well. You know, build up those rivalries and make sure to intimidate your opposition as well when you can. But man, I'm becoming, honestly, one of the biggest Surgeon fans. This weekend was truly a revelation for me. I feel like I have been missing out on one of the biggest up-and-coming players. Not that he doesn't have, like, past experience and all that. He really does. He's not a newcomer. But I feel like he's coming from being, like, a regular player to really becoming one of the fiercest players in the scene. Look at the stats here. Actually, better on the side of Reconic, but hey, better stats doesn't necessarily mean better wins, because it is Revenant that took it home. All depends where those fights are taken, and if it's Revenant in the zone while you're fighting, it's Revenant getting percentage.
Funny story and true story yesterday prior to the interview with Sergeant. I did say that I'm his biggest fan, so you have to take a second place to me. It's already locked in. But we did say in that matchup, didn't we, that it had to be a case of everyone coming together as a squad. It couldn't be the Sergeant Clash show. And great to see towards the end that Response started to pick the mantle up as well, and Trishant and everyone doing their bit, and a thoroughly deserved victory. I mean, I felt that Reconic could definitely have taken this in that first set. It was looking very convincing to me that they would do. But again, it's that Indian spirit, isn't it? To really just never lay things down and just always come back fighting hard. We're going to check out our MVP as well, shortly from event.brawlstars.com. It's probably going to be Sergeant, let's be honest. I mean...
I will riot if it is not Surgeon Clash. Thank God. I really did not feel like rioting today. But Surgeon Clash, your MVP. And by the way, Ark, this is proof. You said that you thought that surely Reconic could win as well. I didn't think so. I thought free for Revenant. Free for Revenant, because I'm the biggest Surgeon Clash fan. Never stopped believing. What a performance from him. What a performance from his teammates as well. As you mentioned, it was a team effort, and it's what they needed here to perform at their best. Every single one of their players needed to have their A game and just play on point here. And I love that they were able to find that success. Reconic played great too, dude. That Brawl Ball set was honestly legendary. That goal with the jump pad, not something we see very often. And I want to praise them for their creativity and their very different approach when it comes to draft. Unfortunately, it just wasn't their day, and Revenant played super well. And in all honesty, it's not every day that every player from Revenant performs. But today was that day, and unfortunately for them, Reconic were the ones to have to face that.
Wonderful stuff. Well, we've given out 3 golden tickets. We've got to find that last team to add to the mix. We've already had, earlier today, SK Gaming, the only team so far to go forwards and not drop a single set. qualifying against Humble. STMN then with a 3-0 sweep against Reject, but yesterday they dropped the set to Clash. Revenant Esports on a 3-1 scoreline got the victory over Reconic just now on the stage. But I got to reiterate, Navi are up next against VN Esporting, and they had sweeps yesterday. Will they join SK? In that sense, there was so many tweets online yesterday just saying how amazing Angel Boy was yesterday, and as such a likable guy. I had to say before the interview, I took out my earpiece because I had to have a one-on-one and just let him know how much I enjoyed watching him play. VN Esporting have got a big task on their hands here. This is going to be a very exciting match.
This is a huge match because both teams, they've got something to prove here. They didn't have the best season over here in EMEA during the monthly finals, and yet they are here in LCQ, one match away from the World Finals. Two teams that have had some experiences with the World Finals as well, so they're definitely hungry to get back on that stage, back at the highest level. But yeah, I'm completely with you. Angel Boy, I think my favorite moment so far in the entire event was him celebrating, I believe, their first win against in their opening match. I don't remember exactly, but they were just so excited, just so happy, and that just made me so emotional as well. But that's their ability to just, you know, bring the energy on. But looking at our matchup here, it's Navi versus VN Esporting. For Navi, Cube, Angel Boy, and MMA. Some legends already in the scene. And Angel Boy has really been at work, been improving consistently throughout this year. And it feels like he is on his best arc right now. Let's see how they will be able to perform today. Even though it wasn't the easiest year for them, it really wasn't the easiest year for VN Esporting either, as they narrowly managed to qualify here for the LCQ. Started it off the day yesterday with a bit of a disappointing performance, but they were able to bring it back, lock in that number 2 seed. Let's see how they will do here against Navi. Of course, Rama, Nob, and Mebius is going to be their roster. Rama does also have some experience at the World Finals. He qualified last year with Chasmac, but they only managed to go as far as top 16 as they lost first round to one of the Zeta teams. This year, though, he doesn't want to repeat that experience. But for that to happen, first of all, he needs to qualify for Worlds, and he's a match away from doing just that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, both of these teams are so strong at the moment. Navi yesterday, I think that might have been the best they've played all year long, and especially Angel Boy himself as well. That was a really special performance from him, and, you know, being humble is, well, you know, one of his main traits, and he was very humble after that, after he pretty much just destroyed the entirety of his opposition. But obviously, VN Esporting at the same time, though, they're a very capable team. They have had their ups and downs this year. Their peaks have been high, but their lows have been very low as well, and it's just a question of who shows up on the day.
Yeah, it was a really weird year for VN, in all honesty, because they started with a top 4, then a top 2, and it looked like they were one of the best teams in the EMEA. Everyone was shocked. And even before those performances, everyone after scrims was saying, oh yeah, VN, A&R at the time, they look incredible. They are one of the best teams in the region. Some people were saying they are the best team in the region. That didn't last, though. 2 months in a row, not even qualifying for the monthly finals. And the end of the year was still scrappy too, but just about enough to make it to this competition. Now they're here. They had yesterday to warm up, bring up their A game. This is it. This is the final stretch here for both sides. This is the day where they need to perform one best of 5, and it's their dreams on the line.
That's like 11 out of the 12 World Finalists have now been decided. One of these two teams will go to the World Finals and join the 11 others. Will it be Navi or will it be VN Esporting? That is the question. Both of them incredibly capable teams. But personally, I'm kind of siding with Navi at the moment. I think they are just that tier above quite a lot of the teams in this competition. And, you know, I said that about Reconic as well. I said Reconic were probably going to beat Revenant, but I was proved wrong. And I was quite pleased I was proved wrong because it was a great performance by them. But I do feel like Navi have just got what it takes to take this one.
Yeah, I think that if you look at experience, you can but only sign with Navi. I mean, they have 3 players that have made Worlds before. They have a player that went all the way to 2nd place in Worlds 2020. I believe 2021, sorry, which is quite an achievement in itself. And yes, it's been a while. It's been quite a bit of time now, but nevertheless, that extra experience in LAN, especially playing against international teams, and just this overall setting is something they're a little bit more used to than VN Esports. Now, it is a matchup that they know. They have faced each other countless times in the last year. They know each other well, and they are going to be using that to their advantage, and I mean, maybe to their disadvantage as well. I really want to see what both teams have cooked up for our drafts here, because I think they are going to be crucial to those teams' success. You got to try to play to your weakness, play to your strengths, sorry, and to your opponent's weaknesses. That will probably be smarter. But yeah, this is a matchup we've had a long time coming as well. It's all EMEA again. On the one hand, very good for us EMEA fans, because we know there is going to be yet another EMEA team making it to the World Finals. On the other hand, there's one less, because one of those two teams will be going home empty-handed.
Yeah, that's the thing. Now 5 teams in the World Finals are going to be European, because it's guaranteed from this match, right? Like, it's no longer an international match. This is, you know, home region on the home stage, and I think, you know, both of these teams have what it takes to be able to get this spot, but it can only go to one of them, and that's the sad thing, because I feel like both of these teams, with the years they've had, especially with how consistent the teams have been after those first couple of months, at least for VN Esports, and they've been back and back and back again. But Navi, they had that win, and that's what propelled them into that. I believe they came in at 7th seed, so they only just snuck it even with a win in the bag. So they've been very back and forward, but this seems like some of the best Navi we've seen all year round.
It really is, and talking to both teams off stage, they both seemed really confident getting into this match. Now, it's always so hard to tell, like, if the confidence is actually warranted, like if they should be confident. I remember talking to Navi at Worlds last year. They seemed really confident too. It didn't really go all that well, but this is going to be a huge matchup for both teams no matter what. Pinhole Punt will be where we will start things off, and Brawl Ball is going to be quite the heated game mode to kick off this series.
Yeah, Brawl Ball, definitely one of the game modes we do like, especially when it's aggressive teams like this who like to hop on those tanks. Angel Boy hopping on those quite frequently, and on the other side of VN Esporting, a lot of these tanks come through as well. So it's intriguing to see what this draft is going to be entailing for us, because I feel it's going to be an absolute slugfest, back and forward, a lot of tanks, a lot of speed, a lot of mobility, and I think that's the Brawl Stars I like to see.
Navi looking focused, and they want to be focused because this is their most important match of the year yet. They know they are the favorites, but they also know that upsets is a common trend in the BSC. Let's look at the draft here. Bans coming through. First pick for VN Esporting. They banned Poco. They banned Buster. We've seen it so much. I've said his name like 50 times over the weekend, but a bit of a brain fart there. Tara is going to be their final ban. Of course, Otis, first pick for VN Esporting on the side of Navi. It's going to be B, Stu, and of course, Ems banned out. I like the Otis pick all right. Not necessarily my favorite, but it does all right. It does all right. That's kind of the gist of it, right? That it's going to have decent matchups against kind of everything, and then amazing matchups against tanks, of course. But we'll see if Navi want to bring tanks here. They didn't bring tanks at all throughout the first day, or really not nearly as much as we would expect them to.
Well, it looks like they wanted to bring tanks. B and M's both banned out, due for the mobility as well, obviously. We're going to see Crow come in, though, and I think that's pretty good. Through this mid, especially where the grassy area is, down the sides where there's some grass to hide. It's good to scout them out and get a bit of tickle down damage in there. You can never complain about being able to see, but also, vision geared or something pretty similar for quite a few other brawlers as well. But we are still with Navi for their second pick. Now, overall, I think the Otis is pretty solid first. But, if you're in doubt, go Otis, because as you said, it's good against the majority of things. Crow, a lot of the same, to be honest with you. It's pretty much good against everything, especially with those 4 gadgets. Now we're going to see Sandy coming in for, what is that, the 3rd time on this map today? Very strong brawler with the Sandstorm, and it's just more scouting ability with that as well.
Yeah, I like it for sure. There's a lot of peps to this comp here from Navi. some great plays possible as well, and some win conditions for Brawl Ball, whether it's going to be putting your opponents to sleep as you're trying to score, or just in defense as well, right? But also the Crow that can jump in if the ball is placed correctly, and that can be a goal that happens even though things were not really going your way. And those sort of win conditions can be huge, especially in a game like Brawl Ball. Squeak is going to be the follow-up pick here for VN Esporting. I like Squeak, it's good. 4th gadget, one of the biggest winners here from that new gear, able to just shut down locations of the map. And hey, here we go. There's going to be the aggression as Fang is going to be brought into the mix by VN.
Yeah, I mean, the Fang is what they kind of needed there as well, and Navi didn't really, count for it too much. That's the thing, they've got the Crow, slow it down, they've got the Sandy to stun it, but they haven't got much DPS, they haven't got much damage to be able to deal with when it actually finds its way through, and I think that's something they might need to, think about for this final pick. Squeak-wise, it's been played so much throughout today. These maps cater to Squeak so much, with obviously, as you said, the sticky residues, having 4 of them, it's brutal. Gonna see Rosa come in, and I'm surprised to see that fly straight through the bands and all the way through the draft process.
Yeah, that's right. It's still a brawler, as much as I am aware of how strong it is at the moment. Sometimes I just don't think about it, because we didn't see Rosa for so long in competitive, but it is there and it is very strong. Now, is it going to have the easiest time against the Fang? Not necessarily. I think it's going to depend a lot on how much utility they have. I think the gadgets are going to be massive for the Fang in that matchup, just like the shield is going to be massive for the Rosa. So it's going to be a bit dependent on those conditions. But besides that, the drafts are locked in and we are ready to jump into game number 1. And already some great tags from Nob early on onto both MMA and Angel Boy Rama. Aggressive there against Cube, and Cube needs to be careful, because if he gets too close up, he will get himself in danger. But a big kill from the Rosa shield as well, I believe, whilst he was still one shot. And look at the Fang play! Rama clears up shot and is able to secure that defense here for VN. There's a defense they really needed.
Yeah, it was a nice slow there by Angel Boy, but didn't really get a lot from it, just scouting it out. Another slow comes through, reveals where Nob is, even more with that Sandstorm on top of it. Sticky residue thrown down into that as well. Will be showing up Cube in whilst he is in there, but Angel Boy getting hit hard and no real use out of that Sandstorm after the first use. Obviously, Angel Boy's going to grab this ball, try and go forwards, but Rama has another super to be able to play this defense. Stun comes through as well. He does go down, but Cube still remains to defend.
Push slowly coming through here. Nob might try to score this one. They're going to play it safe. They're going to wait a little bit, but a jump from MMA coming in the back line. Rama going for a play. He's able to find one as he was dashing back and forth. But for now, it's going to be VN back in defense as Navi have positioning.
I mean, with a muted Rosa, is that not a walk? I feel like that was a bit of a walk for me rather than just a super in and try and get the job done. But now it is Navi with the control and ball going to be passed forward. Actually, a little bit missed pass there. Passing it to himself down this left-hand side, wanting to move this forward yet again. Throws it to the right because we know that Cube's got that store. Oh, super couldn't come any later for Angel Boy there. Beautiful. Rama goes past. Can't get it, but Mebius gets the ball. Passes it to the right-hand side, but it should be a 1, 2, and 3. Then should be a goal for Navi. Almost intercepted by Nob, but a great start for Navi.
Composed from Navi, patient, calculated, making sure that there is no room for mistakes here. I'm playing with their win conditions. I like it. A jump in there, a bit of a well play from MMA, a bit optimistic as well, but a follow-up jump in, and actually that might be a goal now.
I mean, Rama's left watching. Nothing he can do. He cycled his jump pretty much instantaneously after he went in the first time and got a beautiful landing directly back onto one of the other VN Esporting players. And I mean, that was genuinely an incredible play.
Yeah, I mean, I call it optimistic because I didn't think he would have another super that quickly. He did. He uses that to kill the remaining player, and somehow that worked out fine. MMA was a big performance here in this opening game.
Yeah, Rama trying to move forward again, but quickly after that Sweet Dreams, MMA did hit Rama quite fast and undid what was done by Cube. Trying to push forward now, MMA flying under the radar. Not going to get the heal off in time there, going to fall. Super, and the shots following up from Nob do manage to clean up Cube as well. Now passing forward, a little pass off the wall and a mute might have gone quite a long way, but now he can't get rid of the ball. Has to kind of retreat all the way back to spawn, and he's low, and Mebius didn't get a bad cycle.
Great start from VN, at least when it comes down to positioning. MMA stirring up a little bit of trouble there in the back line, but eventually does get cleared by Rama. So all good here for VN. They want to be careful. as they have lost a good bit of control. And now with the Sandstorm as well, you don't really know where they are coming from. Cube on the right-hand side, going for the wide flank, and he's going to go for a sleep onto Rama. Doesn't really find much from that, in all honesty. But it was a good attempt. Angel Boy has super as well, so if they're not careful with their placement, he is going to be huge with that. It's going to be a 1-for-1 kill after Rama goes in. The trade is going to be found. And Biusto in a good position to take down that Rosa. Actually, Angel Boy will survive with 1 HP. Not the best gadget from Mabius. Angel Boy still alive now as well. And things are looking very even in this game, with some chances on both sides, but no goals just yet. Rama will go down to the Sandstorm damage. And Angel Boy is pushing forward. He has super now as well. He's going to pop it. That's an easy kill onto Nob. Mabius gets the ball away, and for now, VN still able to defend.
Yeah, pass back into the corner then by Mebius. Rama trying to defend this one out now and still has some of those roundhouse kicks to get the stuns off if they do choose to go aggressive towards that goal. He can stop it on the line and get rid of that ball. And now moving it over to the left-hand side. And if Cube can get a super in this position, it's going to be deadly in it going into that overtime. And they're going to need some moves as well because Angel Boy's not going to be in the best position going on in. He gets the shot off before he gets muted out. But the bomb comes down. They all fall anyway. And Navi burn down the clock and score the goal.
Hitting every single pellet from that squeak super was not going to be enough to defend here for VN, but they have a chance here. If they can score in the next 5 seconds, they can turn this around. 4 seconds left. MMA still there in defense, and they clear it up. Navi survive, and the opening set goes their way.
Only just, though, was only a couple of seconds off walking that ball in, but good defense there coming through from Navi to get him down before he could. Really nice gameplay from them throughout this first set and taking this one not really convincingly. It was very back and forward. VN had their chances, but Navi still seemed composed throughout.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I feel like it was very back and forth. There were opportunities on both sides, but at the same time, there was no real danger either for Navi because they were never behind. They were never in a position where, they might lose this game or they might lose the set. Despite the game being like, close, it was more slow than close. Navi were just playing so calm, so collected, so calculated, and making sure that they were not giving anything away for free. And eventually, were able to take the upper hand pretty much every single time.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It never really seemed like they were in much of a bad spot. I mean, yes, they had their moments, but overall, they just seemed so calm. Should be seeing the stats now. And Angel Boy with 10 kills. That's beautiful. I mean, with Rosie, you kind of expect it, right? But maybe it's sitting on 0. Absolute donut over there. Ron with 8, Nob with 9. MMA 4, Cube 7, sorry. And even though he had the least kills on his team, still had the most DPS, actually on both sides.
Yeah, that is quite a wild stat here from Mabius. Don't necessarily think that, that he was like the problem or something for VN. I was trying to phrase that in a friendly way, of course. But at the same time, yeah, it's a bit tough to say because it didn't feel on the field like he was really underperforming. He does have a lot of damage behind his name. So I think it was just generally as a team that they kind of struggled to find their pace and to get the big plays in. Last stop is where we are heading next, and this could be a chance here for VN, although in all fairness, Navi, I feel like they often have some original ideas, and on a map like this that hasn't been scrimmed as much as the others, that could be a little bit of a problem here for VN.
Yeah, I do feel that way as well, and I think maybe it was Navi who played on this map yesterday. I've got a feeling, I've got a little bit of I think it was actually VN who did. I can't fully remember, but one of these teams I believe did play on this map yesterday, and I think it worked out pretty well for them, all things considered. So we'll see if they're able to bring that same energy. But we said it about Humble, who came onto this map, a bit more unknown, so it might help them out a little bit on the side of VN Esporting, because at the moment, I feel like Navi are just a bit more in this game than what VN Esporting have been. Piper, Colette, and Rosa are the bands coming out of Navi. Tara, Crow, and Buster going to be the bands coming out of VN Esporting. First pick was the 8-bit.
I like the pans across the board. I mean, I think Piper on an open map like that can definitely be a problem. Colette is a bit of a more interesting one for me. Wouldn't really see Colette as that much of a, in general, it's just not a good brawler in gem grab. Wouldn't really see why it would be on this map. But the 8-bit is going to be brought in as a first pick for Navi. I like it. I mean, cheat cartridge is one of the best gadgets in the game for any gem carrier, as you can just get back to safety without taking any risks. I like the Lola as well. I think it's decent. I don't think it's like the flashiest pick. Not as in that it's like a super top meta usual pick. It is a bit rare nowadays. I just mean that like I don't really see a crazy amount of outplay here. Although we did see some Lola on this map earlier as well, and it was really not performing too badly. Fang is going to be the answer from Navi into the Otis, which is a bit of a bold pick.
I mean, we've seen a lot of these brawls. 4 out of the 5 of these I think we've already seen today, specifically on this map, and then 8-Bit obviously being a very strong brawler at the moment. We saw Fang earlier, it was played out by a reject, and then obviously the Otis, Lola, Squeak have been played quite a lot on this map, so we'll see what this last pick is from VN Esporting, but at the moment I'm liking what Navi are bringing to the table. It's just, ooh, the Daryl comes in, and that's a bit of a rarity, but pretty good against that Fang, so I can't really blame them for it.
Yeah, I'm so curious about how those interactions are going to be going. I really can't wait to find out as we jump into set number 2. Navi, guys, is in the lead. And so far, they have looked quite a bit better. But VN, they had their chances. They had some opportunities here and there. I think they just need to commit and be able to close out those opportunities to bank them in. And Gem Grab might be the right mode to do just that. As you mentioned, it's a new map. So both teams, I mean, they've been scrimming it, they've been preparing it, but they're not going to be as familiar with all the intricacies of the draft on last stop as they would be on a more traditional map. Regardless, Rama going to go ahead and pick up the first 2 gems, but it's going to cost him his life. The gems are on his side, so I don't really think they can be picked up, but nevertheless, it's a good sign for Navi to build up that early control.
Yeah, Nas Mebi has finished off as well. Beautiful from MA, dominating this side. Going to get the super onto them as well. Nob's going to come in for the roll, though. Going to get the kill, but going to get traded out by Cube as well, who's going to start picking up his 4th gem now. Maybe it's going to be jumping over to that right-hand side. He can deal with the Fang on himself, but obviously the Fang's going to be rotating too. MMA slotting over to this right-hand side, has the damage boost. Oh, in goes Angel Boy. Rama's low. Taken down, but the roll from Nob is not successful. Goes too far back, I feel, and Cube can grab these and TP if he needs, and it doesn't even look like he needs to use a gadget.
Yeah, that's the incredible bit of 8-Bit. With any other brawler, you wouldn't risk taking those gems because you're the gem carrier. You can't afford to go down. But with an 8-Bit, you can go ahead and just run straight into a crossfire of 3-player, TP back, you're fine. And right now, that countdown from Navi is brutal. VN Esporting trying to make some plays, but another TP from Cube. There's not even just 3 available for Cube as it used to be. It's 4 TPs now, which is just so hard to get rid of. You can't just easily bait them out anymore. Nevertheless, Navi in a fantastic spot. Let's see if VN can strike back, otherwise we're going 2-0. And I don't know if there's a coming back from that.
It just seems like Navi are in such heavy control. The start from MMA was flawless. Basically, he pushed his lane all the way back, threw down a gadget, and then kept him there the entire game. We're seeing a bit of a swap this time, 2 down the right-hand side against MMA, but that residue did stop them quite heavily.
Nob took a lot of early damage, and MMA is able to get the kill at the end of the day. Kill onto Angel Boy as well here for VN. Well done. A gem onto MMA. Not going to be ideal, but better on him than on a VN player. Super from Angel Boy going in aggressively. Will be a 1-for-1 trade. Nob goes in. Could have gone on a lot there, but well played. Good teamwork here from Navi, making sure they shut him down. And at the end of the day, that's only the Daryl going down in that interaction.
Yeah, MMA gets cleaned up there. Cube even going to use another gadget there to get the go in, but now the roll in from Nobody gets 2. MMA's got to defend this, going to miss a lot of shots, but finally gets that connecting one. And now Angel Boy with the super, going to go all the way to the left. Beautiful place against one else, so he cycles it, gets the kill as well. Angel Boy going in big for Navi, and they get the kills. 7 gems in hand, and more at the back.
Unbelievable Fang plays from Angel Boy. We knew that he was going to be performing over the weekend. He delivered yesterday on the 90. Now he's delivering on the Fang as he stole every single gem away from VN. And he has a super as well to get away if he needs to. He should be more than fine. It gets a little bit spicy, but I mean, he has 2 full HP teammates next to him. GG's for the second set. And now VN are truly going to be grasping the gravity of this situation because it is 2-0 and Navi, they are just a single set away from making it to the 2023 World Finals.
I mean, this is genuinely incredible from Navi. Some of the gameplay that they're showing us today and yesterday, over this weekend as a whole, has been absolutely incredible. And that was Angel Boy again, you know? I mean, commendable performance there from Cube as well, holding those gems as successfully as he did, because just staying out of the wrong situations. But it's about Angel Boy getting in the right situations, retrieving the gems that has really made Navi win this one here. Because, you know, they have 3 gems in comparison to the 7. Without Angel Boy's play, they'd probably lose that game. But he is there, he makes the plays, and he makes them beautifully.
Nob rolling in that play, and it was just such a big opportunity there, but it was so hard for him to close out. The end was some attempts here once again, but I mean, Angel Boy just stole the show, really. There was some good moments, but he was just able to go crazy this one. MMA still performing really, really well, and I think that like the consensus in general about Navi is that MMA is on the weaker side, and yet he's performing both in the first set and in the second set really, really, really well. So Navi, so far, so good. Not really gotten through any sort of trouble just yet. But the end, this is going to be their last fighting chance, and they've got to give it everything they got, because their entire year has brought them to this point.
And I mean, it's not looking good either, is it really? They just seem to be a bit off today. I don't know if it's just Navi being completely on, switched on, the best they've played all year, in my opinion, and maybe even the best ever they've played for the side of Navi. But VN Esporting just don't seem like themselves. I feel like after that first set, they definitely took a bit of a tumble. And there were certain moments where they had gems. But even when they have gems, I never feel like they're safe.
I'm with you there, and I love how you're talking about the form as well of Navi, because I think this is the best form they've been in ever. I mean, last year was they were really not in the best spot coming into Worlds. The year before, I mean, they did amazing, but the skill ceiling has increased so much, and especially the skill floor has increased so much. The worst teams that are playing in the biggest tournaments are so much better every single year, and right now Navi, they are looking so fierce. Looking at this draft here, first pick VN is going to be Cordelius. They banned out Griff, as well as Abit and Nani. Griff is an interesting pick here. It was banned out, it was played out by Revenant just earlier, but again, I wouldn't necessarily consider Griff as like such a major threat on the Kaboom Canyon. Regardless, we have the Colette ban for Navi, as well as Crow and Tara. Tara here, a little bit of an interesting ban as well, I think. Like, it's not terrible just because Tara is a pretty good brawler, but I wouldn't say either that it is really a big threat on Kaboom Canyon.
I mean, personally, I kind of think it is very, very good, because, you know, once you get up to that safe, and it's not that difficult to do so with Tara, force support from Beyond. I mean, they shred the safe completely, and on top of that as well, just force support from Beyond genuinely in a map, and I think it's one of those gadgets where it's kind of amplified the brawler a bit more after that fourth gear gadget, whatever it's called, came in. But Gale's going to be the return pick from Navi, and they did this in SPS, right? And I hated it, and we laughed at it, and we asked for an answer. But now, I don't mind it.
Interesting. I mean, just talking about the Tara, just finalizing this thought, I just feel like at a pro level, it's so hard to get to that safe as a Tara, you know what I mean? And I actually popped that gadget. I don't know, that's how I feel about it. But Navi seem to be agreeing with you, Trav, and they will bring in that Gale, they will bring in the Otis as well. I don't really know what to expect. I don't think I saw that particular match you're talking about, so it's been a while since I've seen a Gale on Kaboom Canyon. It used to be a thing, especially when the launch pad would just make you jump much further than it does now. It was really easy to get in a lot of control, but it's not as strong anymore, but it's also something that most teams don't really expect either or are prepared to face. So I really want to see how that pans out.
I imagine they'll still be using that launch pad just to get into that mid, and I think that's the thing. You know, you can't do it too much, or as it becomes expected, and they start spamming that as soon as they see the launch pad or hear it starting to spring up. But Lola's going to be the last pick along with Bonnie for the side of VN Esporting. I like that kind of range. They've got some good DPS there as well. Jump in with Bonnie. Damage from Cordelius is massive, and obviously Lola as well puts out a lot. Otis on the other side does just that as well, but it kind of seems like Navi were heavily anticipating tanks, and they haven't come. And Daryl is going to be their final pick. And against Cordelius, it's not a matchup that's favoured. But the moments that I think maybe.
Yeah, no, it is definitely not a matchup you want against a Cordelius, but it is one that Navi seemingly were happy to accept because they picked that into that first pick Cordelius. So they must be confident they can still make it work. It will be harder than if there was not that sort of tank awareness, but I mean, it's in draft. You always are going to have some sort of anti-tanks options in place, because otherwise you are setting yourself up for failure, and all of those teams want to do that here as we head into set 3 here, and the jump pad are ready to get that control, but the Cordelius was there even faster. However, he does go down. Nice dodges, but it's quite low HP across the board, and maybe this is going to reach that safe and cause a lot of early damage onto Navi's safe.
Yeah, he's going to go towards that right side as well, and just sit there. We do see it was Daryl going in onto the other safe, but not a lot really coming out of it so far. Now the damage starts to come in, but that actually is Cordelius cleaning it up nicely. And this VN Esporting damage is just unmatched by anything we've seen from Navi so far.
Yeah, this is a bit of a massacre so far, as VN Esporting are getting so much damage on safe. It's just everywhere. There's someone just dealing damage on the safe, and Navi just have to run after them to try to clear it out. And that safe is already 50% less healthy than VN's.
I mean, it's nothing they can't come back from with Cordelius and Daryl, but it's not the start they will have wanted. Slow being used there by MMA as well. Not going to have that stunning blow. So we need to see if Angel Boy's going to be the man to get the damage, or if it's going to be up to Cube. Nice roll coming in there, gets the kill as well, and he's actually not going to waste his super on that. But Nob holds onto it, wants to use it on someone else, and actually misses it entirely.
Yeah, that's not going to be ideal here for Nob. Knockback from MMA as well. They did manage to catch up quite a bit. It's only 30% different, but maybe this is going to get some more connections onto that save. He will get cleared out by MMA. And now the defense is quite strong here for VN, but they do lose Rama. Angel Boy back into the action as well. Doesn't have a roll just yet, so he's going to have to be a bit patient before he can make a play.
Yeah, it looks like they're just sitting around the safe waiting for Daryl to go in so they can melt him, but if they do a nice synchronized push, a mute, a pushback and everything, Daryl might be able to get some damage in. Nob's got to be fairly close to a super though, I feel, otherwise he wouldn't be sitting this far back. He'd be wanting to go up and get it. It is a 22%, or actually 32% deficit that they've got going on at the moment, but Navi are in the 2-set advantage, so still got time to come back if they do lose this game, and even in this one as well, but 3 supers now in the hands of Navi, and it's a dangerous prospect.
Push forward here from VN, a jump in from Mabis. He gets the kill. That's huge because now someone else needs to defend, and he will survive the kill super as well. That is pretty much going to be checkmate here, as Rama will be able to close it out with a final spray. And finally, something seems to be going the way of VN. Now, I'm going to be honest with you, Trav. I don't really get the kill here. It's not really doing much for me. I mean, I think the jump pad is cool, but at that point, you might as well just get a brawl that opens up the middle or something, you know?
No, I agree, but I think they were heavily anticipating tanks as well. I think that's the thing, you know, it gives the jump pad and you can just deal with tanks quite well. Just get a nice start there yet again onto Nob, but that's not without him getting some very good charge along the way. Almost see that jump again, and that would have been a very similar start to last time for VN if that did happen. But Angel Boy trying to juke his way forwards and not really finding a pathway there.
Yeah, a lot of tanking for their teammates in that mid area for Navi. Mabius with the jump will be able to get some shots onto the save. It's a trade on the left lane, but Mabius is low HP and eventually does get cleared up by Angel Boy, an 8% lead in favor of VN. They're gonna hold on to their positioning in the mid, and so far it's quite the fight for it, but it seems like despite MMA getting a kill on the left side, he will be traded out by Rama. And so far, they're just going in one by one. That's not working out the best. Angel Boy will get the kill on the right-hand side. I don't even know if he needed that super at that point. But for now, things are still okay for VN. But it's only a 9% lead. And if the Daryl manages to roll through, he's going to deal a lot more damage than that.
I mean, he's just going in over and over and over again and not getting a lot out of it. But Mebius is here with his super. Rama's going to place that ego down and get some damage along the way as well. Cube, super in hand. MMA got this defense as well, but they can't play the same game VN were playing in the last one. They can't stay passive. They are behind by 18%. Angel Boy's going to go for it. Not going to roll because he knows Nob's just going to bring him into that realm. And now he starts to make the move. Rama pushing forwards, adding some more damage to the safe. And Mebius just waiting for the opportunity.
Cube is in the Shadow Realm. Not anymore, but that was a bit of a problem. Angel Boy going in. It's only a trade. MA now in the Shadow Realm. Nob is low HP though. He jumps aggressively. Is that going to be enough? Yes. Nob gets that kill. The roll from Angel Boy gets one. Is going to be looking for a second, but I don't think he has the HP to make that happen. And Na'Vi behind now by 40%. VN in an excellent position with 25 seconds left. Angel Boy might try to roll through and he's going to do just that, but Shadow Realm it is here as Nob is going to bring him with him. And Rama is still on the blue save, getting damage consistently. And I don't see a win con here for Na'Vi. I think that's going to be a set for VN esporting. Nothing that Na'Vi could have done. Just a poor draft in my opinion. And VN esporting making sure to capitalize on that mistake and secure their first set.
Yeah, no, I do think it was poor draft in the end. I think they compensated for too many tanks too early on and then couldn't really retrieve it after that. Notice they didn't have that many tank counters, but you can't play a Daryl into a Cordelius, can you really? It's just never going to work out like that. It was just a respawn cycle and a death cycle at that point, which is not something that Na'Vi will have wanted.
Yeah, I think the Daryl pick was very, very bold. I still didn't love the Gale pick, in all honesty. I think it would have been better to maybe keep that for later on in the draft. Don't really know. But regardless, it was a good attempt from Na'Vi. Hey, you're up 2-0. You can afford to take some risk, go for some wacky comps. But you got to make sure, though, that you keep your eyes on the objective because now VN is only trailing by one set. And as we saw here in highs, sets can go by really quickly. And if Na'Vi is not careful, before you know it, we're in set 5 and we are all even.
And that's especially if Na'Vi continue not drafting well and VN draft pretty smartly, which you kind of come to expect them to do at this point, haven't you? Really, Na'Vi are VN are a very strong drafting team. Philip obviously does help out a lot with that. Nob, 12 kills at the top of the table, 8 and 5. And then on the other side of things, 9, 5, and 8. So not the biggest difference in terms of kills, but as we always say on Heist, it's not the kills that matter, it's the damage on safe, and that VN Esporting just dominated.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely spot on. Let's see how this next set is going to be going. As Na'Vi, they can taste victory already. They know how close it is. They know that there's only one final step here required to qualify for the World Finals, and that's winning one of the next 2 sets. But for VN, I mean, all they need is 2 sets as well, you know, so really not that far behind. Ring of Fire for Hot Zone. It's going to be coming up next. And this is another map where draft is going to be very important. Na'Vi might want to be a little bit more cautious with their approach, not try to go for anything too wild this time around, or will they?
I hope they don't go in for anything so wild on the side of Na'Vi, at least. The NA Sporting, I welcome it. Go for something a bit wild. You're still trailing. Maybe you want to kind of take a bit of a risk, but at the same time, if you don't have to take risks and you can still bring the sets back, go for that too, you know? But I do find these drafts between these guys interesting. It's always, you know, there's always a tank on the map at some point. Maybe 2, maybe 3 occasionally. But these guys are so strong with these aggressive brawlers, these tank brawlers as well. Ring of Fire is what is coming up now. Crow going to be the first pick from VN Esporting, and I do like it. Bands looking like Amber, Colette, and Lou. I hate the Lou on this map, so I'm glad that's out of the way. Stu, Rosa, and Amber on the side of Na'Vi.
I like the bands on both sides. A lot of heavy hitters out of the equation. I think the double Amber band is maybe a little bit excessive. I mean, Amber is decent here, but 2 seems like a lot of bans for an Amber. Squeak is going to be the first pick here for Na'Vi. Definitely a very strong brawler at the moment. Brings in so much control. And in Hot Zone, control truly is the name of the game. So always going to be very good to have a Squeak on your team. Very high performing brawler at the moment. As Na'Vi are looking to pick their second now. Let's see. what they bring into the equation. Angel Boy is still smiling, still happy, and I mean, he might as well be. He is in the lead. He is a set away from qualifying for Worlds. But they got to focus up on that draft as well, as Pam is going to be their next pick, which I don't mind here. I think that the sustain is just very valuable, and the bulk too.
Great draft so far from Navi, in my opinion. I really like the sticky residue, especially when there's no Lou on the map. It's the good equivalent of it to keep people off that zone. And then Pam as well, just tanky, got a good spray, some good range as well to keep people low, and I think that's a pretty solid pick there from Navi. Back over to VN Esporting with the next two picks, though. It's going to be a Fang. They're going to go bold, they're going to go big, and they're going to go with Fang. Bit of a tank coming in, and I don't hate it, but I also think that Pam's not bad against Fang.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think that Pam can do all right here. Fang can obviously still do a lot of damage too. They have a final pick on their end. I would think they might actually go for some sort of tank counter just to take it away from Navi, and also be a bit careful on their end, have that extra awareness towards a final pick of a tank that could be happening on the Navi side. They're going to go Bell. That's an interesting one, because I mean, Bell is absolutely fine here, but it's not necessarily a last pick most of the time, because Bell is quite a generalist. It's not really a specialist. So usually in the final picks, you might want to go for something that has a little bit more counters here. But obviously, I mean, the bounce can still be really good against that Pam healing station, and we're going to see the Tara brought in by Navi.
You know me, Teddy. I love a Tara. I love it here as well. I think it's a very solid pick, and especially against the Fang as well, which is a tank. It's going to feed her a lot. Support from Beyond to come in as well, can tank some shots when, if Fang does land on her, then the support from Beyond is going to be able to tank some of the shots, stay behind it. I think it's a pretty good shout from Navi here to be able to counter this one out. And I prefer their comp, and I think they might take it in the fourth set here.
Yeah, I like their comp more too. I definitely still see some win conditions though on the VN side of things, so I would definitely not rule them out just from looking at that draft. But if you'd ask me, I would say that Navi wins the draft here. But winning the draft is not enough to win the game. You gotta actually play it through and perform there as well. Sticky residue already down in the mid, and it's gonna be Navi that will take the early lead with just a little bit better positioning and more presence towards the zone. Angel Boy very aggressive though. He's gonna get pushed away from there quite easily. Maybe a bit over aggressive, but at the same time with Tara, the beginning of the game is usually the hardest, because you do want to get a super to pull someone, hit some shots, you start working towards your next super, and that really is the name of the game for Tara.
Yeah, I do really think that Crow's got a bit of a tough matchup here against the Tara on the lane, especially with the support from Beyond. Rama's going to go in, going to get the trade out there, but it was actually Angel Boy who got that return. But he's just going to be playing it a bit central here. I feel like he had a bit of a way down the right-hand side, but Cube going to establish this healing turret and try to help out MMA here as well, throwing down a residue to stop Rama from coming down his side and bouncing around with his team. Angel Boy now going to push forward, get a kill, and in goes Rama, but it wasn't a good lunge. He didn't even have to use his Tara super to get him out of the way there.
Yeah, kind of crazy that he still keeps that super. It is going to be a little bit scary using that super on the Crow, so you might want to avoid that just because Crow has super and it could literally just jump out of range. Won't matter for now as Angel Boy gets taken down. Maybe he's playing it from afar, and both teams playing very composed, making sure not to make any mistakes. Rama was a big kill there, but he actually ends up going down to the squeak anyways. Navi, that were in a bit of a lead, are going to be just in the lead by 1% until VN Esporting now take it back for themselves. The healing station is still there. There's a spare healing station for Cube 2, so right now Navi can't really complain about their situation, although it is very, very close still. A 1-for-1 trade on the left-hand side, but I think that is going to be favoring Navi. The trade is there, but Nob is too low. He goes down. The nest eggs are still in place, though. But there's no shot for the Crow to contest his own. He just doesn't have the HP, but Rama goes in, finds two, falls to the third. MMA has super, but he's going to be patient. He's waiting for his teammate. Gets the connection onto Nob. Nicely done, but he ends up going down. Super will connect as well, find the trade. A couple percentage difference, but Navi are able to catch up, take back that lead. Is that going to be enough here for Navi, or can VN come back? Oh, the dash-in is going to get destroyed.
I mean, they can't do anything. Even with Cube marked up constantly throughout the game, which Nob's been doing an incredible job of, MMA remains on this zone. Now 4% left. The Tourist going to attack. Actually, he cleans up. Angel Boy surely going to get it done, though. He does. He gets there. And Navi going to match point.
Very close game, but close is not going to cut it here for VN Esporting. They need a win. They actually need 2 in a row here to fight off that match point and bring things back to an even match. And Navi, this is the final step towards qualifying for the World Finals. All they need is to win one of the next 2 games, and they'll be there in Sweden at the end of the year. Navi was a good start here as well. Big kill from MMA on the right-hand side. That's going to create a little bit of space, a little bit of breathing room for Cube. But a nice pickup from Nob here to try to put an end to that idea, as Cube is too low HP, needs to fall back. Angel Boy able to find some good value. Rama is going to waste his dash as his target dies before he gets close enough. Still, oh no, a wasted gadget too. Things are looking troublesome here for VN, as Navi has the lead. And there was a lot of wasted util already from VN.
And look at Angel Boy as well. That's got a pull right there. Double, or maybe even a double no. Mebius realizes that he's got it and backs off before he gets in there with Rama. Nob's going to try and push through this mid as well. And yeah, he's always got a mark on him, but he does nothing because now MMA and Angel Boy are in a phenomenal position. 60% to not even 20 by VN Esporting. And Navi are running away with it.
Navi are there. The double pull from Angel Boy. Very well played once again. And I think that VN Esporting know that there's no coming back from here. They're too far behind. And Navi are going to be your final team to qualify for the World Finals 2023.
Massive congratulations to Navi for claiming this final golden ticket. But commiserations to VN Esporting, who've played the entire year at such a high level. But today, and over this weekend, it just wasn't enough to take down the might of Navi.
It was a good year from VN, but a year that ends here. Navi, on the other hand, are going to the World Finals after an incredible performance throughout the weekend. No one was able to stop them, not even VN here in day 2. We have all of our world finalists.
I mean, they're all so deserving of the spots there. The 8 who qualified through the main season and the 4 who qualified through the last chance qualifier over this weekend. It really is very, very interesting to see what teams managed to make it to the World Finals. And I don't think we could have had 4 more deserving teams of claiming those tickets.
Definitely not. It's been all over the place. We had some matches we really expected to go a certain way, went another. Some other matches where the favorites did manage to win. But hey, let's hear it from our final winners here. Ark, take it away.
I'm here with Angel Boy on the stage. Congratulations first and foremost to yourself and the boys. It was a tough matchup. You know, VN Esporting, they did not go easy on you, it must be said. But Navi have appeared in every World Finals since 2021, and it would be the same without you. How much does this victory mean for you and the boys?
It means everything for me. I think it was my biggest grind so far. I'm really happy that I achieved my goal. My goal is still winning the world, and I will do my best to this. Now I think we proved everyone that no matter how scrims goes, how tournament goes, it's the matter that if time comes, you play different game. We were focused, we played our best game, and I want to thank all our support, our organization, my team, all staff. Like, you're amazing. Also my coach Serevi. The drafts were good again. We dropped only 1 set on the whole event. I'm very proud of our team.
That was going to be my next question. Almost a clean sheet. What then was the toughest moment for you in the entire tournament so far?
Yeah, of course, set against Reject was hard, and the whole match against VN was good, but first 2 sets were going our way, and the 3rd set, I think draft wasn't something we expected, and yeah, I think the 3rd set was very good from them. Yeah, so we lost that.
And, you know, you said that you were going to bring out the Fang specifically for me. Thank you for that. It did pay off very nicely for you. But, you know, there has been such a huge outpouring of love for you specifically on social media. I've got to ask then the question, how does it feel to have so much support from the entire Brawl Esports community?
Thank you, guys. Thank you. I appreciate it. And yeah, of course, I told you that I will pick Fang, and also I told Nob that I will pick Fang, so they knew.
So they actually knew the whole time?
Yeah, of course.
Fantastic stuff. Well, again, congratulations, a well-earned victory, and you must now go and celebrate. We cannot wait to see you at the World Finals. For now, it's back to the casting desk.
I love that guy. I really do. Absolutely love him. He's so humble, so nice, and honestly, it's very entertaining to watch him play. Some of the best gameplay we've seen all year round comes out of that man and the team over on Navi. It really is the best they've played, and I think it would have been a disservice to the community if they didn't make it to the World Finals.
I love how from this event, we have some names that, like, I mean, we definitely knew, right? But we're coming into the World Finals, I'm expecting a lot from players like Surgeon, just earlier, but also here Angel Boy. Those were my two biggest highlights when it comes to individuals that just performed out of their minds. So much happiness as well. Look at him go. Look at him go. Just carrying Cube. I mean,
always the one.
Exactly. I mean, carrying Cube in game here, 11 kills to 3. Carrying him in person as well. Angel Boy with just an incredible performance.
And you know, we say carrying, but the thing is, right, I said it to Sargent as well, you know, how does it feel to carry a team? It's not, you know, the team isn't playing badly. It's just highlighting that one specific player who's making the big plays. And usually, it's that aggressive player. It's the one who's making the flashy plays, gets the most recognition, and that's just how it works, right? They are the person who is making the plays, carrying the... It's not taking a disservice out of the team at all, because every player in Revenant played well, regardless of Sergeant Clash's beautiful gameplay, and the same with Angel Boy and Navi.
Yeah, of course, it's also about, like, setting up your teammates for success. You know, if you're playing more supportive brawlers or more utility-based, you're not going to get as many kills as the Fang and the Buzz and the Stu and the Piper, those, like, heavy hitters. It's their job to get a lot of kills. I want to give a particular shout-out as well to MMA, because I mentioned it earlier that he was performing really well here at LCQ. He really is, though. There again, only a kill behind Angel Boy, getting so much value, playing so well. For me, he's the reason they won Brawl Boy as well, with his incredible crow play. So, right now, Navi is looking incredibly deadly, and they are going to be one of my favorites coming into Worlds.
I think so as well, and it's the same with, you know, SK, STMN, even Revenant were looking really good. They were a bit of an underdog coming into this tournament, but specifically in my eyes, STMN, SK, and Navi, they are dangerous going into World Finals, and I think there's so many different teams who would be able to win it.
Definitely so, Trav. Let's give a look at our MVP for this final match. Let's see who will get it. I'm thinking Angel Boy. And it is the man himself, Angel Boy, that takes the MVP. I feel like we've not had any disappointing MVPs here, which sometimes happen, you know, like MMA has massive fan base. And honestly, for this match, if he was MVP, I wouldn't mind either, because he was up there in the leaderboards for 2 of the sets that they won. So I can definitely respect the decision as well. But Angel Boy, I mean, he just deserves it after the intense performance he's been able to provide for us throughout the entire weekend.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, whether it's his Nanny, whether it's his Fang, it's always brilliant gameplay from him and the boys over on Navi. So a big, big congratulations to them for managing to guarantee themselves that last World Finals spot of the weekend. Let's take a little bit of a look at the bracket, what we've had throughout the duration of this weekend, and who did get those qualifying World Finals tickets. First off, we had SK versus Humble, which was a quick 3-0. Humble, they put up a big fight. It doesn't really show here on the score lines, but it was SK who were victorious. STMN and Rejects, more of the same. Big fight, but not showing on the scoreline. STMN were victorious. Revenant versus Raconic, it was a big fight, and it shows in the scoreline, but Revenant came out on top. And Navi versus VNE Sporting, very close game as well, but Navi were victorious.
Dude, I think it's crazy that out of all of those matches, somehow one of my favorites ends up being Revenant versus Reconic. It was just so much fun, so much craziness, some crazy comps, some incredible plays, and just shows as well that, like, you can't underestimate teams here in the BSC. You have to be really careful. If they are here, it's because they're good enough to be here, and a lot of teams that had a lot to prove here were able to do so at the LCQ. Of course, there are 12 teams out of the 16 that are going home, but hey, it's brutal, always in the BSC, and we have 4 more teams now that will be attending the World Finals from different regions as well, so that's always going to be exciting as well to just see the variety of teams for Worlds.
Yeah, that's the thing. It kind of seems like the hierarchy's changing from specifically East Asia to now almost every region being on that same level, and it's really exciting to see, and I think it's a change that Brawl Stars esports needed to remain as entertaining as it was, because it really is a very, very entertaining competition in all, and also I think World Finals is going to be absolutely amazing as well. We're going to take a quick look at a video whilst we get set up.
Look at You have really good skins. Let's start hard. Difficult. Your character is a short range brawler.
Short range.
Yeah.
Okay. You have a totem.
You are very off meta right now. Meta with totem. Your character.
I can jump and short range.
Yeah.
Jump. Okay.
Has a lot of skins. Your character. It's one of the most character with skins.
Okay. Your character. Your character can break walls.
Break walls.
Totem, good skins, and
Of meta. Is Bo.
yes. Mine, I have short range, a lot of skins.
Yeah. Jump.
Jump, I think a medical.
No.
No, okay.
You want the last
Jump
one?
No, last one is 4. Okay, yeah. Give me one more.
The sport. He do the sport.
I'm el primo again.
It's the same, bro. I don't know how. Okay. Oh, look. This character is the most of meta brawler that I've seen, probably. Or almost the
I'm trying
most.
to guess it. Am I Jackie? Okay. Your brawler is long range brawler.
Okay.
Okay. Have decent a lot HP and long range. You have a turret.
A turret.
And you're very slow.
Slow. 8-bit, I guess.
Yeah! Okay.
No sé qué era.
You are cold. Cold.
Cold, yeah. I got it. You are a typical brawler, like old one.
Old one, original one. And I can break walls.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm a bull?
No.
Okay. You can stun.
So I can stun is cold, and the other was
You can jump.
scale.
Yeah!
Okay.
I'm original, I break, I'm not bull.
Yeah. You have a shotgun.
I have a shotgun.
Yeah.
Michelle? Again?
You are the original.
I'm Shelly. I'm the original one.
Lots of fun there being had with Pedro in our chaos, and we're going to continue that on as well, because actually Pedro's going to be joining us for this show match along with Oshi as well from the SK Avarosa roster of last year, which we'll get into shortly. Hypercharge, it's been out of the mix all of the LCQ long, and we're going to be bringing it back for a show match. I can't wait to see how the teams fare with regards to that new mechanic that we've not really ever seen in a competitive setting.
That's why nobody's going to have scrimmed it. Nobody's going to have seen it in a competitive setting. And I'm actually really looking forward to seeing how this plays out. What difference it changes to the meta. Because, you know, we've seen so much Rosa, so many tanks. Spike's been out of the mix. Shelly's been out of the mix. All these tank counters are out of the way because they've got hypercharge and now reintroduced. And also, you can't ban them.
On the side of STMN as well, we're going to be having OG joining forces with Sans and also Lukey from the Humble rosters could be hopping in as well. Yeah, I mean, he had a fantastic day though. Despite the loss, I think that he really excelled for me in the way that he was approaching things. And, you know, again, I'm going to be looking for those early picks of Shelly and Spike. I think that for me, they've got like the best value when it comes to Hypercharge. Pearl, though, I really do enjoy playing. I think she's very, very strong at the moment. Obviously, we've had her banned out as well. So I think that they are the kind of top three for me. But, you know, Ball as well. Jackie maybe even getting a look in potentially Brawl Ball 2. And, you know, no one can ban them as well. It's important to mention that.
Yeah, it's intriguing to see that we won't be able to ban them and how they're going to play out and when they'll be drafted, when they won't be drafted, and if some just aren't in general, still aren't good with that hypercharge. But let's take a little bit of a closer look at our rosters. We actually do manage to have pictures for all as well. IKEOS, Pedro Gajara, and Oshi, Lukey, Sans, and OG on the side of STMN for this show match arc.
Love that from production. Fast fingers at work quite clearly to arrange that. And, you know, again, I think it's going to be really enjoyable to watch. A bit of fun, no doubt, to be had on the stage, but also, as we know, let's face it, SK Gaming, when it comes to show matches and then when it comes to Chaos Cups, they take these moments incredibly seriously regardless.
Is that a banana?
I think so, yeah.
There's a banana out of nowhere.
Oh, okay. We're doubling down, I think. The shark is on the stage. We're getting
Who is in the shark? That's
Yoshi.
the question.
Is that Yoshi in the shark?
It is Yoshi in the shark.
Oh my word. Well, we've got to recover from that moment of sheer madness and randomness as we bring on then STMN.
It's not Lukey at all, it's Lukey Bear.
Oh, it's Lukey Bear. Oh my word. Lukey Bear as well. Very accomplished player nonetheless. So certainly going to be adding a great deal of talent then to the STMN roster. Of course, OG Sans and Lukey Bear.
Dyna inbound.
Dyna inbound. I was going to say, he's just renowned for that brawler pick. And I worry a little bit for SK Gaming. I think they've got to make sure that they definitely consider that as a likely ban from their front.
I would agree as well, but for the sake of the show match, you've got to allow it, surely. Let him do some double jumps, let him do something else, you know, let this man have his fun, because, you know, he hasn't been on the stage, he hasn't been on any of these teams, it's quite intriguing to say. I mean, look at Yoshi as well. Look at this man, I mean, it's got to...
Dun, 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 dun. Is he going to, like, just come over to the other side and start to mess with STMN? I kind of wonder.
Yeah, I hope so, because this is quite the funny thing seeing Yoshi in this, and obviously we saw Chaos in it as well on the SK social media, which is I was like, who was this in a little shark costume? But it turned out Chaos was the one donning the costume at that point.
I wonder whose idea it was. You know, when there's someone backstage who's like, hey, you know, we've got a shark costume, and they jump to the opportunity. But it does scream very much that kind of mentality that SK have, you know, very fun to be around. But when it comes to that competitiveness, they really do turn that switch and get on with business. But again, you know, just to reiterate, just looking forward so much to seeing Hypercharge play itself out. And, you know, of course, when it did introduce into the game we saw, it was just pure chaos. And I'm fully expecting the same.
Oh, I'm expecting it as well. I believe we're actually going to be seeing Siege.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's been so long. I don't think I've ever casted a game of Siege, and I've been casting since like 2021, and I don't think I've genuinely ever casted a game of Siege. It was my favorite game mode when I was playing, and it was so sad that it came out of competitive, and you know, I've been dying to get it back. So, you know, even if it is in this Hypercharge show match, I'm pleased it's at least shown its face in esports this year.
Well, you know, as you know, I've been watching back through the VODs, you know, recently over the past couple of weeks from the World Finals, and, you know, it was such an enjoyable game mode to have.
So much skill involved as well, with the timings of picking up the bolts, and there's so many like intricacies that I feel are just really entertaining, and especially for the pro players to kind of learn and pick up on. Obviously, they'll have learned and picked up on it at the time, but it's like timings with bolts, when to pick them up, when to leave them, when to let your opponents get the bot. It's like the thought process is just, it's so entertaining to like be able to explain.
You see, after all this, you know, if that's the fourth set and it's a sweep, I mean, I'm gonna laugh at your sad face. Let's see where it is on.
It's the first.
It's the first one. Yes, let's go. Travis saved.
Oh, I was gonna cry if it was a bit later on down the line. But we also got Minecart Madness as well coming in, so we got a bit of a different gem grab map that we haven't seen in a while. Personally,
not a fan.
Not a fan, but I understand that people will be.
I really like it. I'm on that front and that side of things.
Wrong opinion.
It's not for everyone's tastes, is it, really? I mean, the minecart sometimes can get more, takedowns than the opposition themselves. So, the minecart can be your foe, it can be your friend, and definitely drafting around that obstacle is going to be very much high up in terms of that draft.
Yeah, I'm intrigued to see how it goes with that and as well, and how it's changed, because we've never seen draft siege. Even if you think about it, it was all just Gene, Max, Pam, some Colt coming in to break the walls. We've never seen a draft siege. I'm intrigued to see how that plays out and how the hypercharge brawlers come into it, and how what's a massive spike super going to do against that bot? It's not going to ban
Bull as well. Bull was such a heavy hitter.
You can't ban Bull.
Oh, you can't ban it.
You're
not allowed to ban it. Exactly. So that first pick, I mean, that's got to be it for me. You're just invincible, Bull. In fact, you can just combine it for some really big cheesy comps and just ignore the bolts completely.
I mean, how much of a shred is a Colt super going to do to the bot as well? Like, that's going to absolutely melt through it. And the same with, Spike slowing it down. Massive radius on that on Spike Super now with the hypercharge. So I'm just so excited to see how the different interactions work. Obviously, we won't be seeing it until a bit later of the competition on now. But at least for the sake of showing it, I think it's really exciting.
Yeah, I feel like, it's going to bring Siege into like a new dimension, so to speak. And will the bot even be able to get any damage on the save? That's the question for me.
Ultra defense.
I feel like when a ball goes in and you've got that support network behind it, it could be a very swift set.
Yeah, I mean, ball going into the safe with 80% of the damage being negated is... it's not going to be fun for the person on the other end of that, is it really? So let's hope we see them defending it a bit better and not letting him get into that position where he can do that.
Of course, as well in later sets with Brawl Ball and such, in those maps especially, where you've got those tight constructive, or rather the constrictive corners and corridors, that Spike Super going to be really deadly. Pearl going to be able to break open so much of the map as well, and the more space that she has to work with as well, the better that she can really land that, that souped up shot, that amplified shot to have that burn down as well. And her gadget is just so destructive. I mean, you run into your opposition whilst in a bush, you tap your green button, you tap your red button, and it's GG on that lane.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit sad to see, but at the end of the day, I'm quite scared of how good Pearl's going to be. That's my issue. It's like, in my eyes, it's like a Pam, right? Pam shot with like Colt damage, and the shots just do so much. It's really weird to see, and then on top of that as well, the gadget, it just incinerates people.
Yeah, exactly. And it's one of those things where, you haven't, from what I understand, have got to pick a hypercharged brawler. You just simply can't ban them out. So it's going to be very interesting to see whether teams want to really double down or triple down on that hypercharged utility, or whether some want to combine it with others that are just very rife in terms of the meta at the moment. But, Sans forever asleep. I mean, he played a fantastic Sandy earlier today. It's clearly rubbing off on him.
I mean, I'd like to say that we've kind of got a shark behind a podium here, so I'm a little bit scared that we're going to be seeing him playing through this costume.
How?
Yeah, has he got headphones underneath it as well, though? What's going on?
Take it to another level.
He does, I think. He's got little headphones on underneath. You can see his microphone.
But can he get any grip on the screen itself?
It looks like he's doing something.
How? I don't understand. How is this going to work?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's a shark costume completely made out of thumb sleeves.
Nonetheless, SK Gaming always bring some great humor and some great banter to the stage when it comes to these moments in time. I mean, again, with regards to hypercharge, it's just such a strong mechanic, but it was very relieving when it was introduced. And because I'll be honest, I tweeted out and said, I don't like this. I don't like this. I'll be the first to say it, because it was just kind of so chaotic, and it's going to take some time over the course of its introduction, and obviously new brawlers obtaining it to sort of even things out somewhat in regards to what those hypercharges actually look like. And it was very refreshing that as soon as it did get released, the entire pro scene were all united in saying that, don't worry, don't panic. It's not that overpowered. We're handling it fine. In fact, we're working around it, and it's not something that's just going to break the game. I think that was in the community's minds as being a bit of a concern, but it was alleviated incredibly quickly.
Yeah, I mean, I like that as well. You know, I was worried about it when it first came out. I thought it was going to be too kind of game-breaking, too good. You won't be able to compete against them unless you've got a hypercharged brawler yourself. And I think that's just not the case, because in a pro setting especially, through esports, you're not going to get any more than 2 in a game. Like, that's the tops you're going to be able to get in reality. 1 more than likely is what you will receive. And at that, you know, it's like 1 super. You get like 1 super off with that special ability, and it's not that groundbreaking. It's kind of the thing that I worry about the most would be kind of the base stats, you know, like when the base stats come through, higher speed and stuff like that. That was my worry.
Certainly. So, I mean, the 4th gadget for many seems to be more of a problematic thing than hypercharge itself at the moment. Let's be honest there. But, you know, I like what it brings to esports. I like the fact that, you know, you have this now other dimension to consider when it comes to, do you just all want to obtain it at the same time and just go on the biggest of charges as Yoshi comes over towards STMN? Is he looking for an embrace? No, he's looking for a banana. He's got the goods. He's going to take it back to his side, I'm sure. Maybe some words of encouragement along the way. It's hard to tell at this point.
Yeah, I'm really confused what's going on with the shark, like what relevance it has to SK, you know, like, because obviously I think it's SK shark suit. And I just don't really see the resemblance with SK, to be honest with you.
I think earlier this year, they were certainly not the shark. They were certainly the surfer in the water, in infested waters, and they did do fantastically well, though. You know, you've got to hand it to SK with just such a dominant performance. Just a clean sheet over the course of the last 2 days. They really did do justice on those moments of, you know, weakness and downfall at the early stages of the year. And they've just had their full, you know, revenge arc. They've just come into such a great, fantastic place, and now they can finally relax.
Yeah, we've got a little crow portrait here on Sans' podium. Clearly in love with that brawler at the moment. It's going home with him and going to be on his bed nightstand soon enough, I'm sure. But, I mean, the predictions were there. I think it was 57 to SK, 43 to STMN, and it makes sense. Here's Siege. If you've never seen Siege in competitive, you're in for a treat.
Is this the first ever Siege flyover? I think we may have had some back in the day. I think we had some back in the day, but it was like the bolts definitely being displayed is very new. I haven't seen that before. We've still got polls happening. It's SK that are taking a little bit of an edge here, 57% on their side of things. But again, it's very difficult to say. We've never really seen this kind of like drafting element, as you rightly put it, to Siege, and therefore it's just a bit of the Wild West.
Clearly no faith in Lukey from the community then. This is a perfect map to bring a Dynamite out, I would like to mention.
True.
But they actually haven't banned it. We're seeing a Mortis ban. We can dream that they're going to pick Dynamite and we're going to have a bit of a show going on, but it is SK with the first pick and it's going to be Spike.
Very good on the defensive. Yeah, very good.
Hypercharge Brawler instantly.
So that's equally as strong. Let's be honest, Shelly is still for me. Yeah, and there it is. You knew it was going to be coming. The bans really did hint towards it. Colt, SK could be tripling down here actually on Hypercharge. Potentially maybe the Pearl to break open things more so for the Colt to get even more value. Let's see whether they want to really go all in on things here.
Oh, Spike, Pearl and Colt defense.
I know. Oh. It would be my choice. But Jackie wouldn't necessarily be the worst of things either, but it's still going to go in perfect harmony with the Colt.
Yeah, I feel that the same way. I mean, Colt can break down walls and Jackie can rebuild them if she really wants to. It's going to be the Pearl. There you go. And I mean, yeah, there's no other option.
Well, Lukey might have his work cut out for him here. Hank going to come in for SK. Just the one hypercharged brawler. It's what we were saying. Exactly what we were saying coming in. What is the strategy going to be? Tripling down on hypercharge or just bringing the one and combining it with some ideas that these aren't the meta ideas?
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, do you take a meta brawler or do you take a hypercharge brawler? You know, like Colt alone without, I mean, you know, don't get me wrong, Colt's good on Siege, right? But on other maps, do you bring Colt in just because he's got hypercharge or do you take a brawler that's actually good on the map?
Ultimately, the Hank's got some great slowdown abilities as well, so combining that with Lukey on that Dynamite, which it will beat Lukey on that Dynamite pick, no doubt about it. He's going to be able to land many more shots as a result if they're able to work that in synergy. The right-hand side, the first bolt battle commences. Oshi taking damage, and OG seals it. Now able to then re-blow the bubble, finds his attention to Chaos, who keeps his distance. That is one bolt, a second, surely going to be banked there by SK, and Sans is all over the third.
Yeah, we got a little burn down on the right side there, and we say goodbye to Lukey as the damage definitely is going strong with that Pearl gadget, to put it lightly. But Sans already got his super as well. Let's see how good this defense is. Chaos going to knock back as well, and that does a good amount of damage. But it's been shredded. But OG's going to bag a kill, and a super from Sans and a clay pigeon going to do a lot. They might actually be able to do this here. The damage coming in, and the Hank super on safe melts it.
The one push from STMN on just the 3 bolts, and the one hypercharged brawler was able to overthrow it. I'll be honest, I did not see a Hank coming. I mean, this is going to be the first time that we've seen Hank, throughout the entirety of LCQ, from my understanding. Maybe some of the matches I didn't see.
Definitely not.
Yeah, exactly, right? So I would never have predicted it actually working out, but work out it did, and STMN will take that first game.
Yeah, Pedro did miss that first wall break, but eventually got it on the second one. OG sliding it to the side, going to pop a shield, and Sans now going to go forward with the clay pigeon, get some damage done. And I mean, they pretty much already guaranteed themselves that first bot, and Chaos getting hit hard by OG, but that's a lot of damage coming in from that Pearl gadget.
Well, the bot now coming back in, smelling like a little bit of deja vu. Pedro's getting some early taps though. And Lukey and OG are being kept back here by Chaos, so they can't really be there for the push. But now that Oshi falls, Lukey can come forward. He has got gadget, he has got super, and the damage now starting to show.
Yeah, I mean, Sans going completely in. Clay Pigeon was there as well, and now SK Gaming are the ones in control of the middle of this map. OG in a tough position now as Pearl uses the super on him. Nice move from Chaos, and even a spike super did come down. Been a while since I've seen that, to be fair, a spike super.
Lukey trying to contest the mid, will get a bolt there. 4-2. SK still have the lead. 10 seconds remain, and Oshi going to bank. Pedro going to bank here as well. So definitely some good time spent, and a big beam. Oh, Pedro falls. Super. Look at this from STMN. They're just going straight in. It's not going to be enough damage though. SK Gaming still have a push to make good on the deficit.
Get ready for what is about to come. Hypercharge available for Chaos, Hypercharge available for Sans too, but no super for the side of Sante. Chaos pops his, and now they're going to try and go in, but OG melts it with the Hank super there. Beautiful from him, and Pedro's going to go down on the top side as well from being in the Ike zone.
Chaos popped hypercharge, but realistically there, not the most amount of damage considering that the push and the bolts that were needed to obtain it were pretty strong. A nice super there from Beyond the Grave from Yoshi. It's going to lead to 4 bolts left on the map, now 5 and 6 spawning in left and right respectively. And that's a really good way to take back control from SK. I don't think the STMN have got time to really get a push here.
Yeah, Hypercharge Pedro, Hypercharge Oshi available as well for the Spike and Colt alike. OG, you can surely try and use a super here if you manage to get on this bot. I mean, it's a big boy coming in. 12 going to have a bit of extended speed as well, but Lukey's got his super. He can deflate this push quite heavily. 3 hypercharges available from SK, but can they do the damage?
Chaos is slow, but now coming in as supers are landing. Yoshi in a good spot to get even more damage, and Lukey falls. Now the bot connects. Pedro is still there. 26%. They need a little bit more. 22. They just take the lead, and SK Gaming tie things up.
Oshi manages to get it in the closing seconds as everybody else went down. Managed to get the final connecting shot on to get the 2% lead to take the win. And now we're evened out. Shows the power of the 3 hypercharges at the end there. All came down at once in that final push, and still was almost defended there by the side of STMN. Almost took it down. But now we're into this 3rd game. Lukey moving forwards, trying to get the same start as in the previous games.
Well, the right-hand side opened up very quickly by Pedro. Lukey didn't quite connect with the gadget. As Chaos dancing with Sans for that bolt. It is his, but there's a trade on the left, so no one going to bank it. OG going to pick it up. In the meanwhile, Pedro tried for that one. He went down, and Lukey's starting to really pop off on this dynamite pick.
He's warming up on his main now, and he's getting going. Bolts all going to the side of STMN, even the ones after the bot did spawn in. Now we are seeing a 3-bolt lead and a massive push coming in for the side of STMN. OG behind it, trying to work on that super so we can get it down. Dynamite super coming in as well, but they're looking like they might go for it on the second push. Lukey committing to it though as he's burning down regardless, and they get 54% damage.
That is a healthy push as Pedro trying to connect these shots onto OG. He did manage to land a few, which will stop the healing. Sans though has hypercharge himself now on the right-hand side. Too low to realistically try to use it though. Chaos going super aggressively, letting out some steam there onto OG. The trade is there though. Luki picks up the scraps. It's looking like though STMN are going to get another big push though, which should be enough damage if they're present for it.
Yeah, it's a meaty bot. Luki did have that damage gear activated there as well. Super comes in, doesn't connect with Pedro. Gadget being used by OG now as well. Trying to make some moves happen on that right-hand side, but Sans has this hypercharge just waiting on his super. Kale's going to pop his to get this going. Oshi with the defense, but a hypercharge from Sans destroys both of them, deflates the defense, and STMN takes set one.
Very convincing stuff, but you know, let's be honest. If there's any advocate for Siege, it's always been with STMN, hasn't it? They've always been very vocal about the mode, enjoying it, and they made it look pretty easy for the most part. Moments where SK definitely did have and did thrive off the back of, but STMN bringing it full circle in that third game to take the first set. But SK looking very good. I mean, Pedro is, I mean, for, you know, effectively a coach and an analyst, he's actually putting up a very decent fight.
Yeah, well, let's not forget that he did beat Tribe Gaming in that one monthly final. So, like, is he a coach or is he a player? You know who you are on that Tribe Gaming roster, who did manage to lose against Pedro in a monthly final. But at the end of the day, you know, he's a very, very skilled coach.
I was hoping you were going to add to it. I say Trav name and shame as far as I'm concerned.
Nah, I don't think we'll do that. I don't think we'll do that. let's not name and shame him on stream.
Nonetheless, though, very entertaining stuff. Some very good choices, I think, all things considered as well. And ultimately, the team that thrived the most in that set was just the one hypercharged brawler combined with two of us very anti-meta ideas that just by keeping the cover there in the early game had that advantage realistically until Pedro could open things up more for himself. But look at that, Chaos on 14 kills, 443 damage, by far the best stat on the board. Regardless though, STMN just played the objective better.
Yeah, Chaos was definitely cooking there. Moving on to Minecart Madness now. We're just making sure we're getting the unusual maps and modes coming out first, making sure we get to see the Minecart Madness. A very, very entertaining map, I will say as well. I'm not the biggest fan of the minecart that goes around and kills people. It kind of takes, in my opinion, a bit of the skill out of the game, but also in some people's opinions, I guess it adds a bit more.
See here, do you bring in a Jackie instead of the Pearl? Because Pearl's going to be quite slow and sluggish against that minecart, and it is going to be taking a little bit away from that positioning and that maneuverability, you know, unless you combine it with a Max, which wouldn't be the worst of ideas.
Or, hear me out, you could just not use a hypercharge brawl.
That's what I'm saying. You know, you could bring the Max in as well and just add something to the equation. I think...
Like, I'm not the biggest fan of Jackie's hypercharge as it is.
I agree. I agree.
I don't think it's bad.
It's on the weaker side of things.
I agree.
I would say in terms of the overall spectrum that we got to have. Let's see what the bans are going to be, though. Crow, Nita, and Tara. Crow, Meg, first pick of Shelly, has to be. I think whoever's going to get that coin toss is going to absolutely spend no time at all in securing it. Pearl is going to come in for STMN. They're banning out Meg and the Squeak as well. Combining it with the Colt now. This is interesting from STMN.
Yeah, I mean, they're now wanting to try this Colt, wanting to try some hypercharge brawls themselves by the looks of things. The show is over for the Dynamite, I guess, but maybe we'll still see another hypercharge brawler and have a 3v3 hypercharge as we've got the Spike coming in on the other side for Oshi.
Jackie, Bull, are SK going to be daring enough to go for it? They've got the Spike on their side. They're going to go with Byron, keep those hills coming in. Keeping us guessing is always a great thing. I was hoping to see a full hypercharge matchup. Doug, not sold on it. I'm personally still not sold on it, but nonetheless, that ability to stay within the mix, stay in position, revitalize yourself there and then, it is quite a strong mechanic.
I mean, the respawn is very strong, and I think that's why the rest of Doug kind of just isn't, you know? Like,
yeah, has to be.
I think it evens it out. Chaos moving over to the STMN side here, having a little lean on OG and seeing what's going on over that side.
No doubt, I'm sure going to be interfering on some level. Couple of slip-ups there on the screen, and OG's match could be in jeopardy. In we go to Minecart Madness. SK just keeping those hills very early on as the clay pigeons are popped. And meanwhile, Luki as well will be first to show his gadget on the side of STMN. And Pedro will fall. That's going to give a lot of positioning power to STMN and Oshi to follow. SK are now going to be a very tough spot to get out of their spawn. And Sans is going to open up this entire right-hand side.
So bear in mind it is Shark Yoshi on iChaos's device here, so he will be playing under the name iChaos, and Pedro getting some good connections here, but Doug instantly healing that up, and that's the power of it. If you stay there, and if you've got some good position, if you can just stay next to a player like Luki who's playing the Pearl, such a strong brawler, it's going to be all right.
4 gems to 2, 3 with Lukey, 1 with OG, and that's a good splash there from Pedro's low HP himself. OG has to come back a little bit. Sans now really giving a lot to the squad and keeping STMN in the mix. OG just evading the minecart. Now clustered on this right-hand side. And Luke with that maneuverability as well. It's such a great thing to have when you pop your hypercharge with the Pearl specifically. Oshi, yeah, going to absolutely fall with a great pitch from STMN. The spins are out, the pins are out. 1 more gem for countdown, and this is looking good for STMN.
Is it just me who loves the hypercharge noise? Like, it sounds so good when they pop it. I want to hear more of that, but now on the backside, Lukey going to try and push forward. Actually breaks the wall, and Chaos gets a shot through. Clay Pigeon says says hello to the minecart though, rather than anything else, and Sans popping another hypercharge. Oshi on the defense can't really make it in time, throws down the super, and STMN take another game.
Yeah, no slow there for Chaos. Otherwise, there may have been something to be said. Clearly running the Band-Aid star power on that shade to keep those heals coming in. STMN are looking very, very strong. Very composed, enjoying themselves, of course, as it's fair to say SKR, as Yoshi will come over and have a little poke around at Lukey Bear.
Tapping on Lukey Bear's screen by the looks of things. We'll see if he does anything questionable, and if he does, it might just be him being awful, or it might be Yoshi tapping his iPad. Oh, the knockback straight into the minecart. Lukey goes down.
Nice there from Chaos, and that puts STMN on the back foot early on. 0 gems to their name. Gadget pop there from OG, but again, these early moments are quite key for SK. They want to give themselves the best possible chance of getting ahead in this set. As the R1 set down, Sans now trying to connect with Chaos, who's popped his hypercharge, but not really able to find anything. These tricks are really working out well as he pops there the Clay Pigeons and still staying alive on low HP.
Yoshi moving around the back. Already got hypercharge as well. I like that. It's clearly hit a lot of shots and managed to charge that up nice and fast, but Super was wasted just down there a little bit, and now shoot a few walls. Luke is going to go down, but OG not able to give him that revive before he did fall. So, nice little call. Oh, Sans is cooking.
It's still going.
Still going. Super hits as well. But Pedro can surely retrieve them. But Pearl's there, splashing himself, and it's Oshi who has to grab them. Hypercharge activated as well, and 1 gem needed.
Yeah, Oshi being cautious there for that final gem, but IKS picks it up. Now the heals from Pedro come in, but all of STMN are in a good position for a push. Those heals there from the Doug, so crucial to be able to make this count. And now the taps coming in from Lukey. Sans on the left, OG from the mid. Is it going to be the reset? There is going to be somewhat of a reset. Oshi falls, but STMN not being greedy, just coming out with a little bit to reset the game. Oh, OG just evades the minecart there.
So close. Lukey now using that hypercharge as well. Going to have some speed moving. Oshi really can't survive that one. Shots coming from Lukey are so powerful. Chaos has his hypercharge, but no super. Kind of pointless to use it at that point. Shots coming through from OG to heal up his team, but this 1 gem, Pedro looking like he wants to go for it now, but Oshi's falling on the back again. Splash forwards instead of on himself, and Chaos using the extended speed from this hypercharge to grab that gem.
Let's see, man. Have reset things once. Can they do it again in the same set? Don't think there's going to be enough time from the mid. They're going to go on the push right now, and Sans is looking to get into a good spot. Pedro goes down. Still, the countdown is there. But can they do it? Oh, the reset. But there's now gems in the spawn. OG still there to try to contest it, but SK reset. Bringing things back, though. The gems are going to be much harder to gain this time round.
Yeah, I don't think it's happening again unless Sans can get a super and pop this hypercharge as well. You've got to use the hypercharge to try and get his super to start with. Pearl can't really move anything against his super. He gets the shot. 160, and it's not enough. Oshi survives, holding the gems, and
right down to the wire in the final second. My word, what a close affair. It could be a set for STMN here with 1 more game, or SK could even out the odds.
yeah, I mean, still OG just trying to stay close to Luke here with this dog, otherwise he can't really do much in his own. Got to pick up a gem, but I mean, Sans is honestly cooking on this Colt.
He's ridiculously good at it, isn't he? I mean, I think that it's a really exciting prospect for Cole to have maybe a look in competitive. It's definitely been more viable, but not really kind of entering the meta much at the moment. But Hypercharge could well change that. That wider spread is definitely going to make those moments really count. As Chaos going in there on OG, heals to himself, and that is going to be a tough thing to shake. Pedro's still finding value of that Byron pick, which I do really like for SK. It's always a good thing to have heals and Byron in a much better place. As Chaos pops his hypercharge, goes in, finds Lukey. Now OG in the middle is already compromised here. He's juking though wondrously well. Now the final smash from Pedro will seal it, and SK 2 gems away from countdown.
Yeah, the hypercharge kept him in there, but she placed a nice life plant, gives him a bit of a heal. Chaos grabs 1 gem and 1 more needed, but we've seen so many resets coming in from STMN that I don't doubt that they'll be able to do another one here. Still 15 seconds on the clock. OG in a good spot, but he's not the man to get the reset.
Yeah, thinking better of things, but can't really do much now. Sans breaks things open. The push comes in. It's a huge push, and everyone goes down for SK. It's an entire team wipe. There's surely going to be 2 gems in the mid. If not, 1 is spawning now. And that might have just been the hugest of steals.
And I think the splash was missed as well. OG giving it a little spin. Oh, she's still got this hypercharge, but can't really do it. Sans almost gets 2. 59 HP, but what can she do from this position? Hypercharge going to be used to try and get the mobility, but I just don't think it's going to be enough at this point. And that should be an STMN set to make it 2-0.
Almost 2 for Sans, but almost 2 from beyond the grave. I mean, that bullet could have continued flying out. Unreal stuff as STMN secure yet another set with some really great mechanics. But when you look at the other side, honestly, with a coach on your team, Petro's really bringing the heat. Oshi as well. Everyone is actually doing some great work on the side of SK as a squad against STMN, who Lukey plays competitive on a regular basis. Of course, prioritizing his studies for this year for the majority of it. But he's no Boy Scout. He's been around the block, and I think that in all things considered, SK are doing really, really well under the heat.
I think so too. I mean, Lukey's he's played a lot of competitive, but it's very, very close. I mean, the siege seemed a bit one-sided, but this was definitely very, very back and forward. Resets coming out of STMN left, right, and centre, but it was the last one that eventually happened. It's so close. Oh. And Pedro was even spinning as well.
And again, so many resets from STMN here. I mean, on a cult in Minecraft Madness, this is the kind of prospect that I really look forward to seeing, is like how it's going to shake things up. Will players be then exploring many different brawlers simply because of hypercharge? The stats on that side there for STMN, 16, 15 takedowns, huge stuff from them.
Yeah, I mean, that was really nice, and Yoshi still giving us some humor value, and the banana still remaining on Chaos's podium. SK, they're going to need to make something happen here on Layer Cake, and I do really like this map. I actually do.
What were you thinking in terms of draft with hypercharge in play?
Pearl, funnily enough. What a surprise. Out of nowhere, Pearl. But honestly, I think we might be seeing the return of Dynamite again, possibly.
Yeah, it's actually a really good map for it. Look out for that Mortis ban or other various counters, because it's not a one-trick wonder by any means. Lukey's very accomplished in other brawlers, but it's a very rare thing to see a player really take the mantle with that particular brawler. It's very hard to make it really count. Many brawlers can counteract it. Could be potentially an Edgar would be a very solid pick from SK to be able to counteract it, but those that are as good as Lukey Bear is on that Dynamite pick know how to handle those situations. But Pearl, yeah, I mean, I feel like when Pearl is playable, she's going to be very high up on those play rates. Bans are in. Sanity, Jean, and Crow
banned.
for STMN. Banned out, yeah, by SK as well as Cordelius and the Grey. SK are learning.
Nightmare. And they've even taken the tick as well, just to rub it in, bring another thrower into the mix. Piper going to be on the other side from STMN, and I think that's a solid pick. Against the tick, not really. I mean, I feel like I'm being taken. I was going to say I'm being taken back to like 2021, but at this point, Shelly wasn't really played on Layer Cake. But I mean, Piper and Tick were.
Surprised to see Shelly not being first picked, I'll be honest. I mean, in the hotel last night, every player just constantly saying about Shelly being so strong. Toast in particular did have a big discussion with Adrian for about 2 hours, specifically around Shelly.
And that man's got patience.
Adrian really came in clutch for Supercell there. He had his ears very much open to it as well. Nani coming in for SK. Certainly going to give Piper a tough matchup there, as particularly a hard counter to it. The return descendant as well, devastating, and even if Piper jumps away, she cannot evade that damage if it's going to connect off the back of that return descendant gadget. A change that I'm not actually very fond of. I really like that evasive maneuver that Piper had as a counter. Nonetheless, though, it is going to be a very tough comp that SK running, combining the roughs with the Nanny. It's going to be a really, really nice combo. Macy coming in. We've said it pretty much for the entire LCQ. We're not necessarily sold on it, but it can't be denied that some players do take to it and like to experiment with it.
Yeah, and I think definitely in a show match, it's nice to see as well, to be honest with you, because I think it's, I don't think it's awful. It's definitely not the bottom barrel of the brawls, you know, like it's, in my opinion, it's mid to high, just not at the top level that's required for esports at the moment, at least. Some players have proved a point with it this weekend. Some players really have proved the opposite.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those brawlers where with the gadget combo and super, you can get some great value for it, but ultimately the shots have got to land to obtain it in the first place, and that's the struggle for some. Blue Star for S. Oh my word, what a return to center from Chaos. But Blue Star is still with him as OG tries to be able to secure that final takedown. Homemade Recipe not going to find Chaos there from Lukey. And then meanwhile, Pedro does take down Sans. And there, another pickup from Chaos. 8 stars to 3.
Yeah, a bit of a trade there with the return to sender. Now he's going in. Pedro's cleaning up Sans time and time again. I mean, obviously has that matchup. Dash out the way from OG. Nice stuff from him. Should be a nice super coming in from Sans. He's not even seeing him. I mean, they're even talking on stage. Pedro slid in there, but wasn't able to make it out alive.
I like the idea, though. Just really trying to keep STMN guessing and hopefully escape unscathed. But now the reset is there, and STMN have taken a good affirmative role in the mid. Sans lurking on that right-hand side with the speed gear in motion. He'll close the gap very quickly if left untouched, and now pushes forwards. K-Pigeon Gadget in play, but Pedro does take care of business and spins on that the place where he lies.
I mean, he was getting dominated, to be fair. I think Pedro's maybe like a 4-on-1 against him in this game, to be honest. Lukey's even going to go down 1 star between SK and the game. Now, 35 seconds on the clock. I'm pretty sure there's no comeback for STMN here.
Sans low as well, and Pedro is looking very good on that right-hand side. Of Chaos will pick up the final kill, and that's going to be SK Gaming looking good in this set. I mean, that's the most convincing set that we've realistically seen. Not so much of a back and forth affair as we've seen with STMN previously. It's that was just very dominant stuff from SK.
Well, we'll see if STMN are managing to take this to a match point, or if we'll see a set number 4 between STMN and SK Gaming. Chaos playing through this mid beautifully, bear in mind, but Sans now swapping lanes and going towards Oshi. Gets her down before she can pop that last hurrah, which is difficult, but Pedro was really dealing with him quite well last game, so he's going to rotate back over.
Sans there now breaking things open. Couldn't really find the synergy to land the shot where it mattered. Oshi there with never lost hurrah, but it's Pedro again who keeps picking up Sans. It's going to be very frustrating for Sans to be in that position, and a lovely angle from Chaos. It's 9 stars to 4 and the blue, and SK are off to a flying start.
Yeah, SK going to need something. Jump forwards from Lukey trying to get Oshi, and he might actually do it. Beautiful from him, but Sans going to have that supply drop landing on him once again. Chaos getting hit almost round that corner by Lukey there. Beautiful shot from him, and they're only 3 stars behind.
Lukey trying to find Chaos here. It'll be a lovely bounty for STMN to pick up, and it'll turn the tides very quickly as Sans goes in on Yoshi. Last hurrah to be kept in the mix, but now SK are clustered. Sans has got hypercharge. He'd like to combine that with a super as well, and he might not be far away from it now. There it is, the combo, the smash. He gets his revenge on Pedro. 1, 2, 3, and SK are all down. 15 stars now for STMN. What an amazing turnaround.
I mean, Sans has stayed in there as well. He's not backing up. Complete confidence, this man. Pedro's going to go down again, 17 to 13. OG looking for some shots there, but Chaos going to get this super off. Just survive it for OG, but a head coming down now from Oshi.
It's only 4 stars in it. Lukey is playing a dangerous game. If he goes down, and he does, the lead will go straight over to SK. A big smash from Sans, but he can't really find the ability to seal it. SK bring back a set, and now we've got a match on our hands.
Yeah, I would like to say Sans feeding for his absolute life across that set, let's be honest here. Pedro's absolutely dominating that lad, and that's coach v player, bear in mind as well. But a nice little W key from Sans to get things going. But it is 2-1 now. SK back in the game.
Great stuff. Can't wait to see the stats for Pedro off the back of that game. Very good stuff. He's looking at me, he's pointing, he can hear. He knows what's up. We see it, Pedro. We see it, buddy. Yeah, tough one for Sans. I'm sure he would have made up for some of the lost time, but that 1v1 interaction every time went the way of Pedro. Yeah, just spinning there on Sans's dead body just to rub in the salt.
I mean, it's got to be done, hasn't it? It really has.
This though.
I mean, that's beautiful from Sans, really. Hypercharged, the pretty much only hypercharged brawler in this game, was definitely showed its worth, but it took him a long time to get it. What was it, 2 games?
Yeah, it took a while. Definitely took a while. I feel like there as well, if Luki had just jumped back a bit further, it didn't really have the distance to land there, really did it. But yeah, just the 4 kills from Pedro, but the pressure that he exerted throughout the entirety of things really did show its worth.
Yeah, Maisie, 34 DPS, bear in mind.
Yeah. I mean, there's a reason why we say things on the casting desk.
Yeah, I mean, that's like 2021 Mommy Jordan level of DPS right there. It's all right. I don't think he watches Brawl Stars anymore. No. I'm allowed to say these things.
I'm going to make myself look very small and moving into Brawl. Stepping Stones will be the map. Certainly one that I'm less familiar with when it comes to the scene, but nonetheless, when it comes to the draft, hypercharged brawlers have been showing a great deal of promise so far, and I think you can't really ever go wrong with a solid Spike and Shelly pick in Brawl as a mode, regardless of what terrain might be there, what bushes might remain, and I think certainly a very safe pair of hands for that coin flip. Whoever gets first, it's gotta be Shelly.
Yeah, I would imagine so. I think that's probably the right answer, but Pearl surely should be on the menu as well. I think it's just a very solid brawler all round at this point, but tanks available as well. So Bull, Jackie can be good in Brawl Ball. I think they should probably something that people might reach towards.
Well, that open space center is certainly going to accommodate to Pearl. Banzer, Squeak, Crow, and Buster. Crow, Otis, and Squeak for STMN, who have the coin toss here as well. Considering their options, not rushing into things, but yeah, I mean, that's no surprises there.
Well, my favorite coming in next. Tara is up for Pedro, and obviously it doesn't have a hypercharge, but we still have faith in it because it's Draft's favorite. B coming up next for the SK Gaming roster, and we're back over to STMN for their next couple of picks. Will they go hypercharge or will they go something not normal, because hypercharge is normal now, but a bit more regular?
Tara's a very good pick here for SK. I feel like Pearl would be a solid third pick if STMN do not snap it up, which they've got to be highly considering doing so. Will Luki maybe bring in the Dynamite as well? It's a good map for it. Ooh. The Mortis. Oh, this just got spicy. They've got the Shelly on their side as well for safety, and the Hank as well, as we saw previously in Siege, working out very well. How are SK going to respond to this?
Well, they're going to go with the Gale, and I can't blame him against the Mortis, really. It's probably the smart thing to do, but if he stays away from it, and obviously he's got a bit more mobility than Gale to be able to stay away, and I think he can still do something against the B and the Tara, but it's going to be a big ask for Sans here.
If there's any team that know how to place a twister in the corner and the ball beneath, it's certainly SK, isn't it? It's really going back in your time machine a little bit here to previous years. Let's see how each side fare, and I think what seems to be a relatively even draft so far, but the Mortis pick, I mean, we know how enjoyable it is when that particular brawler makes a run for things and finds the value that it needs to go on the next run, so I kind of hope in a biased way that STMN can make that work.
Yeah, well, Mortis dashing up straight onto the right-hand side, trying to open up a bit of room for Hank and the others, but he's actually going to get the kill onto Pedro there, who is playing the game. Clean up from Sans. Beautiful little trick shot pass as well. Even going to try and trick shot Pedro. It's not happening, but he gets the ball back as Pedro walks into the goal twice.
Oh dear. Disaster for SK Gaming. That should have been a defense, let's be honest. Luki popping there. The Clay Pigeons putting some pressure onto things as OG there keeps Chaos low, but that is a very good pull from him in retaliation. A tap from Yoshi and a finish off there from iChaos. And the connection super from Sans will not land. OG just going to keep the pressure on, but iChaos won't fall now. He sucks an OG. He might come out on top, and he does with the help of the Black Shade now going on the offense. It puts SK Gaming back into the center field.
Yeah, well, Clay Pigeon used again. Pedro trying to be cleaned up by it. As Sans wants to go on a bit of a tear here. Going to go to the left-hand side. Chaos gets his super. The super's available from Sans. He gets that as well. Pedro pushing forward. Has the knockback, but gets hit by that shot from Hank. And now OG just trying to play this defense.
Ball push forward from Pedro, who after that connect. Oh, what a spicy one from OG. Finds the angle perfectly on that super, and Sans knows it's the time to strike, but iChaos is still there. A double suck yet again, surviving on 120 HP. That man is unstoppable until OG finally lands it, but it's bought valuable time for SK to respawn.
Yeah, I mean, Luki's got his hypercharge as well, so that's something to be scared of. The only one on the map who does. Mortis just having a little spin. I don't know what Sans is really doing here, just waiting for his opportunity to go towards Oshi and get the kill, and he does just that. Chaos has a super, though, and that's dangerous, especially with only a Hank on defense, but he manages to get it anyway. Pedro got the knockback. Can he get the super shot in? He actually doesn't. Maybe there was an opening in there, but he doesn't manage to take it.
Yeah, I thought there was an opening. Then look at the spins on STMN. I mean, that is some serious thumb work there to get that kind of speed. A good knockback from Pedro. Sans, though, still aggressing the situation and almost comes out on top there. There could have been a shot on goal, but it was very hard to even find a possible angle. OG now low, trying to keep that damage gear in motion. I think healing up now probably the approach to consider here. 5 seconds on the clock. The walls are going down as STMN, who should be taking this game. No chance for SK to get that ball. And that's going to be them moving on to match point.
Question is, will they be able to take advantage of this match point, or will we be seeing a set number 5 between SK and STMN in this show match? Yoshi once again moving over to the STMN side, taunting them a little bit, getting them ready to play this game.
Wasn't me there, was Luki looking pretty much towards Yoshi there in a very adorable manner. I'm sure there could be a screenshot taken out of context there to be had. I want that man to look at me in that same way. Let's see if SK can keep fighting for their lives here, or whether STMN will seal it here right now. That is the team wipe right there. Oshi there with a honeypot trying to slow the advance, but it is a very tough push. Now with Oshi falling, Chaos trying to get the ball clear. It's into the hands of Sans. The twist though from Pedro, able to defend.
Yeah, nice stuff, but there's another follow-up bubble from OG. Good knockback from Pedro, but he doesn't really get much of a chain off there. He only connects a few shots. Sans is looking at this, and he is ready to dash in, but he actually dashes out away from the super. Nice move from him, but I couldn't have helped feel like that should have been a goal.
Sans, very aggressive though, punished. SK haven't been able to find a goal just yet. They've got to break through this line of defense before they can even think about it. And that is definitely a big ask in the grand scheme of things, as Luki goes again with the clay pigeons. They've got to get Chaos forward. They've got to get that wall break to be able to open things up, but it's been kept consistently on the defense by STMN, who just keep clearing house.
Yeah, Sans going in again, actually eats the knockback that Pedro was hooking up there, and now we do have this hypercharge available for Luki as well, but doesn't have super to be able to make the most use of it. Can't be far off though. Get some shots in. Chaos going to get his super. Hank very low there, and OG has to back up. But look how low all of SK are.
They've got to spread out. If Luki gets super, combined with hypercharge, but there's a miss pull there from Chaos. SK is still not out of the woods. The honeypot taken care of by Sans' ability to connect with that super. Defense stance.
Yeah, OG gets the kill there though, and Chaos now pushing forward. Has this pull, might be using to break the wall or try push this ball forwards. But Luki just trying to go towards it. Now gets the shot off, gets the super in his face as well, and uses that without his hypercharge though. So now he's going to have to start from square one to get that hypercharge super again. Oh.
Nice there from OG, and that's going to mean that Pedro's going to have to come back now. It's a very comfortable and confident defense there from STMN. Luki now with another gadget, getting value from it. Surely not far away from super himself, and looking to combine it with the hypercharge. OG just trying to find Pedro, and Oshi there. Sans stays alive. Now Pedro finds a very good shot, because if he'd been left alive, it would have been disastrous. But STMN in a great spot. The pass here from OG should be enough to seal it if Luki can find an angle. The walls are going down in 1 second.
Yeah, he might be able to get a super. His super's there. Hypercharge was as well, but he's just neglecting the hypercharge. Doesn't want to use it. The pull just missed because of the gadget from Pedro. He bounced over it, I think. And now OG just getting absolutely beaten down by a shade. Chaos going to get the kill. And STMN starting from the back again.
Well, SK have got beaten over time. I mean, that is always going to be good to have, but this is where the additional speed of Luki can help to juke around things. But I think Oshi, she goes towards OG here, could get some value, trying to stay alive, but there is a good amount of pressure from Sans and Luki. OG sucked in, almost Pedro found a moment in Sans as the last man standing, pushing down the field. He's got super, will he find the shot? He's waiting his time down. It's Oshi off the line.
I mean, I'm not sure what that shot was from Sans, to be honest with you, but he tried it nonetheless. Possibly could have just dashed forwards and gone for a little trick shot, a little dash or something like that, but now he's going for Chaos, picks him up. Oshi's looking for the shot through, doesn't get it off in time. Sans cleans that up. Still match point, but it's a draw.
Better though from SK, it's got to be said. They were kept on the ropes, but able to keep up with the heat that STMN continue to throw their way. Sans, though, he's just so dangerous with his Mortis pick, and if he gets a couple more dashes onto Pedro, it exacerbates those twisters at an earlier point in the match. I think that once that defense mechanism is gone, STMN can really start to go to town.
Well, OG just building up this bubble, trying to get some shots onto Oshi. There does get the hit as well. Bit of movement speed. Super from Luki gets the shots onto Pedro, gets him down. But it was a super and a shot, broke some walls in there as well, and OG getting beaten down. And Sans now going in towards Chaos, might be able to get the kill, but the shade actually cleans him up.
Chaos, if he can now just get things opened up, or didn't really even connect there with Luki, so not the greatest of things, and a big shot in return from him. The trade on the right is there, but Sans going for Chaos with that extended dash will surely get a kill here. The ball being pushed forwards, it creates an opportunity for STMN to score. Twister, surely on defense here for Pedro. Yeah, there it is.
I mean, the value OG's getting in this position, though. Sans just dashing forward. Super gets there as well. Shots coming through now. The break from Luki and Sans surely gets this one in. I mean, you've got to question it considering what he's been doing so far, but I'm pretty sure he'll get this ball in. Or maybe he won't, actually. He's going for something special.
STMN are farming kills at this point. Pedro's having none of it. Comes in with the blowback there, and the Twister goes down. Great defense, let's be honest, considering things. And SK stand a fighting chance of being able to bring back this game.
Yeah, well, Chaos gets the kill, but actually gets found through his support from beyond now, and super and hypercharge available from Luki.
Going in again, he's got super Luki with support from the left. I just feel like Sans is going to put the ball around somewhere that's not into the goal. He's going to be going in for more and more kills. Great cycling there from him. Low HP, oh, it's a complete and utter team wipe. Will they score it? Are they going to score it? He actually will go for it this time around. 30 seconds on the clock does not leave much time for any response.
Chaos got a pull, but hypercharge there from Luki. No super available though, and Sans going to get pulled in, get taken out. OG cooking up a little bit of the thing, but Pedro might find the angle here, needs to try and get his knockback, gets it. The knockback's there, and the goal is as well from SK. Beautiful from Pedro. Anybody to think he's a player?
28 HP was all he had to his name there. And what a quick way to return the favor. A 10-second goal, effectively. Now, an SK with some big taps. Luki being low. One moment of weakness here from STMN is starting to show, and this could be it. SK bring back the game against all odds.
Well, now only one game away from the set number 5, or STMN will be able to finish it off in the 4th. SK looking better and better as time goes by, but I can't help think that Sans maybe could have finished this game about 15 times.
Do you think?
Can't help but think it, Ark.
That man wants to just make a record on the stats, it feels like to me. He wants that MVP as well. That's what it's all about. Better start though for SK, going on the aggressive very early on for the first time realistically here, but Sans is still behind. The action here does find the pickups, and that's a very comfortable defense for STMN.
Yeah, we're starting to push this ball forward now. Sans has this super as well, so that's dangerous in this goal mouth area. And just to make his way around that, the super's not going to be used just yet, and he does go down because he could not get it off that knockback from Pedro. Chaos just trying to farm his, and he does manage to get it.
Well, OG now in a very, very good spot, continuing to aggress, but Chaos now has got pull. Just got to time it wisely to use, and a bit late on it, let's be honest, because if that had gone just a bit sooner, he may have been able to get OG taken care of. Sans still such a demon going in yet again. The ball in his hands, and Chaos will be there for the defense. Will he find the angle there? Gets a, oh, what a dash. What a heal as well, staying on the left-hand side. Luki from the right, OG from the mid, and that's going to be surely yet another goal for STMN.
Well, it's still match point, they're 1-0 up, but Super's available from SK, got this star pull, and, you know, that's a big thing, especially against the opponents they are against. Sans going to go for it, Super goes backwards as well, OG doesn't actually get the ball here, and Chaos is having to come back, gets the Super up and kills him as well. Pedro's not healthy enough to make this move. A minute on the clock, and SK needs something.
Definitely going to be a tough one now for SK. If STMN want, they can just keep the ball in their possession and just go completely on the offense, and Oshi placing down the honey pot, very quickly taken care of by Luki. Chaos though has pull. Sans though utilizing that heal and staying firm. Now going for Chaos, gets taken care of. Luki making a run for it. Oshi has the amplified shot here, and that is definitely going to help out considerably with Luki on the left-hand side. Pedro as well has super. This should be a defense now.
Yeah, nice super there as well from Ash to slow Luki down, but Pedro's just going to push him straight back, and Sans comes in, gets one. No, I think he missed his super there a little bit. One of them should just tank this shot, one of them should go and score, but they're choosing to actually not score the goal yet again.
Well, Luki now going to make a championship moment here. He buys it. He threads the needle, and STMN take home a well-deserved victory.
Well, Hypercharge showed its face sometimes, but a lot of all the brawlers showed their worth still, even without them.
Very, very good stuff there from STMN. Very dominant. SK, though, put up a very good fight and brought a great deal of humor along with it. Yoshi, the first to shake hands with Luki there as well. Great sportsmanship all round and a fantastic show match to finalize the LCQ.
Yeah, I mean, it's brilliant to see a glimpse into what the future could look like, hopefully with the Siege included as well as the Hypercharge. But I'll leave that decision up to someone else, because this Hypercharge, I mean, still quite a lot of the time they just weren't being played, you know? Like, it obviously hasn't made that much of a drastic impact, but the Shelly, when it had it, definitely made some big plays, and obviously the Colt as well we saw from Sans was a bit nasty.
Yeah, it really was. I want to see, you know, more of those moments in competitive where the players don't want to score and just actually want to feed the stats. I think that would be really fun. But yeah, it was very convincing, wasn't it, from STMN? I like the picks as well along the way. Bringing in the Mortis, always going to be a spectacle. You know, the Colt as well. Sans, he's just a beast. He's such a demon when it comes to competitive, and I'm sure going to have many, many years in the scene just tearing it up.
Yeah, I mean, that was a beautiful goal from Luki at the end there to finish it off, and Sans gives him a nice big hug to say thank you for making up for all my mistakes by not scoring. So, I mean, let's have a look at the stats, and yeah, I mean, I think he was farming a little bit, wasn't he? Really, 28 from Sans, 23 from OG, 15 on Luki, 15, 19, and 11 on the side of SK. So not that big of a difference, except from obviously the 28.
Yeah, that's very dominant a scoreline to look back and finalize things. But you know, STMN had their moments, you know, and there was a great amount of fun had along the way. Like I said, Siege, right? You know, you'd be able to tick that off your bucket list.
Please, just give me Siege and competitive. I just need it. I need it.
It was great to see it play out. I think that, you know, if it were to make a comeback, they might do some changes along the way. I think that what Frank was saying in the podcast, that's still true, that, you know, it might need someone to come in and just kind of rework it a little bit. I think some of the brawlers have definitely shown a lot of changes along the way that have changed the objective and how it plays out in Siege. But, you know, certainly when it comes to those defenses, those brawlers shredded through the bot.
Yeah, I mean, they really did. I mean, there was like, it was even the Hank Super just did so much, just melts through it. And it's the same with like spike shots and stuff like that just do so much to the bot, so much to the Ike as well. And obviously the Colt Super that we saw just shred through everything as well with that Hypercharge was, it was quite nasty.
Yeah, the future does hold some very exciting prospects when it comes to Hypercharge. We already know that in terms of sneak peeks that Rosa is going to be the next brawler to be obtaining one, coming relatively soon. So, I mean, Rosa's already very good in terms of the meta.
A little bit worried.
Little bit worried. But, you know, what other brawlers would you like to see it come to? And how much could that potentially shape what happens moving forwards?
Who do I want as Tara? No, I need a
There we go, quick answer. Rico.
I need a Tara. Piper as well for you, I imagine.
Yeah, we were saying when we were in the hotel like last night that, you know, if Dynamite gets a Hypercharge, it should be like a nuke, you know, kind of like countdown and just everything dismantled and like evaporated.
To be fair, I wouldn't mind that if it killed your team as well, right?
I mean, what happens then in terms of action? Then
everybody respawns. So if there's a goal score opportunity, everybody goes and everybody respawns.
Just turning back the clock. The way your mind works is a wonder. It's a wonder.
Yeah, I don't know.
I know them. But it has been such a wonderful few days here. I mean, the atmosphere, first and foremost, you know, not just on the stage here in the studio, but also in the hotel. All the players really getting so much together. More, and you know, we were saying, you know, on day one, you know, it's such a great thing to be able to speak face to face with those that we haven't really seen at many Brawl Stars lands, and just give them that experience, give them that warm Brawl Esports welcome in. And you know, you can see it in people's faces when they come here for the first time. They're just beaming from ear to ear, and I will never forget this event. I think it's been one of my favorite changes in the history of Brawl Esports formats.
Yeah, no, I agree as well. I think it gives a chance to the teams who we haven't really seen at the top. You know, we haven't seen them at the World Finals. It's that kind of tier below. And obviously, there are some World Finals caliber teams here. The ones who go, some are the ones who haven't qualified as well. Still, extremely good. World champions haven't qualified to the World Finals this year. So it's a little bit thing. But then we have the kind of the tiers who wouldn't usually make it to these kind of events and still get a chance to play out for the World Finals. I think it's a really good thing.
Yeah, and to bring that experience back into next year, those that just fell a little bit short, but giving themselves a much better chance, it's going to help pick up regions along the way. And as you rightly say, you know, world champions didn't make it. The Brawl esports climate is changing, and you can really feel that. It's very, very exciting. I thoroughly hope that we bring this back again next year, because I think that everyone will agree it's been a hugely successful event.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. I'd love to see it back next year, maybe along with an MSI as well, or something like that, to be honest.
I wouldn't say no to that.
I wouldn't say no to an MSI as well, because I did enjoy that last year. But the LCQs, I think, it's a major thing. As I said, it gives chances to those who wouldn't usually get them and still see them playing on the biggest stages.
And I think, you know, when you look at today specifically, the best teams won on the day. I mean, you know, nothing more than a 3-1 scoreline. You know, got to give, once again, a huge congratulations to SK Gaming, to Revenant Esports, to Navi, and, you know, of course, to STMN, all of which, I've got to say, just absolutely excelled and gave us so much enjoyment to look back upon today.
But also at the same time, I think we've got to give a bit of a commiserations as well to Humble, Reject, Raconic, and VN Esporting, who all put on a great show. And although a couple of those top scorelines might not reflect how close those games were, because I think in the Humble one and the STMN one, every single one was 2-1 in each of the sets, and it could have gone either way. It could have quite easily been a 3-0 in the other direction, but today, as you say, I think the best teams won.
I think as well, in the Revenant match and the Navi match as well, they could have gone to 5th and final sets. It was very, very close. Just those teams that were able to gain that golden ticket just showed that little bit more of an edge and just kept the heat on. Fantastic stuff. I think that we have got a seriously stacked World Finals coming up for us.
Yeah, I think so too, and I'm really looking forward to it as well. 12 of the best teams in the world, or the 12 best teams in the world, I should say, at this point, because we are moving on to that World Final stage, battling out DreamHack Winter. It really is going to be very, very entertaining, I feel.
Well, we've got to say, of course, a couple of thank yous before we sign off for the day. First and foremost, a massive thank you to ESL for helping us with this amazing production. The studio is so fantastic. We've got a beautiful player area as well. Errol's been chilling out. Player room's all down there. And you know, Trav's got his own dressing room because he's a massive diva. So we appreciate that one as well. Of course, to Supercell, of course, because, you know, this is why we are all here and why we are so passionate for Brawl Esports. To every player that has entered this competition, thank you for all your incredible hard work, and for those that you didn't quite make it through, wishing you all the best of luck next year round. But again, to STMN, to Navi, to Revenant Esports, and of course to SK Gaming as well, looking forward to seeing them on the world stage. To all the coaches, the analysts, and the viewers at home, we thank you so much for your support. It would not be the same without you. And with that said, from myself, from Trav, and from Teddy in the Wings, it's goodbye to now. Goodbye for now. See you at the World Finals. Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening, everyone, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to the Brawl Stars Championship Last Chance Qualifier. You are all in for such a treat. Over the course of the next 2 days, we've got 16 top teams from around the globe ready to battle it out and put everything on the line for these 4 golden tickets. Sadly, for 12 teams, this will be their final dance in their 2023 journey, but 4 others will stamp gold and dive headfirst into the World Finals held later next month at DreamHack Winter. And I could not be more excited. That said, the players are ready, the casting desk is set. So without further ado, let's get ready to brawl.
Welcome to the show.
Let's sweep the competition
and claim our prize.
The finals await.
It's time to get qualified.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Brawl Stars Championship Last Chance Qualifier. 16 teams will enter, but only 4 will succeed. I am Trav, one of your casters for the duration of this weekend. And to start things off, I'm joined with Teddy. How are you feeling about the weekend?
I am thrilled to be here. It's going to be such an exciting event. 4 teams are going to make it through already. Today we're going to say goodbye to 8. It's brutal, but that's part of why we love BSC so much.
Yeah, it's sad to see 8 of these teams already being axed after the first day, but we will be going into some group stages to decide that, and then the seeding will determine who they will be playing in that second day. So we've got a very, very exciting weekend ahead of us, and I could not be more pleased to start getting this underway. Teddy, we've got some absolutely phenomenal teams. Who are your kind of favourites heading into this one?
It's really a tough call. We got teams from all around the world. My eyes are going to be particularly on STMN, I feel, just because they have so much experience behind them. I think SK Gaming is a very strong team too, and Reject, of course, one of my favorites.
Yeah, you've got to be scared of those East Asian teams, but let's take a little bit of a closer look at the format, what we're going to be playing throughout the duration of this weekend. To start things off on day 1, we have 4 GSL groups with 16 teams, and they will consist of 20 matches. Then we go on to day 2, where 8 teams will proceed to fight out for those 4 golden tickets throughout 4 matches. 4 of the qualified teams will then claim their tickets and head to the World Finals in Jönköping in Sweden at the end of November. So it's going to be absolutely incredible throughout this weekend, and I could not be more pleased to start things getting underway. Obviously, it's a little bit sad that we have to say goodbye to 8 teams, but I think we'll see some great players advance. Let's take a little bit of a look at those groups to see who will be playing who throughout this first day. Starting things off in Group A then, SK Gaming, Team Flash, Raconic Esports and Chasmat Gaming EA will be the first group we take a browse at today. Group B will consist of VN Esporting, STMN, Chasmat Gaming NA and Clash.
For Group C, we'll have Team Humble, Revenant Esports, Rising Sun, and Dados FA. Group D, last but not least, it's going to be Navi, Reject, SK Kalalas, and Marcos Gaming.
I think it's fair to say, Teddy, there's a bit of a strong group there. And I'm not going to say who it is. I can imagine what you're going to say, but what do you think I'm looking at?
Yeah, I'll say who it is. Group B, the group of death. Every single group stage, there is always one that is just a little bit spicier, and this one, particularly spicy. I mean, we've got all the NA teams in the same group already. That spells for disaster, but then they're joined by some Titans as well from Latham and East Asia. That one is going to be one you definitely don't want to miss.
Yeah, big shout out to Kenny for throwing all those NA teams in one group to give us a bit of a bang. But let's take a little bit of a look at the schedule and to see what we've got going on throughout this first day. Starting things off with an absolute banger. Some of EMEA's best in SK Gaming versus some Titans over in East Asia with Chasmat Gaming, Teddy.
Yeah, so basically we will be streaming actually half of the opening matches. So in this case, SK versus Chasmac for Group A. For Group B, Chasmac Gaming NA versus VN Esporting. Then we'll be watching the winners match and the tiebreakers. So the second opening match is going to be off stream as well as the elimination match. But for Group C, we'll have Revenant Esports versus Rising Sun as an opening match. For Group D, Navi versus SKC.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit scary for a few of these teams. There's some fierce competition, but I don't think we really could have started things off in a better way. That SK Gaming versus Chasmac Gaming EA is it's a dangerous game for both of those teams because obviously it's double elimination, right? So you've got another chance, but you don't want to lose a life that early on. Let's take a little bit of a look at the Group A bracket then to see how things will be playing out, who the other teams are going to be playing whilst we watch this first match between SK and Chasmac EA. Reconic Esports versus Team Flash will be the other team, and as Teddy mentioned, we'll then proceed to watch the winners match and the losers and tiebreaker match, I believe, as well. So it's going to be a very exciting group to kick things off. I think it's fair to say there's a couple of favourites and they've been paired against each other quite early. But let's not count out Reconic Esports and Team Flash yet because they've been showing quite a lot of oomph in some scrims.
Yeah, the scrims have been crazy. For some of those teams, it's the first time scrimming against European teams, against North American teams. It's always going to be a little bit of a mess early days, but at this point, they've learned everything there is to learn, and I'm sure they'll come with their A game.
Yeah, well, I think it's about time we start talking about this first game then, SK Gaming versus Chasmac Gaming EA, because they are two very, very scary teams. You know, it's actually kind of weird to see players like Kuru, like IC and Kenji coming through this EA region and not going straight to Worlds, because it's a world champion. Kuru has won the World Finals, never mind got there, and it's a little bit difficult. But let's take a little bit of a closer look at SK Gaming then. Yoshi, OP, and iChaos. Very, very strong team. First bit of the year did not go to plan, didn't even qualify through February and March, but from there they picked it up a bit throughout the rest, Eddie.
Yeah, it was a bit of a roster change nightmare on their side. Never really too happy with what they got, but at last they have something that seems to stick, with Ope joining later on during the year. I have to say, despite a terrible start of the year, they did manage to save it with a beautiful ending of the year, and also SPS that got them some extra points to lock in that point for LCQ.
Yeah, that's the thing. Well, let's take a little bit of a closer look at Chasmac Gaming EA now, and it's more of the same. The start of the year, they've been doing decent, right? But definitely towards the end, they've picked up, and I think it's thanks to that roster change once more. We see IC coming in, and he really did pick things up. The confidence that guy was exuding on Twitter, on some of the social medias about coming in and trying to take down the Titans of Crazy Raccoon in that region. I mean, he had me convinced, but sadly couldn't pull it off.
Yeah, they had a bit of a more consistent year still, I would say, compared to SK. They qualified for every single monthly final, 4 top 4s, a top 2 as well in the last month. So they're coming in quite hot at the moment, in a good shape. And let's remember as well, they qualified only by 1 point over Affiliate Esports. So a shout out to them not making it due to that 1 point. But hey, that is going to be enough to bring Chasmac here into this match. We'll be watching some Shooting Star for Bounty for our opening set, joined right after by Dueling, Beatles, and Double Swoosh, so Hot Zone and Gem Grab as well. It is going to be best of 3 here for the group stage. It is definitely going to be very, very scary. You don't want to lose that first set too quickly, because a best of 3, if you don't have momentum, it can just go by in literally a couple minutes.
Yeah, that's the issue here. You know, if you don't get this first set, you're in a really tough position. You've got to win 2 before they only get 1 more, and it's going to be really difficult for whoever loses this first set to really claw back. But this match is going to be the 4th seed in EMEA versus the 3rd seed in East Asia, and as you said, only by 1 point. To see players the likes of these guys only qualifying by 1 point just shows how scary that East Asia region is, and honestly, I'm kind of scared for SK.
Absolutely. So, I mean, on both ends, there's definitely room for some big damage. Those are some big Titans from their region. I would actually say maybe previous Titans, right? That were the best in the previous years. We have some world champions, 2nd place for Kenji last year as well. But let's be honest, on the side of SK Gaming, it's very similar if you look at achievements. Maybe not quite last year, but iChaos qualified for 3 world finals in a row. He's one of the only players to have achieved that, and one of the only at LCQ for sure. So if he wants to make it 4 in a row, he's going to have to get through this match.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing as well. Yoshi has qualified for 2 world finals, but I believe he's actually yet to play in one. So that's the question we need to think about. These, you know, in the LAN environments, when you've got a world champion on the other side, you need to bring your best. He's obviously going to be composed at a live event like this. If he can go all the way in 2022, I'm sure he can play well in the LCQ. But for SK Gaming, I feel like a little bit of inexperience is going to shine through when it comes to playing at LAN, playing with these nerves, because we did see them at Gamescom just about a month ago, and they seem to be a little bit shaky at points.
Yeah, I mean, SK and consistency is a bit of a love story, really. It's been all over the place this year, but let's be honest, it's been consistently on the rise towards the end of the year. It's looking better and better, and from talking to a lot of the teams that are here and that have been scrimming them, they said that SK were one of their favorites to make it through this group and maybe even go to Worlds. So I'm going to respect that, and I feel like if I had to personally go for a prediction, I would side with SK Gaming just a little bit more because of that. But let's be honest, I mean, dude, Chasmac, they're incredibly strong, and it could absolutely go their way.
Yeah, I'm going to have to agree with you. I went over to event.brawlstars.com, locked in my prediction, and I did press on SK Gaming. It kind of pained me to do so as well, considering the roster that these guys are bringing to the table over on the side of Chasmac Gaming EA. Seeing myself press SK Gaming felt a little bit weird, but at the moment, they're just so far in form, and as you said, players, teams, they've been telling us that they are scared of this roster and how on form they are at the moment. In terms of public, they're going to agree with us. 68% of them going with SK Gaming, 32 is what side with Chasmac Gaming EA, and I think that's about right.
Yeah, I think so too. It's going to be Shooting Star though. Do you think Nani is going to be banned once or twice here?
Honestly, I think twice is probably the right answer. Piper might be sliding in there as well, because obviously we did see with these new gears 4 gadgets coming in, and how strong the homemade recipe was with 3. It's a bit worrying that there's going to be 4 of them on the map. I feel like we might see her banned out as well, and honestly, sharpshooters so strong on this map, so I wouldn't be surprised if there's more along the way as well.
All right, Fang also very good ban. Mortis is a little bit of an interesting one. That feels very targeted. I wouldn't say that's a default ban here for Shooting Star. Carl is going to be very helpful at getting that blue star, so I like it being out of the way as well. Maisie ban is going to be quite interesting, to be honest. Not necessarily one of my go-tos, but we will also see the Nani and the Piper we discussed previously.
Yeah, that's the thing. I'm not really sure about this Meg first, because I see it coming through so much, and I just don't like it. I really don't like the brawler, and I feel like it's being overplayed a little bit at the moment. I like that Mandy Band, though. The long range that she can bring to the table's kind of solid, and obviously that's kind of what Chasmac wanted to get out of the way, whereas we know East Asia is such an aggressive region, so I can't blame SK Gaming for the bans of Mortis, Fang, and Carl. It just makes sense. Chasmac Gaming should be making their pick shortly, and it should be coming through onto the draft screen for you here. But what do you answer to Meg with? That's the question. You can play those long-range brawls, and it's going to do pretty well against it, just because she doesn't really have that range. And if you can hit her a few times, bring her out of that mech, then it's going to be really difficult for her to do anything.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you get her out of the mech, well, I mean, the nice thing is that at least she doesn't go down, right? It's not a takeout down, so you don't get a couple extra stars. But at the same time, suddenly you are going to be able to pressure your opponent so much, build up so much control, because there's basically going to be like a lane that's like, I wouldn't even say half a brawler playing on it, like maybe 30% of a brawler. And yeah, you want to make sure you keep her healthy, you keep her well. We do see their drafts on the screen real quick. We see the RT, we see the 8-bit, we see also the Tick, which are definitely interesting picks here. I mean, 8-bit is in a pretty decent place. RT has been, you know, solid in the meta for a while. Tick here, I would say, is the most traditional pick out of those.
I will say as well that 8-bit, I've heard good things about him coming in Bounty, coming in Heist recently, and I think it might be a solid pick along with the RT as well. Connect a few shots, get those marks on, and the amplification from 8-bit Super. It's going to be a lot of damage coming down, and I don't see Meg really being able to push into that when she has to get that close range, unless we see a bit of max speed coming through.
All right, a phase shifter early on from OP to seize that blue star, and that's going to be a bit of an artificial lead for SK Gaming early on, but a single kill would turn things around. Already a nest egg is going to be triggered, but the RT manages to live, so far so good. Chasmac going to be trying to get some early supers to turn things around, as Akils is already placing down another nest egg in the middle of the map this time around, and OP is a little bit low HP. They're not able to reset his healing just yet, so he's going to be able to heal up quite nicely. Akils is going to be tanking that ticket, and that's not ideal, but he does have enough space to heal back up. OP is low, but he lives for now.
Yeah, I mean, this is great pressure from Chazmak to start things off. OP's been low a few times. Chaos obviously got hit by that head and got brought low as well. Yoshi, he seems to be the only one who's really standing his ground at the moment. I understand that, right? Tick really pressuring down through this mid. Unbreakable walls there as well. So even if they did have something to break it, it'd be tough. And now that SK Gaming don't have a thrower, this amplification is going to do so much for Kenji here. He is slightly coming out of it. Would have liked to see it placed maybe a bit higher, but it obviously could have been taken down if that was the case.
Yeah, I do like having that Meg on the left side because I feel like it is going to mitigate the strength of that RT gadget just a little bit, because I mean at worst she's going to be out of the Meg rather than going down, and with so much HP that's not even really the most likely scenario anyways. And Yoshi has been doing a really good job on the left hand side at keeping some ground for SK Gaming, but with 17 seconds left, Chazmak Gaming are going to have to push up. The Tick had to use up some of that SK Gaming ammunition. 10 seconds left. The slow is going to be brutal. A TP back, but will he really be getting back into that fight at that point? 3 seconds left. They need a kill desperately, but it's not coming through, and it's going to be a kill-less bounty game to open up LCQ.
I mean, what looked like a dominant Chazmak game just didn't turn out that way. It was a little bit worrying for them. They didn't manage to get any kills, but I think that just goes to show how well that SK Gaming was surviving more than anything else. Chazmak didn't want to put themselves out of line and risk losing that lead even further. And in the end, it seemed like they should have done exactly that, because you need to try something. You don't want to see a killless bounty game.
Yeah, I mean, I think Chazmak Gaming might have to play it a little bit more risky now. They know that the blue star is not something they can really contest early on, so they are going to have to build up some utility to get to a point where they can get a kill. OP is going to be low. That's going to be burning, I believe, already a second gadget now. He's probably going to be having 4 anyway, so he still has some spare. Yoshi taking quite a bit of damage, is out of the mech now, and that is what we were talking about in the pre-game. Once he's not in mech, it's not going to be the same level of pressure that SK Gaming can apply.
Yeah, that's a big issue for SK Gaming now. Shouldn't be able to really keep up with it that much, but that might provide him a little bit of that supercharge back with him being slowed down thanks to that nest egg. He gets a few connections. Kenji slides over to come and help out, wants to get behind this wall and place some pressure around the right-hand side. A bit of ammo wasted on that tick head as well, and I see walking over yet another nest egg, but OP does a nice phase shifter through all his tick mines.
And there is going to be the first kill. Kuru finds Yoshi. Probably the best target for SK to go down because he's going to be back in mech. But a takedown is a takedown. Chazmak Gaming are going to be taking over the lead now. And for the first time, SK Gaming are going to be behind. And they will need to find a kill to turn things around. At last, the damage booster is going to be out of the way. But there's a spare one for the 8, but he is marked up. So he'll be taking some extra damage. Let's see if they can create some space. And certainly that max super is going to help.
Yeah, the max speed pushing them forwards, and Yoshi back in mech obviously is quite dangerous. The TP towards the turret. Beautiful from Icy to pick him out there, get it just in time, but he's one shot, he's low. Yoshi pushing aggressive though. Kuru down to 1 shot as well, and these kills have got to come through if SK Gaming want to take this set right now. Kuru managing to heal up and the mark being missed as well, but yet again Icy in a tough spot. Bounties coming through, Tickhead coming down, but there's the trade. Gadgets can't go off for Chazmak either. They don't have the time. Yoshi back in mech, 2 seconds and 1. SK takes set number 1.
That positioning was checkmate when you have a bell, and it's Chaos on it as well. Hitting so many connections towards the end, those bounces were brutal. Just canceling the heals, making sure to keep them low, and even getting the takedown that they needed. That was beautifully done, and up until that point, I was kind of doubting why the bell was here and how much utility it was really giving them. That final play, I mean, that's what won them the game.
Yeah, I mean, that is really worrying now for Chazmak Gaming, because I felt like they were in control of both games and still yet to get any results from it whatsoever. In the end here, they just weren't able to get that damage done. Yoshi fell low, but even if he did come out of that mech, the shield from the star power would have kept him up, I'm sure. That was a really nice play there from IC. He knew the turret was going down. He knew that his teammate was in jeopardy, so he TP'd forwards, got the kill. But from there, it was all downhill from Chazmak, and they didn't manage to pull it off.
Yeah, Yoshi played really solidly as well. Doesn't have the most LAN experience, and so far is delivering in what is definitely not an easy match against a tough opponent here. Let's see if they are able to maintain themselves. Let's see if Chazmak Gaming can keep some morale after that tough first set. A killless game to open things up, and the second one where they had some chances here and there, but were just not able to close it out. They are going to have to be careful, because as we mentioned earlier, it's a best of 3, so 1 more set for SK, that's all they need.
Yeah, definitely worrying now for Chasmac Gaming EA. Coming into this as one of the favourites, and especially this group is coming into one of the favourites as well. It's a bit worrying, but looking at these statistics, I mean, I think it's fair to say who got SK the win. IKOS with 3 kills, 213 DPS as well. Big stuff from him. Kuro on the other side of things was the main man over on Chasmac Gaming East Asia with the 2 kills, 154 DPS. So not the most out of his team, but it's the kills that matter in Bounty.
Yeah, they got some good damage from the tick as well, but the problem is just it's really hard to close out those kills, especially when there's not really any super squishy brawlers on the side of SK. You'll get damage, and that's nice, but you need to close out those kills. That's the name of the game for Bounty. But we are switching over to Hot Zone. It's going to be dueling beetles and quite a different map now, because we go from one of the most open maps of the game to one that is much more close range, much more focused about that center battle. Now, there are some options to open up some walls and create a little bit of space, whether it's on your side or your opponent's. It's going to depend a little bit of the comp and where you want to create that space. Regardless, it's going to call for some very different brawlers, I assume.
Yeah, that's the thing. Maybe that Rosa coming through. We've seen it quite a lot recently as well. Growing some bushes up in that mid, possibly be banned as it's something that maybe Chasmac would want to lean towards with their aggressive tendencies, but actually it's not. Bans coming through. SK Gaming going to ban out the Grey, the Fang, and the Mortis. More aggressive bans from them. And Chasmac Gaming EA maybe taking a bit of a leaf out of SK's book, banning out the Stu, the Crow, and the Cordelius. Some more aggressive stuff. The Barley coming through. And obviously with one side of these walls being unbreakable, it kind of threw Barley a bit further into the meta.
Yeah, definitely so. It helps having a little bit of that extra safe measure. I just want to make sure that everyone remembers as well that the hypercharged brawlers are banned throughout the event. So that's going to be Shelly, Bull, Cold, Spike, Pearl, and Jackie. Just so, you know, if you're wondering, why are we not seeing, I don't know, a Shelly here to counter a Rosa? Well, that is going to be the reasoning. As we do have the first pick from Chasmac, and it is going to be a bunny, a bit of a more old-school staple pick here for dueling beetles. Still does absolutely great. I love the Maisie as well. It's really strong. I think it is one of the more challenging brawlers to play in the current meta, but if you play it right, it can shut down some longer-range brawlers, some mid-range brawlers. It will shut down tanks like nobody else. So I like the confidence from Chasmac to bring it in here when, you know, it is a bit of a scary moment. They're set behind. I like it. I like the confidence.
Yeah, the issue for me is we've been seeing it in a lot of scrims, and I don't think I've really seen it on the victorious side very much, to be honest with you. So I'm a bit worried for Chasmac at the moment. And at this point, you know, SK don't have to take tanks. They can definitely pivot off that, go for something else. We're seeing the Pam come in on the podium over there, and we do see a bit of a blank spot, so I'm sure we'll get that fixed for you in just a moment. The Pam on the podium is the pick from SK Gaming over there, and I like that. I think Pam's very solid at the moment. The healing it provides, the turret being placed aggressive, defensive, however you want to play it, I think it's pretty good.
Yeah, definitely. So, I mean, it's going to bring some team utility. It's great for those 1v1s as well with her gadget, making sure to just steal away that ammunition, and then your opponents up close, they're not going to be doing anything. I think we see a Primo being brought in as well as a Byron. Byron is an interesting one, potentially triple healer here with the party as well. Might be playing the slow against the Primo. That would seem like a pretty decent option, but nevertheless, lots of heals, and on the other side, it's going to be much more aggressive. You can jump in with the Primo, you can jump in with the Maisie, you can jump in with the Bunny. So lots more mobility, lots more aggressiveness, and they're going to need it to dislodge Barley from those tricky positions.
Yeah, definitely bold from the East Asian boys here. They're bringing in quite an unusual composition, at least by my European standards, and I'm sure SK's European standards as well. Haven't really seen this too much, but we are getting underway. One set required for SK Gaming to close this one out. Chasmac Gaming need 2 in a row if they want to win it. Meteor coming down, Bush is going to be gone, but those unbreakable walls will remain.
Yeah, I see did not live, but for a couple seconds into that game, it is a couple percentage lead for Chasmac Gaming, but they don't have the slightest bit of control now, and that is going to be trickier. SK Gaming in a great position. Akio's also not missing a shot against that Primo. Will take him down. OP taking a little bit of damage, but that's what the Byron is there for. Heal him back up. And SK Gaming so far in a dominant position. Chasmac need to open things up, and that jump is not going to be it. The follow-up from IC should be enough to get the kill onto the Barley. It's a 2-on-2, and they'll get a couple more percentages, but SK Gaming still very much present in that zone, and so far already past the 50% threshold.
Yeah, I mean, the super cycle was there from Maisie, but a completely missed jump there. Went straight towards the turret by IC, and now Maisie just all alone. SK Gaming on a strong hold on this hot zone. And now it's going to be very difficult for them to come back from this. Gadget used by Chaos there to make sure he doesn't miss IC, and he should be falling once again. Jump goes onto him, but the Pam turret's going to finish him off. Jump comes in from Kenji as well, but the slow down is there from the Barley, and that should allow Chaos to finish him off. 13% needed now for SK Gaming to take it to match point. Splash is there. OP is surely going to be able to sit on this zone long enough, and that he does. Match point up next for SK.
Match point, a game away here from at least making it to the tiebreaker. I mean, they'll make it to the winner's match, but they will have that extra life where they can afford to lose that winner's match, whereas on the side of Chasmac, it would not be as great in the elimination round. Let's see though, as we jump in, and again the Primo down in the mid pushing up, but he takes a lot of damage before he gets up close. It's going to help him recharge his super, but I don't know if that is really value after all. Kenji was a jump, but not the greatest one either. It's a 1-for-1 trade. You don't really want to use a super for a trade.
Yeah, much better from Chasmac off the start, though. IC seemed to do a bit more off that start, and now Kuru able to try and help out here, gets his super all on the way as well. Going to try dash forwards and use that, but doesn't get a lot done with it. Last call comes down from Yoshi there. Super covering the zone and pushing Chasmac back into their spawn once more. Primo super here available as well. Does have 10k HP left. Going to go in, but straight into the Pam turret, the slow, and into everything. It's just not going to work. You got the cycle. Jump comes in from Bonnie as well, but that's not going to do much either. Might get the kill. Might even not do that. He does survive it out. Chasmac's still in the lead, but SK dominating.
I love the Byron pick. It's so spicy, it is so off meta, and yet it is working here for SK Gaming. I see pushing forwards, chaining supers, getting some value. Can he get another super? He will. He's definitely creating a ton of space here, and right now Chasmac, they are still in the lead. Ope taking a hefty bit of damage. They do have that healing station to work with. Kenji is going to fall down to IKEOS's poison. IC and Kuru pushing up. Kuru with a super gets a kill. A follow-up jump from IC. Not quite going to be connecting, but Chasmac Gaming might be running away with the game.
Yeah, Bonnie going to try and get on that zone. Kuru ticking it up as well. Dash forward and super again. Gets the cycle, but actually might have wasted it, I believe, there. Jump comes in from Kenji to try take down Yoshi, and allow IC to finish this zone. Just needs to juke out OP a little bit for his teammate to come back and finish this one off. He does get his jump, so this should be done and jumped on anyway if Kuru does go down, but not even needed. Chasmac take their first game of this series, and it could not have come at a better time.
Yeah, they needed that desperately, but they made it happen. Brilliant game from Chasmac, brilliant answer to what so far had been a very much SK Gaming-sided match. They are striking back, and now they are playing to try to make it to a third set in this series, even things out, and that would be a really impressive performance if they can make it happen. But the start here is going to be better for SK Gaming this time around. The jump from Kenji, but again, a bit optimistic jumping with such low HP. Is going to get one tapped on landing. And SK Gaming was a little bit of a lead early on, but I mean, it's not quite as tough as that first game.
Gadget used there as well. Kenji going to place one down, and Splash used by Chaos, but not actually finding anybody on the side of Chasmac. Now Maze is going to try push up. Uses that dash as well to try get closer towards them. Jump comes in, but that's actually not even going to hit Yoshi anyway. Does manage to get the kill regardless, but that slowing is not going to be good for IC. Does get taken down there as well. Kuru trying to push up, but not finding any luck whatsoever. SK Gaming dominating their match point game, 70% and still ticking.
This is looking tough here for Chasmac. They are in such a bad position right now because they need those team wipes, and it's just not coming through. SK Gaming will take this one home. They are going to be going 1-0 in their group, whereas Chasmac Gaming will be heading towards the elimination round.
I mean, this is a great spot for SK Gaming now, on top of the world. One more game to qualify to day 2. But Chasmac Gaming EA coming into this one looking strong. Don't think they've proven a point there.
Definitely not an underwhelming performance on their end. it was a bit of a chaotic series for them. I don't think the drafts were necessarily it either. I think SK were kind of just one step ahead to that extent, and their way to adapt as well was beautiful in that second set. Even though they did lose that second game, and it was a pretty dominant win for Chasmac Gaming, SK were able to make the right adjustments, just fix whatever was not working out for them, and suddenly, I mean, they had a dominant final game, a statement here, sending Chasmac Gaming to the elimination round.
I mean, undeniable dominance from SK Gaming coming out of that first game there. But if there's one thing we know about Chasmac Gaming EA and the East Asian region in general, is that the heads don't go down. They're going to be coming back even stronger than that in the elimination bracket. But for SK Gaming, on top of the world, one more game to qualify. However, Chasmac going to need 2 in a row now. And even if SK do lose, they've got another chance in the back.
Yeah, definitely so. And I mean, again, Chasmac Gaming, they're a team that did qualify by 1 point here to make it to LCQ. So it does seem like they like to qualify the hard way. And so far, they are consistent with their story.
I mean, I think that paints the perfect picture, doesn't it, really? 14, 12, and 5 for the side of SK Gaming with 380, 457, and 429 DPS, whereas the side of Chasmac Gaming EA only managed to get a combined... I mean, that is absolutely pitiful. Combined 10 kills in comparison to Chaos, who got 4 more than that alone. So definitely not the performance we expected coming out of Chasmac Gaming EA today. But SK Gaming, I think they've gone beyond expectations.
Yeah, it was definitely a slow start here for Chasmac, and they were just never really able to find those adaptations. I think they kind of started the series too late, you know? It was the 4th game where they really joined the server, and I think that if they started a little bit earlier on, they could definitely have much more of a fighting chance. But yeah, a little too late, and when it's the best of 3, you just can't afford to make those mistakes.
And the thing is, even when they got started, instantly afterwards, they kind of they were done again. You know, it wasn't something we expected from them whatsoever. And I feel quite disappointed for Chasmac Gaming EA because they've been looking good in scrims, but pairing off against SK Gaming, who have been looking phenomenal since they made that roster change with OP, is not the first game they wanted. But they've still got chances. SK Gaming in a wonderful, wonderful position though, and I don't doubt that they'll be able to make it today too.
Yeah, it's looking really good for SK Gaming, and in all honesty, I think that Ope performed phenomenally as well. He really has some of the least LAN experience out of all of the players here. There are plenty others that are newer to the LAN environment, but he's delivering so far. Same with Yoshi, you know, as you mentioned earlier, does kind of get benched usually around big events, but he is playing on the stage. He is delivering as well in that final series. He had less skill, but he still had like over 400 damage. I mean, so far, SK Gaming looking very convincing.
Yeah, I mean, all 3 players looked very convincing at that as well. And, you know, sometimes we see some hiccups from that team at Gamescom. It was a little bit hit or miss for a few of them, but today they just look better. They look very, very good, confident, comfortable, and I think we should be going down to an MVP now to see who is, according to the community, playing the best for SK Gaming in that game. Let's see who it's going to be. It ends up being, we should see it rise, Chaos. And I mean, the one with the most LAN experience, I think it's fair to say that possibly it was expected.
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, he qualified for 3 World Finals in a row. This is the first time he doesn't qualify for the World Finals, but luckily for him, there is LCQ this year as a saving grace, and he definitely is showing that he very much deserves to be here because he wants to get that 4 in a row.
Yeah, I mean, everybody wants to be to World Finals. That's why they're here. Obviously, there is some consolation cash anyway. If you don't make it, you still get some money for playing at this event anyway. But everybody wants those 4 golden tickets. Who wouldn't want those? Let's be real. But we are going to have a little bit of a look at, I believe, the off-stream game in a second, but SK Gaming versus TBD. Obviously, we're still waiting for the team to decide what's going on, and we're actually into the game now. We'll slide straight over, get into the action. It's Raconic versus Team Flashhead.
Yeah, Jacer on the right-hand side. He's going to survive that encounter. Surely I thought he was going to be going down, but a nice kill from R on the left-hand side, and Christian is in a great position. He has TP as well, which as a gem carrier just puts you so far ahead right now. Positioning-wise, Raconic are dominant, getting kills left and right. It is going to be Hyohei that gets a kill on the left-hand side. But right now, looking at the gems, it's all Reconic Esports.
Yeah, that Sandstorm definitely helped them get out of spawn, and now they're pushing towards these couple of gems, but it's not Buster who wants them. He wants to be in Christian's face, trying to retrieve those 8. This might be the 9th, though, for Reconic. Gadget's still in hand, and that's a bit worrying. The drag forwards and the shots should follow up as well. Does get that done. 10 in the count, and it's now starting the 15 seconds to try and take them to match point, but he's slowed down. Has a TP in hand, though, so should be able to heal, but Rude Sand says no to that.
Yeah, that is going to be a really good timing for that super. Christian is still low HP. 3 seconds left. Goes for a TP. 1 second. Suzuku is 1 connection, but no follow-up. Unfortunately, just short. That's going to be a match point coming through for Reconic.
I mean, it was great build-up play there coming out of Team Flash. You know, the root sands, all of the, you know, trying to stop them. Crow shots, Crow slow, stopped him from healing for the whole duration. He was at 2k HP when it started, and he was at 300 when it finished, only taking the tiniest amount of damage throughout that, and he was being stopped all the way through for healing. Now starting that match point game for Reconic Esports to see if they can take it all the way to face SK.
A great start already for Reconic, getting the first 3 gems. A bit of a risky pull there from Christian, but Ryohei not able to really get more damage than that. Will pick up his first gem and gets pulled through the wall as well. Still a nice early gem lead for Reconic, building up slowly but surely, and a TP available as well. Some low HP players, but Christian is playing patient. Does TP on Memeshi whilst he's carrying the gems. It's a little bit risky. Memeshi not enough HP to do anything about those gems, and he will eventually go down, but it did create some space and make things a little bit more scary than they had to be.
Yeah, 7 is the count now, and JXCR just looking to try and go down there to Zuku to provide those gems back to Christian, but the pull comes back. Now shots coming through, but the Buster says no to that, stops that in its tracks. TP falls from Christian again, and that's where he wants to die to this Crow over and over, because he keeps on going so aggressive. Buster coming around the left, gets both, should be able to get out as well, but Ree's trying to stop it in there, but it doesn't happen. Double match point should be upon us if Team Flash can hold on.
My goodness. The Buster plays are real, and Memeshi has been getting so much value on that Crow as well this game. That was, I don't want to call it a throw, but it definitely felt like Reconic could have played that better.
I'm just not really understanding these TPs directly onto the Crow, to be honest with you. It just feels weird.
As a gem carrier too, you know.
I understand if he's got a few shots off him, if he's low, if anything's happened to him, but no effects whatsoever directly into a bush. It seems a bit weird. I won't lie. But at the end of the day, double match point, they still have a chance. 1 game for each of these teams. One will be heading to elimination, and one will be heading towards that upper bracket.
All right, let's find out. Double match point. And Shizuku is going to be first block. He goes down. Jacer trying to get some damage. Oh, beautiful pull there, but luckily Christian did unlock his TP and gets back to safety. And this time around, he didn't use it to TP onto the Crow.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's an improvement in itself. Christian now just trying to get things started. Slow down there from JXCR, and he does get the shots through. Another super going to be popped there. Nice stuff from him. Should be able to claim Sandy, but Ryohei in behind, looking for the kills on both R and Christian. 7 gems now. The TP straight onto him from R. I love that from him. Great stuff to use the stuff that's already on the map to make plays.
Yeah, that was beautifully done. They needed that kill quickly so they don't get pinched from the teammates respawning. Gems-wise, still very comfortable here for Reconic. Christian was low HP, so he had to fall back a little bit to heal up. The Rosa gadget gonna find some value there on Ryohei. The kill comes through. Memeshi does have supers. Shizuku with a wide flank on the left-hand side. He's gonna catch Christian off guard. Gets 1, gets 2. Riz is low HP, goes down as well. Team Flash was a ridiculous clutch.
I mean, he just robbed them blind. Straight TP back into the Sandy shots, and the gem carrier fell. 10 seconds on the clock for Team Flash to do it. Ryohei straight towards Christian, shuts that down. JXCR, we say goodbye to him as well. Ree is the only one left, and it's not gonna happen. Daylight robbery by Team Flash, and Reconic are in the elimination bracket.
My goodness, that was one of the most ridiculous Sandy plays I have seen in a hot minute. I think we can hear them from here, all the way in the off-stream room. I mean, what an unbelievable clutch that was. And it's smart to go for those wide flanks, because right now, you know, teams are nervous. They're focused on their fights. They're not necessarily going to be thinking about the lane where nothing has been happening for a bit. Suddenly, you have the Sandy right behind you, puts you to sleep, gets a double kill. The Crow jumps in, gets the 3rd. I mean, beautiful stuff. Absolutely beautiful.
I mean, those grey TPs were actually the demise of them. Not usually what they do is help, not really get your team killed. But he TP'd from that gem spawn back straight into the sandy shots and gave so much value. 3 shots on all of them. Super went down to stop the healing. Crow comes in. And what a play that was from Team Flash to recover those gems, because it was in a position where they looked like they were going to be going to that elimination bracket, but they managed to clutch it up and did look decent doing it, I will say, as well.
Honestly, that could be a potential play of the day already in our off-stream match number 1. We still have plenty more to come. And here we are going to have a quick look at our results. As a reminder, it is a 2-1 scoreline that brings Team Flash into the winners match against Reconic. They won 2-1. SK Gaming 2-0 against Chasmac Gaming EA. A bit of an underwhelming performance from Chasmac, but as a consolation, they do have a loser match to play out against Reconic. So it's not over just yet, but they are only a best of 3 from going home, and we know for sure that one of those 2 teams is going to be going home after that match.
Yeah, sad to see they only just got here. It would be disappointing to say goodbye to either one of those teams because both of them looked pretty good. I mean, Chasmac EA took a bit of a disappointing loss against SK Gaming, but that Reconic team, I feel like they should have taken that one home there over Team Flash. And obviously, you got to give Team Flash a big round of applause for that play to recover them at the end, because that was a big moment. But they are going to be facing off against SK Gaming here, and that is something to be scared of.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, regardless, getting towards that first seed is going to be absolutely massive for whichever of those teammates going to be. They will be playing against Group C when it comes to tomorrow's matches. So you really do want to have that first seed. It's going to put you in a better position. You'll be facing the second seed of Group C. So in theory, the lesser team. Now in practice, you know, Brawl Stars is a very day-by-day game. Everything can happen, but you want to put all the odds in your favor. And I feel like right now, I mean, just looking at this match, I feel like SK Gaming, they're not going to be too unhappy with whatever is coming their way.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to be the heavy favorites coming into this one in reality, you know. It feels like one of the 2 of the more dominant regions played each other in those first games, and now they're kind of playing off against Team Flash, and, you know, I just can't see SK Gaming losing this. If they bring the same energy, the same mentality, the same gameplay as they did against Chasmac Gaming EA, I don't really like Flash's chances. At the end of the day, though, they are a full Japanese roster playing in that SEA slot. So sometimes you've got to have a bit of faith, and I'm not counting them out, but I think SK are the favourites.
Yeah, absolutely so. I'm completely with you. I think that right now, SK Gaming, we're just more consistent in the last couple of months. And it's something to say about SK Gaming. I told you about their inconsistency earlier. In all honesty, Team Flash, they had a solid first 5 months of the year. Just the last month, they didn't even qualify for the monthly finals, and with a lot of roster changes as well. It's been all quite chaotic. I think like they kind of, you know, knew what was going on, but just a little bit odd to me, at least from a spectator perspective. And not qualifying for August is just a little bit worrying, especially considering that, like, traditionally as an org, at least, Team Flash mostly didn't go too far in their bracket at LAN events.
Yeah, well, let's take a little bit of a look at the matchup then. SK are going to be returning to the stage. Yoshi, OP, and iKaos, as you have just seen, but joined against a different team, Ryohei, Mameshi, and Suzuku.
We'll kick things off with SK Gaming, of course, as they are going to be getting ready to jump onto that stage, or rather walk. That is going to be a bit more of a civilized way to do it. They are the number 4 placing team in the EMEA season. It's iKaos, it's Yoshi, it's OP. We just watched them in their opening match. They have lots of achievements behind them, of course. A top 8 finish at the World Finals last year. In 2021, iKaos and Yoshi played together under AQM's banners and managed to get top 8 as well. Let's greet their opposition, however, as they are getting ready to join SK on stage. It is, of course, Team Flash with their full-on Japanese roster nowadays.
Team Flash, of course, the number 1 seed out of Southeast Asia. And this is going to be a very, very important match for them. They've got to get this one right. Statistically, though, I've got to say, they've got some very impressive stats. 5 grand final wins, 5 grand final appearances. I mean, that is placing them realistically into the top 3 of the entire competition in terms of the set win percentage as well. I mean, that's 83%, 45 sets won out of 54 total. I mean, that's very impressive stuff by comparison. SK didn't really have the best statistic run, but they did end the August monthly finals with a bang.
I think this is where the format of LCQ is going to shine at its best, because you have teams, as you mentioned, like Team Flash, that are the #1 seed of their region, an incredibly dominant team over in SEA. But then, on the other hand, you have SK Gaming that has had, like, they struggled, you know, and at some point we didn't even know if they would make it to LCQ either. And they're going to be facing each other, the best of the region against one of the teams that, like, struggled to be here in the first place. And that's just going to be a beautiful thing to watch. But of course, different regions, so it's very hard to compare always. I mean, we watched earlier, it looked like Reconic was very dominant in their matchup, and yet Team Flash managed to turn it around.
It was an amazing play as well, wasn't it, really, on that Stanley? Suzuki really came in clutch for his team right when it mattered most, because I felt Reconic had the draft, by the way. Ems and Rosa on double swoosh, that to me is automatically almost a W, but such a clutch ending, and it's placed them to where they are now. And this is where it really does count. Ultimately, for me, Team Flash, of course, you know, in the SEA region, it's kind of like one of those teams I had a bit of a question mark on, simply because, you know, you're stuck within your region. You haven't necessarily had too much of an opportunity to branch out. Of course, you know, SK Gaming, like you rightly say, almost making the World Finals, just coming short in the Season 3 Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Finals to Foot Esports. It could have been them. They've got to make up for lost time, but they are looking so good for me today. I really enjoyed watching the SK Gaming match, and they looked very confident, and they didn't go in too crazy too soon. They paced themselves, as SK like to do, and just build up their confidence along the way against a very strong contender in this competition.
I think you're spot on, and I think that it's crazy as well that they did go for some interesting comps. I mean, the Byron is not necessarily like a go-to on dueling Beatles. I mean, unless I missed a chapter here of the new meta, it's definitely something a bit unique here. Paired with a Pam as well, so heavy healing base comp there. I don't know if that might be a trend. They were known back in the days. I think it's probably a Pedro thing.
Yeah.
In all honesty, to go like triple healer in Gem Grab, bring in like Pam, Byron, Jean, and things like that, and no one else there to play. I believe actually in 2020, it's secured their match against PSG to move forward. Code Magic, not PSG. But regardless, like, those healing comps do seem to be a little bit of like a sort of safe haven for them to go back to, no matter which players on the roster, because back then, none of them were with SK Gaming. So it is interesting to see some of those ideas come back and become a little bit more of a staple for SK.
And of course, you know, iChaos is such a LAN demon. You know, he's appeared in every BSC LAN since 2020. I mean, you know, this is how much it means to him to make sure that they get the results here today. On the other side of the coin, you know, Team Flash have got a former world champion Mameshi, so there is a great deal of confidence which comes alongside that, and a great amount of leadership also. You know, when the cards are down and you're looking like you're out, that's the kind of player that can really pick up the pace and turn things around, as we saw previously already happening today.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, if we call iChaos a LAN demon, I think we can call Mameshi a LAN demon too, because he won his LAN in 2021 with Zeta Division to become a world champion. So they do have that extra little edge there, where more experience, I would say, in competitive for the side of SK, but just not at like that high of a level. So it's very different stories here, very different teams facing each other. I'm sure we'll be hopping into our draft shortly, but I'm just so curious to see what they're going to be bringing in. I see Smiles on the side of SK, more typically focused on the side of Team Flash.
I mean, statistically, SK Gaming did not have a very good set win percentage, I'll be honest. At 35%, 19 sets won out of a total of 54. That ranks them at 13 in this competition out of 16 teams, right down the bottom. But nonetheless, the way that they have approached things today has really impressed me so far. They're not worrying about the past. They very much are in the present. They've got their head in the game, and being at this stage, being so close now to victory, they can smell it. it. And again, you know, with Arceus' birthday, right? I mean, what better final birthday wish than getting it right?
Absolutely. So I did ask him this morning as well, like what he wanted for his birthday. Not that I was going to give him anything, but just like generally what he wanted. And he said, I want to qualify for day 2. So I was there like, I can't give you that, but I can like, you know, cheer you on.
Not win the World Finals. Cutting himself short.
That is like, you know, one step at a time. Baby steps.
Yeah.
Baby steps.
Well, you know, I mean, we've got the shooting star giveaway happening right now. You know, Supercell are granting wishes. I wonder, who knows? Maybe there's a twist in the tail when it comes to the PSC here as well.
I saw people asking for that 2019 World Champion pin. Spen obviously not going to be happy about that one. But yeah, let's see. I don't think those will be granted. I hope not, because the OG stuff needs to stay like a little bit OG. World Champion pin, Ark.
It's got to stay, isn't it? It's got to stay. I mean, Bameshi might be flaunting that very thing here today. Of course, as we know, you know, SK are so focused. And I think I got to say, OPE performed fantastically earlier today as well. You know, considering that in terms of LAN experience, a little bit behind the others. I mean, Yoshi as well. You know, qualified 2 World Finals, but didn't actually play, which is like, you know, heartbreaking for me. And of course, I want to see him on that world stage. I want to see him really showing his worth. And this is now the barrier that stands between them and doing and proceeding into those World Finals.
Yeah, I really wonder how the conversation went with SK just before Worlds. You know, if Yoshi asked like where his bench was going to be, or like, you know, if they were going to get a 4th. And now he's playing. He's actually playing here, and he is aiming towards those World Finals. They're a match away to qualify for day 2, and that of course applies to both teams here. Just a reminder, it is GSL groups, meaning those are the winners of their opening matches facing each other. Let's look at our maps here. Our safe zone for highs to kick things off, out in the open for knockout, and then last but not least, it's going to be Brawl Ball Super Beach to close things out.
I've got to say, I really do hope we make it to a 3rd set. I mean, that is going to be so spicy. Of course, SK, you know, in Brawl Ball, notorious a little bit for playing things passive, but again, it's a winning strategy. It worked already today, and I would thoroughly expect them to be going in with that same kind of approach in this matchup. But again, their drafts have been really impressive, and I'm kind of feeling that they've got a bit of an edge in that respect. It's great to look at stats, but I think what it comes down to is your performance on the day and kind of how you handle yourself. For Team Flash, of course, you know, in looking back at their performances, it's hard to really spot what their worst month was. I mean, it was obviously August where they didn't qualify, but nonetheless, you know, a grand final appearance in every monthly final. In terms of their best performance, that's what makes it kind of hard to spot realistically, but I guess the sweep in March against Rising Sun on a 3-0 scoreline would probably be that. Nonetheless, again, SK Gaming have been in a region which has been notorious for being, you know, one of the most competitive regions in Brawl esports. We get so many people attend those qualifying stages, which makes it incredibly hard to even make the monthly finals. And as we know, SK did not have a very good start to the year at all. February, March, you know, was not their time, not qualifying at all. But again, there's some grand final appearances in April and in August, and that is what should do them justice here. And 86% of those watching at event.brawlstars.com seem to agree.
Yeah, it seems like you guys spectated just like us. SK Gaming sending a Japanese team down to the elimination round. And I mean, considering they're facing against 3 Japanese players now, I mean, history may just repeat itself, or Memeshi, Ryohei, and Shizuku will be able to avenge their fallen brothers.
We're shortly getting into the draft, and again, it really can be the difference maker to a win or a loss. And in a, you know, round situation of only 3 sets, it's incredibly unforgiving. We've already seen it earlier today, and just how much so it can be. And we'll get the GFX up in just a short while in terms of that draft to see what the players are thinking in their minds. SK looking quite relaxed now, actually, having some discussion, some smiles around as well, so could be liking what they're seeing. On the other side, Team Flash looking incredibly composed at the moment. A little bit of discussion here and there, but nonetheless, eyes down and just discussing through the strategy.
Yeah, I might still have to like digest that victory over Reconic that like obviously was very much deserved, because those plays were beautiful, but I think themselves were probably surprised that they ended up taking that one home after a double match point and stealing every single gem that actually was a countdown for Iconic. But our first pick here is going to be the Nani. It seems like a Nani is an absolute threat at the moment. One of the top brawlers. It deals well with tanks. It does fantastic against sharpshooters. Anything that deals heavy damage, the gadget is going to counter it so hard. And overall, it's just a brawler that benefited massively from having a little bit more damage, because nowadays it just destroys everything.
And the Colette to follow up as well against Team Flash's Meg and the Bonnie. I really feel like that Colette could get a lot of value. And Meg, not a bad brawler at all. We've kind of seen a little bit of a drop-off with her, but nonetheless championed a lot in the EMEA region by VNE Sporting, and comes straight to my mind. It can really, keep control and be a thorn in their side. Ruffs will be the follow-up for Team Flash, and Eve for SK Gaming. Very versatile brawler, of course, with the quadruplets gear, can really cause a big pushback potential, and I think that is quite key with that particular brawler. Great maneuverability, of course, as well, to come along with it.
Yeah, definitely. So I like where this is going. I'd say that comp-wise, I would lean a bit more towards SK Gaming side. It just feels like maybe a little bit more meta-relevant, but hey, there's only one way to really find out how those comps work, and that's going to be by jumping in-game any second now and seeing how things are going to work out.
Straight away, it's X9J into the mid against the Nani, which is going to be a very tough matchup indeed. Chaos, of course, will be utilizing that space that he's got to maneuver around with the lake as Mameshi pops there, the gadget pushing himself forward, going on the aggressive. OP on the left, taking a lot of damage, and has got to heal up now.
Suzuku is going to pop a gadget, but that's not going to be nearly enough to save him. Jay not in the mech anymore and not going to be as threatening. Could even let him deal some damage on safe. That would not be worrying whatsoever here for SK Gaming. They need to make sure of is gain back some control on the right-hand side, and at last, the Meg is back in Mac.
Yeah, OP pops the gotcha gadget there and gets some great healing off the back of things, staying alive, but goes down in the end to Suzuki. Now Peep coming in, a chance to TP on to the safe for Yoshi. If he lands it, he cannot miss this, and he does hit it. Is the damage going to be raining in? Is on both sides now as well. Very even, 81% left on the SK Gaming safe to the 84% on Team Flash. And now the battle for the mid commences once again.
Yeah, Ope has his super, but he needs to heal up and gets the double connection. But I think that the mech jumping out did not get tagged again there. But Ope still is able to get his follow-up super. He is low HP, goes down whilst in his gotcha gadget as well. And control-wise, this is fantastic for Team Flash. They even have a Bonnie super. If they're starting to lose control, you can jump in and create some more space. Again, get some extra damage on safe, and then SK Gaming will have to fall back to defend. Ope goes for the super, not the most value, but still a kill comes through. Problem for SK is their safe is really getting low.
Nice shielding there for OP. Another gadget pop, staying alive and in the mix with iChaos as well, with a quick little jump away there. They're about to push forwards, but Suzuki is still there on that bottom left. He's got to be taken care of. Now Team Flash coming back off the respawn. There's only 12% left on the SK Gaming safe, however. They haven't dealt with the rust. They do finally now, but it's too little too late for me. I mean, one big push from Team Flash, and they will secure it, but SK Gaming now take control of the mid, and they have one final ditched attempt. They cannot falter. They cannot move now. With only 20 seconds left on the clock.
This would be an incredible comeback if SK Gaming can make it happen, but it might be a little bit too much to ask for. 10 seconds left, the Colette super goes down. It is 40% that makes up the difference between both teams, and Team Flash hit hard here in game one as they pick that game up.
The aggression really did pay off, and of course, staying firm and just in the mix was what really did lead to that deficit just being too difficult for SK Gaming to bring back. Left it just a little bit too late. But again, I kind of wonder with this Eve versus Meg matchup, whether over time these hatchlings could be more of a problem for Team Flash. Let's see how they fare this time around, and if SK Gaming can give themselves the advantage again. Again, it was such a fantastic matchup earlier today. They looked so strong, but they just didn't quite land the mark. I want to see a couple more TPs from Yoshi, a bit more of an aggressive position as well on that safe, and this is looking already quite a lot better. Jay in the mid, very low, he's out of mech as well. But Meshi there popping the sugar rush and trying his best to get some value for it, but he's too low. He can't really contest the situation.
Yeah, in all honesty, earlier as well, early on the mech was out of mech, but the problem was that they didn't really manage to get that kill or really build up much control from that position. Now they have a little bit of a damage lead now, which is going to be very nice. OP and Gadget as well, getting some good value and gonna try to get a super on safe. The swipe is gonna miss there. A little bit of a blunder because OP will get to survive now and just help out keeping that mid control.
Meshi very quickly taken care of, allowing Yoshi all the time in the world to go back in, gets a couple of taps for his time. 50% damage now dealt and climbing with OP going in, and Team Flash have not scratched the safe yet. Now, with the mid control yet again, they've got to start to assert themselves better and pick up the pace because SK could be running away with this if they're not careful.
39% is not a healthy save. SK Gaming 100%. That's looking much better for sure. Memeshi, low HP, goes for a jump in, gets the kill actually, and that's going to be some damage on safe coming through at last, but not a whole lot either because in the meantime, OP got some connections on safe as well. Will eventually fall. A Gadget there to tank that Nani shot, but Jay eventually goes down, and it is still nearly a 60% lead in favor of SK.
I wasn't sure on that jump from Memeshi, but he made it count, so I'll take it back. Nonetheless, Team Flash are on the ropes and SK continue to scrutinize this. It's looking like a night and day difference so far. 30 seconds left now. A chance for Team Flash to try to do something here, but Chaos is continuing these taps over to Jay and Suzuki in the mid. Team Flash can't get themselves together enough to get the damage which they need.
Clock is running incredibly low and they need to defend on the left side and they need to attack all over the place as well. OP gonna get Jay outside of his mech and that is gonna be more than a comfortable win from SK Gaming to even things out and bring us to a double set point.
Now we've got ourselves a set, haven't we? Fantastic stuff. A great retaliation there from SK Gaming under pressure. And they handled themselves very, very well, but will they do so again to lock this set down? It's such an important one. The first set can really be a difference maker here. That valuable momentum that it brings in what is a best of three. So crucial to land this, but I loved what Yoshi was doing more so on the peep side this time round, keeping that pressure on the back lines. Team Flash, they're going in very aggressive, and Jay already out of mech. Again, Memeshi very low on that left-hand side as well, and Chaos finds the shots continuously so. This peep, though, could be the perfect thing. Oh, the sandbags placed to perfection from Suzuki.
Yeah, very well done by Suzuki on the roughs. Nice enough, SK Gaming only taking 2% damage, so not in the worst position yet. Team Flash going to be trying to hold on to that mid control, not give it away too freely, because against the Colette, that is going to be a dangerous game. You are playing Jay very low HP. One of the hatchlings will connect onto Memeshi. Might take some more damage, but actually he's going to go for a jump towards that safe, and Jay going to let him live for now. So that's a bit of a problem. Chaos jumped away, but not really in the right direction to defend, and in the meantime, there's some damage coming through onto that blue safe. Let's see how this is gonna be working out as we have just a little bit of a base raise. Yoshi getting some extra tags onto that red safe as well. It is SK that is in the lead for now, but not by a whole lot.
Memeshi just cleared up OP there as well. A bit of a mistake for me from SK. They should really have dealt with the threats, and now buying some lost time as best they can. Gotcha Gadget again from OPE because he's got to defend this, but the pressure is mounting. SK have got to stay more composed here as the look at the safe. It's being continuing to shred down. 52% now, but Team Flash can just recollect themselves in this mid and go back for another push and get Jay back in the mech, and this is very dangerous for SK now.
Yeah, there's definitely enough time for things to go either way. With a 9% lead, Team Flash, I would even argue being in a better position right now, because sure, they don't quite have the health on the safe advantage, but they have the positioning advantage. And that is going to be so key, because right now they're playing it safe on purpose, not because they're struggling to push through, but because they want their push to be the final push of the game, so that if they take the lead, SK can't strike back.
They are timing the strike, but Yoshi is on the safe as well. OP does get a takedown as well. It's going to be so close. At the moment, it is still SK in the lead. 24% left on this safe, and a perfect defense there as well. SK Gaming will be able to secure this one just in the nick of time. What a commendable comeback, because I was worried, so worried for them. Team Flash looked in such a commanding position, and the turnaround was so methodical from SK.
reverse sweeping this opening set. Just as a reminder, it was Team Flash that opened the set with a victory, but it is going to be turned around, and SK Gaming end up taking it in the long run. Very well done on their end, and I think that is the bigger challenge in a LAN environment when you have the nerves and all that, and also one of the reasons why having a coach can be incredibly valuable, because sure, the draft, super important, always is, but I wouldn't argue it's necessarily more important in a LAN setting, because like your draft is prepared, right? You kind of know what you want to play, what your opposition wants to play, and you have to make some adaptations on the spot sometime, but it is theory. In practice though, making the right adjustments so you turn around a set that you are losing, that I think is what can make the biggest of difference at this level. And Team Flash, they showed us earlier in our previous match that they are absolutely capable of doing that, because they were not in a good position in their match against Reconic, and yet they won it. Let's see if they can bring out that sort of comeback now against SK.
Yeah, I thoroughly agree. Definitely the morale for SK to have Coach Pedro behind the scenes there. Going to be feeding a lot into that mentality, but you know, I think SK have just grown really nicely this year with the competition, you know, learning from their mistakes along the way and rectifying them, most importantly on the stage where the pressure is on. You know, this is an environment that many players are not really used to. When the lights are on and pressure really hits home, mistakes can be easily made, and they're looking very, very fierce so far as the stats roll in. A great game for Chaos for SK. Great game as well for Jay. 241 DPS for him to the 253 of Chaos. And a great amount of takedowns. 11 for Jay, 10 for Chaos. And whistling down from there. Not the best of games for Suzuku, but nonetheless a chance to redeem themselves going into this second set.
Yeah, a little bit of a quieter game, I would say, for Shizuku here, but in all honesty, did not have the easiest matchups. I think a fresh draft is going to be an opportunity here for a fresh start, and they need to embrace that for Team Flash, because if they don't, they will be going into the tiebreaker match, and you much rather want to just qualify straight up for tomorrow, not risk going out, and at best being second seed. First seed is on the line here, and that is massive.
Well, knockouts and out in the open then. And of course, the name of the game really is staying on your feet and not giving your team that disadvantage by going down and making it that 2 versus 3. In those situations, you know, on the world stage, you just cannot afford to do so. It can go incredibly south very, very quickly if you do. The bans are in Meg, Fang, and Eve for SK in a first early draft of Brock. Really love that Fang ban, by the way. To the Piper, the Nanny, first pick of Jean. Of course, the Healing Puff's going to be quite instrumental here. An 8-bit ban as well. Quite an interesting brawler to ban, actually, on Knockout. But I have heard a great deal about that particular brawler, especially from North America. It's very, very rife in the meta. And Max, very aggressive ideas being displayed here from Team Flash.
Yeah, definitely so. Also very OG ideas. I mean, Max Jean, that's like 2020 stuff, you know? Like, I love it. I love it. I think Jean is in a bit of a tough spot at the moment. Max, still good, but definitely not as good as it once was. So it is an off-meta team that Team Flash are bringing in, but it might also just be their comfort zone. Bringing back brawlers they know they shine on, even though they might not be the most shiny meta picks. They've worked here traditionally in the past. The synergy between Max and Jean is just as good as it was before. Just the brawlers aren't as strong in the current meta. But if they're more comfortable in that rather than anything else, or if that's their decision to just, you know, stick to something they know they can make work, it might be the best moment to do something like that.
Well, SK draft RT is their final pick to the Bonnie of Team Flash, and I've got to say, you know, against this Max, it's going to be very difficult to land those shots with the Bell, with the Brock, and that could be a potential advantage then if they get this right. Bonnie, of course, fantastic at securing those final kills right when it matters most and giving yourself back the round or potentially the game as well, maybe even a set, who knows. but for Team Flash, they had to have something like that in their arsenal here. The long-range affair is not necessarily going to be there with a Max, with a Jean, but the survivability absolutely will be. That speed and those heals could be very, very important. An early break there from OPE with the rocket fuel, as we thoroughly expected. It just provides such a great channel to get straight into this. And look at that! My word, Chaos with a takedown of Mameshi immediately off the bat.
Yeah, placement mistake there. I think they could have tanked that shot into the wall, but the bounce was lethal for the Jean. Suzuki just looking to make it a quick one. I mean, at that stage of the round, you don't have a whole lot to play for, but you're already giving away a round to SK Gaming, and Team Flash, they need to be more careful. I mean, it's not even really the Jean's fault, because it was a bounce from the bell shot that was onto the Max that took him down. It is complicated, it is going to be tough, but how do you recover from there?
I mean, this has got to be one of the fastest rounds of knockout I've ever seen, and Team Flash now are slowing the pace down, but sure to pick it up soon if Suzuki can just obtain super. SK a little bit on the back lines here. OP's got to heal up, but Yoshi's got a tanky amount to be able to push his way through if he feels the time is right for it. Again, OP conceding these shots. He's got to be cautious here. Like Chaos, so full HP. If you can get a mark and just obtain it off the back of a couple of shots, that's a good one there. That will then ricochet between the team, and now the chance for SK to fight back.
Yeah, that damage is brutal, but the magic buffs help compensate a little bit. A kill onto Chaos, and it is looking quite a bit better now, and the gas it is here for SK Gaming, trying to not feed any more supers to their opposition. And it's a round each for this opening game. Let's see if they can close it out on the SK side, or if Team Flash will reverse sweep this game.
What a beautiful reverse polarity there from Chaos, making it 3 versus 2 now, and let's see whether we might see a champion moment for Team Flash here. Phase shift onto Chaos, good taps as well, but it does place there. Suzuki in a perilous position, leaving just Ryohi, who has subbed in there for X9J all alone here, and it should be an easy clear up here for SK. A jump in, a swift takedown, and that game goes the way of SK.
Definitely some fighting chances, but over-aggressive. At least that would be my analysis here on the side of Team Flash. Losing players early on into those rounds, taking a lot of damage early on. You need to prevent that from happening. I think the Max, as you mentioned, is going to be great at dodging those shots, but you kind of want to make it to a Max Super. If you go down way before that, every time I look again at the HP situation, that's going to be straight back towards spawn, because you're too low HP to stay in position, and that, I think that Bell trick shot actually connected, but he did manage to heal up in time to not make that lethal.
Yeah, honestly, these reverse polarities are insane from Chaos. A big tap, a follow-up mark as well, and SK are really keeping the pressure on as they have to. They are 1 game away from taking the #1 seed, making it to day 2 if they can get this right, and so far Team Flash haven't really displayed much of awareness, and there's a huge takedown in the mid. Suzuki goes down, Ryoki tries to reposition himself onto the right-hand side, but it is that 3 versus 1 yet again. That familiar situation the Team Flash have just not found themselves out of. That round goes the way of SK. This is almost all over.
It could just be because SK Gaming are so close to the finish line, so close to qualifying for day 2. Let's see if they can make it happen now. Oh, nice phase shifter there. Going to be saving that Max's life. Ryohei jumps in, does manage to find one, but will be traded out right after. A 2-on-2 here, and going to be an important one for Team Flash. If they want to even have a chance at a comeback, they need to win this one.
We haven't seen a Gene pull yet from Mameshi. Now is the time to see one. And Suzuki's got to be there for the clear up as well. He is now marked, and that is going to not be ideal. But the speed available as well. If Team Flash time this right, they can survive on. Now it comes in. The aggressiveness might show itself. Chaos under a lot of scrutiny here, but he's tapping hard. The pull is there. So, oh my word! Chaos is the last man standing. And SK Gaming will see day 2 and secure that #1 seed.
Ice cold gameplay from Chaos. Unbothered in that clutch position, still closes it out for his team. And that is going to be a strong victory. Another statement here, as today SK Gaming take down 2 Japanese teams they are gonna be your first seed for Group A.
What a fitting end there for Chaos, the birthday boy. I mean, what an amazing final moment. We've had plays of the day, left, right, and center already, and we're still in Group A. Phenomenal stuff from SK. They just looked so calm and collected, they really did. And just taking their time with things. These reverse polarities from Chaos, I cannot wait to go back and watch through the VOD. Getting so much early value, it placed the Team Flash right on those backlines early on, and they just were not able to collect themselves. They seemed a bit flustered from things, and you know, SK just struck while the iron was hot. Look at this.
Brutal 1v2, yeah, wow. Impressive stuff, and a little hug from Pedro there as well. Just showing his appreciation. Happy to not have to make another draft here, as they can close it out in 2. Stats-wise, I mean, not much to say here. You know, the lowest skills for SK is higher than the highest skills for Team Flash. Usually that kind of says the story, especially when it comes down to a game mode like Knockout, where, I mean, kills are going to be all that matters.
I mean, if Chaos is not MVP off the back of that, I mean, I've lost all faith in humanity. Wonderful stuff coming in. And, you know, SK really are making good on the year as far as I'm concerned. They've never looked better. That is really exciting for me as a prospect going into day 2 now. And they are looking like the team to beat in this group. And, I mean, they are the team to beat in this group. They are the #1 seed for good reason. But, again, you just don't know how teams are going to react when it comes to being back on the world stage. Do they flaunt themselves and really carry their own, or do they crumble?
That is always a very good question. I think we have an interview on the way. Trav, let's hear it.
So after a very, very dominating display in Group A, I am joined by the SK Gaming coach, Pedro Guajaro. I'll start with the most common question off the bat. How do you feel about the complete dominance you've just shown?
We worked really hard this last month. We know that this weekend is when we fix the whole year that we didn't do what we had to do. And yeah, we gained confidence, we worked hard, we know that we had to do what we had to do, and yeah, each of them did insane.
Yeah, I mean, it must be a bit weird for you not going directly to World Finals after year in, year out of just domination from you and the different SK squads that you've been with over the years. You know, was there any certain preparation, or was there more nerves coming into this than there would be? You know, at the risk of not making Worlds yet another time.
Yeah, we know that this weekend is everything for us. We were a bit nervous. We know what we can lose, right? But we worked so hard that I think we are confident enough.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think the final question now as well. With the amount of roster changes you've done over the year, it's been quite difficult for you, and the start that you had wasn't obviously the one that was desired for SK Gaming and you guys as well. I think OP has kind of given you what you needed to be able to push through towards the end of the year. What was the reasoning behind bringing him in over other players, and what does he bring to the team?
Yeah, one of our biggest problems at the start of the year is that we missed this kind of fast brain that help on the draft, help on changing strategy and adapting to it. Actually, we had to do it today, and Ope was insane, and Ope was the guy.
Yeah, he played really well. I'll give you one last chance. Give any shout-outs on this first day.
I always say we struggled too much in the start of the year. I know our fans are a bit disappointed. We are too, and we are gonna fix it. We are fixing it. Thank you for the support anyway.
Big words there from Pedro, and making it to day 2 is a big, big thing for them. Back over to the casters to resume the games.
Great stuff there from Pedro. Great to get inside the mind of a team, which again, you know, going into this one, we had some reservations on. I think for good reason, but have they proved everyone wrong here today? I think so.
Yeah, definitely. So they're not only taking that first seed, they took it in 4 sets. You don't do it much cleaner than that. I think they lost like a game or 2, but I mean, just not much to worry about at that point. A breeze for them here in Group A.
Yeah, and on the world stage, that's no easy feat, I can assure you. Well, we've got our MVP as well lining up for you guys as voted for over at event.brawlstars.com. I'm looking at you, Chaos. It's got to be you, Chaos. Surely it's Chaos. And it is. Thank the Lord.
Yeah, very much deserved. What else can I say? Just played really, really solid. It's, you know, the reason he is so valuable to that team is going to be in that LAN experience. He's just incredibly consistent. I can't recall a single match where ICO's underperformed at the LAN event. Like, didn't win all of them, definitely not, but always at least solid. And it's really nice to have those sort of rocks in your team, especially when you have two players that are a little bit less consistent. I mean, Yosh definitely has had some history with consistency being an issue. And then, of course, Ope being a bit more new and not entirely, you know, amongst the best players in the world just yet. But he has that potential. So having that rock in IKEOS, I think is just so phenomenal for them.
Yeah, and you know, OP is only going to grow with more and more experience on stage. And that is such an exciting prospect for me because of his playstyle. He's so aggressive, but you kind of have to be a bit more refined in your approach when you are under such scrutiny. I mean, one wrong slip here and there, and it can be the difference between making those world finals or exiting at this stage in the tournament. And no one wants to go home without making those world finals. And even then, is, you know, defeat can be approached by different teams in different ways, you know, and coming back the following year stronger can be one thing, but it can also be the demise of some people in the pro scene. And just being able to stand the heat, for me, that's a great sign.
Absolutely, I could not agree more. And in all honesty, when it comes to Ope specifically, I remember a couple of years ago, you know, running into Lena in some small community leagues and thinking he's going to be huge. Joker, he's going to be the next Lena. Ope, he might be the next Lena. He might be the next Joker here for EMEA.
Yeah, I remember distinctly back when he was playing with Mood, and you know, he always had that potential as well. And of course, we've had a match played off stream as well. We're going to take a look at some of the highlights of that in just a moment. But you know, I'm very keen to see what our next matchup is going to be in that respect, because ultimately, you know, it's going to be, sadly, one team exiting the competition.
Yeah, absolutely. It's brutal every time here in the BSC. LCQ makes it a little bit less brutal, but nevertheless, it's a year worth of work for those teams. And by the looks of it, CMG here taking the first set. Oh, a nice little trick shot pass as well to lock that one in. We'll have the scores up for you guys in just a second.
Spoiler alert.
Spoil me. I want to be spoiled.
And this is a big one. I've got to say, I'm hearing the Reconic Esports took the win.
No way.
2-1. Yeah.
That is shocking. I mean, CMG, they definitely came in as a favorite to make it out of this group. Not necessarily first seed, but definitely, like, you know, with SK as favorites of this group. And then potentially favorites to qualify for the World Finals. I mean, they have a world champion and a second place world champion. And I'm not talking about 3 years ago. I'm talking about last year. So that's recent stuff where they were the best players in the world, and that has got to hurt for them.
I've got to be honest, I have underestimated Reconic Esports in this competition.
Same.
Looking through my predictions and looking at the possibilities and everything that could possibly be, they were not really on my radar. I'll be honest, I put down Chasmac and SK Gaming to make it through to day 2. And this is a fantastic turnaround in the competition. It just goes to show that you cannot take anything for granted. I remember seeing a tweet just the other day from Roll saying, South America are going to surprise some people in this tournament. And how right was he? What a result for Reconic Esports. That is fantastic for them.
I'm going to make you a bit sad or upset, not sure yet, but do you know whose radar this team was? It is not mine. It is Prediction Masters, Trav, that had it on his radar in the monthly finals. We were there like, who is Reconic? You know, it was like, oh, they're so good, they're going to win. And they win a monthly final seemingly out of nowhere, but it seems like they were able to just keep up with that potential, keep raising the standards, and right now, I mean, they're going to be in a very, very good spot here for this group.
Yeah, I have a reservation simply because of the course of the year, you know, going up against, you know, Datos of Fate time and time again, and realistically only getting that grand finals win against them once. They just were not able to really break through, and as the number 2 seed, I had some reservations regarding that a little bit to see how they would fare, but my word, are they excelling. But the question is, you know, on the stage now, you know, how are they going to fare when the pressure and the heat really is on? They've got a saving grace. They've got a chance to rekindle things, but at the same time, you know, Team Flash, they have got to make do and make better on their results. And it's going to be a real testament to whichever team is able to break through and make day 2 now, because this is where the heat cannot be greater.
And it's going to be a repeat because that was the off-stream opening match, Reconic versus Team Flash. It was Reconic that ended up, Flash that ended up winning that one, but so incredibly narrowly. It came down to a double match point, also a reverse sweep in that final set. So incredibly tight and a huge clutch from Team Flash. But if that hadn't been like half-handed out to them by Reconic, I mean, they were looking better to my books. And right now, considering that Reconic, they're off a win, they're going to have, you know, a bit more of a positive attitude that Team Flash that just got absolutely slammed by SK. I would say that Reconic, they're my favorites getting into this one.
I've got to agree. You know, if Suzuki hadn't have come in when he did on double swoosh and just land those shots the way he did, it was a beautiful, beautiful turnaround.
Incredible.
I mean, that could have just changed the entire course of everything. Had that not gone through, I mean, it was that daylight robbery moment, wasn't it, in the competition so far? But, you know, now the question is, they can't depend on moments like that anymore. This is make or break now for Team Flash, and they've got to be more, you know, more formed as a squad, and I want to see some more confidence with them as well. Let's focus first on Team Flash, Ryohei, Mameshi, of course, and Suzuki, bringing in a World Finals champion to the LCQ is definitely going to be something of a helping hand, nonetheless, to say for Team Flash, but this could be their last match of their 2023 season. No more time for error, no more time for mistakes. They've got to get this match in the pocket, in the bag, and secured.
Yeah, as you mentioned, a world champion in Mameshi, but he didn't have the greatest year in 2022, so hoping to see a bit of a comeback here today.
Well, let's have a look then over the other side at Reconic Esports, the former Juan de Nelos team. JXCR, Reese, Toxic, and Christian. Funnily enough, we were chatting as well backstage, and apparently JXCR's name is just Jape, and Reese is just R. So quite an interesting thing to realize. But they are the #2 seed coming out of South America West. 6 monthly final appearances, placing them in the top 11. 1 grand final win in July against Datos FA was their best performance to date, and they did battle heavily against that very team 4 times in the grand finals, but only coming out once with that win. In terms of their set percentage, a pretty commendable rank, I've got to say, ranked in at 8th in the competition, 37 sets out of 54 won. Just the 1 quarterfinals exit. That was probably their worst performance in August. And that does leave me a little bit of a reservation trap, because, you know, ending the season on a bit of a low, you know, that is something that clearly today they are starting to turn around, and that gives me hope.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams have been playing absolutely amazingly throughout the year in reality. Team Flash especially, let's bear in mind, but that last month obviously was a bit of an issue. You know, I heard Teddy saying, calling me the predictions master. I had to jump back on the desk because just had to give my point across. I was with Reconic all year. They played amazingly that game, right? We saw the highlights. They managed to make something magical happen. But I'm going with Team Flash.
Really?
I'm going with Team Flash. And that's from a Reconic fan all year round.
Very rarely on the desk am I ever speechless, but that was not what I was expecting to hear from you. Batting for both sides, eh? It sounds like you're undecided, but I mean, hey, Team Flash might have what it takes. First matchup will be in set 1, Hard Rock Mine for Gem Grab, going forwards into set 2 for Split. And if we get to a 3rd and final set, it'll be decided on Bounty Dry Season. So much hangs in the balance on this matchup. I think I'm gonna split. I think that despite Reconic Esports not being on my horizons realistically, and honestly speaking on event.brawlstars.com, I'm liking what I'm seeing today. I mean, I'm liking the drafts as well. Like I said, I was very surprised that Team Flash were able to turn things around in double switch with that Ems and Rosa comp, which is just so strong in the current meta. But I feel like this could be incredibly close, especially if Team Flash really dig deep. We haven't really seen, except for that first match, those big pop-off moments. So coming off the back of that SK Gaming defeat, they've got to really reset their mental here and remind themselves of who they are, because in terms of their accomplishments, I mean, they don't get much better.
No, they really don't. That's the thing. And they're a team who are always,
That is a close one.
I mean, this is the closest we've seen all day so far, right? By a couple of percent, bear in mind anyway. But Raconic out in front, 60%. And honestly, they must be in a really good mental state at the moment. I couldn't even watch the game. I couldn't even watch the game they were playing off stage. But I knew the Latam team won because I heard like the biggest vamos! Like, just from like all the way in the backstage. We heard a massive vamos and I was like, okay, well, a massive upset's just happened then because I don't think the Japanese players would be screaming vamos.
This is the thing about South America. They are such a rowdy bunch, aren't they, really? As the bands come in for our first map, Hard Rock Mine, Stu, Ruffs, and Piper band by Team Flash. For Raconic, Crow, Stu, and Cordelius. The first pick for Team Flash is the 8-bit, and I really do love that pick. Very much a ban-worthy brawler as far as I'm concerned. And the ideal gem carrier to have, especially now with the 4th gadget coming into play as a result of those new gears. I really feel like there's much more of an escape mechanism to be had. Get those gems back into safety as Raconic respond. Otis being their first and always a great brawler, especially with the rise up that we've seen in terms of the tank meta that is upon us now. And just a bit of an insurance policy for what may be to come from Team Flash. No Rosa yet, and you know, I would suggest that they kind of consider heavily whether they try and match it with it. Going to go with a Bell, play something more of that kind of mid-control brawler, but this could be dangerous.
Yeah, I like what Raconic have gone for so far. I think Bell's one of the only real answers to the 8-bit in that mid there. You know, if you get the hit and TP's back, it's still going to bounce onto that turret. And if he's just stood around it or his teammates, which usually is because of that damage booster, I think Bell's a good shout. And as he said, Otis, for future prevention, you know, against tanks. But with how strong they are at the moment, I still don't doubt that they'll be able to do something against that Otis, even if they did go a tank. They're going to go with the Penny, which it's definitely been a bit of a while since I've seen anything like that. And they're going to bring in the Maisie as well. And I mean, I said it in the first match, not convinced by Maisie at the moment. It's been played a lot in scrims. I've been watching all these teams with their iPads out in the hotel. And it always seems to be saying defeat above Maisie.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. Squeak gonna round off Raconic Esports' comp here, but I'm surprised, you know, no tanks. And you know, Macy, of course, will be a good deterrent of it. I imagine that's where their thought process is, but I'm kind of with you. I'm not too sold on Macy just yet. I'm kind of warming around to her and accepting that she is being picked across various regions. Primarily, we're seeing in terms of the scrims, at least, you know, South America and East Asia generally kind of going and gravitating towards that a bit more within the APAC region as a whole. But, you know, again, it can have those great moments, but sometimes those shots just don't land, and that's a bit of a wasted time and some valuable chance to heal on your opposition's side. As we go in, let's see who has the high ground.
Yeah, it was a good start with Mameshi with some beams, but then that was quickly turned around as he should be falling now. Actually doesn't manage to get that ending connection. Eventually, Christian finds it and gets Mameshi down in the mid. Only dropped a couple of gems, so it's not the end of the world. He's going to be able to come back and reclaim those. But Suzuku playing it well over the right-hand side, requiring so much help from this mid to be able to get it done. But they were able to because of that control they gained.
Big taps there from Mameshi, making up for some lost time. Slowed now as well as a result of that sticky residue gadget on the Squeak. As Reese on the left-hand side going head-to-head with Ryohi, who is marked up here very, very low. Now Christian trying to find the pinch, trying to find the angle, can't quite manage it. Suzuki on the left as well, being kept at bay as Toxic is doing a fantastic job of just separating out Team Flash, but it's not resulting in gems, and that's where, for the moment, Team Flash have got the lead, but Christian can be in trouble. The Mace comes in, Ryohi gets the kill, muted out though. It should be defended, but Suzuki is much higher in health. Now low, he should be finished off. What a great defense there from Toxic.
I mean, that was amazing. I mean, the play from Ryohi to start things off should have meant Flash won the game, but they managed to keep a hold of it. 3 gems on the head of Toxic though, and he hasn't really been doing the best on this penny lane, and I find that a bit disappointing at the moment. Another super comes through, slows there, but no one's there to find the kill and blow again. Toxic trying to keep the gems on their side, but the barrel splash through gets it done for Flash, and countdown starts.
What a fantastic play there from Ryohi, who's still scrutinizing Reese on the left-hand side. He goes down, Toxic soon to follow. It's going to be game 1 going the way of Team Flash. They're starting to come back to life.
They really are. I mean, that is a performance from Flash right there. It was very 50-50 in the mid, but it just seemed like Mameshi was the one getting all the gems. And I feel like they kind of, at a certain point, Bale decided, okay, I've got to go. Got to start taking risks and put himself in a tough spot down that lane with the Maisie, where he could get, you know, double supered with his teammate. And then there's only like 1 shot off cycling again. So it's difficult, but this 8-bit mid is so controlling.
Well, it's resets, and it's got to be just that for Raconic in terms of how they approach this. Christian taking a lot of shots. He's got the shield now as a result of that tap, but 336 HP and Toxic on the right-hand side as well. Incredibly low. Ryohei clears up Reese, but on the meanwhile, Christian just trying to find the angle. Ryohei, he's got super, he can't really push into this. He's marked up. He will win the trade-off there. And Team Flash are looking much, much better now.
Yeah, Mameshi just trying to keep Ryohei in the mix as well. They want him in this position. Gets hit 3 times in a row. Beautiful shots from Christian. And then the mark finds its target as well. TP couldn't have come any sooner for him. Soup comes down on the right side. That's going to absolutely destroy Suzuki. Gets him down. Ryohei's going to go in, dash for the super, but doesn't find it. That's a gadget wasted and a super wasted, and Raconic in control.
On a map like Hard Rock Mine, losing control can be so costly and very challenging to retake. A mark there just escaped Suzuki, and it does land. Toxic will clear up the scraps. Consecutive taps onto Mameshi, and the cheat cartridge is not timed to perfection. Ryohei goes down. I don't know whether Raconic can get to the gems. Reese might be thinking about it, tempted by it, but cautiously played by Raconic. They can get some lost time from the mid for themselves. Now 8 gems, but split between Christian and Reese.
Muted as well. Now he starts this countdown. Toxic's going to follow, and that makes it a 2v2 in the mid to fight for these gems. But Raconic just running back, staying in control of these gems here. 9 seconds on the clock, and a nest egg's going to pop. Maybe even another one on Mameshi here. You're not moving anywhere. Ryohei gets hit by that as well, and Raconic even things out in game 2.
This is what we wanted. We wanted to see a close first set, and we are getting our wish granted. Some good learnings there from Raconic. Just taking back that mid control, not giving up anything at all, not giving an inch over to Team Flash. And this could be a bit of a turnaround, a redemption arc in this first set. Flash looked very convincing, I've got to say, in that first game, but not as much this time round. Early consecutive hits from Christian, but now missing 2. 2 gems though lie in the mid. Mamesh is going to be the first to make his way forwards for them, but obviously slow and sluggish. Christian low here, he's got to be very careful. Mamesh 120, Christian 500. I'm loving this battle for the mid.
Yeah, but I mean, look at Ryohei's position. He's dominated the squeak so early on, and Mameshi should be able to get some control because of it. Has that super, actually places it very defensive. I'd have possibly preferred it on the right there, but actually Squeak will come down and probably get rid of that quite quick if he does. So playing it slow, playing it passive, but goes for that 4th gem and claims it off the other side. Oh, the block does miss this time, but a bounce on the turret and back onto Mameshi resets that heal.
A very clutch cheat cartridge there from Mameshi. These shots continuing to land. I'm really appreciating Christian's accuracy here, right when it matters most. Connecting shots well, but Ryohei finds the moment, does get the connection, and Toxic has got to find, yeah, now he can clear up the lane, but actually Ryohei survives that. He's just such a menace. He's so slimy on that right-hand side.
He's surviving even longer as well. Super comes. What? It goes down. 2 gems might go into the hands of Ryohei here, but actually they're dropping both. Mameshi's going to go and claim them. Cheat cartridge is still in hand. I think another 2 on top of this as well, and Team Flash in a strong position.
Very strong, but still time. Toxic low though, Christian as well. He's not moving, however, and he will go down. Might have to check that as well with the backstage. But Mameshi low, he might survive. 296 HP, and Team Flash survive on regardless.
I mean, who needs 3 players? Who needs 3 players when you've got 2 who are as good as these guys are? They managed to win the game anyway, and that's the set along with it. That means so much in a best of 3, and they managed to win it with 2.
Well, I can see the referee going over towards Team Flash, but I don't think they're going to grumble with the result, but clearly a bit of a connection issue towards the end. I mean, how often do you ever see that happen? You know, where the team have to come together in the moment of crisis and still prevail. I mean, such a clutch moment realistically there for Team Flash, but for me, Ryohei just came in clutch. I mean, you pointed out at the very beginning, his positioning on that top right-hand side provided so much space, and to do so against a Squeak, that is no easy feat whatsoever. And he was just able to keep that pressure on for pretty much the entirety of the match, dodging and weaving everything the Raconic Esports had to throw at him. I mean, I might not be sold necessarily on the Macy just yet, but I am absolutely sold when it's played by Ryohei.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, these replays were kind of just a Ryohei highlight reel because he's just... his supers were so good. The dash is perfectly timed as well. And over that right-hand side, when he was so low, see there, he gets the gems down as well. He was so low here. The super was thrown at him, and he healed up in the split second between it going off and him staying alive. So it was absolutely beautiful from him. And then there you go in there, closing seconds. So close to that bouncing across as well. I mean, the genuine reaction at that point because of how close it was.
Oh, look at the stats. Disgusting.
Still not convinced by Amazing?
This is the thing, isn't it? It's hard not to be a bit more convinced when you see it play that well.
My mind might have changed after seeing that one, but I still feel like I need to see a bit more.
I think Toxic as well, considering the lane matchup. I mean, it is a squeak, but nonetheless, keeping up with Ryohei, not an easy feat at all to achieve. And the body blocking at the end as well, got to point out there, Suzuki did a fantastic job of just ensuring that those gems did not hit the ground and that the set was going to be over there and then. And now Team Flash ahead, but as we know, Raconic are a team that do fight back. They can find it within themselves to bring that energy back where it needs to be. And sometimes teams can crumble when things are going against them. I think they're going to reset their mental going into this next one and bring it back to that third set because it's South America. How can you not expect them to do so?
I don't. So,
wow.
That's that. I mean, cut your idea short here because personally, I think Flash are taking this.
You think?
Yeah, I mean, I love the map split. I know it's a lot of people dislike it. I love the map, and I think Flash are going to do it.
It's an unforgiving map, though.
It is.
Kind of not. I mean, if you have that control and you're able to obtain it and keep it just for a prolonged period of time, it becomes harder and harder to push into a sticky situation. And I think it's a map which, as well, in terms of the draft, incredibly unforgiving there also. So, I don't know. I mean, I think it's going to be quite convincing either way. I'm open for it. Personally, I would love to see it go to a third and final set. I mean, that's kind of where I want to see this one settled.
I mean, there's nothing I'd love more than a third and final set between these two teams.
It seems so convinced.
I'd like it. I'd like it to be there. Do I think it's going to happen? No.
Tell me why.
I just feel like I was stood over there waiting to do my interview. I was speaking with the manager of Flash, and I was like, mate, should have won that game. Should have won that game. Like, it just felt like they had...
From a caster. Just what you want to hear.
No, it felt like Flash should have been in that SK game more. The heist was so close. Some of the knockout games, they should have won. Even the ending, where Chaos Clutch shot that 2v1. Flash should have won it. Like, there's no two ways about it. Flash should have got at least a set off SK and played it from there. It should have been third and final, and I feel they're just playing so well. Yes, Raconic have just taken down Chazmakie, but Chazmakie weren't looking good today.
I agree. I think they've had better days for sure, but certainly a favourite coming in. And it's just great to hear, isn't it? Like backstage, the cast are just going around to teams saying, should have won that. Should have won that, mate. Just win. Just win. Definitely easy for us to say on the casting desk for sure. But, you know, I think that for me, Raconic have already impressed me because I wasn't expecting too much from them against the heat of others in their group. And the fact that they've proven me wrong, I am still backing the underdog in this sense. And I think it's fair to call them that in terms of this matchup, in terms of their accomplishments by comparison of that of Team Flash. But, I mean, it's just hard not to cheer them on. At least that's how I feel about it.
I've been doing it all year long. Don't act like a big Raconic fan now because you were like, no chance, absolutely no chance. They caught shot the, was it July monthly final? I had them all the way.
One grand final win out of 4 appearances. You know, that's not great, you know, but that's just where the thorn in their side. And it's great to see now in this environment that we get to spread their wings, isn't it? And see how they fare. And, you know, it does say a great deal about what we can maybe come to expect from Datos Efe later on today in that regard as well. And I'll bring it back around to that tweet from Roll on Twitter. You know, I think South America are really going to surprise. Personally, again, not getting ahead of myself, but I'm really looking forward later to seeing how India fare as well. Revenant Esports are very much on my radar. Has some great results despite, you know, losing overall against Tribe Gaming NA and, you know, others at those Snapdragon Pro Series Masters. But I think they've got some real accomplishments, some real talent there to explore. But this is what I love so much about the LCQ. We just get to see what is really happening across regions. Who has really got their head and their mind within the depths of the draft, which I feel like in those scrims really speaks volumes. And it's great to be backstage too. You hear players discussing who has got the advantage when it comes to those drafts. And many have been been saying that South America, they are in tune with it. But East Asia sometimes, their picks and drafts, can work for them very much in terms of their play styles. Sometimes not, though.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, obviously, a couple of the South American teams have got those, EU coaches as well. So I don't know if that's kind of given them a bit of a helping hand. Obviously, Dance here with Raconic couldn't make him a Team Queso, so decided to hop on another team. And why not at this point? Why not? It seems like he's helping them out quite well because their drafts never seem to be bad. Like I feel like their draft in that last one was good. We kind of looked at each other at the penny and were like,
yeah, I was unsure about that.
A little bit unsure about it, but it worked. And I feel like I didn't hate Raconic's draft. Like, it wasn't they got completely outdrafted and that's why they lost. It was just Ryohei played well.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad matchup with the Otis in terms of a range affair, but I did kind of question mark it for sure. I didn't kind of elaborate too much at the time as we went straight into the action, but primarily there was so much happening on the right that was so exciting with that Macy plays that we saw from Ryohei. But again, sometimes those moments make me worried actually for Team Flash just a little bit. And Raconic Esports are a very aggressive team as well. We haven't really seen them really dive deep into their full form yet when it comes to that aggression. I'm looking forward to seeing a little bit more when it comes to the later sets.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing more from these guys as well. I really do hope it goes to that third set because these two teams seem so evenly matched. Like, it's always back and forward, back and forward. That first set, 2-1. It wasn't dominating 2-0, and it wasn't even a dominating 2-1. It was close between all games. It could have gone either way, back and forward, back and forward. But, I just think Flash, they're an SEA team with Japanese players, and the Japanese players have been so strong throughout Brawl Stars history. They're second in 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022. They're there all of the time. There's never not an East Asian team at the top. And Japanese players, they're the main East
They're built in.
They're the main East Asians,
Absolutely. So we've been speaking a lot about Team Flash. Whilst we're just getting the stage prepared for our next set, let's take a little look at some content with that very team.
J です。J ちゃう？さすがに J ちゃう？りょうへいさんそんな食べへんやろ？
俺としずがその食べへん。
飛行機でも全然食べんかったしな。
J かまめさん。
全員サブリ気味なところあるけどな。
いや、ブロスト好きなやったら俺。
りょうへいさん？俺。りょうへいか、さすがに。自分ちゃう？
俺やな。
りょうへいさんちゃう？
な。夜更かしすんな。
りょうへいやんな。夜遅くまで起きてんの。
俺はできへんけど。
多分 J。J そう。J 動物に優しいし。なんか猫飼ってるって言ってたしやん。
あ、そう？
知らん。
俺かしず
りょうへいさんちゃう？
俺かしずくちゃう？
りょうへいさんやろ。
俺か。
うん、多分絶対りょうへいさん。ずっとトークン回収とか全部やってる毎日。
でもしずくもパーリーめっちゃやってるから。
いや、さすがにりょうへいさんよ。
しょうが。うん。ほぼ俺。
俺ちゃう？
これはマーメス
絶対俺。はい、もう100。
マーメスおらんかったらいけん。
はい。なんか他の人使い物にならへんもんな。
道案内とか。
何もせえへんし、英語も読めない。自分で何も調べない。地図読めない。はい、お疲れです。
頼もしい。これもマーメさんじゃん。
お菓子めっちゃ好き。チョコレートが一番好きな食べ物やから。
スイパラとか言ってる。
うん。
俺行ったことない。
Players are already on the stage. We've fixed that little technical issue we saw at the end of Hard Rock Mine, right? For Team Flash standing still at the end. So we're just fixing that in the background, but we'll shortly be getting into the draft. The map, of course, being split for Hot Zone. As we're discussing, Trav, it's a tough map. Definitely got to consider the prospect of wall breaking. As we've seen, Buster is such a great brawler, in my opinion, to consider in these kinds of environments. You've got to have something to kind of power through, but certainly throwers as well can have their moments to shine. Big tankier brawlers, I think this is where we might start to see some of that meta really show its full form. We haven't really seen as much personally as I was expecting to see in that regard so far today.
No, I do agree as well, and I think at the same time maybe a bit of Gale slotting, jump down to the zone, and I mean it's so good at the moment against tanks. It's kind of been thrown back into the meta regardless of not really having many changes. Just because tanks are strong, Gale's strong. That's just how it works. And obviously launchpad straight into the zone with a tank, it does a lot of percentage at a time. You might, keep on dying and just going back over and over, but if it works, it works.
Absolutely. So Rosa as well, I think, could have a great place here. and it's not banned out. We'll see. And speak of the devil, I mean, yeah.
I just know.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is why we're here. I mean, the bans being Cordelius, Lou, and Otis, they're all 10 counters, by the way. Cordelius, Macy, as well as Ruffs for Raconic. And that is a great starting hand. You've got to consider as well with Hypercharge out of the mix. No Shelly, no Spike, no heavy 10 counters. So it has opened up the doors. And speaking of dimensional doors, Gray going to be coming in for Raconic. I really like that. It's quite frequent to see in South America. Sometimes they combine it with a Pam for additional healing and just kind of TP everything onto the zone, and it can go a long, long way. Let's see what they want to pair up for this second pick.
I mean, the thing is, last time they played Team Flash, first game in the group off, we watched the last set on stream. The Grey was kind of their downfall. Just TPing into the wrong places, the wrong opponents, and then those lasting dimensional doors. It's what TP'd them directly into those Sandy. So I think it's a great brawler, but it's just got to be utilised right. Tara coming in as well from Christian here as well. I'm never going to say no to a Tara, but I'm still not like Tara on split.
I think it can kind of work. I mean, you've got the support from Beyond to go and seek and destroy, or potentially Vision, depending upon what way you want to kind of handle it. But it can get a lot of value off the back of tanks, and if that is the plan, and it seems to be the plan for Team Flash, then I think that if Christian plays that right, or whoever is going to be on that Tara brawler, then cycling could be a lot easier off the back of that tanky HP Rosa as well. I mean, Tara could have an amazing game here, or it could be overrun, and I hope for Raconic's sake they've come prepared with something as the third and final pick, because this is looking very, very scary for me on the side of Team Flash.
What do they take it? They need to double down on tank counters, really. Tara, I think it's going to get overrun on her own. You need something else to go along with it, and they're going to go with the Colette. I mean, it's bold, it's good against tanks. But I just don't know how much we see it on split. And I feel like they've got a couple of brawlers here that we don't usually see on split. They're just good against tanks. And it's going to be very much, if the tank's going to just overwhelm, they're going to be perfectly fine. Keep them in spawn, keep that control. If Rose is going to plant some bushes on the zone, then it's going to be difficult regardless with that single projectile of Colette.
Colette's definitely going to be a good option, but how good is the brawler on this specific map? That's the question. It's going to help in terms of the draft, but you can definitely feel that Team Flash are feeling confident about this one. And I mean, they've got the set advantage. I mean, I think for good reason they are feeling confident, and getting them off the zone with that HP, it's going to be tough here for Raconic. If they lose control, retaking is going to be really tough on a map where it's notoriously difficult to do so. Grand Piano there to break things open. I really quite like that from Raconic, immediately clearing up that left-hand side and placing pressure onto the right.
Yeah, immediately having that pinch as well. I mean, he's got his super already. This question whether we're going to see him push it back or that shield coming through. He's going to use the shield. Oh, jump's going to be missed, but they might still be able to get it. The throw over the shoulder straight into Mameshi. I like that, but the TP from Christian. 1 and 2 cleans up, but Flash has still got the lead.
Nice connection there from Toxic, almost getting his super back off the back of that, and these pushes now though be quite key, and now a super there onto Suzuku, but he still stands. In the meanwhile, on the left-hand side, Reese and Christian doing a fantastic job, but Meshi will fall, and this right-hand side battle commences, continuing on, and now Christian stands tall.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be close here. They just need the tiniest amount of percentage. It's pretty even as well. Super going to be used surely by Reese. Going to use Gotcha, and he hits the wall of his super. Big waste. Now, it's like, look how much they need on the opposing sides. Flash are going to push over and try to get the job done. Push them back. Stuns there. Kill 2. Suzuku pushing forward. And this might be match point. Jump from Ryohei, but a double super from Reese. Gets one. Can he get the other? Super's missed, and he clutches.
It's so incredibly close. Now a chance for Raconic to bring things back to even. 81 apiece. Reese goes over the shoulder of Ryohei, but he comes out on top. Has the shield to hand on the left-hand side. In the meanwhile, Suzuki on the right-hand side going super aggressive shield as well. But again, Raconic is standing firm. Mameshi on the left jumping over to the right now. And it's 99% Raconic. Take it by 8%.
I mean, that is so close. And I mean, it was back and forward. How much they needed off the opposing zones. I feel like Flash just committed a bit early instead of just going, oh, we'll just go get that 1% a bit later on and fight for it that way. Maybe a slight overcommit to send 2 over there to get the shred of percentage they needed.
My goodness me, what a time to do just that for Raconic. But I'm loving the approach. I'm loving the strategy, you know, just breaking everything open. It's giving Raconic that really early good head start, which they need. Gotcha gadget there for Reese as well, connecting nicely. Meshi going to jump in, but will be heavily scrutinized. Consecutive taps all round, surviving just as Suzuku again on the right-hand side is being an absolute pest.
Yeah, we did see a little cycle there as well, and Suzuki's going to get his super, but Grand Piano going to be popped, wants to break up these bushes, does just that. But actually, I believe leaves a little bit of a wall there, which gives Suzuki some grounds to play, and he gets two there along with the help of Mameshi. Jump comes in from Ryohei, Gotcha Gadget's being used, but he's in the middle of two. How's he survived that? He doesn't, and Suzuki still stands.
I agree there. Some mistakes starting to show a little bit for Iconic now. Christian makes good on his previous, and Toxic and himself will join that right-hand side. But look at the scoreline, 75% now in favor of Team Flash, and his left-hand side really has got to start getting taken care of, and that might not be the way to go about it either, as they continue to stay strong. Jumping in there onto Toxic, who's going to surely burn down here. A last-ditched attempt, realistically, to rekindle something, but Team Flash are looking so much better.
I mean, that is as convincing as it gets on this map from Team Flash. 54% on Split is like nothing at all on another map, because you're pretty much guaranteed your own side, right? But they're jumping in time and time and time again, and Raconic just can't do anything about it.
The pressure cooker now really is at a point of starting to overflow. For Team Flash, one game away from just hanging on, making that day two, claiming that number 2 seed for Raconic. One game to determine whether they can bring it to a third and final set, or whether all their valuable effort could be going slowly and surely away from them if they do not start to rekindle something here. They're swapping lanes here. Reese on the right-hand side now going for Suzuki. He's getting good shots, but he's got to survive this interaction, and that shot just missing there might be costly.
Christian burns down. Toxic does give him his super back. Suzuki gets his super as well. Gotcha Gadget not going to be healing massive amounts, but he gets the cycle anyway. Mameshi just going to wait for Ryohei. Go left whilst he jumps in on the right. Has his jump as well. Grand Piano's going to break, but the stun onto Toxic allows Ryohei to deal with Christian and leaves him with a shred of HP as well. Might even survive it, but it's even Steven at the moment.
Sport from beyond there just went to town onto Team Flash, but it's working out a bit better for Raconic with Reese on this right-hand side against the Rosa. I love that adaptation. Really going in again, but it's going to be a 2 versus 1, which he may not come out of, and he does not. And these valuable heals off the back of the shade there, it's going to keep Toxic and Christian very much in play. 95% and climbing, and it looks like Raconic are going to be able to survive this one. We're going all the way, Trav.
I mean, that is what we wanted. It's not what I expected, but Raconic did bring it in. They played that beautifully at the end there, and especially after that second game, I thought Flash had it on lock. You know, and then the switch was made by Raconic, and it worked perfectly.
This is what gives me hope. It does, because Raconic are adapting on the fly. They're looking at the scenario upon them and looking at where they're going wrong. Not an easy thing to do when you're up against the might of East Asia. As again, as we were discussing coming into this one, somewhat of an underdog in this regard. And I'm really impressed. This is what I wanted to see it be decided in the third and final set as to who is going to take this one. It couldn't be closer.
I mean, we're looking at the stage, it looks like Jay's getting his opportunity to shine, subbing in here, what looks for Ryohei. And I mean, after a good performance from Ryohei, because it's a tough matchup on that Primo, what can he really do there? Surprising to see him being subbed out with how well they're playing as a 3. I don't feel like he made any mistakes or anything, but possibly they just want to play something where Jay's stronger.
It's always a great thing to be able to just kind of sit back out of the game, though, kind of refresh yourself, come back pumped up, and be that kind of champion moment for your team. And certainly it's going to be needed here as Raconic are resisting. And for Team Flash, that were looking like they could have taken it actually in a sweep in a couple of moments. It's just like the perseverance of Raconic that I just love to watch in this environment, you know. It's very difficult to go head to head. Look at that as well. Across the board, 674 damage for Reese. That is insane. I mean, 8 kills. I mean, it's just so balanced across the board. I'm loving it.
That might be a record. I feel like it's
very high.
I think high 500s.
I think it is.
Like Yoshi on Colette or something like that, I think was the highest. And I think that's like 100 higher than what we've seen before.
And that was, if I remember myself correct, on Pit Stop on Heist as well. And there was a, you know, I think it's like triple tank. I remember in the August monthly finals with the highlights reel, and you're absolutely right. That is phenomenal. I mean, the fact that Raconic can bring that out the bag in such a moment as valuable as this is just amazing.
Well, showtime for both of these teams here. It's do or die, as they're going to be going to the next day or dropping out of this lower bracket. Dry season is where we head on Bounty, and this is a big, big decider for both of these teams. It's their year in the balance on one set.
It's a tough map as well, you know, if you find yourself stuck in those back lines and against potential thrower comps and aggressive ideas, tanky ideas. I mean, North America at the moment are saying that 8-bit is really viable as well. Ultimately, it does have that escape mechanism, and Grey as well, as we've already seen, definitely has that very thing also. And in Knockout, probably one of the better modes actually for Grey, in my opinion. It just leaves a lot of things open here for potentially exploring in the strategy. But I'm liking the bans Buster, Artie, and Mortis banned out for Raconic here. That's nice to see. Piper, as well as the Gene and the Tick then for Team Flash. And it is that great first pick for Raconic. I like that opening hand.
Yeah, I do like that. They played it well in that last one as well. What do you think about something like a Meg? I feel like Meg's been coming in so heavily on Bounty specifically. We saw it in Shooting Star earlier, and I feel like it's just been popping up time and time again. But actually, Nanny available for Team Flash, and they pick that up and choose range.
A bit of wall break potential alongside it. Of course, if they want to have that long-ranged affair, then Nanny is going to be very good, especially again with that recent buff over the course of the balance changes, definitely bringing her much more into the forefront of the meta. I don't mind Meg. I just kind of am a bit concerned that if you find yourself out of Meg when you are stuck in spawn, your opposition can just not feed into that, and you're very, very vulnerable to other brawlers. But Macy going to come in for Team Flash. I mean, we already mentioned earlier that we're still a bit on the sidelines, despite what we've already seen. Is this the play? I mean, it can do a great deal when you're on the aggressive, but you've got to land those shots. But so far, Team Flash have been demonstrating that that's exactly what they do with that brawler.
Yeah, I mean, it worked for them. Why not try it again? I mean, it might just be something that they just specialize in, this team specifically, because it just hasn't really been looking like it's working for other teams. But this one convinced me entirely in that first set. Byron is up next for Iconic Esports, choosing some heals, wants some range obviously as well. And with Piper, Gene banned out, RT banned out, it's hard to find the range. And obviously Byron's solid on his own at the moment anyway.
Certainly coming back forwards into the meta just a little bit. I mean, we saw it earlier today combined with the Pam, and 2 heals wouldn't be a bad idea at all here for Iconic. Definitely a bit on the squishier side, has got obviously some self-heal potential though as well, greatly so. Ruffs is actually going to aid that process even more so with those supply drops coming in as well. So Iconic going to round off their comp with that, but Team Flash has certainly got the more aggressive of the ideas so far. The Grey going to be instrumental on the side of Iconic, no doubt about it. But Penny, that mortar, really going to pack a punch. If Iconic Esports do lose that control, find themselves on those back lines, you're going to have something else to have to worry about. And the Salty Barrel as well, great defensive mechanism also, as well as some considerable damage off the back of it. I worry with the Nanny as well, with that return to sender in a game mode like Bounty. That is really crying out for a potential turnaround for me, and I hope for the Iconic sake that they time those shots wisely to be able to draw it out effectively.
Yeah, I mean, I think that barrel is going to be so dirty, the Salty Barrel. I mean, like Grey TPing in, throw it in front of you, tank it, get the splash off. I think it's just so solid in a matchup like this, especially Penny as well. Kind of preventing Ruffs from bringing sandbags in, whether he prevents him in certain moments or just prevents him in the game entirety.
And in we go, one set to decide it all. Christian Loeb able to juke his way forwards whilst Rich goes on the aggressive and gets rewarded for it. The Peep trying to find the connection, but only finds the wall as Christian escapes by undamaged. I mean, beautiful work, a great opening from Raconic.
Flash are finding shots. Should have maybe had a couple of kills already at the moment, and this is control that Raconics aren't able to deal with at the moment. Pull coming through, doesn't actually get through the wall. Not going to find that too helpful for the side of Raconic there. Return to sender, went towards that Byron. Oh, there's the pull through the wall. The walking cane that was desired by Christian to get the kill, and the lead's extended to 5.
Supply drop over from Toxic onto Christian. Now Reese didn't quite connect there with the gadget. Maybe just escape, but not really too much. And Team Flash are still playing defensive and trying to make up for lost time as we approach 1 minute on the clock. Reese on the right there's got to heal up a little bit to be able to come back into this fight. 60 HP now. Self-heals himself, keeps the pressure on. Mameshi falls. 7 stars and the blue for Raconic. This is looking so convincing so far.
Power-ups worrying, and Suzuku has to get out, but he actually gets hit by the Byron. Gets taken down as the trickle-down damage hits hard. Raconic now in such a commanding position. It's going to have to be a team wipe and more if they want to be able to bring this back for Team Flash.
And that Penny turret instantly eradicated. That was something of a bit of a helping hand in this very position. They just didn't really place it with much thought, and immediately Raconic responded. 11 stars now to the 3, the only 3 of Team Flash. We've got to see some takedowns from Team Flash now. now, or we'll be moving over to a match point scenario. Reese goes on the aggressive, does connect nicely. Team Flash are running out of time.
Yeah, they need to heal as well. I mean, the salty barrel place, that's going to reset his healing once again. Dash forwards and the stun's there, but it's not enough. 6 seconds, just not going to be anything close to what they need to bring this one back. And even at that, domination and even a spin there from Reese.
It's not too late, Trav, to go back on yourself. You already done it once today with this one. I mean, how are you feeling?
There's no going back on it. I was firm from Flash at the start, and we still believe.
Who's we?
I still believe. Me and the Flash fans.
We've seen Team Flash respond in kind. Will they do it again when they are up against the might, the wall that is Raconic Esports? Christian does go down. That's a much better start. 3 stars and the blue now. And that's the best we've seen Team Flash in this scenario so far in this set. So the question now is, with the lead, how will they hold on to it?
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, just this lead can flip the entire game on its head, because now it's Raconic pushing into them. And they've got a lot of walls standing in between them and Raconic. So this walking cane's going to have to be used pretty much beautifully by Christian to break some of these walls or drag them through. Peeps coming in as well, going towards the Byron, might be able to find that kill. Doesn't actually get it. The splash with the sandbag. Suzuki's getting it pulled in, but actually goes for the damage instead with the super cycles. And Mameshi gets one too.
What a response! 7 stars to 0. It's just a night and day difference for Team Flash here so far, but let's see. Raconic have got some time here as they're pushing forwards, but it is notoriously a map where when you are in your spawn, you have somewhat of an advantage with the team that are pushing in. It's going to be a calculated, a methodical approach here. Walking Cane missed there from Christian. They've got to continue the assault, but Toxic on the left-hand side a bit overly aggressive, and the elite continues. We haven't seen anything from Raconic yet.
Oh, the charged up Peep as well. Gets a lot of damage on Reese. Has to back off, heal up a little bit, gets the power up too, which is going to help out a lot. But 9 stars, very similar to what we saw in the last game, but it's the other side. He goes down. Heals don't get there in time. And say hello to a Peep as it starts to come in. Trying to charge it up now, loading around these walls. But can he find the killing blow? He finds a sandbag.
Nothing but a sandbag, but the star deficit is still so big, and Raconic have got to get an entire suit. I don't even know if there's enough stars to claim here, especially with Suzuki going in. A double for him as well. 15 to 5, 18 to 5. It's going to be Team Flash tying things up. It's double match points.
I mean, we can't ask for any more, can we really? This is beautiful, 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 beautiful from Team Flash and Raconic, showing us the best that they've got. And yet again, another double match point between these two teams, just as it was in the first round of this group. And it's looking like a good finish.
You could not write this better. What a way to decide it. It comes down to one game. One team's 2023 journey ends here. The other will proceed to day 2 as the number 2 seed in this Group A. My, oh my, what a time to get this right.
Yeah, we'll splash straight through those sandbags, and this blue star is so desirable. Splash even got through both Toxic and Reese then to bring them so low, and the blue star is claimed. Raconic now are the ones aggressing, and that doesn't help.
Raconic just feel a bit flustered after that last game. If they don't seem like it on the map, they've got to be in the mental. Toxic low as well, but Reese will tank the Peep and Penny turret down. This is where just the defense mechanisms really come into play. We want a walking cane though, and it's now down, so that gives somewhat of an opening door for Raconic. But these nanny shots from Jay just continue to keep Raconic low and off the assault. It's just that blue star for now, but that can quickly change.
Yeah, I mean, power up as well in Reese's hands is dangerous. Mameshi gets hit twice now, ticking down, and that's got to be some aggression. Even Suzuki's getting hit, but now Reese has to back off, surely. Maybe even considered splashing himself to get the heals off there to be able to stay alive, as they need this position. They need something back, because 1 star still. Mameshi pulled in. Can he survive it? Out the dash in, and he goes down anyway. Toxic so low, but the heals there. Peep whirling round, but actually hits the wall.
Disaster for Team Flash. The lead now over with Raconic as we approach the 30-second mark. They're getting in position. 1 singular kill is all Team Flash will need to retake this. And it's got to be timed right for Raconic here. A lot of hills going in. Walking Cane, though, does not connect with Mameshi. But still, Team Flash are incredibly healthy in this scenario. Christian goes in. It's a trade. It's still in favor of Raconic. 2 stars now with the lead.
I mean, he's going to be respawning as well, so that helps them big. Team Flash has got to walk all the way up the map, but it's still there for Flash. They need something, anything to help them be able to win this one. Return to sender Pop's got to go forward, got to tank some damage, get something happening. It doesn't go through. The super placed, the DB to the left, and Raconic do it.
against all the odds. In that matchup, I felt like Team Flash had it, but Reconic survived. They turned things around. They are making day 2. They are the number 2 seed. And commiserations for Team Flash. They put up a valiant fight. I mean, it really was until the end of the wire, but it is the end of the line for them as they go home empty-handed.
I mean, I don't want to be that guy, but is this the end of the Japanese reign? Because that is 2 teams out already.
I'll be honest, you know, coming into the last chance qualifier, so many people had these stages down just to take it all. I mean, I was one of them. It's just amazing to see the perseverance of everyone else in the global scene just really coming together and learning from each other. We've seen this year, haven't we, in the meta, for sure, at least I have, the closest meta that we've ever really seen, the most symmetrical across the regions that we've ever seen. In previous years, it was very much like, oh, that is a LATAM South idea, that is a North American idea. Now, it's just ideas that are working across the board, and, you know, I mean, Reconic, such a great performance and proving so many people wrong.
Yeah, I mean,
including you.
I thought this, I mean, that second game looked like Team Flash as well. Even towards the end, it looked like they were going to be able to take it. But honestly, you know, I had faith in them from the start. I mean, Team Flash-wise, because they did play very well. And that's 2 games now. 1 went the way of Flash, 1 went the way of Reconic. It's just a question of who won the right game.
Yeah, the second game had me worried. It did, I know, in terms of my predictions at least. And I mean, what a way to turn things around. But staying calm, you know, again, I've got to reiterate that from Reconic because, you know, in terms of their LAN experience, certainly on the lesser side of things, as we approach then our MVP coming in, the stats pretty even, I've got to say, across pretty much both teams here. And takedowns as well. I mean, it's very, very evenly matched across the board, actually. Again, we were saying coming into this matchup just how close it was going to be, and we were proved right.
Yeah, I mean, that is the exact same across the board. It's kind of meant to be like that, I feel, because of how close that was and how good all these teams played. I mean, Sub and Jayan didn't really work out in the end, but it was just so close, and I don't think it was a bad idea. They did play very well as a team there in combination, and you got a feel for them. Both them and Chazmak have been knocked out of this group, but it is Reconic, sorry, and SK Gaming who advanced from Group A. Toxic being the MVP then.
Yeah, great stuff. He played a fantastic game. And the team as a whole, I've got to say, really performed as a unit. And, you know, what a turnout for them. Day 2 on the horizons. As, you know, I mean, that's where everyone is fighting to be. And Reconic, I think, again, as the underdog, we mentioned it a lot coming in, but they were just that, prevailing and going through. I mean, that is it's the best result today as a squad.
I mean, 2 out of the 8 teams who are going to progress through today have already been shown and who are through. SK Gaming and Reconic Esports, 2 very good teams, but in my eyes, Reconic were maybe the 4th most likely to make it through the group, in my eyes at least, and I feel like that was a lot of the public along with it as well. I did not see that happening at all. SK Gaming, we expect it, right? But Reconic, not so much.
That draws a line under Group A. Now that is all resolved. Let's take a look back at the bracket to revise ourselves off those scorelines. Team Flash with that 2-1 in the opening match, but going forwards was not to be in that tiebreaker match where Reconic were able to turn things back into their favor. I mean, SK Gaming, though, we've got to discuss that. Really, really clean matches. 2-0 sweeps in both for them. 1 against Chazmak Gaming EA, 1 against Team Flash to be our first team to qualify for day 2 as the number 1 seed. And Chazmak Gaming EA, I mean, going out to Reconic Esports, I don't think anyone could have predicted that coming. I know that I certainly did not.
Oh, 2 in a row, 2 losses as well. Maybe we kind of thought it was going to be that tie-break match where they'd lose. But I still thought they'd win. I thought maybe even they'd go through all the way through the top bracket and beat SK. But today just wasn't the day. They didn't look like Chazmak Gaming EA against SK to start things off. And I think from there, obviously we didn't see the game, but the mentality must have just gone.
Yeah, tough day. And it's seemingly starting to become a tough, tough LAN for East Asia. But let's also now move on to Group B and let's take a look at that bracket and see where the heavy hitters could potentially lie. We've got our opening matches of Chazmak Gaming NA up against VN Esporting. That's going to be so spicy. But, I mean, STMN, Clash, a battle for the ages. What is not to love about Group B?
I mean, you said, let's see where they lie. I mean, all of the good teams lie in this group. They're so strong. Like, honestly, that's 4 of the top 8 teams here all in one group. It's so weird to see, but I couldn't be more pleased. Like, it's sad to see two of these teams knocked out today, but the games we're going to see along the journey, that's what matters.
It really is going to be fireworks all round, and, you know, definitely tough for two of these teams, but I mean, the caliber of gameplay that we're going to be able to witness and enjoy, it's just going to be spectacular. I feel like, you know, watching STMN specifically in the scrimming process, they are on fire at the moment. I mean, they're looking like my personal favorite. I think in my predictions, you know, looking for my prep, I think I put down Chazmac and STMN, but, you know, ultimately, you've got to look ahead as well into Group D, which is where they will potentially face off on day 2 if they make it through, and, you know, Reject lie there. So seeding here is so incredibly important.
Yeah, let's take a bit of a deep dive into this matchup then. Chazmac Gaming NA versus VN Esports. Apparently Toast from Japan now. Look at his little arm. He's got a little Japan flag there. He's moved. He's moved. But yeah, let's take a look at Chazmac. Fade, Toast, RBM, Chazmac Gaming NA. What a roster this is and what a year they've had. It came down to the wire, the last monthly against Tribe Gaming NA, and they weren't able to do it. It was sad to see because the year they've had, they've taken down Tribe as many times as Tribe have taken down them, but in the end, it wasn't meant to happen.
Yeah, they've had a really consistent run. They've had 6 monthly final appearances, and you cannot say that the same for everyone here, putting them into the top 11. In that regard, 2 grand final wins as well. Really did top them off nicely. No quarterfinals exits, it's got to be said as well. And can't necessarily say the same thing to VN Esporting, but let's touch on them as well. 4 monthly final appearances, so in that regard, a little bit less than Chazmac Gaming NA, their opposition. But, you know, some of the stats in the EMEA region as a whole haven't been great. I mean, a 30% win rate when it comes to the sets places them in a rank 14 out of 16 teams. Pretty abysmal. 16 sets won out of a total of 54. But as we've already seen from SK Gaming here today, in the EMEA region, it hasn't actually translated to be the case on the world stage where it matters.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. There's a big but. You know, they might not have done well, they might not have done well points-wise, but they're a team that you need to be worried about if you're the opposition, because they're playing so well. I mean, they were playing so well all year long. They didn't have the best results, they didn't have the best things, but they looked good. Recently, they haven't looked so good. But today is the day where they do need to play well, and I don't doubt that they'll bring some good mentality and some good gameplay to show.
They do need somewhat of a redemption arc. One thing that I've kind of come to know about VN Esporting is like regarding their results and the pattern of such. I mean, again, it was the best start to the year for them, that grand finals appearance against Zeta Division in March, where they did lose eventually to a 1-3 scoreline, but nonetheless, their best performance to date. Going towards the end of the year, it kind of got a bit progressively worse. Didn't qualify for April or June, and against Humble, they exited in the quarterfinals. That's disastrous. And in the Snapdragon Pro Series Cups stages, not having great results. When it came to the Split 1 Open Finals, however, they really did start to shine. And I feel like VN Esporting here today, if they go back to their roots, bring that aggressive play style, they are absolutely going to match Chazmac Gaming in that regard, who are, in their own right, incredibly aggressive on the field, especially at RBM. I mean, you know, give that man a tank and he will bring home the goods.
I mean, but that's the same, you could say the same thing about that across all players on VN. Give any of them a tank and they're going to be able to make something happen. It's just the unpredictability that this team brings and how, I would say weird the playstyle is, but they do just run. They just run at you and it works. It works. That's how they roll. Max speeds, tanks, anything that gets you in the opponent's face, they're going to use it.
Yeah. They use it all the time, and I kind of wonder whether Chazmac might see through that and plays it into the ban list, but they are probably the team in the EMEA region which at the moment in the current meta are playing it the most. And, you know, again, Mavis and Nob, I've got to say and reiterate just how dangerous those two are on the aggressive, the Carl picks especially. You know, that is realistically where things can be won and lost, and, you know, it's going to be such an enjoyable match regardless. You know, Toast as well, really great in terms of control. You've got to have some of that, as Rama is on the side of VN Esporting as well. I think we've got ourselves a very, very close matchup on our hands here.
And he's an absolute skyscraper as well. Look how far the camera had to pan up to get to his face. Tall guy. I'm not sure how he might have to play vertically stood up with light just like he is now to play, because he might be able to lean on this podium. But as you say, just really, really strong team, Chazmac Gaming NA, and the battle they had against Tribe Gaming NA this year to get to Worlds was amazing to watch.
It really, really was. And got to give a shout out to Toast as well. Had a bit of a tough layover coming here, and was held up by about 6 hours. But I said, are you tired? How are you feeling coming into yesterday? And he was like, he was buzzing. He was really, really happy with how things were and couldn't wait to get stuck in. Look at that separation, 58% siding with Chazmac Gaming NA to the 42% of BN Esporting on event.brawlstars.com. Very, very close here, and I think for good reason. I cannot wait to get stuck in, and this first draft, it's just going to be so exciting to watch how the mindsets of both teams are, their approach, their kind of strategy coming into this one, and do they want to keep some cards in their back pocket? I was chatting with Fade as well, and 8-Bit clearly very much on the minds of North America as a whole at the moment, and there's kind of more control-based ideas. Of course, Toast very much championing the B pick, and combining B with that tank, taking away some of counter could potentially be on the cards for Chazmac Gaming NA here as well.
Yeah, that's the thing. You just never know what these guys are going to play. Their drafts are usually so strong. And that's just an NA speciality. Drafting is their forte. And now getting into it, we won't be seeing that Meg considering it's banned. So sad to see for Ark at least, because he was trying to go for that prediction. But we see the bell coming in first. Chazmac Gaming NA going to pick that up. Gray in return from VN Esporting for the side of the European team there. We've seen so much Gray today, and it just works.
But I've got to say, for me, that tells me that Chazmac Gaming NA have done their homework, making sure that they are able to be inside the minds of VN Esporting in terms of their draft, and that's a great band to have alongside the EVE and the RT. And looking on the other side of things, the great first pick for VN Esporting, I really do like that. It's a kind of versatile brawler to have, but long range is what this is all going to be about. Fang going to come in. I mean, that brawler in the current meta at the moment is just so strong. And there is the 8-Bit from Chazmac as well. I mean, both sides really here are in each other's mind. Gene going to come in for the heals on top of things. But, the Fang especially, is going to be marked up by the Bell, which might not be the greatest of things for VN Esporting. They've got to have one final brawler to round this off.
Yeah, and I think at the same time as well, the Gene's going to be able to knock back. He's going to be able to do a lot. The 8-Bit turret being placed down, the damage is going to be so difficult for the Fang to get into. When he's coming in with that lunge, they're going to get the Gus. I mean, that kind of adds a bit of HP, You're going to be pretty good as a Fang. You got a Gus shield on top of you, gets your HP boosted up. It gives him some legs in this game. But I still like Chazmac's comp.
I do like the Gus. It has fallen off, though, a little bit in terms of the meta recently. Since we've seen the kind of switch up and the change up since Hyper Charge has come into the mix now. And, of course, those brawlers not playable here today, and that has caused a big rift, a big shift alongside that meta. But I'm really looking forward to seeing this 8-Bit play itself out on Shooting Star. I remember so many times watching the BSC Monthly Finals in North America. Ash Clutch would always be in the chat saying 8-Bit here is so free. Let's see whether that is the case here, as Chazmac Gaming bringing it in, and not a common brawler to see.
Yeah, well, it's laning against this Gus at the moment. Should have that speed advantage over the 8-Bit at least, and getting some good shots in, but not without Fade. NRBM answering some shots back. Maybe it's going to be able to pick up that blue star, and 2 nest eggs already placed by Toast. Obviously, as you said, these long-range sharpshooter brawlers are what he likes to go towards.
Yeah, finds a connection there onto the right-hand side, onto Rama, as the Walking Cane does bring him forwards. Fade falls, though. That will bring the lead over to VN Esporting with the blue star. Maybe it's not out of the woods yet, just able to keep his distance there. Toast going to pop another nest egg as well there. Just preying on the idea that they can get some kills and come out with something to show for it, and then try to get VN Esporting in a vulnerable spot. But Rama has now got super. The Gus shield available. He goes in. He gets the double stun, but somehow, some way, is able to get taken down. Fade falls as well, though, and that's shifting over the stars. 7 now to VN Esporting to the 3 of Chazmac.
Big moment for Rama then, but he was traded out. Almost pretty much got all 3 of them. Those 2 consecutive supers. Pull available from Fade now, though, and they've got to get Rama down before he lands on them. Misses the pull in entirety. Doesn't get anything for it. And the Gus knockback there, the Gus Kooky Popper as well to get some damage in, but quickly healed off thanks to star power from Fade.
Yeah, nice defensive play so far from VN Esporting. Dimensional Doors is available for Mabius, but Robin now, all 3 immediately have super for VN Esporting, and Chazmac may have missed the window. Let's see, shield over, Robin goes in, but somehow he won't come out. That is going to hand over some stars. 5 now for Chazmac, who is starting to close the gap.
I think he might have clipped the wall there and not got the full lunge directly on the players, or was it a bounce around, but has another super. Aggressive turret being placed, so Kooky Popper's there, 3 super from, but he dodges it. He uses the cartridge to avoid it, and Rama goes back to spawn, but I still don't think it's going to be enough. TP about a tile to the left to get the heal, but CMG can't get it done. VN Esporting somehow hold on.
Some incredible plays there from Chazmak. I cannot believe that dodge, but that even wasn't enough. As BNE Sporting looking very confident so far. I was appreciating that Rama was getting super because Fang can sometimes be a loose pair of hands here if you're not bringing in that utility. I'm loving the combination with the Gus. Every time it provided them value and they came out with the goods. But Chazmak now a chance to respond to this, and this comp still has very much some legs in this matchup.
Yeah, great connections early on from Faye, but the walking cane doesn't actually bring him through the wall. Looking for a pinch from Rama now, but RBM's keeping it back. Nice supers there, the stun as well. That should be a kill. The pull to trade it though, and this should be a pinch in. Shouldn't be able to get out of here, but Toast now being pinched in, and he might need some help, but he's trying to run out with the shields. Gets the Kooky Popper off, and the kill's there, but the lead still with Chazmak.
Yeah, some trades there. Looking much better for Chazmak, but Fade is definitely the bounty for the takedown, and Mavis will be smelling it. Nob as well marked up, got to be cautious and not over-aggress here, and he has done just that, finds the nest egg, and that's more value for Chazmak, who extend their lead by 3 stars here, but as they do so, it does get scary, doesn't it? Because if the Fang goes in from Rama with that shield and Fade goes down, then it's going to shift over quick.
Yeah, I mean, Fade is the prime target now for VNE Sporting. TP available from Mebius as well, but obviously now can't take anybody else with him, so it becomes a bit harder for him to go in without Rama having a super as well. A few nest eggs being placed down the left-hand side, ready to slow him down when he wants to make this move, and it's such a tough pathway for him to go through. Now, just waiting for their opportunity. The TP's there, but he's just going to have no help.
Oh, the magic hand misses. This is going to put a lot of pressure onto Chazmak, but RBM with the taps there, absolutely beaming his way forwards. 10 stars to 5, and they've been able to defend successfully. So there'll be one chance realistically here for a final push from VNE Sporting. They've got the Fang super to hand, but maybe it's realistically a knob. We've got to get theirs. Nest egg popped. The mark is there, and Toast is keeping the pressure on.
It is only Fade they need, though. It's 5 stars, and he's got the blue as well, but the mark on Mebius, so tough for him. He's trying to make the pathway through round the left, get a pinch in. The double TP's there. Can Rama get a super in time? He just used it to get out. Toast adds another one to the mix as well. Rama's one shot, no escape for VNE Sporting, and Chazmak even out the score.
With a really convincing response. Stars all round as Chazmak find their footing. The first game just a little bit slow to the mark, a little bit rusty, but now looking much, much more like their former selves. And again, as we've seen already today, so many close matches. This one off the bat appears to be no different. Very different ideas in terms of the comps. Much more aggression on the side of BNE Sporting, much more sharpshooters for Chazmak, but both are working in their own ways.
Yeah, well, maybe it's just wants this blue star again and should be able to get it, but he's putting himself in a bit of jeopardy there. Gets hit quite hard, and Rama not got the most HP over the right either. Chazmak slotting into a more aggressive position. Vengeful Spirit's there, but the pull through the wall. Can he get taken down? He does. Kooky Popper's there, but Rama's so low. He wants his super, he wants some help. He needs to get out, but RBM has to retreat. TP from Mebius is there, but that's going to be into 2, surely, but Fade's come around the mid.
Oh, a lot of heavy fire again with Vengeful Spirits and the taps from Toast. And Chazmak finds something there, but still behind by 1 star. It's VNE Sporting on those back lines, and Rama has super, as well as Mabius. That's going to be some of the same. A beautiful connection from Faye with the magic hand, and more stars over for Chazmak.
I think Kooky Popper was just missed there as well. It's 1 star to Chazmak now over the 3 of VNE Sporting. Shots coming through. Nest egg popped on the left-hand side as Rama tries to make his aggressive stance. Mebius TP again, same position as last time. Maybe he just wants to set it up, but he's actually going to go for the walking cane, break up that wall. I don't hate it. Maybe still has some in hand as well, and I think he does. Eventually goes down. TP's there, Super's there from Gus. Rama's got the lunge. Can Chazmak hold on?
Nob and Rama have got to be so careful of these nest eggs, but I like that play with the walking cane. The damage booster was giving so much value to Chazmak, and now it's been depleted and eradicated. Pressure still on, but everyone on Chazmak's side is full HP. Rama thinking about it here, but he's got to find Nob on the shield, and maybe for that reason they've got to swap over in this mid and be closer together for what has got to be a pitch-perfect push. 20 seconds on the clock, and VNE Sporting are cooking here.
I mean, they want the last push. That's all they need. Super available from Nob. Rama gets it perfectly timed, but the pull mid-super. He doesn't bounce. The answer for Mebius on the right, though, but he's marked. Needs the heals, and down Nob goes. Mebius should be joining him soon. He does just that. And Chazmak, hold on.
What a way to demonstrate an ability to handle pressure. I mean, Chazmak giving NA for what was a pretty disastrous first game to bounce back like that, as convincing as that. I think that says a great deal. What a way to defend. Looking down the barrel of a Gus and a Fang, do not want to be there, but they just stood so strong. And now, that is a spicy thing to see, because, you know, VN Esporting with such an aggressive nature to hand, if Chesma can handle it in Bounty, maybe they can handle it elsewhere also.
Gather round, the greatest show is about to start.
An amazing performer who attacks with her hair.
Bizarre circus skins,
skins to celebrate Diwali.
New club event, MegaPin.
6 new hypercharges.
And watch until the end to learn how to get the clown pin. Welcome everyone. Gather around. Prepare yourselves for Danny, the human target.
Marzio, how many times have you done this before?
Twice. But do you know what they say? Third time's the charm. Welcome to Brawl Talk. Happy Brawlowing.
The bizarre circus awaits you.
Meet Charlie, the first brawler of this new area and also the first of her trio.
She grew up on the streets, learned impressive tricks, and was eventually discovered by the local bizarre circus.
And the job pays the rent, so she took it and quickly became the main attraction.
Charlie uses her hair as a yo-yo for her main attack. It moves straight and returns when it hits a target or a wall.
So the closer the target, the faster she can attack.
And her super is called Cocoon, and the name kinda gives it away already.
If Charlie hits an enemy target, she cocoons them. While cocooned, they can't do anything but wait.
The cocoon's health gets depleted by itself, but your allies can help destroy it faster if they attack it.
For her 29 gem skin, Charlie doubles down on her spider senses and becomes the amazing Charlie.
And with Rosie Charlie, she gets deadlier with a super villain look, and that will be available at the last tier of the Brawl Pass.
Charlie is also getting her hypercharge in this update, and aside from stats buffs, her cocoon now creates spiderlings that attack the closest target.
And speaking of hypercharges, we have 5 more releasing in this update.
Jessie's hypercharge upgrades Scrappy to get chunkier with more health and cause more damage.
Rosa gets a short, slow area around her, so it will help her chase her targets while she has her shield on.
Lou insta-freezes all opponents within the area of effect.
Maisie gets her basic attack added to her super.
Colette gets help from her Spirit. Now it hits the enemy twice.
And Charlie's, which we just mentioned before.
Besides that, we have some changes with the hypercharge releases.
They will all be released on the same day, both in the shop and in Star Drops.
We won't have the collector's bundle for coins anymore, but now we will have a huge gem discount when hypercharges are released. And you can still buy it for coins after a 2-week period like before.
On top of that, if you don't care about the cosmetics at all, you can buy only the hypercharge for a discounted gen price as well.
And both the collector's bundle and the hypercharge might eventually come back.
And we are also rerunning the Hypercharge Unleash event only with the new brawlers who got hypercharge.
The special quest is a lot easier now. When you complete it, you get one random hypercharge, and it could be any of the hypercharges available in the game.
The event should start on update day.
And for the next act, we present to you the Bizarre Circus Skins. The Bizarre Circus Skins.
Ringmaster Byron is the host of the show, and he also has some creepy and weird tricks up his sleeves.
Cobra Lola is as charming as her snakes are lethal.
Probably the creepiest of them all, Dark Clown Sam. And we are sorry if you are scared of clowns.
And lastly, Tusked Nita. Her bear becomes a terrifying elephant, and Nita herself also gets a new badass look.
Tusked Nita is also a 299 gem skin, meaning it comes with a pin set, profile picture, spray, voice lines, and a special effect when you take down brawlers.
And sure, Bizarre Circus skins are perfectly creepy and scary, but we also have 3 Brawloween skins coming with this update.
White Wolf Leon is the first exclusive skin that's coming back in a completely new design with new effects and new assets. It's also a mythic skin.
And inspired by Witch Shelly, we have Hoot Hoot Shelly. She now has an owl instead of a cat, and everything about her is different and mysterious. She is also a mythic skin.
And shout out to Glowing Shark. Here's the Supercell Make winner skin, Kabocha Fang.
This year we'll be celebrating Diwali together with our Indian players and releasing our Warrior's Journey skins. They are
Daz's Ground, a multi-headed king.
The Honorable Supreme Bow and his loyal brother Bro as his skin color variation.
And the super powerful and strong Vanara Frank.
They will all be released close to Diwali.
And if you think we are done with skins, here's some more. Rebel Lola is coming with a new color variation, and it's called Lavish Lola.
Boy Scout Gus. After all, whether he's a ghost or not, he's still a good kid.
Mecha Edgar gets 2 extra color variations, called Mecha Edgar Unit 00 and Mecha Edgar Unit 01.
And Mortis is getting a hockey skin. Why? Well, it'll make sense in this year's World Finals. more on that later.
Enough about skins. Let's talk about the changes happening to clubs.
First of all, Club League and Club games are being removed together with the Club coins and the Club shop. That's a lot of Club gone.
If you haven't spent your Club coins yet, half of them will be converted to coins and half of them will be converted to power points.
The ratio is exactly as if you would be spending your Club coins in the Club shop, so you won't lose anything. But if you want to buy the Club skins with Club coins, you only have a few days left.
After the update, the skins will be available for bling or gems in the shop and the catalog.
Now off to the fun part. A new club event called MegaPig.
Wait, is this name fun?
Yes, because it's mega and it's a pig. MegaPig.
Anyway, so this MegaPig event will only happen once a month and will be live for the whole weekend.
In this event, you and every club member will initially get a certain amount of ticket. If you win matches using these tickets, this will fill the MegaPig that helps unlock rewards for everyone in the club.
The more ticket wins, the more rewards, and they keep getting better as you fill your pig. So if you want mega rewards, you gotta max out your pig.
And being skillful is really important here, but having a full and active club can help make up for it if you lose some games here and there.
After you use all your tickets, you can still help a club mate in need to win some games, but only their tickets will help towards the club goal.
After the event ends, the MegaPig explodes and gives every club member coins, power points, blink, and a bunch of star drops.
And also, if you are the top contributor in your club, you also get some extra star drops. Okay, but rewards are cool and such, but how about the gameplay?
Well, it wouldn't be a MegaPig if it was just for the rewards, right?
It could be, I don't see the connection.
So, the MegaPig also comes with a fresh take on randomness.
When you play in this event, you get a random game mode, map, and a random new modifier.
And you'll have a picking phase similar to Power League, but you don't need to ban any brawlers and your opponents won't know what you pick. The goal of this phase is for your team to pick a good composition taking into account the map and the modifier selected.
It's a best of one, so if you win, you use your tickets toward filling up the MegaPig.
And the new modifiers are
Super Bushy.
Bushes keep growing from other bushes.
Instant Overtime.
All the walls break when the match begins.
Unlimited Power.
You get showdown power cubes in 3v3 matches when defeating brawlers.
Or there is also a chance of getting no modifier at all. The first event should happen in mid-November, so make sure you are part of an active and full club by then.
We also made some improvements on how to invite new club members, search for clubs, and also added the ability to share replays in the club chat.
It's finally that time of the year again.
The Brawl Stars World Finals 2023 are gonna happen on November from 24 to 26 at DreamHack Winter in Sweden.
If you wanna watch it in person, there are still some tickets left, including some unique swag for visitors. See the link in the description of this video.
And if you're watching at home, make sure to watch it from event.brawlstars.com so you can win a free hypercharge.
Marzio, a bunch of the Brawl Stars team and the creators will be there. So hopefully it will see you there too.
Because of the removal of the Club League and the Club Shop, only in this update we are adding a 25-day login calendar to the game, so you can collect a new reward every day.
The MegaPig event only happens once a month, so the calendar should make up for the rewards you are missing from the Club Shop.
And it'll be based on your previous Club League rank. The higher the rank, the more rewards you get.
Present Planner is back for Brawling, and it's now called Pumpkin Plunder.
RoboMike and Evil Queen Pam get the 299 gem treatment with a takedown effect, pin set, profile picture, and spray.
Duos are coming back and will be rotating with Wipeout.
The PowerPoint cap is finally removed.
All gear, star powers, and gadgets that got nerfed indirectly after the power progression change are now adjusted. Now they are either percentage based or had their values change.
Look for the hashtag #RingmasterByron to participate in the giveaways held by the Brawl Stars content creators.
And since you've been a good person and waited until the end, here's the clown pin. You can just scan this code on the screen or tap on the link in the description below.
Don't forget to like, subscribe, and comment. MegaPig!
Bring it on!
Look at the camera. Welcome to Brawl Talk. Brawl Talk. Brawl Talk. Welcome to Brawl Talk. It was a bit pirate. Gather round, the greatest show is about to start.
An amazing performance who attacks with her hair.
Bizarre Circus skins.
Skins to celebrate Diwali.
New club event, MEGAKOPILKA.
6 new hypercharges.
And watch until the end to learn how to get the clown pin. Welcome everyone. Gather round. Prepare yourselves for Danny, the human target.
Marzio, how many times have you done this before?
Twice. But do you know what they say? Third time's the charm. Welcome to Brawl Talk. Happy Brawlowing.
The bizarre circus awaits you.
Meet Charlie, the first brawler of this new area and also the first of her trio.
She grew up on the streets, learned impressive tricks, and was eventually discovered by the local bizarre circus.
And the job pays the rent, so she took it and quickly became the main attraction.
Charlie uses her hair as a yo-yo for her main attack. It moves straight and returns when it hits a target or a wall.
So the closer the target, the faster she can attack.
And her super is called Cocoon, and the name kinda gives it away already.
If Charlie hits an enemy target, she cocoons them. While cocooned, they can't do anything but wait.
The cocoon's health gets depleted by itself, but their allies can help destroy it faster if they attack it.
For her 29 gem skin, Charlie doubles down on her spider senses and becomes the amazing Charlie.
And with Rosie Charlie, she gets deadlier with a super villain look. And that will be available at the last tier of the Brawl Pass.
Charlie is also getting her hypercharge in this update, and aside from stats buffs, her cocoon now creates spiderlings that attack the closest target.
And speaking of hypercharges, we have 5 more releasing in this update.
Jessie's hypercharge upgrades Scrappy to get chunkier with more health and cause more damage.
Rosa gets a short, slow area around her, so it will help her chase her targets while she has her shield on.
Lou insta-freezes all opponents within the area of effect.
Maisie gets her basic attack added to her super.
Colette gets help from her Spirit. Now it hits the enemy twice.
And Charlie's, which we just mentioned before.
Besides that, we have some changes with the hypercharge releases.
They will all be released on the same day, both in the shop and in Star Drops.
We won't have the collector's bundle for coins anymore, but now we will have a huge gem discount when hypercharges are released. And you can still buy it for coins after a 2-week period like before.
On top of that, if you don't care about the cosmetics at all, you can buy only the hypercharge for a discounted gen price as well.
And both the collector's bundle and the hypercharge might eventually come back.
And we are also rerunning the Hypercharge Unleash event only with the new brawlers who got hypercharge.
The special quest is a lot easier now. When you complete it, you get one random hypercharge, and it could be any of the hypercharges available in the game.
The event should start on update day.
And for the next act, we present to you the Bizarre Circus skins. The Bizarre Circus skins.
Ringmaster Byron is the host of the show, and he also has some creepy and weird tricks up his sleeves.
Cobra Lola is as charming as her snakes are lethal.
Probably the creepiest of them all, Dark Clown Sam. And we are sorry if you are scared of clowns.
And lastly, Tusked Nita. Her bear becomes a terrifying elephant, and Nita herself also gets a new badass look.
Tusked Nita is also a 299 gem skin, meaning it comes with a pink set, profile picture, spray, voice lines, and a special effect when you take down brawlers.
And sure, Bizarre Circus skins are perfectly creepy and scary, but we also have 3 Brawlwin skins coming with this update.
White Wolf Leon is the first exclusive skin that's coming back in a completely new design with new effects and new assets. It's also a mythic skin.
And inspired by Witch Shelly, we have Hoot Hoot Shelly. She now has an owl instead of a cat, and everything about her is different and mysterious. She is also a mythic skin.
And shout out to Glowing Shark. Here's the Supercell make winner skin, Kabocha Fang.
This year we'll be celebrating Diwali together with our Indian players and releasing our Warrior's Journey skins. They are
Daz's Ground, a multi-headed king.
The Honorable Supreme Bow and his loyal brother Bro as his skin color variation.
And the super powerful and strong Vanara Frank.
They will all be released close to Diwali.
And if you think we are done with skins, here's some more. Rebel Lola is coming with a new color variation and it's called Lavish Lola.
Boy Scout Gus, after all, whether he's a ghost or not, is still a good kid.
Mecha Edgar gets 2 extra color variations called Mecha Edgar Unit 00 and Mecha Edgar Unit 01.
And Mortis is getting a hockey skin. Why? Well, it'll make sense in this year's World Finals. More on that later.
Enough about skins. Let's talk about the changes happening to clubs.
First of all, Club League and Club Games are being removed together with the Club Coins and the Club Shop. That's a lot of Club gone.
If you haven't spent your Club Coins yet, half of them will be converted to coins and half of them will be converted to Power Points.
The ratio is exactly as if you would be spending your Club Coins in the Club Shop, so you won't lose anything. But if you want to buy the Club skins with Club Coins, you only have a few days left.
After the update, the skins will be available for bling or gems in the shop and the catalog.
Now off to the fun part. A new club event called Mega Pig.
Wait, is this name fun?
Yes, because it's Mega and it's a pig. Mega Pig.
Anyway, so this Mega Pig event will only happen once a month and will be live for the whole weekend.
In this event, you and every club member will initially get a certain amount of tickets. If you win matches using these tickets, this will fill the Mega Pig that helps unlock rewards for everyone in the club.
The more ticket wins, the more rewards, and they keep getting better as you fill your pig. So if you want mega rewards, you gotta max out your pig.
And being skillful is really important here, but having a full and active club can help make up for it if you lose some games here and there.
After you use all your tickets, you can still help a club mate in need to win some games, but only their tickets will help towards the club goal.
After the event ends, the Mega Pig explodes and gives every club member coins, power points, blink, and a bunch of star drops.
And also, if you are the top contributor in your club, you also get some extra star drops. Okay, but rewards are cool and such, but how about the gameplay?
Well, it wouldn't be a Mega Pig if it was just for the rewards, right?
It could be, I don't see the connection.
So, the Mega Pig also comes with a fresh take on randomness.
When you play in this event, you get a random game mode, map, and a random new modifier.
And you'll have a picking phase similar to Power League, but you don't need to ban any brawlers and your opponents won't know what you pick. The goal of this phase is for your team to pick a good composition taking into account the map and the modifiers selected.
It's a best of 1, so if you win, you use your tickets toward filling up the Mega Pig.
And the new modifiers are
Super Bushy.
Bushes keep growing from other bushes.
Instant Overtime.
All the walls break when the match begins.
Unlimited Power.
You get showdown power cubes in 3v3 matches when defeating brawlers.
Or there is also a chance of getting no modifier at all. The first event should happen in mid-November, so make sure you are part of an active and full club by then.
We also made some improvements on how to invite new club members, search for clubs, and also added the ability to share replays in the club chat.
It's finally that time of the year again.
The Brawl Stars World Finals 2023 are gonna happen on November from 24 to 26 at DreamHack Winter in Sweden.
If you wanna watch it in person, there are still some tickets left, including some unique swag for visitors. See the link in the description of this video.
And if you're watching at home, make sure to watch it from event.brawlstars.com so you can win a free Hypercharge.
Marzio, a bunch of the Brawl Stars team and the creators will be there. So hopefully it will see you there too.
Because of the removal of the Club League and the Club Shop, only in this update we are adding a 25-day login calendar to the game, so you can collect a new reward every day.
The Mega Pig event only happens once a month, so the calendar should make up for the rewards you are missing from the Club Shop.
And it'll be based on your previous Club League rank. The higher the rank, the more rewards you get.
Present Plunder is back for Brawling, and it's now called Pumpkin Plunder.
RoboMike and Evil Queen Pam get the 299 gem treatment with a takedown effect, pin set, profile picture, and spray.
Duos are coming back and will be rotating with Wipeout.
The PowerPoint cap is finally removed.
All gear, star powers, and gadgets that got nerfed indirectly after the power progression change are now adjusted. Now they are either percentage based or had their values change.
Look for the hashtag #RingmasterByron to participate in the giveaways held by the Brawl Stars content creators.
And since you've been a good person and waited until the end, here's the clown pin. You can just scan this code on the screen or tap on the link in the description below.
Don't forget to like, subscribe, and comment. Mega Pig!
Bring it on!
Look at the camera. Welcome to Brawl Talk. Brawl Talk. Brawl Talk. Welcome to Brawl Talk. It was a bit pirate. Gather round, the greatest show is about to start.
An amazing performer who attacks with her hair.
Bizarre Circus skins.
Skins to celebrate Diwali.
New club event, Mega Pig.
6 new hypercharges.
And watch until the end to learn how to get the clown pin. Welcome everyone. Gather round. Prepare yourselves for Danny, the human target.
Marzio, how many times have you done this before?
Twice. But do you know what they say? Third time's the charm. Welcome to Brawl Talk. Happy Brawlowing.
The bizarre circus awaits you.
Meet Charlie, the first brawler of this new area and also the first of her trio.
She grew up on the streets, learned impressive tricks, and was eventually discovered by the local bizarre circus.
And the job pays the rent, so she took it and quickly became the main attraction.
Charlie uses her hair as a yo-yo for her main attack. It moves straight and returns when it hits a target or a wall.
So the closer the target, the faster she can attack.
And her super is called Cocoon, and the name kinda gives it away already.
If Charlie hits an enemy target, she cocoons them. While cocooned, they can't do anything but wait.
The cocoon's health gets depleted by itself, but your allies can help destroy it faster if they attack it.
For her 29 gem skin, Charlie doubles down on her spider senses and becomes the amazing Charlie.
And with Rosie Charlie, she gets deadlier with a super villain look. And that will be available at the last tier of the Brawl Pass.
Charlie is also getting her hypercharge in this update, and aside from stats buffs, her cocoon now creates spiderlings that attack the closest target.
And speaking of hypercharges, we have 5 more releasing in this update.
Jessie's hypercharge upgrades Scrappy to get chunkier with more health and cause more damage.
Rosa gets a short, slow area around her, so it will help her chase her targets while she has her shield on.
Lou insta-freezes all opponents within the area of effect.
Maisie gets her basic attack added to her super.
Colette gets help from her Spirit. Now it hits the enemy twice.
And Charlie's, which we just mentioned before.
Besides that, we have some changes with the hypercharge releases.
They will all be released on the same day, both in the shop and in Star Drops.
We won't have the collector's bundle for coins anymore, but now we will have a huge gem discount when hypercharges are released. And you can still buy it for coins after a 2-week period like before.
On top of that, if you don't care about the cosmetics at all, you can buy only the hypercharge for a discounted gen price as well.
And both the collector's bundle and the hypercharge might eventually come back.
And we are also rerunning the Hypercharge Unleash event only with the new brawlers who got hypercharged.
The special quest is a lot easier now. When you complete it, you get one random hypercharge, and it could be any of the hypercharges available in the game.
The event should start on update day.
And for the next act, we present to you the Bizarre Circus skins. The Bizarre Circus skins.
Ringmaster Byron is the host of the show, and he also has some creepy and weird tricks up his sleeves.
Cobra Lola is as charming as her snakes are lethal.
Probably the creepiest of them all, Dark Clown Sam. And we are sorry if you're scared of clowns.
And lastly, Tusked Nita. Her bear becomes a terrifying elephant, and Nita herself also gets a new badass look.
Tusked Nita is also a 299 gem skin, meaning it comes with a pink set, profile picture, spray, voice lines, and a special effect when you take down brawlers.
And sure, Bizarre Circus skins are perfectly creepy and scary, but we also have 3 Brawlwin skins coming with this update.
White Wolf Leon is the first exclusive skin that's coming back in a completely new design with new effects and new assets. It's also a mythic skin.
And inspired by Witch Shelly, we have Hoot Hoot Shelly. She now has an owl instead of a cat, and everything about her is different and mysterious. She is also a mythic skin.
And shout out to Glowing Shark. Here's the Supercell Make winner skin, Kabocha Fang.
This year we'll be celebrating Diwali together with our Indian players and releasing our Warrior's Journey skins. They are
Daz's Ground, a multi-headed king.
The Honorable Supreme Bow and his loyal brother bro as his skin color variation.
And the super powerful and strong Vanara Frank.
They will all be released close to Diwali.
And if you think we are done with skins, here's some more. Rebel Lola is coming with a new color variation, and it's called Lavish Lola.
Boy Scout Gus, after all, whether he's a ghost or not, is still a good kid.
Mecha Edgar gets 2 extra color variations, called Mecha Edgar Unit 00 and Mecha Edgar Unit 01.
And Mortis is getting a hockey skin. Why? Well, it'll make sense in this year's World Finals. More on that later.
Enough about skins. Let's talk about the changes happening to clubs.
First of all, Club League and Club Games are being removed together with the Club Coins and the Club Shop. That's a lot of club gone.
If you haven't spent your club coins yet, half of them will be converted to coins and half of them will be converted to power points.
The ratio is exactly as if you would be spending your club coins in the club shop, so you won't lose anything. But if you want to buy the club skins with club coins, you only have a few days left.
After the update, the skins will be available for bling or gems in the shop and the catalog.
Now off to the fun part. A new club event called Mega Pig.
Wait, is this name fun?
Yes, because it's Mega and it's a pig. Mega Pig.
Anyway, so this Mega Pig event will only happen once a month and will be live for the whole weekend.
In this event, you and every club member will initially get a certain amount of tickets. If you win matches using these tickets, this will fill the Mega Pig that helps unlock rewards for everyone in the club.
The more ticket wins, the more rewards, and they keep getting better as you fill your pig. So if you want mega rewards, you gotta max out your pig.
And being skillful is really important here, but having a full and active club can help make up for it if you lose some games here and there.
After you use all your tickets, you can still help a clubmate in need to win some games, but only their tickets will help towards the club goal.
After the event ends, the Mega Pig explodes and gives every club member coins, power points, blink, and a bunch of star drops.
And also, if you are the top contributor in your club, you also get some extra star drops. Okay, but rewards are cool and such, but how about the gameplay?
Well, it wouldn't be a Mega Pig if it was just for the rewards, right?
It could be, I don't see the connection.
So, the Mega Pig also comes with a fresh take on randomness.
When you play in this event, you get a random game mode, map, and a random new modifier.
And you'll have a picking phase similar to Power League, but you don't need to ban any brawlers and your opponents won't know what you pick. The goal of this phase is for your team to pick a good composition taking into account the map and the modifiers selected.
It's a best of 1, so if you win, you use your tickets toward filling up the Mega Pig.
And the new modifiers are
Super Bushy.
Bushes keep growing from other bushes.
Instant overtime.
All the walls break when the match begins.
Unlimited power.
You get showdown power cubes in 3v3 matches when defeating brawlers.
Or there is also a chance of getting no modifier at all. The first event should happen in mid-November, so make sure you are part of an active and full club by then.
We also made some improvements on how to invite new club members, search for clubs, and also added the ability to share replays in the club chat.
It's finally that time of the year again.
The Brawl Stars World Finals 2023 are gonna happen on November from 24 to 26 at DreamHack Winter in Sweden.
If you wanna watch it in person, there are still some tickets left, including some unique swag for visitors. See the link in the description of this video.
And if you're watching at home, make sure to watch it from event.brawlstars.com so you can win a free hypercharge.
Marzio, a bunch of the Brawl Stars scene and the creators will be there, so hopefully it will see you there too.
Because of the removal of the Club League and the Club Shop, only in this update we are adding a 25-day login calendar to the game, so you can collect a new reward every day.
The Mega Pig event only happens once a month, so the calendar should make up for the rewards you are missing from the Club Shop.
And it'll be based on your previous Club League rank. The higher the rank, the more rewards you get.
Present Planner is back for Brawling, and it's now called Pumpkin Plunder.
RoboMike and Evil Queen Pam get the 299 gem treatment with a takedown effect, pin set, profile picture, and spray.
Duos are coming back and will be rotating with Wipeout.
The PowerPoint cap is finally removed.
All gear, star powers, and gadgets that got nerfed indirectly after the power progression change are now adjusted. Now they are either percentage based or had their values change.
Look for the hashtag #RingmasterByron to participate in the giveaways held by the Brawl Stars content creators.
And since you've been a good person and waited until the end, here's the clown pin. You can just scan this code on the screen or tap on the link in the description below.
Don't forget to like, subscribe, and comment.
Mega Pig!
Bring it on!
Look at the camera.
Welcome to Brawl Talk. Brawl Talk. Brawl Talk. Welcome to Brawl Talk. It was a bit pirate.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to see a replay of that because I called it as I think it was, and I think the gene pull came just in time there to stop him from bouncing around and getting the damage. I think it was just perfect from Fade to get that done, and obviously the turret as well to add a lot of damage to that defense from Chazmac Gaming NA. So it's really, really nice here. The replay's coming in. Maybe we will see it, but that was just beautifully played, especially from behind, like CMG were in that first game. They'd lost, and then they had to win 2 in a row, and it just worked for them.
Yeah, they were able to start to see through the timings of what VN Esporting were trying to achieve there and stopped going in alone and played much better as a team. And just a lot of the plays here, again, with so many stars to hand, it's a wonder that VN Esporting didn't turn this around.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, that was the second game where they managed to kind of get going. Beautiful pull from Fade again there. He missed a few throughout the set, but he just gets the pull, I think, there. Stops him from bouncing around, and just really, really nice from Chazmac.
It really was, and a daring prospect to not bring in the healing puffs and to have that additional knockback from the Lampleur rather. That's quite a daring thing to have to hand and to have those vengeful spirits instead. Bit of a tough one there for maybe it's just the one takedown for him, but Nob had a pretty decent game on the side of VN Esporting, but RBM with 6, Fade with 5. They're looking much, much better in terms of the takedowns, and that is where the set is won and lost in Bounty.
Yeah, well, we're on to Julian Beetles once more then. It was the first game of Group A, and now it's in this first game of Group B. This could be where Chazmac Gaming finish things off in this upper bracket game and knock VN Esporting down. Or this could be the start of a comeback that VN Esporting so heavily desire. Nobody wants to take that life off themselves in the first game. You've got to at least make it through that.
Julian Beetles, though, really quite an unforgiving map, it seems like the map pool for Hot Zone really is in this last chance qualifier. The bands coming in for Chazmak, Stu, Crow, and Squeak, loving that Squeak band, but the Pam first pick. It's such a strong one. Lou, Barley, and Colette bands on the side of VN Sporting, and Cordelius is the response for Chazmak. That ability to take away brawlers from the objective can be so instrumental in buying time or catching up, and Buster to combine with it. That's a lovely little combo that I can see, but the heals are an issue so far. So they're going to try and brute force it, but they might have something left in the pocket as far as that's concerned for later. But the thing is, if VN Sporting want to double down on heals, I worry a little bit here for Chazmak.
Yeah, I mean, but Lou's out the way, Colette's out the way, Crow to slow down these tanks. It's going to be tough to deal with Buster without taking a tank of their own, I feel, at this point, unless they bring something that I'm kind of forgetting in, different tank counts or something like that. But even if they don't compensate for that, we've got, oh, there we go, there's the Rosa. And I mean, it's tough to know who wins that matchup. I feel with Shield, obviously Nob's going to win that one, but without, Toast has got that range advantage.
I kind of prefer the Daryl into the Buster a little bit better, but Rosa nonetheless has just got such great survivability, and the fact of having a gadget to grow bushes in the mid and keep that unpredictability there. For Chazmak Gaming NA, they might want to have something in the back pocket to be able to eradicate some of that, because over time, VN Sporting will get stronger and stronger, and with the full gadget gear available too, Mortis coming in for VN Sporting. I love this, but it's got to provide the goods. Otherwise, Mortis, in this scenario, might not be the best of ideas. I hope for VN Sporting that they're going to be able to go on the aggressive and get some value for it, or that could be costly.
I mean, Mortis is so good at the moment.
Yeah.
But I mean, Cordelius can take him realm, Buster can surely get some good shots off. I mean, obviously he can't take him out so fast, but Otis is going to be there, and I do like that pick. A couple of heavy brawlers that are going to shut down so much. Cordelius obviously can take Rosa, Mortis to the realm. Otis can, mute out both of those brawlers, and I mean, that's going to be difficult for VN Sporting to deal with.
Or maybe it's smiling, not sure if it's nervous or whether it's feeling good about the matchup. I mean, Otis just got to stay on that Mortis the whole entire time. Literally just mirror every movement and stay on top of it. Get that mute as quickly as possible to then take away Mortis' primary form of fire. For Chazmak, they've got that valuable momentum coming in from that first set now to hand, and if they can just keep up this pace, fend off this first game, it will take so much of the pressure away. An early gadget for Toast, the fat splatter goes down, maybe it's on the left with an early gadget, and instantly eradicated. RBM comes out on top, leaving Ram all alone on the left-hand side. Chazmak can now heal, they've got the spawn cycle.
A shield going to be using it. It's pretty much the only person he can use a shield against in this matchup. Nob's going to come through though, get some good shots on Spade, take down Toast as well. The mute's there, but RBM takes into the realm, and Mebius will clean that up as well. Beautiful start for Chazmak, but what an ounce from VN.
Fade going to be coming in here with the shielding of his teammates to get them back into the thick of things. Nob gets pulled into it. That's going to be providing so much value over to him. Mavis knows that it's the time to strike, but gets muted somehow, gets the kill regardless. Fade going to be coming back in, but he's low HP. What can he realistically do to be able to counteract this situation?
Yeah, a little bit of a scrap sucker there, and now Rosa being brought into the realm. Mebius tries to get a cycle off, does hit both of them. Pam cleans up shop. LRBM still in the realm, but he's going to be coming out soon, and he's going to go down.
Oh, the amount of value that Mavis is getting, keeping everyone low with the back of the super here, and now Chazmak are in trouble. 85% in climbing, but VN Sporting showing no signs of slowing. A big heavy super from Fade, but I think it's too little too late. Rama is staying stood on the mark, and he gets it. VN Sporting fights back.
They've got to find an answer to Mebius now, because that Mortis gameplay is disgusting. So good. I mean, they just don't have anything for it. I mean, they do, but they don't.
I say coming in, Mebius was smiling. I was wondering whether it was nervous smiles or he's cooking something up, and what a treat he did. Quite the chef indeed. If he keeps this up, this set goes to where VN Sporting, no doubt about it.
Maybe it's going to go in, but actually doesn't find anything for it. Same as last time. Nob's going to go in straight towards Fade. Not going to find anything. Same scenario as last time. VN Sporting not starting strong, but when this Rosa super comes, when Mebius starts to cycle, that's when it shows up. And now Cordelius in the realm. Might have to try and get away from that, but actually Nob cleans him down.
This is the awareness of Chazmak. They know that the early game really does benefit them, so getting hunkered down much better now. Approaching 50% as well. Maybe it's low, instantly taken care of. This is such a great response. At the moment, all three members of CMG are just staying firm, keeping Nob in the realm and away from harm, and just staying on the objective. They're now at 70% and climbing. This is beautiful stuff. All three members survive. I mean, this was done. It's jokes.
I mean, what a shield that was from Fade as well. I mean, Pam's pretty much just killed his entire team because there's nothing they could have done into that. Maybe it's going for it. Muted out as well, though. And I think that's something Toast done better. He just saved his mutes, used them on the Mortis, cycled them out, and match point to Chazmak.
Wow. Unbelievable stuff, and we've seen this all day long. I'm so impressed with the way the teams are handling these defeats and coming back stronger. It's happening in every single group so far today, in every single match so far today. But now, VN Sporting are in a bit of trouble. That game is going to be valuable, so valuable now to hang on to. They can bring this to a third and final set, but it's going to come down to these interactions. RBM stays firm, 52 HP though, and maybe it's the miss of the super there. Could have gone for the takedown at the very least, but comes back with nothing.
I mean, he did get the kill in the end, but it was a dashing kill and not using the super. Fade's going to pull back, water pull as well to get the slow there. Rama should fall, and that should open up the world for CMG. But RBM, he's just getting caught off guard by Nob every time, but the mute directly on Mortis there, and CMG once again walking away with it.
Fade is finding so much value. These shields are absolutely on point. And again, buying such valuable time as Nob comes in straight into the dark round there by RBM and keeping up the scrutiny. Maybe it's on the right-hand side. It is lurking. He's got better HP now. He can go in, but he's got to time this right. He finds RBM. He secures it. Now, VN Sporting get control of the mid. And this is where this comp can be really, really dangerous for Chazmak.
They're going to need it, but as soon as he pops the super, the realm is there. Toast got the mute as well. Going to actually tank it with the turret from Rama there. It's ticking up now for VN, but Nob's low. RBM needs to make something happen. Has that as well. Just going to mute out Mebius, and he does go down. That might open up, but it's even now.
Rama trying to find RBM, can't connect the shots, but we are even on the objective. Nob again, straight into the round. Fade going into the mid, gadget pop, but doesn't find the value, and Mavis can smell the time to strike, and he gets it. It's now not Mavis staying firm. 50% is all that VN Sporting need to survive on to a third and final set. One final chance for Chazmak to push this back, and I don't see it happening. Rama's easy, but it's not even going to matter. We're going all the way as we've done time and time again today, Trav.
About as close as it gets in that game. VN come out on top, and now CMG in a tough position. They win the first, not so convincingly. The second goes to VN in a pretty back and forward way. It's just such a close game. I just don't know who's going to take this third.
It's just so close when you look at the draft, when you look at the mechanics, every single aspect of these matches couldn't be closer connected. And again, when you look at that second game and how convincing it was for Chazmak, they just turned the strategy on its head. And the response from VN Sporting then matched that idea. It's like watching chess between these two teams happening before our very eyes. It's wonderful. It really is wonderful to see.
Yeah, it is absolutely incredible. And now RBM obviously just had to use that super there, but maybe it just cleans them up anyway. And it's at moments like that where in the second game they didn't have those moments. They were just holding those supers, using them at the right moments, and that's why they won. But in ones like this, it's like they just couldn't do anything, and maybe it was just clean up shop time and time and time again. And they just needed to save the supers, I feel, for those circumstances, specifically Toast.
That's a player of the day right there for me from Mabius. I mean, wonderful, wonderful. Intricate Mortis plays. I mean, it's like a highlight reel to himself. It really is. I mean, if VN Sporting take this third and final set, how that man does not get MVP will be beyond me. What a game for him. But look at the damage, though, on the side of Chazmak. 446 for Toast. That is so much DPS. So 411 for RBM. I mean, realistically, if you were to see those stats, you'd probably give the edge over to Chazmak and the results, therefore, alongside with it. But it is the objective where things matter most in Hot Zone, and VN Sporting, with that sheer aggressiveness of Mavis on that Mortis, just played it better.
Yeah, those heals were really something from that turret, and the turret alone. I mean, obviously Mebius is going to get a lot of heals off those supers as well, so it's a big thing for them. We're on to double swoosh now to decide who is going to go all the way through that top bracket to play in the winners finals, to move on and take that ticket, to take the ticket to tomorrow, I should say. But it's a very, very close game, so back and forward, and it's just all of the games we've seen today have been so evenly matched.
Yeah, and I feel like this will be no different, but the draft here, it's going to be so crucially important. Rosa, Buster, Ems, Sandy, Jean, there's just so many available options here to consider. Amber as well can just deplete all the bush. Cordelis as well is a good matchup for him to have here in those bushy areas. And look at that, the Buster and the Rosa banned for good reason, and the Amber and the Sandy and the Ems. 5 brawlers there.
This guy just knows.
Yeah, I mean, it seems that way.
He just knows.
Crow band as well. I mean, that's already a great start for me. So many heavy hitters just instantly taking out the mix. There's no one.
Cordelis picked up first then, yet again by Chazmak Gaming. Didn't work out for them in the previous game. Clearly still have faith in that brawl to do some work over here on Double Swoosh. BNE Sporting up next with their first pick. And, I mean, a lot of the tanks have been taken out of the way, and that's something that they do specialize in quite heavily, so might have to pivot onto something a bit more control-based rather than just running at their opponents and try play it that way. But, I mean, it's going to be tough for them here, I do feel. I mean, what do you go here? It's... I mean, yeah, that makes sense to me.
Why were you even asking that question?
That makes sense.
You know, you need no excuse
especially
for
because Sandy's banned out as well. It makes a lot more sense. Same as like Amber and stuff as well, right? Not being able to get through those support from beyond as fast.
You love us.
I'm disappointed in myself.
It's gonna be a great thing to have. Stu gonna come in, which I quite like here, especially because when you consider how many of the kind of hypercharged brawlers that could have potentially shown an appearance now not in the mix, Stu makes a lot of sense. But it is gonna be great for maneuverability. I'm assuming it's gonna be the mid of choice for BNE Sporting. It's gonna deter a little bit away from things like Bo as a mid idea for Chazmak Gaming here. They might want to go over Gene, but again, that's a dangerous thing to have against a Stu. It kind of limits down what they can realistically have. I kind of worry a little bit now as the draft unfolds. I mean, Ash wouldn't be a bad shout here, but it could have a kind of pretty heavy counter. Otis could come in. I was going to say it. I just didn't think it was going to be on the minds of Chazmak. But again, staying firm to what I was saying coming into this matchup, Fade backstage really has been flaunting just how good 8-Bit can be. And let's be honest, it served the goods for Chazmak in the first set, and I think it could well serve the goods again in the third. Combining with it, the Otis, yeah, I think that's a really good shout because tanks are a threat here. Otis for insurance.
2/3 of the prior comp, and it didn't really work for them, but obviously still have faith in those brawlers, just didn't really like them on that specific map at that time. But BNE Sporting still have this last pick. I imagine Stu will be playing through that mid, so probably a lane brawler. I don't want to say it in case they do just go for the Stu down the lane, though, because that is definitely a possibility as well. Going with the Squeak, yeah, I mean, it really depends. They can play either Stu or Squeak in that mid. Residue's going to be so strong, and 4 of them as well. 4.
Yeah, it's pretty disgusting, isn't it? Let's be honest. But the sticky residue from the Otis gadget can really deplete those speed zones from the Stu very, very quickly here as well. So that might be a strategy to employ because I'm assuming it's going to be the gadget of choice for that mid. It makes a lot of sense to have that when you are the gem carrier, and just to have more maneuverability always goes such a long way. But my, oh my, we are all tied going into this third and final set, and this is an important one for sure. Both teams will have chances to come. Obviously, the loser will not be exiting at this stage of the competition, but one less lifeline going in to that loser's bracket matchup. Let's see. An early residue gadget there from Nob, as you expect, trying to keep Fade, but cannot find him. Toast as well, low HP, a lot of action on the right-hand side. Rama still staying alive, the support from Real comes in, and Fade going uber aggressive here.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Nice stuff from RBM on the right, but Nob just doing a really nice job on the left. Rama still dashing around, and Toast is in a bit of a tough spot. It might be cleaned up, but the wall, saving grace for him. Fade just wants to try and make this play down the left-hand side, needs to fly under the radar to be able to catch Nob and get him into this realm. He does actually get past that shot. He misses the super as well, though. Should be able to charge it back up quite quickly, especially with this.
And it's got, again, the realm to hand, does connect it, jumps back over on the aggressive and gets the takedown. Now he's got his eyes onto Rama. He can't close the gap, but still some valuable HP was taken away. Now the mute there from RBM, perfectly timed. Fade for the snatch. 10 gems in the pocket for Chazmak, and a retreat.
And a fat splatter to end it off as well. Mebius goes down there. Beautiful fat splatter from RBM to kill all of the support from beyond and get him down. Resets healing. Rama's the only one remaining, and what can he do? They might be slowed, but it doesn't matter. Match point for Chazmak NA.
A very convincing game. A very convincing one for Chazmak there. They just looked so methodical to get that gem steal. It wasn't frantic. It wasn't chaotic. It was calculated. And now, just one game away from making it forwards into the winners matchup. And a chance then to have their eyes on that #1 seed. Let's see how they fare. Toast in the mid as well there, just trying to get some early taps and does get them onto Rama, but it's Rama who gets the gems. Support from beyond from Mavis on the left-hand side, does then find Fade, and Fade can't close the gap, and that might be he actually comes back just in the nick of time there, but nonetheless, VNE Sporting have a much better start.
And Toast moves over there and resets that healing on the Tara once more. Now Fade reasserting its position, getting some super off that as well, but now does retreat, doesn't want to feed the Tara super. It's quite strong, especially in a mode like Gem Grab. Rama, all the slow and the shots coming through, but RBM cleans up on return, and now Bush control is in his hands, but same for the Tara, and that super is a dangerous prospect.
Yeah, Fade missed there. The connection that allowed Mavis to get into a much better position, and now cycling beautifully. So many taps off of the Toast there as well. Another gadget keeps him alive in the mix. The Fade's still going to be there, though. He goes out on top. 140 HP, but 8 gems for VNE Sporting. Chazmak have got to get a turnaround.
Down. Oh, I mean, they've over-aggressed. Toast goes down. Fade gonna have to recover those gems. Wants to go for the kill as he can't get out. Tries it, but it's just not enough. And this might be another double match point in the last chance qualifier. VN running away. Toast slowed, and I just don't think they can get up in time.
It just feels like nothing is certain. As soon as one game is so convincing, it's just fall right back, and VNE Sporting are taking this to another double match point. How many of these have we had today?
I mean, pretty much every game except from like one, I think, has had a double match point, and it is beautiful to see how evenly matched all these teams from across the world in different regions, in different sub-regions are facing out, and how close it is. It's really, really entertaining Brawl Stars, and whoever wins this, they're going to go on to that top bracket final. Whoever loses it only got one life left.
Everything to play for now. Comes down to one game. Mavis on the right-hand side, swap lanes actually now as well. RBM, Toast, Fade, all clustered here into the mid, and their whereabouts made known to VNE Sporting. 2 gems now, 3 for Rama. Speed zone still in play. They haven't really got to that yet on the side of Chazmak, so that's helping out for now. And now finally Toast does secure it. Pretty even matchup though for now. Rama's going on the aggressive, very early to do so.
Yeah, I mean, he just wants something. He just wants something out of this. Nice shots coming in from Fade, though. Gets them low. Should be able to take out the support from beyond, and RBM cleans up left as well. They went for a little swap. Toast going to get slowed down. Picks up his third, though, and almost even. Fade just trying to slot on this right side. Wants the Cordelia super to try and get Rama in this 1v1. Gets it, but not going to use it. Jump out is there. Rama wants to pursue, but didn't want to risk those gems.
Fade healing now. Mavis almost got taken care of there. Has super now. Fade forcing then. Nob into the round, but Nob comes out on top yet again. Fires super. Great there. Cheek cartridge from Toast. That was very, very important. The squeak running super sticky, so that slow is going to keep him vulnerable. So I liked the awareness to that. Mavis was lurking there. Almost got some value, but Chazmak were aware to it.
Fade's quite low here as well. Oh, Toast comes in for the overlap, gets the kill. Still got this shot as well, though. Not looking too bad. TP away available too. So Tara Super comes forward. Squeak Super comes forward again. He can get out the way of it. And it's so even, 6-6, with Toast in a top position. Super's going to go down, but already has another to replace.
Yeah, maybe this is the way that it's just not quite working on this right-hand side. Goes to the left and finds better of it. Now, Toast and RBM with gems that are split. I mean, if RBM goes down, that'd be a lovely little thing to happen on the side of VNE Sporting. The mute, though, is going to be quite essential here. If RBM heals up, which he is, going forwards, which he is, and now Chazmak are starting to really fight back. 1 gem, though, for VNE Sporting, and then we'll be able to count down. There's 3 down there, and there it is. Fade, though, forces into the realm. Abius, he's right next to Roll, but they're obviously not able to do anything until the interaction plays itself out, and he will fall, surely. VNE Sporting are running away with it.
I mean, it looks like they're going to do it here. He's too far in the spawn. He makes it happen. The Muse onto Nob, not on Rama. They can't get up. And VNE Sporting do it. Chazmak and A into the lower brackets.
Unbelievable scenes. Such a close back and forth throughout every single set. But for VNE Sporting, a very important pickup for the EMEA region. Don't count out Chazmak. I've got them down as being a heavy contender for this group, but that was a very strong opening statement from VNE Sporting.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, even from Chazmak, it was a strong opening statement, right? It looked good regardless. Replays coming through, though, and I mean, you know, Chazmak, they started well. VN answered back strong, and then Chazmak just could not get the work done on this next one. It's really disappointing for them there, but they're obviously not out. But let's remember the group they're in. Let's remember who they're going to be facing. Clash or STMN, it's not looking good either way.
Yeah, it really is. And this group was always going to be a tough one for North America, but that prospect has got to be a scary one for sure. For Chasma Gaming NA, they're going to have to really hunker down when it comes to that lower bracket. But we've seen teams like Raconic rise up from the ashes already today, and it could still be the case. RBM has the most takedowns in that matchup, and as well, the most DPS. I mean, it just goes to show how close it is, but time and time again, we saw this. VNE Sporting in Hot Zone got the set. VNE Sporting in Gem Grab got the set. The stats might not say the same story, but they are just playing the objective and keeping their eyes on the prize.
I mean, VNE Sporting, they were a team who we didn't know how they were going to perform. Nob, we'd never even seen his face before. Never mind he's been at a LAN. We never even seen his face. He's like completely out of nowhere. Who's this guy? Oh, it's Nob, right, understandable. He's never, like, we've never seen him, never mind, been at a LAN and played. We kind of expected it to be a bit questionable, a bit hit or miss. And they just played so well. If they can take down Chasmac NA, they can almost take down any team here.
Yeah, you know, so many teams, you know, coming in saying that they were so much looking forward to seeing the region's clashes. I was just looking forward for the face reveal, I'll be honest, like, you know. But yeah, you raise a really, really important point. When it comes down to the kind of the first early LAN experiences, we've got to question players and how they're going to fare under that kind of pressure. And VNE Sporting looked very, very good. I've got to say, you know, as we mentioned coming into this one as well, like their performances kind of fluctuate a lot along the way. They're not the most consistent of teams, but when it matters, they do bring home the goods. It's got to be Mabius, right? Surely off the back of the Mortis plays. No, Rama, as always, gets the last word.
He always does. That boy, we're going to see some yawls on Twitter soon, I feel. Yawl underestimating me.
yeah.
I mean, we've got to expect a tweet. We've got to expect a tweet from that man. And I mean, he really does deserve to tweet at this point because that was a really good game. And I mean, he's proven himself. You know, we question whether Europe could still bring it to NA, and clearly they can.
Yeah, I mean, for me, you know, just demonstrating that. Oh, 2-1. Again, another third and final set matchup.
Can't escape him today.
You can't write it. It's exactly what we wanted. Everything that we would ask for from a last chance qualifier.
Yeah, I mean, that has got to have been a great, great game as well. I'm sure we'll see some highlights here because I want to see what was going down. First set, we'll see which way it did go. Obviously, really nice stuff from both of these teams, but Clash just could not quite get it done. LATAM, we've been scared of. We've been very, very scared of LATAM. That's the thing. It's because of what Nouns showed us in these games in SPS, we were scared of LATAM. They just weren't able to do it against NA, but I feel like they're still going to have a say in this tournament. That means it's going to be Chasmac versus Clash and STMN versus VN.
Oh, and I mean, you know, Bobby was always very keen to get his hands onto VNE Sporting. That was, I think, if my memory serves correct, the first two teams that were drawn in Group B, and Bobby was celebrating, and then it turned into sheer fear, didn't it? But again, you know, I'm so thrilled to see that all the teams so far today are really standing the heat. And this #1 seed, though, I've got to bring it back around again to that because, again, you know, for me, one of the favorites is in Group D, and that is where the #1 and 2 seeds will go off and face. And rejected there, they are looking really, really scary in terms of their stats, and this is what's going to make the next round of this so crucial to watch.
Yeah, I mean, that's how much seeds mean. You know, in these sets, as you say, nobody wants to face reject. Come on, like, absolutely nobody wants to face reject. So you've got to get #1. And then if reject, the favourites in that group, get #1, then you're going to be fine. But let's be real here. They'll probably get seed 2, and if you win the group, they'll probably face them anyway.
I mean, the way today is
anything can happen.
Do rejects make day 2 at this rate? That's the question, and that's what I mean. The LCQ is bringing so many unpredictable qualities in today. I love it. I don't know what to think anymore.
There's no predictions. Nobody can predict what's happened today. I feel like my predictions have just gone terrible on event.brawlstars.com because... And this is a rarity. This is a rarity. That'll ever do terrible. Never mind admit to it.
As the predictions master reign come to an end, I mean, surely not, right? Surely not. Well, our next matchup will be STMN versus VNE Sporting. Let's start first with STMN.
Yeah, Sans, Bobby, and Zar is the squad of STMN. Really, really strong roster. And I mean, I have my headphones on. They cancel out sound, and I could hear them shouting when they won. I wasn't sure who it was, Bear in mind, it could have been either them or Clash, but I heard some shouting, and clearly STMN reign supreme. Onto the stage now they come, Sans, Bobby, and then Zar. Really strong roster. I mean, they've always got a new jersey. No matter what event it is, they've got something new on, and I'm liking these ones at the moment. They're just, they had such a back and forward with Luminosity in their region, just the same as Chazmak Gaming NA did against Tribe Gaming NA. In their respective sub-regions, it was back and forward, back and forward, back and forward. And I mean, in the end, they didn't manage to make it happen. Luminosity went forwards to the World Finals, and they've had to come here and try qualify through this. But if they can beat Clash, they can probably beat a lot of the teams in this tournament, Teddy.
Oh my words, what a matchup incoming. I mean, I love that VN Esporting already showed us they can beat NA, but can I beat the other side of the NA sub-regions? That is going to be a whole other challenge. I would say, like, you know, according to most people, STMN is going to be rated a little bit higher than CMG NA, despite not having the easiest year this year. STMN, they're still a fantastic team, and a lot of people love to call them LAN demons. They perform really well under pressure. Plenty of achievements behind their belt. So they're going to be coming into this match confidently, especially after that victory against Clash.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with VN Esporting is, towards the end of this year, they haven't looked as great. They started off all right. They got to the first month, they got third to fourth in Feb, second in March. But from there was definitely a downhill slope for them throughout the monthly finals. They started to drop off. They started to not even qualify. And that's the issues they had. Obviously, they had to climb back through SPS, back through the last monthlies to be able to make it to this position. And I mean, you know, there was even a chance of them making Worlds towards the end of the year as well. It was a big ask, but they almost did it. STMN, on the other hand, they did get some wins in their bag.
They definitely did, and I have to admit there is a little bit of a curse with STMN in LAN. I'd say they perform really well, and they certainly do, but they do tend to get stuck at that top 4. They got 4th place at MSI last year, 4th place at the World Finals, and now 4th place in SPS Masters 2. Luckily for them, the saving grace is that top 4 is exactly what you need here to qualify for the World Finals. So, I mean, in theory, like, that looks all good to them.
Yeah, I was about to say, I mean, top 4's fine here. Lucky for them. I mean, they'll be all right by the sounds of things. But they do have to get through this absolutely, I'm not going to say dreadful, because they're all so good. It's like the group of death by far. STMN, VN Esporting, Clash, Chazmak NA, 4 teams who, you know, could be going to the World Finals themselves. If they were in the World Finals bracket, I wouldn't question any of them.
Absolutely so, and I think that STMN and VN Esports come from very different places as well. STMN, their roster has been mostly unchanged, and one of the rosters that has changed the least over the last year. They played World Finals last year, the exact same team. VN Esporting, not quite the same story there. They are a bit more of a fresh team from this year. Now, they did manage to stick around for the most part of the year with some very slight changes here and there. They lost the A from A&R, really. But now under VN's colors, they do look solid. They are a threat. A lot of teams scrimming them have had some tough results against them. In the previous match, honestly, I didn't think they were going to take it. With the start CMG had, they looked really convincing, had lots of momentum, and yet somehow they managed to reverse sweep that, and even reverse sweep the final set as well, and that really impressed me, because I just haven't seen them on LAN nearly as much as I wish I had, and right now they are impressing me very much, so I definitely think they have what it takes here to do some big damage to STMN, but they might want to, you know, not start behind this time around, because the clutches they got in match 1, I don't know if they'll be fortunate enough to turn that around again.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? It's difficult for VN Esporting here, I feel, because STMN, they've got to be the favourites. And don't get me wrong, Chazmak NA were probably the favourites in the first one as well. But VN Esporting managed to provide, they looked very good whilst doing it as well. But the end of the year hasn't been the best for them. It's the first LAN event we've actually seen of them playing with the whole roster. You know, they finished 4th in SPS. They were playing with Casey. Casey's a great player, but it's just not the same as playing with your own roster. We questioned some nerves. We questioned the nerves of what we'd see from Nob. We'd never even seen his face before. We thought maybe he's a bit of a nervous guy, because that's usually what it is if nobody's seen your face when you play this game professionally. And he played very, very well. Surprised me so heavily. And honestly, I think this might be the best the team's played.
I think you raise a very valid point. And I mean, I met him earlier. Philip introduced me to him, I think, yesterday. And it was hard to just get to meet him in the first place. You know, he was hiding a little bit, but he is building up some confidence. And that can be very deadly. So, yeah, SCMN, they are going to have to be careful in this matchup for sure. Because this could absolutely swing either way. I think that what is very scary as a North American fan is that if SCMN lose this, that means that one of the two NA teams is out for sure, no matter what. So that is a scary thought for everyone from NA. So yeah, cross your fingers because like it's not last hope yet, you know, there's still plenty of hope. But SCMN, they could be doing NA a huge favor because that would potentially give the possibility of two NA teams moving forward to day 2. Predictions-wise, it's not quite as even as I would like to see it for this matchup. Now, I think Stamina is a favor, but I don't think it's an 83-17.
I think 60-40 would be pretty accurate for this matchup, not 83-17. That's crazy, absolutely crazy. But yeah, I agree. SCMN are probably the favourites coming into this one. I think regardless of VNE Sporting's first performance, obviously SCMN pulled something pretty similar out the bag, managed to take down Clash, who are a very strong team, and LATAM have proved that recently as well. You know, through Nouns Esports in EU, dominating that SBS qualifier. Clash clearly had their work cut out for them, being in a region with them all year long. We're moving on then. Brock is going to be the first pick on Safe Zone. Bans are looking like Grom, 8-Bit, and Bonnie from the side of STMN. VNE Sporting going to ban out the Cordelius, the Piper, and the Fang. We're back over to STMN for 2 picks now.
Yeah, the Brock is a very old school pick here on Safe Zone. Pretty much always been good, if not one of the best first picks, depending on the meta. Just the wall break is great. Brock is going to be one of the highest DPS on safe as well. And when you're a sharpshooter and you have that extra trait, it's going to be fantastic. Much more damage than Bell, for instance. Bell is going to have many more advantages, though, so I definitely like that pick as well. Going to be better for the one-on-one duel. The bounces can be very strong, whether players are stacked up or they're too close to their safe. It's a good opportunity to get some extra damage, a little bit Jesse style in that way. Eve, I'm not as much of a fan of. It will do good against the Brock for sure, but something like a Daryl, I mean, he's just not really going to be caring too much about the Eve hatchlings. It's just pretty much 2 shots there. All 3 of them are destroyed, all 4 with the mythical gear. And a Carl as well. I mean, who takes care of the hatchlings better than Carl besides a Penny? Really. And the Colette I do like, though. It's some good potential damage on safe if you have control. Can be really good at just getting kills and getting additional damage with your super onto the safe. I like both comps. I mean, it's a good way to shut down that Daryl as well as the Carl. So 2 birds, 1 stone was that last pick.
The Colette is a very good last pick. Daryl and Carl can be, you know, swept up pretty easily. But the issue is, if they get away with the Garl, with the Brock, with the Daryl, if they get anywhere near that safe, it's going to be shredded. Absolutely shredded, because it's just so much DPS on that comp, and especially, you know, Carl's going to be able to sweep up a lot of those opponents. If he picks anybody but the Colette, pretty much, he's going to be in a good spot.
Rama going to be opening up the walls on their side of the map. That is what you want to do. Just remove that vantage point, that cover that your opponents can use to just sit up in the mid and deal some easy damage to your safe, heal back up, and stay behind safety. Sans low HP. Super is going to connect and find a kill. Zer does find a kill of his own. Not quite in range of anyone just yet. Does manage to get some damage on Bobby, but eventually does go down. It's a 12% lead so far in favor of STMN. And we finally have a Daryl super, which is going to be very important here to try to start snowballing a little bit, because every kill he gets is going to get his super quicker. And he has it again, but he's low HP, probably not going to be able to commit with the mark that is on his face.
Yeah, I mean, considering STMN's position, what they had, it's not the most damage from them, and STMN already taken the lead with a good answer. Maybe it's going to go in now as well. Sans doesn't have push it back either. That means Mebius is going to be unsafe, and I believe damage gear was activated there as well. Nob rolls forward, doesn't really find Bobby in range. Tries to use that spin to get his super back and does just that. Nice stuff from him for this aggression, but Mebius in a good spot. On the other side, though, Eve more of the same.
Sans low HP, but still able to get a nice crossfire set up with Bobby. The Carl can spin all he wants. He's not going to get out of that one. Zart forced to Nob on the right-hand side. Nob has super now as well. Going to try to heal up a little bit before going in. The mark is going to be missed. That would have been great. Onto that Daryl. Daryl pushing up, getting some nice damage on save. The gadget connects as well. Don't think that was ideally placed, so he did miss out on a little bit of damage there. Can definitely deal more than that. But VN Esporting still very much in the running. That super will deal a ton of damage on the save. The lead expanding in favor of STM and not pushing downwards. A double push there with Mabius as well. And that's going to be lots of damage coming through on the save. But is it enough?
Well, up top, he's getting a lot of damage done now that you've just defending this Carl nicely. Bobby does miss his mark, and it's done with Sands finishing that one off there. No one to defend it. 19% was what was left on that STMN safe. 0 was what was left on the VN Esporting side. So a good start for STMN, but not without some fumbles.
Yeah, definitely was some room there for things to turn around. If VN Esports just won a couple little encounters left and right, especially towards the end, that could have been a different story, but it was close. It is stamina regardless. They will be picking up game number 1, starting off the series with a little bit of momentum, and that's always going to be very nice. Off the bat, getting some good early damage here as well. Again, that 12% lead from just connecting those early shots onto the save. They got positioning, they got the lead, they got the first kill as well as Nob falls on the right side.
Yeah, I mean, good damage coming down from Zar. Now Baby's coming through as well. That's going to take a few shots from Nob to take out. Might even take all of his ammo, and that means Zar can put himself in a good position. Already 23% done, sorry. Zar going to try and avoid those over the water, but doesn't actually make much room there. And now shots going through. Nob gets on safe, collects super in defense, does get some connections, still in the lead. But Rama raining down a super, only hits one of those rockets, and now Bobby trying to answer.
Yeah, one is not enough. You want more value from that. Definitely not enough. Mabius very low HP. He's going to roll away, try to get into that sneak position to deal some damage on safe. We'll have to be careful because Zar can just get it over there and get a free kill if it's too low HP, especially with a crossfire. Nothing Mabius can do. Not sure if that was worth it. 34%. That's the advantage right now for Stamina. Rama in a tricky position, not able to connect the shot. Eventually does find the tag, and with the help of the Carl, that is going to be enough to get that kill. Sense is healing up, though, gets the super on safe as well, not pushing downwards, but the lead just keeps extending, and it's extending in favor of Stamina.
Yeah, I mean, that's another super from Sands, and this man is dominating. I mean, it's a Daryl, it's a Carl, what do we expect? But he's just playing it so well. Gotcha as well, Nob just given up there, and that's going to be the safe finish by STMN as they dominate set 1 and take it comfortably.
Near flawless game here from Stamina. They look confident. They look like they are playing as they were hoping for, as they were expecting to be playing. VN Esports not quite performing to their full potential here in this opening set, at least. They do come back off a very heated series, so maybe they just cooled down and didn't really have time to start the engine again, getting into their second match of the day. They do still have some time to come back, but not a lot of room of mistake. Best of threes are brutal, and we've seen lots of teams leave very, very quickly.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, teams are dropping like flies at the moment, and you know, neither of these teams want to be dropping down to that lower bracket. Whoever progresses from Clash versus Chazmak is not going to be a comfortable opponent for either of these, whether that's a restart, a replay, should I say, a rematch. Lots of re's there, but for VN Esporting and Chazmak Gaming, or whether STMN will have to face off against their counterparts or re-face off against Clash as well. It's all up for grabs, but nobody wants to drop to that low bracket. How strong it is at the moment. They want to go straight to day 2.
They'll have to keep up with that performance if STMN want to make that happen. Rama with 8 kills, going to be top fragging for his team, but it is Bobby for Stamina on top of the leaderboard, and that's not something unseen before. He does tend to perform admirably well in LAN circumstances. Out in the open is where we're going to be out heading up next, and I mean, potentially a place where we can see a lot of repeat brawlers from our previous set. I'm thinking potentially the Brock again for that wall break. That was the first pick earlier today on this map. but also potentially an Eve. And the Bell is also playable. Surprising amount of Bells, I think, today, because, I mean, Bell's always been good, but I didn't really expect it to be picked this much.
Yeah, we'll have a look at out in the open here. Definitely some of those long-range brawlers should be returning. Brock, definitely so, if not banned. We saw it the last time we saw this in Group A. Brock was being played, and I believe it was successful along the way as well. So definitely some of the long-range brawlers should be returning. But at the same time, we can still see aggression and stuff as well. Even Eve might still come back into this one, being able to levitate over that water and not have to make any walls be broken for some progression on the map.
Very curious what the approach is going to be. Like, you can always try to bring in something more aggressive too. Not necessarily the easiest map to do so, in all fairness, so you have to be really careful, but our bans are piling up already. That's going to be RT, as well as Mag and Bunny on the side of Stamina. First pick Piper, I mean, pretty much what STMN want. VN Esporting, they banned the Nani, which I feel like is a little bit of a risk to ban Nani, but not Piper as well, because that pretty much gives free Piper to Stamina. Unless this is what they were hoping for and they're ready for it. It's going to be a Fang as well as a Mandy joining the ranks of VN Esporting. And I kind of dig it.
Yeah, I mean, the Fang I was expecting, the Mandy maybe not so. I still think it's Piper's the better sharpshooter, and they've banned out a lot of the rest. You know, Brock's banned out, Nani's banned out, even Eve to be able to tank some of these Piper shots is not what you expect whatsoever. But Buster's going to come in. Buster for SDMN there, trying to face off against that Fang. Obviously does have quite a lot of HP, so should be able to tank quite a lot of those shots, and even if lunged on by that Fang as well, should be fine. But it's not really got the best synergy with Piper. Piper's going to be doing a lot of that long-range work, the same as Mandy will be doing. But then Jean's going to come in. The pull into the Buster will be a nasty combo.
Yeah, I think the Jean here is really important because it's kind of their win factor, right? Besides that Jean, the Buster is going to be playing very defensively. You're going to be kind of waiting for the Fang to go in because he's not really going to be able to close the gap on such an open map, or at least not easily, unless there is some sort of setup. And I think that Jean pool can be exactly that. VN Esporting need to be very, very mindful with their final pick. They have the chance now to give Stamina a taste of their own medicine. Stamina was the last pick in set 1 that was brutal, was at Colette. It's going to be a B here for VN Esporting. I'm not sure if B really has fallen off recently. Now, I feel like without the hypercharged brawlers, it might be just a little bit better because a lot of tank counters have been removed that you would kind of want. So options are a little bit more limited. So I can see where B can fit in here. It used to be a classic on this map as well, but recently not seeing it as much.
Yeah, I really don't mind the B, to be honest with you. Just purely if it's played into that Buster. Obviously, that's going to be the matchup that they're going to desire. And then send the Fang onto the Piper, onto the Jean is probably the right answer to go for. But early shots coming through from the Mandy there. Gets a couple of connections onto Bobby, and now it's, the pull in from Sans. So Mebius might answer. Oh, he drops the super. Drops the gadget, but Sans gets the shot through. And instantly STMN in the lead here.
Yeah, that's going to be the problem. Because if you get even slightly within range, a gadget, the B is gone. It's just so much damage from the Buster, and Nob is going to go down as well. Does manage to get a final tag, so he should be close to a super. If you can find a connection with that onto, say, the Piper, that is pretty much going to be a one-shot. But he's not in that position just yet. Super now going to be available for the Mandy. He's teasing it. If he gets that connection, that would be huge. That could be the advantage they need.
Yeah, Bobby looking for this pull here as well. Needs to try and get it to be able to use it. Because as soon as Rama comes in, they're going to need it. Good shots from Zar. I'm not sure if that was a homemade recipe or not, but Sans pushing up with this activated as well. Gadget going to be used. Zar does get slowed down, but instant answer. They need to get this trade out. Bobby needs to get the finish. One shot, the pull misses as well. Someone's going to hit him, and he survives it out.
Oh my goodness, that was so crazy. I thought surely things were going wrong there for VN, and yet they get away for it. And I'm not even sure if they want to use all that utility now either. The Fang might want to keep his super if he can, but you also don't want to give away too much. Now the Piper super, wouldn't say that's the biggest threat here. Jean super, you definitely don't want to be feeding. They'll get the kill. Rama gets his super back, so absolutely perfect here. Could not really have hoped for better in this second round. However, the wall break is going to be there. That's going to help a little bit, have a little bit extra maneuverability. But let's see who's going to take it home in this first game of knockout.
Yeah, Sam's got his super there thanks to Zara and Bobby being in his radius, getting that super off, and now he can start to push up a little bit, but still not that much. Just Fang's there. He's waiting to pounce on his teammates, and obviously without him helping and without him defending, there's the pull-up. And Rama even used his super too. He didn't even get anything from it. The shields there from Sands as well doesn't really mean too much, but
that super from the Fang, that was their win condition in the second round. Was that out of the way? There's not going to be much that Nob can do. And I have to agree with you. You were a little bit doubtful of that Mandy pick. Haven't really seen too much from it. I mean, there was almost an amazing double kill lineup at some point with her super, but it was an almost.
Right?
Yeah, like you kind of want more than almost at this point. It was a risky pick here. Not delivering so far, but it's not over just yet. Match point for Stamina. VN are gonna need to give everything they got to turn this one around.
yeah, this is the qualification game for STMN. If they win this, then VN Esporting will be knocked down to the lower bracket to face off against Clash or Chazmac, whoever wins that matchup. First, STMN do still have to win this one. Bobby just looking for a super, get some charge early on. Same with Mandy and Piper, taking these long-range shots. Sans already got his, thanks to the teammates being so close.
Bit more passive around the mid here for VN, but Mebius again gonna be the weak link in this one. And I didn't really love the B pick here. I felt like it was just too frail for those matchup where the gene chip damage, like it hurts so much on a B. Piper always gonna be hurting so much as well at that distance. And I mean, don't even get me started with the Buster. If he gets in range, it is over. And so far, B has been a very tough brawl here for VN Esporting. Round goes to Stamina. They are a round away from qualifying. Oh, yeah, he is rocking that star power, so that's going to be helpful there. 3 super. The pool is going to be baited out. Mebius catches it with the honeypot, and that is huge because so far Mebius was having a really tough time, but he's finding some really good utility here for his team.
Yeah, this control's a little bit worrying now for VN as Zar starts to take that left-hand lane against Mebius, but Nob's going to come around again and try to use this extra range over him. Mebius just slotting through. Needs to get that Buster matchup. Slow down available from Nob, but actually does miss it. Shots coming through now. Good pinch there. The gadget went down, the pull in. Sans gets the shot, but the super through from Rama's not good enough. Down they go. Just Nob remaining. 3v1. And STMN surely going to win this one. Gadget used. Sans spinning. He knows he's won, but Nob has faith. But the faith means nothing when STMN dominate like that.
He tried all the way until the end. But sometimes when it's over, it is over. Stamina qualifying for day 2 of the last chance qualifier joining SK Gaming. Obviously not in the same match, but they will be the second team here to make it to day 2. VN Esporting gonna be dropping down to the tiebreaker match. So they're not out. They still have an absolute shot here and making this happen, but there's no more room for mistakes.
Yeah, down but not out, and I'm intrigued to see who they're going to be facing, whether that be Clash whether that be Chazmak and A again. And obviously Chazmak are desperately gonna want that rematch versus them, not only because if they don't win against Clash, then they're out of the competition entirely, but why not get a bit of revenge against the team who knocked you down there in the first place? VNE Sporting are down now, but STMN moving on. The third team to qualify to our day number 2, and it sounds like something's going on because I'm hearing some shouting in the back rooms. But STMN, third team to qualify to day 2.
Yeah, absolutely. So this second group is definitely a very, very scary one. But Stamina, I mean, they absolutely rose to the occasion to show that not only are they on top of their group, they're on top of arguably the toughest group. So that is a super big achievement on their end. Sans and Zart leading the leaderboard. Probably a little bit of a quiet game, but you don't always need to be so loud. When you're winning, you're winning. And I'm sure he'll be happy with that performance regardless.
I mean, having faith in your teammates and bringing them up when they're playing well, I guess means a little bit more than getting a kill in a game mode like Knockout. You know, just staying alive's enough for the STMN team. But we are going to go down and have a chat with the man himself. 0 kills, but I'm sure he's still got a lot to say.
Thank you, Trav. I'm indeed backstage with Bobby. I'm not going to start by asking how you feel. I think that's kind of pretty obvious at this point. But let's take ourselves back a little bit to when the groups were drawn, because you were very pleased to be facing against VNE Sporting, and at such a crucial stage in the competition. I got to ask, why were you so keen to play them?
I mean, Rama's just my good friend. I mean, we talk back and forth a little bit of many times, and we work towards it, and now I think it's for the better.
You're the number 1 seed coming into tomorrow. Got to quickly ask, any teams that you're worried about in Group D that you will end up facing?
I mean, I don't want to face Reject. For obvious reasons, they're super good, and Navi's like our family, so I don't want to go up against them either, but I mean, if we do, we're going to have to take one of them out, so.
And finally, quick shout-outs. Anyone you want to give a quick word to?
Shout out to my mom, and shout out to my brother, and shout out to Lukey for coming here.
So incredibly wholesome. With that, it's back to the casting desk.
Well, thank you very much, Ark. That was a very insightful interview there with Bobby. And I mean, obviously, having a really tough year against Luminosity, pretty much only losing to them, as they said. It is a little bit disappointing for them, but they said maybe it's for the better at the end of the day. Let's take a look at the MVP of that last game then, and it was Sans, and I do think he played well. He played beautifully. I believe he was on that Buster, right? He played that gorgeously with the tank and moving forward to get control.
Yeah, he had a great performance. I feel like the entire team performed really well. Maybe Bobby a little bit less in that final set, but he really didn't have to. And that's the beautiful thing about having a team with so much talent is you have 1 or 2 players popping off. The rest, like, I don't want to say they have to sit back, because that's really not the vibe that they were giving us, but they don't need to overperform. They don't need to hyper carry, and that's something that Bobby sometimes in the past had to do for his team. So I love that that's a different dynamic right now.
Yeah, definitely so. And I mean, we should get an update. 2-0 to Clash is not what I expected to see when that popped up. That is massive. Chazmak out of the competition in entirety, and Clash going to move on to face VNE Sporting. That is absolutely massive, Teddy.
I'm at a loss of words. It is truly Latam's day so far. Just with upset and big surprises. I mean, Chazmak definitely coming in as a favorite here, but a lot of people have been warning us, don't underestimate LATAM. And right now, they are definitely performing. South America can be very proud. It's really unfortunate for NA, because Chazmak, I mean, they're amazing guys, amazing team. They've had a great year as well, but their run is going to be ended here.
And the Mr. P LATAM special coming out twice and winning in both field goal and in gold arm Gulcher. That is huge. You know, we always question the meta that LATAM bring to the table, but 2 wins with Mr. P in a tank meta? How does that work?
I don't know. The thing with LATAM, and I had this conversation with some of the coaches as well, sometimes you just don't see their draft coming. because it doesn't make sense to us, but it makes sense to them. And when you're not ready for it, even though it might not be like a hyper meta optimized comp, you're not prepared for it. And that sometimes can be enough to just destabilize you. And 2-0. 2-0, that's impressive. I mean, Clash are a fantastic team, but right now, I think that they're even beyond that from that result. It was also a 2-1 that they lost against Stamina, so they kept it close against Stamina too, and we saw how hot Stamina were today, so everything is possible at this point.
It had genuinely been devastating if Clash didn't make it. But Chazmak NA, 3 monthly final wins is more than most teams at this point have. It's just that they were in a region with Tribe Gaming NA and they just dominate their region. I mean, it was 3-3, right? Complete split. It was just where they placed when they didn't manage to win it. And that's what Tribe did that little bit better. It's so sad to see them go out of the competition and completely out of this year. Because, you know, it's their last dance. It's every team's last dance if they don't make it through. And sadly for Chazmak, it just wasn't a very good dance.
It's devastating, really. I mean, it's a year of work, you know, and no one is mentally prepared to leave after 2 matches. Like, you're thinking that, like, even if it doesn't go right, you're going to day 2 and it doesn't go right, you know? It's really, really tough, but it is the name of the game. I mean, Brawl Stars, it is cute and, you know, like, I don't want to say a children's game, but, like, it's appropriate for children. However, esports, brutal. Like, honestly, you want to cry sometimes. And this is one of those days for some of those teams, and I'm sure some pros have today, but it's the name of the game. Welcome to Brawl Esports.
Well, Chazmak are out and Clash are into this next phase of the round. 2 for Kodog and Adinho are the roster from Clash. First time we're going to be seeing them on stage. They had 2 games off and they really wanted to see themselves play on stream, so they came in today. Clash have made big moves throughout this year. Second to only Nouns Esports now. Obviously, they were Zestra a lot of the year, then they were FA Mini Peckers, and now they're Nouns. They came second in 4 monthly finals, only managed to win 1, and that was the last one. It set them up perfectly for this event, I will say as well.
They qualified for every single monthly final this year. Clash are looking fierce, but their opposition is a very strong team as well, coming from a bit of a different perspective here in EMEA. It was unsure if they would even qualify here for LCQ in the first place. They had a phenomenal start of the year, but then slowed down a little bit after those great performances in the first 2-3 months. They're 2 months in a row without even qualifying. Luckily, they were able to save it with a top 4 placement in the last monthly finals, as well as from qualifying for the Snapdragon Pro Series, which in the EMEA held some points as well towards the BSC. So they barely made it in, but they are here, and they are here to cause some trouble.
I'm back on the casting desk and I can barely believe what I've just witnessed. Unbelievable scenes at the last chance qualifier. And I was saying backstage to the Supercell team just how impressed I am that so many of our matches have gone all the distance. And, you know, that was a convincing win, though, for Clash. I believe it was a 2-0, right? So, I mean, that says a statement coming into this matchup. Clash have got some very strong stats on the board in their region. I mean, like, looking around, like, the kind of rank 3 in terms of, like, the overall scene of the players here. And as we mentioned earlier already today, VN Esporting not necessarily so much, but this is what I've noticed from watching the EMEA region, who, if you filter the bracket to a set percentage, were all at the bottom. SK Gaming, really impressive performance. VN Esporting, I think they had a fantastic run against Chazmak. I really like what they are bringing to the table. The question is now, can they continue the reign of keeping EMEA on top despite those statistics?
Yeah, I think what's a big difference here, if you look at previous years, is that the teams that were dominant in their regions usually was because there wasn't the most competition, and then they kind of struggled in like global events because they weren't used to being challenged all that much. But somehow this year we're getting a very different perspective. I mean, most of the teams that are even out, that didn't make it in Group A, or even Chazmak here, they are incredibly strong. And some of the teams were a lot of people at home, including I'm sure a lot of people here and pro players kind of expected to, you know, guard quietly. I'm looking at Reconic, for example, you know, they performed incredibly today.
Gather round, the greatest show is about to start.
An amazing performance who attacks with her hair.
Bizarre circus skins.
Skins to celebrate Diwali.
New club event, MegaPick.
6 new hypercharges.
And watch until the end to learn how to get the clown pin. Welcome everyone. Gather round. Prepare yourselves for Danny, the human target.
Marzio, how many times have you done this before?
Twice. But do you know what they say? Third time's the charm. Welcome to Brawl Talk. Happy Brawlowing.
The bizarre circus awaits you.
Meet Charlie, the first brawler of this new area and also the first of her trio.
She grew up on the streets, learned impressive tricks, and was eventually discovered by the local bizarre circus.
And the job pays the rent, so she took it and quickly became the main attraction.
Charlie uses her hair as a yo-yo for her main attack. It moves straight and returns when it hits a target or a wall.
So the closer the target, the faster she can attack.
And her super is called Cocoon, and the name kinda gives it away already.
If Charlie hits an enemy target, she cocoons them. While cocooned, they can't do anything but wait.
The cocoon's health gets depleted by itself, but your allies can help destroy it faster if they attack it.
For her 29 gem skin, Charlie doubles down on her spider senses and becomes the amazing Charlie.
And with Rosie Charlie, she gets deadlier with a super villain look. And that will be available at the last tier of the Brawl Pass.
Charlie is also getting her hypercharge in this update, and aside from stats buffs, her cocoon now creates spiderlings that attack the closest target.
And speaking of hypercharges, we have 5 more releasing in this update.
Jessie's hypercharge upgrades Scrappy to get chunkier with more health and cause more damage.
Rosa gets a short, slow area around her, so it will help her chase her targets while she has her shield on.
Lou insta-freezes all opponents within the area of effect.
Maisie gets her basic attack added to her super.
Colette gets help from her Spirit. Now it hits the enemy twice.
And Charlie's, which we just mentioned before.
Besides that, we have some changes with the hypercharge releases.
They will all be released on the same day, both in the shop and in Star Drops.
We won't have the collector's bundle for coins anymore, but now we will have a huge gem discount when hypercharges are released. And you can still buy it for coins after a 2-week period like before.
On top of that, if you don't care about the cosmetics at all, you can buy only the hypercharge for a discounted gen price as well.
And both the collector's bundle and the hypercharge might eventually come back.
And we are also rerunning the Hypercharge Unleash event only with the new brawlers who got hypercharge.
The special quest is a lot easier now. When you complete it, you get one random hypercharge, and it could be any of the hypercharges available in the game.
The event should start on update day.
And for the next act, we present to you the Bizarre Circus Skins. The Bizarre Circus Skins.
Ringmaster Byron is the host of the show, and he also has some creepy and weird tricks up his sleeves.
Cobra Lola is as charming as her snakes are lethal.
Probably the creepiest of them all, Dark Clown Sam. And we are sorry if you are scared of clowns.
And lastly, Tusked Nita. Her bear becomes a terrifying elephant, and Nita herself also gets a new badass look.
Tusked Nita is also a 299 gem skin, meaning it comes with a pink set, profile picture, spray, voice lines, and a special effect when you take down brawlers.
And sure, Bizarre Circus skins are perfectly creepy and scary, but we also have 3 Brawloween skins coming with this update.
White Wolf Leon is the first exclusive skin that's coming back in a completely new design with new effects and new assets. It's also a mythic skin.
And inspired by Witch Shelly, we have Hoot Hoot Shelly. She now has an owl instead of a cat, and everything about her is different and mysterious. She is also a mythic skin.
And shout out to Glowing Shark. Here's the Supercell Make winner skin, Kabocha Fang.
This year we'll be celebrating Diwali together with our Indian players and releasing our Warrior's Journey skins. They are
Daz's Ground, a multi-headed king.
The Honorable Supreme Bow and his loyal brother Bro as his skin color variation.
And the super powerful and strong Vanara Frank.
They will all be released close to Diwali.
And if you think we are done with skins, here's some more. Rebel Lola is coming with a new color variation, and it's called Lavish Lola.
Boy Scout Gus. After all, whether he's a ghost or not, he's still a good kid.
Mecha Edgar gets 2 extra color variations called Mecha Edgar Unit 00 and Mecha Edgar Unit 01.
And Mortis is getting a hockey skin. Why? Well, it'll make sense in this year's World Finals. More on that later.
Enough about skins. Let's talk about the changes happening to clubs.
First of all, Club League and Club Games are being removed together with the Club Coins and the Club Shop. That's a lot of club gone.
If you haven't spent your club coins yet, half of them will be converted to coins and half of them will be converted to power points.
The ratio is exactly as if you would be spending your club coins in the club shop, so you won't lose anything. But if you want to buy the club skins with club coins, you only have a few days left.
After the update, the skins will be available for bling or gems in the shop and the catalog.
Now off to the fun part. A new club event called Megapig.
Wait, is this name fun?
Yes, because it's Mega and it's a pig. Megapig.
Anyway, so this Mega Pig event will only happen once a month and will be live for the whole weekend.
In this event, you and every club member will initially get a certain amount of tickets. If you win matches using these tickets, this will fill the Mega Pig that helps unlock rewards for everyone in the club.
The more ticket wins, the more rewards, and they keep getting better as you fill your pig. So if you want mega rewards, you gotta max out your pig.
And being skillful is really important here, but having a full and active club can help make up for it if you lose some games here and there.
After you use all your tickets, you can still help a club mate in need to win some games, but only their tickets will help towards the club goal.
After the event ends, the Mega Pig explodes and gives every club member coins, power points, blink, and a bunch of star drops.
And also, if you are the top contributor in your club, you also get some extra star drops. Okay, but rewards are cool and such, but how about the gameplay?
Well, it wouldn't be a Mega Pig if it was just for the rewards, right?
It could be, I don't see the connection.
So, the Mega Pig also comes with a fresh take on randomness.
When you play in this event, you get a random game mode, map, and a random new modifier.
And you'll have a picking phase similar to Power League, but you don't need to ban any brawlers and your opponents won't know what you pick. The goal of this phase is for your team to pick a good composition taking into account the map and the modifiers selected.
It's a best of one, so if you win, you use your tickets toward filling up the Mega Pig.
And the new modifiers are
Super Bushy.
Bushes keep growing from other bushes.
Instant Overtime.
All the walls break when the match begins.
Unlimited Power.
You get showdown power cubes in 3v3 matches when defeating brawlers.
Or there is also a chance of getting no modifier at all. The first event should happen in mid-November, so make sure you are part of an active and full club by then.
We also made some improvements on how to invite new club members, search for clubs, and also added the ability to share replays in the club chat.
It's finally that time of the year again.
The Brawl Stars World Finals 2023 are gonna happen on November from 24 to 26 at DreamHack Winter in Sweden.
If you wanna watch it in person, there are still some tickets left, including some unique swag for visitors. See the link in the description of this video.
And if you're watching at home, make sure to watch it from event.brawlstars.com so you can win a free hypercharge.
Marzio, a bunch of the Brawl Stars team and the creators will be there. So hopefully it will see you there too.
Because of the removal of the Club League and the Club Shop, only in this update we are adding a 25-day login calendar to the game, so you can collect a new reward every day.
The Mega Pig event only happens once a month, so the calendar should make up for the rewards you are missing from the Club Shop.
And it'll be based on your previous Club League rank. The higher the rank, the more rewards you get.
Present Planner is back for Brawling, and it's now called Pumpkin Plunder.
RoboMike and Evil Queen Pam get the 299 gem treatment with a takedown effect, pin set, profile picture, and spray.
Duos are coming back and will be rotating with Wipeout.
The PowerPoint cap is finally removed.
All gear, star powers, and gadgets that got nerfed indirectly after the power progression change are now adjusted. Now they are either percentage based or had their values change.
Look for the hashtag #RingmasterByron to participate in the giveaways held by the Brawl Stars content creators.
And since you've been a good person and waited until the end, here's the clown pin. You can just scan this code on the screen or tap on the link in the description below.
Don't forget to like, subscribe, and comment.
Mega Pig!
Bring it on!
Look at the camera. Welcome to Brawl Talk. Brawl Talk. Brawl Talk. Welcome to Brawl Talk. It was a bit pirate.
In the description below.
Don't forget to like
this code on the screen.